Back in high school, I signed up for DoorDash just to see if it was as good as they advertised it. Initially though, it took me a whole month to finally get myself to take on my first delivery. But from then on, I did a couple deliveries a day and was really happy with the results. A couple months after that, I quit my grocery job and started dashing every day after school and even on most weekends. On this night, I was working extra late because it was a holiday weekend. I was driving from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., pretty much just going back and forth from the 24/7 McDonald's. A little past 2, I picked up another McDonald's order and went en route to the customer. It was set to be delivered at some sort of a warehouse, and in the notes, it said to go in through the side doors and drop it off at the front desk. When I got there, I pulled into this huge parking lot. It was mostly empty, only having a few semi-trucks in it. The building was definitely an old warehouse though, being just a large rectangle with a few windows and a single door at the front. I checked one more time to make sure I had it right to deliver it through this side door, then pulled around to the side and parked. The side door was one of those really heavy metal doors with a small glass window. I looked through the tiny window and didn't see anything but a small and dark entrance room, but the glare from my car's headlights made the window reflective and hard to see through. I swung it open and was immediately taken back. It was just as dark as it seemed through the window, and it only had a tiny wall light in the corner that was more of a dim safety light. There was no front desk, so I walked around the corner and stood at the end of a long, unlit corridor. I knew that most places that have night shift workers don't keep on the unnecessary lights, but this seemed excessive. I couldn't even see the end of the hallway, so if I were to walk down there, I would be walking into complete darkness. I took my phone out and checked, now for a third time to see if I'd gone to the wrong place or through the wrong door. Everything seemed right, but there wasn't any way I was going to walk through that hallway. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized how quiet the whole building was. No machinery moving or people talking. Not a sound at all. I decided to call the customer. I clicked on their name and had it dial the number, and just a moment later, I heard a phone ring echo from the other end of the hallway. After another few seconds, it rang again, but it was closer and louder this time. I stared into this empty corridor and could barely make out the faint glow of someone's phone. "Hey, I got an order here from DoorDash. I'm gonna leave it right here for you," I said, setting the bag down in front of me. The figure of a large man started to come out of the dark corridor, but they didn't say anything. I waited another second, but as they got closer, it just really seemed unnerving the way they were walking so fast and not speaking. I had this feeling like someone was going to jump out behind me or something, and overall was a little freaked out. I turned around and walked quickly out of the door and back to my car. A few moments later, I saw some movement from behind the small glass window on the door just before I pulled away. That whole thing gave me chills and had me call it a night and go straight home. In the end, I chose to believe it was just a weird situation all around, but nothing really happened, so I blew it off. A couple days would go by, and on Monday evening, while I was driving again, I got a strange call. It was from the police department. What happened next was more complicated than it had to be, but basically they questioned me about why I was at that specific warehouse at 2:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. Apparently they had security footage of my car pulling up. After explaining I was just a DoorDash driver and I proved it with the delivery receipt, they told me what was going on. They said that the workers came back from their holiday weekend where the warehouse was not in operation and found a DoorDash delivery sitting in the middle of the hallway. Whoever was there had broken in and ordered with a fake account, which is all scary in its own right, but the creepiest part is that they didn't even take the bag of food. It's pretty obvious that they were looking for something else. I don't know what they wanted from me, but I can only assume that if I had stayed and waited for the men, something terrible would have happened. When this happened, I was 23 and worked full-time at a pizza shop in my local area. I'm not sure if things were going on before this, but as far as I know, everything started and ended on this one night. Me and my best friend, Tim, worked the night shifts at this pizza place. It was a real small shop, having just 3 or 4 tables inside, because we specialized in delivery and takeout. Both me and Tim got our jobs there while we were in college, but just never left. Being in a quiet, rural town too, the job wasn't too much work. Never had busy days really, just a steady flow of orders sometimes. On this night, there was a light storm outside, and in return business was slow. There were a few orders here and there, but overall we didn't have much to do. By 10 p.m., Tim suggested we started cleaning up the place and maybe even clocking out 15 minutes early. I went with it, grabbing some rags to wipe the tables with when the phone at the front desk rang. I picked up after a few rings. "How can we help you today?" "Hello." I waited another 5 seconds before putting the phone down and shaking my head. Just some prank call, I thought. I went back to scrubbing the tables, but at the front of the store I saw a glare coming from the window. There was a car parked a few spots back. I couldn't see too well through the window in the rain, but there was definitely a light on in the car, like a cell phone or something. The pizza shop was on an individual lot and there were no other cars, so that was the only reason I noticed them. A moment later, the phone rang again. Tim was closer, so he picked up this time. I could hear someone's muffled voice coming from the phone, and after a short talk, Tim hung up. At the same time, the light in the car turned off and they drove away. I told Tim what I saw and how it was a little weird, but he shrugged and said it was just some old man who was ordering a pizza for delivery. I looked back at the now empty parking lot. It wouldn't make much sense for someone to order a pizza for delivery from right outside the shop, so I figured Tim was right and it was nothing. He started making the pizza while I continued cleaning. 10 minutes later, Tim boxed it up and handed it off to me to deliver. I ran through the rain to my car, then pulled up the address on my phone. 11 minutes away. Not too bad. I pulled out and started making my way there. The roads were dead. Nobody out at all. Google Maps took me down to a neighborhood full of large homes, then had me turn down a long driveway that led to a cul-de-sac where there were 3 more driveways, each leading to a different house. I went down the one Maps told me to and pulled up next to the home. It was one of those large expensive houses, but pretty old looking and not very modern at all. I parked the car and double-checked the address with the house number, then picked up the pizza and ran up to the front door. "Hello, pizza delivery." I took a step back and looked at the front of the house. All of the lights were off. I dialed Tim's cell and had him call the guy who ordered. My phone buzzed a moment later and Tim told me that his call went straight to voicemail. I shook my head in frustration and ran back through the rain to my car and got in. I tossed the pizza on the passenger seat and started backing out. This wasn't out of the ordinary, getting fake orders or dead deliveries, but it still annoyed me every time. When I got back, Tim was cleaning and said there were no more orders, so we were good to finish up and head out. I tossed the pizza in the trash and started helping him. Both of us were in the back, cleaning the ovens and wiping the prep counters when a sudden bang came from the front of the building. We looked at each other, then ran to the front. At first we didn't see anything, but then Tim spotted a small crack on the door. I walked over and opened it, and right outside was a heavy rock, big enough to throw and do some damage with. Looked around, seeing the parking lot was completely empty and nobody was nearby. Both of us were really confused and kind of freaked out. We talked about maybe calling the cops, but neither of us wanted to deal with that right now. To put things in perspective, it was 10 minutes before we were off, and if we called, then we'd be here for another hour at least. The crack on the door wasn't too big, not really that noticeable, so we chose to wait and just tell our manager the next day instead. We quickly finished up with the cleaning and left through the back door where our cars were parked. On the drive home, I rethought all the strange things that happened and it made me uneasy. I pulled into my driveway and walked inside. It was late, so I knew I had to get in bed soon, but I wanted something to snack on first. I went to the kitchen to see what I had, but before I even opened the pantry, I heard a car splash through the puddles on the street outside my house. From the sound of it, I could tell it was parking. I walked over to my window and peeked outside, seeing a car parked right in front of my driveway. It only took me a second to realize it was the same car I'd seen outside the pizza shop. A cold rush went through me and I stayed in the window to see what they were doing. The car was still on, but I couldn't see through their window. After a minute of no movement, I took out my phone and called Tim, telling him that I think one of the customers followed me home and was parked right outside my house. Are you serious? You need to call the cops. Something's not right, he said, urging me to hang up and call the police immediately. I don't know why I was so nervous to call the cops, but hearing Tim say it made me feel better about it. I moved away from the window and dialed 911. The lady on the line said that they would have someone on their way and that I should stay hidden and wait. I heard a car door open and close, so I quickly said okay and hung up. Looking back out the window, a man was walking up my driveway. He was wearing dark clothes, covering his whole body and a hood covering his face. As he approached the house, I closed the curtains by the window and waited. His footsteps came to the front door. Then they continued across the front of the house until they reached the outside of the window and stopped. The sudden silence made the sound of the rain increasingly louder. I felt like I was standing there quietly for minutes before I stepped forward and moved the curtain an inch to the side, just enough to peek through. The man's cold eyes stared back at me. I let go of the curtain, and the man banged on the window. I stood a few feet away, terrified to death, and just as quick as it started, it ended. There was no more banging. No footsteps. Nothing. All that was left was the sound of the raindrops clicking against the window. Although I never heard the man leave, he was gone when the police showed up. No car or men in sight. I told them all that had happened from the middle of my shift to the end of the night. They looked at me like I was crazy, and part of me felt crazy too. None of it made any sense, and there didn't seem to be any motive for the man to have done what he did. Honestly, because of that, the whole night had me messed up for a while. Going through something as senseless as that was really just fucked with my head. I'm hoping that by sharing this, someone may be able to help me understand what happened or why the man did what he did. It sounds odd. But even now, when it gets really quiet on rainy days, there's an eerie feeling that rushes through me, bringing me back to that night. I did deliveries for my parents' restaurant when I was in high school. I had just turned 16 and got my driver's license, and my parents were always wanting to start offering delivery. I didn't want to be a waiter or work at the register, so driving sounded like a good option. When this happened, I had been doing deliveries for a few months, so I was pretty comfortable with it. It was a Thursday around 8 p.m. and my dad gave me an order to deliver. I got my car, which was actually my mom's SUV, then started the drive. Google Maps said the house was 25 minutes away. Our town was small, so 25 minutes away was actually pretty far. As I drove, I started to recognize the area as being on the edge of town, and I still had 10 minutes to go. I'd never been this far out in this direction before, so I was definitely paying attention and keeping my eyes open. I wasn't scared per se, but just felt uncomfortable. The only houses I was passing now were farmhouses, far from the main road. When the directions told me to turn, it was down a long, unpaved path going straight to one of these farmhouses. Now I was starting to get a little freaked. A farmhouse this far out at night was probably the last place I wanted to be, but I knew I was probably just spooking myself, and it was just a simple delivery. Drove down to the end of the path, which ended and just became a small grass field in front of the house. It wasn't clear whether or not to drive on the grass, so I just parked the car there and got out. It was eerily quiet. All I could hear were my footsteps on the grass as I walked up to the house. The porch light was on, but no other lights were on inside the house. I was looking over my shoulders constantly and walked quickly. The longer I was out there, the more uncomfortable I was. Just before I reached the porch, I heard something. It sounded like it was coming from the backyard behind the farmhouse, but it was loud, like a wooden door opening. I stepped onto the porch and dropped the bag on the doorstep, then rang the doorbell and started rushing back to the car. I was regretting how far I parked and wished I just drove on the grass, and as I listened to the only sound of my footsteps under me, I started to hear more. More footsteps running behind me in my direction. I turned around and saw 3 men sprinting at me through the grass. I tried to run back to my car, but in seconds I was tackled to the ground. One of them held me down while another started taking everything from my pockets. I was yelling and screaming for help, but I knew nobody could hear me. It all happened really fast, and once they looted my pockets, one of the men kicked me in the stomach and they all ran and got in the car, turning around and driving away. I got up and just watched the headlights disappear on the long empty road. I had no phone and no way to get back. I didn't know what else to do than just start walking toward the road. When I reached the road, I started walking down the way I came. I had no way of telling time, but I think I was walking for 30 to 40 minutes before a patrol car pulled up in front of me. My parents had called for them to check on me because I wasn't responding. To sum it up, the cops found a small barn behind the farmhouse with another restaurant delivery bag inside it. They think they tried to do the same thing to someone before me, but probably missed their chance or chickened out for some reason because there were no other reports. The actual owners of the farmhouse were out of town, so they had no involvement. My phone was able to be tracked though, and was found thrown in a field off the side of the road, not too far away. The stolen car, however, took 3 weeks to be located. It was found nearly 400 miles away, and had been almost entirely emptied. This was almost a year ago now. And those 3 men that attacked me still have yet to be identified. I was driving my delivery van back from a small out-of-town delivery one night. It was somewhere around 11 p.m. and it was raining steadily outside. I didn't usually work this late, but every once in a while there would need to be a delivery made after store hours, so past 10 p.m. The stores I delivered to are spread out, so most of the driving is on long highways with nothing interesting to see. As I went along the road, I saw headlights up ahead. Although going the speed limit, I caught up to them quickly. It was an old pickup truck driving really slow in front of me. It was as if they were scared of slipping on the wet road, but they were going way too slow for it to be practical. After a minute, I was getting impatient and started looking for a chance to go around them. I sped up a little bit, putting on my turn signal so they knew what I was doing, but just before I made my move, their truck suddenly lost control and ran off the road. I slammed on my brakes and pulled over. I stayed in my van, looking out the side window. They somehow barely missed a few trees, but they were down a slope and likely stuck. Even though it wasn't my fault at all, I felt really bad and couldn't just leave them without at least calling for help. I tried dialing 911, but there was no signal at all. After a minute of not seeing any movement by the truck, I got even more nervous and got out of my van to check on them. I walked down the side of the road, through the cold rain, and carefully walked down the slope until I reached the trees. The truck was wedged in some bushes, but didn't seem to be too damaged. I approached the driver's side door. The window was fogged over, and I couldn't see inside. I knocked, then opened the door. There was a man sitting in the driver's seat, frantically trying to get the truck to turn on. "Hey, are you okay? Did you want some help?" I asked. He looked up at me, not saying a word for a few seconds. Then he responded, "Can you give me a ride?" I told him I could take him to the nearest gas station so he could call for help, but that's as far as I could go. After some thinking, he agreed to it. He stepped out and I led the way back to my van. Despite the rain, he walked slowly and seemed to watch my every move. Every time I looked back, he was just looking me in the eyes until I turned my head away. It creeped me out, but maybe he was just trying to make sure that I wasn't creepy myself. We both got inside and I started driving. I really didn't know how close the nearest gas station was, but I was sure it had to be at most 50 to 60 miles out. The first few minutes I tried to make some small talk, but the men didn't really respond. I thought maybe his head was hurting from the crash, but either way, it made things really awkward. Every once in a while, I'd look over and the man would be staring at me, not smiling or frowning. Just staring. I was starting to wonder who this man was that I picked up. I felt like any normal person would be grateful for my help after getting stranded in the middle of nowhere. Thankfully, not long into the drive I saw the lights of a small town up ahead, but as we got closer, the man only started acting more strange. He was looking around a lot, both inside the car and outside the windows. When I pulled into the gas station, I parked the van and asked if he needed help with anything else. He didn't answer, but I felt tension as if he was contemplating something. I tried to break the silence. "Okay, well, I'm gonna get back on the road then." The man took one more look around. Then suddenly forced his body over, shoving me against the door aggressively. He started punching me as I opened the door and tried to get out, but just then, the passenger door swung open and the man was pulled away from me. I was trying to catch my breath, still not sure what happened, until I got out of the van. There were 2 police cars and some officers holding the man down. They denied giving me all the details, but apparently the man was running away from a serious crime in a stolen truck. Once an officer found the truck crashed on the side of the road, they called in to have some other officers stake out at the gas station and wait for him. They didn't know he was with me when I pulled in, but once they saw me getting attacked, they jumped in to help. I don't know if he attacked me in an effort to steal my van, or if it was because he saw the police cars and thought I'd taken him in. But either way, it was a horrifying experience. I knew the man was creepy, but I had no idea how much danger I truly was in. If those police officers weren't waiting at the gas station, I don't know if I'd be here right now. My name is Tommy and I started doing Uber Eats last year after I lost my part-time retail job. I'd seen their ads everywhere about how the job was so relaxing and easy money, and some of my friends were curious about the gig too. So I took one for the team to figure out if all the hype was true. It wasn't. Driving around on a time crunch made the gig really stressful, and sometimes it would be for just a couple bucks. I was only a teenager, and my only bills I had to pay were my car payment and car insurance, so making a ton of money wasn't necessary, but it did feel like I was getting ripped off for the amount of time and work it was. I pushed aside getting a different job because I was lazy, but after this happened, I quit right away. I picked up an order from a Chinese place and was heading to the customer's address. I don't remember it being a large order or anything. I think it was just normal small order with a small payout. On the way to their address, I got a text in the Uber Eats app. It was my customer, asking where I was. Then another text came in, telling me to hurry up. I was driving, so I couldn't respond, but I was just confused and honestly a little annoyed. I just picked up the order a couple minutes prior, so it wasn't like I was running late or anything. I shrugged it off and thought it was just a mistake on their part. The address wasn't far, only about 10 minutes. It was in the less well-off neighborhood in my town, though, with pretty old and small houses. It's actually funny, though, because the customers in smaller, cheaper houses usually tipped more than the rich people. Anyway, I pulled up next to their driveway and got out of my car, holding their bag of food. What caught my attention as I walked up their driveway was that the house had all of its lights off. It wasn't the most scary thing in the world, but it was something I took note of. When I got up to the front door, I knocked quickly and took my phone out to take the picture of it on the porch, but just as I snapped the photo, "Hey!" a man yelled from my left, standing by the corner of the house. I jumped, then awkwardly said hi. He started walking toward me, taking a key out of his pocket. "I don't know what took you so fucking long." He walked right in front of me and held the single key up and unlocked the front door. His attitude had me in disbelief. I didn't know what to do or say, so I just stood there like an idiot. "Come here, I need your help since you took your time driving. It'll be quick." He waited by the door, holding it open. "No, I'm okay. I should really get back to work." The man looked angry and took a step toward me, reaching out like he was trying to grab me. I jolted my shoulder back to avoid his hand. Then backed up and walked away from the porch, and just as I got to the driveway, bright headlights flashed over me. The men by the door ran outside and around the house, leaving the front door open as the car pulled up the driveway. It turned out to be the homeowners, returning from dinner. The man I met at the door didn't live there, and the homeowners had no idea who he was or how he had gotten a key to their house. We called the police and explained the situation to them. Knowing everything now though, it made more sense why the man wanted me to rush to the house. He probably knew that the homeowners could be back at any minute and he wanted to have enough time to do whatever it was he was going to do to me before they got back. I still don't have any answers for what happened that night or what was going to happen, and I don't think I ever will, but I have stopped doing deliveries. Bye. I drive for Postmates 3 to 4 days a week, depending on my other work schedule. Delivery driving is my relaxing side job that I do to help pay for extra things I want, like vacations or clothes, while my other job pays for my more necessary bills, like rent. So, I never take delivery driving too seriously. I just go about it, and if I don't end up making a lot of money one night, it's no big deal. On this day, I started right when I got out of work around 8. By 10, I had actually made a decent amount of cash, more than most nights. Although I usually stop around this time, why call it quits when I was doing well? I decided to keep going until I either got too tired or the orders stopped coming in. I accepted the next order and continued to the restaurant. It was a medium-sized order from Wendy's with a regular tip, nothing uncommon. I drove through and picked it up, then clicked Start Route on my phone to give me directions to the customer's house. Except, it wasn't to a house. It was a GPS location set near a grocery store 15 minutes away. I had plenty of deliveries ordered to grocery stores or other places of work from the employees, but it was only odd because they didn't put the store as the address. They used an exact location instead. Anyway, I started the drive up there. When I got to the parking lot by the grocery store, I noticed it was empty. I pulled right up to the front and parked, then got out with the food. I took a look around, but was pretty sure the store was closed. I texted the customer, letting them know I was at the store. They replied right away, saying they were around the building in the back, and that I should see them right when I rounded the corner. I was definitely skeptical, but I got back in my car and drove around the store. There didn't seem to be anything there, just a couple parked cars in the far back by one of the other stores. I stopped and looked, but still didn't see anyone. This was when I started to get a really uneasy feeling. I was thinking this may not be worth it, and put the car back in drive, but then my phone started buzzing. "Hey, we're coming up right now. Be there in just a minute," a man said, hanging up right after. I looked around again, feeling even more uncomfortable. Something just wasn't sitting right with me. I made a short U-turn and started to go back the way I came, until someone ran in front of my car, holding their hands out in a stop motion. I braked and they came up to my window. "Hey, you have my order." I grabbed the bag and rolled down the window, handing it to him, but he didn't take it. I felt dumb, holding the bag out while he just looked at me. Then I heard a quiet footstep from the other side of the car before the back door suddenly swung open. I dropped the bag outside the window and floored it as the guy by my window yelled at me to stop. I guess whoever was at the back door had jumped into my car as I pulled away. He reached forward trying to shift my car into park, but after failing a few times he jumped out of the moving car onto the pavement. I saw him get up, and both of them running away as I turned the corner and got out of there. The police were of no help, saying they would do what they could but never giving me any updates. I was stupid to have fallen for their trap, but I don't think I was the only one. Doing some research, just 2 weeks before my incident, a delivery driver went missing during an active delivery in a nearby town. There were no leads on what happened, as the driver's car was never found either. I think this might have been those same two men, doing something terrible that I can't even begin to imagine. I was a delivery driver for Pizza Hut during college. A bunch of my buddies from school also worked there, so it was laid back and sometimes even fun. It would get really busy with deliveries up until 7 to 8 o'clock, then it would have a sudden drop-off in orders. I would replace accepted delivery orders until 11, then would only accept pickup orders until 12. It was a Saturday night, so it was busier than most other days, but after 9:30, there were no more orders. We had someone pick up an order around 10:15, but we had nothing else until 10:50, when the phone started ringing. "Hello, this is Pizza Hut." I waited for a second. I could hear light breathing on the other side, but they weren't responding. "Hello." Finally, a woman started speaking. She was talking quietly and had a shaky voice. She asked for a small pepperoni pizza to be delivered to her address. I said okay, and just before I hung up, something in me made me ask if she was okay. There was just something off about the way she was talking. She said she was just fine and hung up. I sent the order through, and 15 minutes later I got on the road. The house was a couple blocks away, and there were no other cars out, so I got there in just a few minutes. As I drove up their driveway and parked, I saw a heavy light coming from around the garage where the front door was. I got the pizza and the receipt ready, and as I looked back, I saw the light constantly going in and out, like someone was walking in front of it. I rounded the garage and realized the light was coming from inside the house, shining out the open front door. I stepped onto the porch, and before I even reached the door, I heard footsteps rushing down some stairs inside. Then a man came into the doorway. He was a tall, heavy-set bald man, but what was really weird was that he was completely out of breath. He was taking big, exhausted breaths and had sweat dripping from his head. Sure, he could have just been working out, but the expression on his face just made it all the more unnerving. He looked angry and frustrated, like he didn't want me to be there. I don't think I've ever seen someone that unhappy that their pizza arrived. I asked him if the order was correct, since he obviously wasn't the one who placed it, which then made me think back to the woman on the phone. Putting everything together made for an uncomfortable possible scenario in my head. I said the total and handed the man the receipt. "Hold on, I need my wallet," he said, walking down the hall toward what I assume was the kitchen. As I waited for a moment, I heard a quiet sound coming from inside the house upstairs. It was a dull thump, like someone was hitting the wall. I heard it again, louder this time. 1 second later, the man came rushing down the hallway, grabbing the box from my hands and throwing cash at me, then slammed the door in my face. I stood there in shock for a second, hearing the man's footsteps rushing upstairs. I couldn't hear much else, so I walked back to my car while processing everything. Once I got out of their driveway, I drove a minute down the road, then pulled over. I decided it best to call the police and just give them all the information I had and ask them to just do a checkup to make sure it was all okay. When I got back to Pizza Hut, I told my friends about the unusual situation. They thought it was odd too, but none of them seemed worried about it. The rest of my shift went by fast, and I got home at 12:15. Not long after, I got a call. It was an officer that did a wellness check on the woman that I said was at that house, only he said there was no woman at all. He described the man, but he was allowed inside the home and never saw anyone else. The man said he lived alone and had no idea what woman I was talking about. I know what I heard though, someone else was in that house, and it was definitely a woman that called to place the order. The fact that the man was lying about things that I was 100% sure about made me really uneasy. The cop told me that there wasn't much else to be done unless something else came up. It's been a long time since this all happened, but I still think back to it. I could be blowing it all out of proportion, but there's a big part of me that doesn't think so. I'm a truck driver for a moving company on the East Coast. We specialize in cross-country moving, typically moving people to the far West Coast, which can take anywhere from 20 to 40 hours depending on the locations. I only did the driving for the company, not any of the boxing or loading, so the actual job was 100% just driving and picking up or dropping off the trailer at the houses. I had been working with this company for almost 4 years at the time. This job was like every other. I got to the pickup address and loaded up the trailer full of the customer's belongings. This was a 30-hour drive in total, which I would do with 2 to 3 short rest stops. The hardest states to drive through are in the Midwest, specifically Iowa and Nebraska. There's absolutely nothing there, it's just dead roads with endless fields of grass beside them. It makes for a very boring and therefore tiring drive. As I passed through the Iowa border into Nebraska, the sun had just set and I'd been on the road for about 20 hours. I took a short break already a couple states back but was just about ready for another. My eyes were heavy and I could feel the drowsiness coming in, but a few more miles down, I saw something on the side of the road. A car was stopped off to the side of my lane with its headlights on. It was a narrow road, so I slowed down to carefully pass. As I did, I noticed the exhaust was steaming, so the car was still running. There was also a man leaning against the driver door and looking right at me. I passed by and gave him a nod, but as I got further down the road, I saw him get back into the car. It was very strange for someone to be sitting on the side of an empty road with a car that still runs. He didn't look like he was in any sort of trouble. He looked like he was waiting. I checked my mirrors often, but the car's headlights disappeared behind me after a few minutes. I was a bit more awake now, but my eyes still felt heavy. Only a mile or southwest more down the road, I saw another car. This one was sideways in the middle of the road, and as I got closer, I saw another vehicle on the side. It was a large box van. I wasn't sure exactly of the situation, but seeing that gave me a bad feeling. I eased into my brakes, but the car stayed in the middle of the road, so I was forced to come to a full stop. I was maybe 20 yards away and could see multiple men standing along the road and one man in front of the car. I'd have to be the dumbest person in the world to not understand what this was at this point. With no better options, I started moving the truck backward. The men stayed where they were with this horrifying confidence. Then a light shined behind me and a car approached, blocking the way back. A man got out of the car, sprinting at the back of my trailer, and at the same time, all of the men in the front started sprinting at me too. In that instant, my mind went blank and all of my adrenaline took over. I slammed on the gas as I heard a pop on the back of the trailer and the doors swung open. The men in front yelled and tried to stand in my way, but once they saw I wasn't stopping, they jumped on the side of the road. I rammed right into the car, knocking it off the road and completely destroying it. A few gunshots sounded in the distance, but none hit. I could hear cargo falling out of the trailer for the next 5 miles before I was able to call the police and meet an officer on the road. Of course, this was a total mess, but as it all unfolded, it turned out to be much more than just a random attack and robbery. When police arrived at the scene, the car it slammed into was left behind, being damaged beyond drivable. With it, they tracked down one of the members of the attackers who gave up information on the others. They had information on the rich homeowners that were moving and planned to stop me and steal all of the belongings with their box van. They never said what exactly they would have done to me after they robbed the truck, but I don't think it's a stretch to assume that it would have been a lot easier for them to not leave any loose ends. I was driving for Domino's pizza delivery. It was a slow night, so I was actually spending a decent amount of time inside the shop, waiting for orders to come in for me to deliver. Just after 10 p.m., a man walked in and came up to the counter. He looked like he was in his early 30s, but was extremely sleep-deprived and maybe even drunk. My coworker was at the counter helping him with the order, and I was standing in the back organizing the pizza boxes. But after seeing his appearance, I listened in on their conversation. He seemed timid and uneasy about something, as he made a simple request for a medium pizza. But then he added on that he'd like it to be delivered, and then handed my coworker a slip of paper. Right after the order was sent through, the man walked out. The paper just had an address written on it, but it was kind of odd because who wouldn't remember their own address? Also, it's not every day that you get a customer coming into the shop to order for delivery to their house. Anyway, 10 minutes later I boxed up the pizza and got on the road. It didn't take long for me to notice a strange car behind me. It was the only other car on the road, and they were constantly speeding up and slowing down like they were having trouble staying at the same speed. Once I saw them swerving too, the first thing I thought was that they were drunk, and how the men at the shop looked drunk too. It seems stupid now, but at the time I really thought it was just a coincidence. When I got to the neighborhood, the car behind me pulled off to the side of the road and parked. 30 seconds later, I pulled into the driveway of what looked like any other house and stepped up to the front porch. I knocked, then knocked again, and after a couple minutes of waiting, someone finally answered. It was a different man from the one I'd seen at the shop that ordered the pizza. I had a Domino's delivery for Matthew. The man stared at me with very wide open eyes, and I noticed that he looked very similar to the way the other man looked, sleep-deprived and drunk. It took him a few seconds to respond. Yeah, of course, thank you," he said quietly, reaching out for the pizza. I gave it to him, and he looked at me like he was going to say something else, but he didn't. he just continued with his dull look. I then turned around and saw a guy in a hood jogging down the sidewalk just 2 houses away, but he was looking right at us. I quickly went back to my car, and the man at the door stepped out onto the porch like he was going to follow me. I got in and started backing out, but the guy in the hood went right behind my car to block me from leaving. The other one then started running toward me, and in the heat of the moment, the guy behind the car jumped out of the way at the last second, and both of them started yelling and chasing my car onto the road. In the street light, it became clear that the man in the hood was the guy who came into the pizza shop. With them still running at the front of my car though, I had to reverse dangerously fast down the street until I could safely make a 3-point turn and get away. I called the cops, and within the hour, both men were arrested for attempted robbery. Their plan was clearly made while drunk, because they thought that by ordering at the shop, we somehow wouldn't think it was them because it was a delivery order, even though we had their name and address. It really made no sense, but according to their record, they had pulled multiple robberies before, and one of them resulted in the victim getting beaten up in a parking lot for no reason. 2 drunk guys running at me with bad intentions could have escalated into something horrible, but I was glad to have gotten away without any harm. And thankfully, they won't be able to do this to anyone else. I used to work for my best friend's parents' restaurant. I did deliveries for them and would sometimes help clean tables or whatever too. The job in itself was fine, but it felt very uncomfortable to have my friend's parents as my boss. I thought it wouldn't be too bad after a while, but it just never got better. They hated every time something wouldn't go exactly as planned, and they also scheduled me and my friend on opposite days so it didn't even feel like we worked together, which was the whole point of me taking the job. This happened during my 3rd and final month working there. It was a regular night to start, getting a few quick deliveries, but it really slowed down toward the back half of the night. My friend's dad hated it when it was slow, because I'd be standing around waiting for orders, and he'd always be grumpy about it, even though it wasn't my fault. Around 8:30, which was an hour since my last delivery, and 30 minutes until the end of my shift, he picked up a phone call, and I overheard him say that we could deliver. Afterwards, he made the food and handed me the bag to deliver, but when I searched the address up, it was 40 minutes away. Of course I complained, because by then my shift was over in 15 minutes, and this delivery would take nearly an hour and a half, but he didn't care. I could tell he was just upset about me waiting around, which again was not my fault, but after a brief argument, I did as he said. 40 minutes was pretty far away for our small town, so I had no idea where this address was. By the time I was 2 minutes away, it was just before 10 p.m. There were no houses nearby from what I could see until the last minute of the drive when it had me turned down a small street that led to a row of maybe 6 houses. They all looked old and outdated, and they were the only houses I'd seen in the last 5 minutes of driving. I slowly passed by each house and looked at their numbers until I found the right one. Then I parked on the street right next to the driveway. I'm not gonna lie, this place gave me some spooky vibes. It was so far from everything, and the houses themselves were just old and creepy. I got out and brought the bag up to the doorstep, then rang the doorbell. Nobody came to the door, so I tried knocking. It was late and I wanted to get this over with, so I was getting impatient. As I waited, I looked around. The street had no cars on it or in any of the driveways, and none of the actual lights were on inside any of the houses. I carried the bag back to my car and called the customer cell. They didn't pick up, so I just sat in my car and tried to think of what to do next. They hadn't paid for the food yet, so I couldn't just leave it on their doorstep. Then I saw a light move around inside the house. I got out and saw the light move through the downstairs windows and over to the front door. Then it turned off. A second later, the door opened. There was a young man, early 20s, standing in the doorway, holding a large flashlight in one hand and a grocery bag in the other. I walked up and asked if he had ordered the food. He nodded and apologized for taking so long to answer the door. I said it was all right and tried to hand him the bag, but he just held up both of his hands to show me they were full, then asked if I'd kindly put the food on the kitchen table for him. I wasn't sure if he was joking or not at first, because he easily could have just put the flashlight or grocery bag down for a second, but then I realized he was serious. I peeked around him, and from the short entryway, I could tell that there was something off about this place. It was dusty all over and it looked empty. Once I saw that and thought about the flashlight being used instead of the regular house lights, I was almost sure that this place was a vacant house. The man was still looking at me and waiting for a response. "Sorry, I'm actually in a rush. If you could just pay really quick, then I'll leave the bag right here on your porch." He didn't like that answer, and he showed it with his face. He set down the grocery bag and took one step out of the doorway and onto the porch. I backed up so as to not be too close to him. There was something in his eyes that told me he was about to do something, and I wasn't going to wait for whatever that was to happen. I dropped the bag and sprinted for my car, driving away as the man watched me intently from the porch. I was shaking for most of the drive back, unsure of what could have just happened. Of course though, when I told my friend's dad about what happened, all he seemed to care about was that I didn't make the man pay. For that reason, I just quit right there on the spot. I knew my friend would be upset, but I'd had enough of his parents being dicks to me for doing nothing wrong. After that, I was pretty heated and was thinking more about that than I was about the men who lured me to a vacant house and likely tried to rob me, or even worse. Being so distracted, I never called the police, not until it was too late anyway. Thankfully, I wasn't dumb enough to go inside the house though, because if I had, I probably never would have returned from that delivery. I drive a van for work, delivering products to a few family-owned stores around my city. On a night just 4 months ago, I was driving my route between 3 stores to do some after-hour deliveries. It was about 11 p.m., and I had just finished the last delivery for the night. From there, the warehouse I had to drop the van off was 30 minutes away. I drove for maybe 5 minutes, until a car pulled up behind me at an intersection. There were no other cars out, just me and them. When the light turned green, I started driving, and it wasn't until a few more minutes down the road that I realized they were still right behind me. I was in a big slow van, so most people would just go around me, but they didn't. I wasn't worried or anything, but it was odd. As we continued driving, their headlights steadily got brighter and brighter until they were so close that the light was being blocked by the back of my van. They had to be just a foot or two away from my bumper. The lane next to us was open, so they could easily just go around, but instead, they chose to tailgate me, which then started making me nervous. I slowed down to a stop sign and was going to turn just to get away from them, but just as I stopped, the car behind me bumped into my van. The crash wasn't bad, but it was enough to shake the whole van and push me forward a bit, which I knew had to cause some damage. I put my van in park and unbuckled, about to get out to see the damage, but a man was already at my window. He was smiling and motioning to talk to me. I opened the door and as I stepped out, I saw 2 more guys at the back of my van, both looking at me. The men started to give excuses as we walked over to look at the bumper, but it became obvious that he was very drunk. His words were hard to make out, and he didn't seem very bothered about crashing into me at all. The other guys looked intoxicated too, just from how they were moving, but I didn't know for sure. My van and his car looked a lot worse than I thought. I asked the man for his insurance and went to get mine, but when I got back, I realized none of them had moved. I asked again for his insurance, but all of them just looked at me without saying anything. There was this moment of me looking at them as they stared at me in silence before my heart started racing. I turned to run back to my van, but instantly I heard all of their footsteps coming up behind me. I didn't even make it to the door before one of them grabbed me and shoved me against the side of the van. The one holding me was making threats while the others went back and forth piling up everything in their car. After a minute of having my head pressed against the side, he shoved me away and started forcing me to walk toward their car. The other guys finished taking what they could and got in the car, telling the men behind me to hurry up as he opened the back door and tried pushing me into the back seat. I knew that if I let him get me in that car, I would likely never be seen again. I put all of my strength into fighting back, doing everything I could to make it as difficult as possible to get me inside. After a 20-second struggle, he tossed me away and got in himself. Then they drove off. I got up and ran to get my phone from the center console, then called the police. The men who attacked me couldn't be identified and still haven't been, and it was hard to say if it was a one-time drunk attack or something they had done before. What they planned to do by bringing me in the car with them is also a mystery, but I think we all know what would have been the most likely outcome.
The morning air was cold enough to see your breath, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as we drove through the sparse landscape of the western United States. The sky was a pale gray, promising more winter chill as the day wore on. I was bundled up in the passenger seat, listening to the rumble of the truck as my brother focused on the icy road ahead. Beside me, T fiddled with the radio, trying to find a station that wasn't just static in this remote part. We were heading to a local reservation to practice roping in their arena, something we had been looking forward to all week. My brother and T were both seasoned with their horses, who had the temperaments of seasoned, laid-back professionals. My mare, on the other hand, was a different story. She was as skittish as they come, and I often joked that she spooked at her own shadow. Today she was more restless than usual, shifting and whinnying in the trailer behind us. "Looks like Daisy's already picking up on the vibes," I muttered, trying to mask my concern with a half-hearted laugh. "Yeah, she's always been a handful," my brother replied, not taking his eyes off the road. T just nodded, glancing back at the trailer through the rear-view mirror. We arrived at the arena early. The reservation was quiet, almost eerily so, and shrouded in the early morning fog that seemed to muffle sounds, making everything feel more isolated. We unloaded the horses, and even my brother's and T's usually calm mounts seemed a bit jittery, prancing and eyeing their surroundings warily. "Weird, isn't it? How they're all on edge," T said as we led them to the arena. I nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Let's hope they settle down once they get a feel for the place. The arena was large, bordered by tall fences, and with a fine view of the distant mountains. It was an ideal place for a day of roping practice. We spent the morning running drills and practicing our throws. The horses gradually began to settle, but there was a lingering tension in the air, something unspoken but mutually felt among us. As the day wore on, we decided to break the monotony with a ride along the nearby river trail. "Might do the horses some good to stretch out and relax a bit," my brother suggested. The trail was not far from the arena, and as we approached the river, a foul smell hit us. It was like stumbling upon a rotting carcass, pungent and overwhelmingly vile. "What the heck is that?" T exclaimed, pulling her horse to a stop. "I have no idea, but it's bad," I replied, feeling my mare tense under me. She was close to panicking, pulling at the reins and trying to turn back. We decided to cut our exploration short. Whatever was causing that smell might have been nearby, and none of us wanted to encounter it. As we turned back, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was watching us from within the dense tree lines that hugged the riverbank. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something emerge. Once back at the arena, we tended to the horses, trying to calm them down with gentle strokes and soft words. But even as we prepared to leave for T's house, where we planned to stay the night, the unease remained. "It's probably nothing," I told myself as we locked up the arena and headed out. "Just the wilderness playing tricks on us." Yet, as we drove away, I couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. Something about the reservation felt off today, and the sensation of being watched lingered long after we left. After settling the horses for the night, we piled into the truck, the heater blasting to ward off the evening's growing chill. As we drove to T's house, I tried to push away the eerie feelings from earlier. The house was cozy, a welcoming contrast to the cold in our unnerving day. T's family was warm and inviting, and they had already started dinner by the time we arrived. The smell of roasted meat and fresh bread filled the air, and for a moment it was easy to forget about the strange occurrences at the reservation. We spent the evening laughing and sharing stories over dinner. T's parents were good hosts, and they seemed to sense our need for a distraction. After we had eaten our fill, T suggested a few games of pool in their basement. The atmosphere was light, and the earlier tension gradually slipped away as we focused on the clack of billiard balls and playful competition. However, As the clock neared 9, a wave of exhaustion hit me. The adrenaline of the day had worn off, and the warmth and food made my eyelids heavy. "I think I want to check on the horses one last time before bed," I announced, feeling a responsibility to ensure they were settled for the night. T glanced at her family friend who had joined us for dinner. His face darkened a bit. "You shouldn't go back there alone at night," he warned in a tone that brooked no argument. I hesitated, taken aback by the intensity of his warning. T quickly offered to go with me, and together we bundled up and headed back to the reservation. The drive was silent, except for the crunch of tires on the frosty road. The reservation was only a half-mile away, but the road was icy, forcing us to drive slower than usual. As we approached the bridge that crossed the river near the arena, a heavy sense of dread filled the truck. It was so palpable that even T seemed to stiffen. I peered out the window, trying to shake the feeling, when my eyes locked onto something terrifying. Glowing yellow eyes peering out from the darkness. They were unsettlingly bright, unnaturally so, as if they emitted their own eerie luminescence. "Do you smell that?" T whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the engine. It was the same foul stench we had encountered earlier by the river. I nodded, unable to tear my gaze away from those haunting eyes. "Let's just check on the horses quickly and get out of here," I murmured, trying to keep my voice steady. We reached the arena and I jumped out to rush to the stables. The horses were visibly agitated, pacing in their stalls and whinnying nervously. None of them had touched their feed, which was unusual and unsettling. We hurriedly made sure they were secure, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. We didn't linger. Climbing back into the truck, we drove away as fast as the icy road would allow. Once safely back at T's house, the relief was palpable, but the fear lingered. We locked the doors and retreated to our rooms, trying to convince ourselves that we were just being paranoid. But as I lay in bed trying to sleep, the image of those glowing eyes haunted me. And when I finally drifted off, it was only to be awoken later by a faint tapping sound at the window. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the family friend's warning. We weren't alone. The sound of my brother shaking me awake pierced through my groggy consciousness. My eyes snapped open to the dimly lit room, where the early light of dawn hadn't yet reached. His finger pressed against his lips, signaled for silence before he pointed towards the window. My heart skipped as I heard it, the faint rhythmic tapping and occasional scratching against the glass. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice tense with fear. I nodded, my throat tight. I hadn't told him about the yellow eyes or the smell from the night before. It had been too late, and honestly, I was hoping it had just been our imaginations running wild. But the tapping at this ungodly hour was real and unnerving. Trying to muster courage, I whispered back, "It's probably just a branch or an animal. Try to go back to sleep." But as I said it, my eyes darted to the window, half expecting to see those eerie glowing eyes staring back at me. Neither of us moved for what felt like an eternity, each tap sending a shiver down my spine. Eventually, the noise stopped, and my brother, not convinced but too exhausted to stay awake, lay back down. I, however, couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The moment the room lightened enough to see clearly, I nudged T awake and explained what had happened. "We need to check outside," I said, the urgency clear in my voice. With T and my brother now both alert, we cautiously stepped outside, the cold morning air biting at our skin. The ground was frosty, and our breath fogged in front of us as we made our way to the window where we had heard the tapping. There, in the soft mud, were tracks, clear, distinct prints that looked eerily like deer hooves, yet arranged as if whatever made them walked on two legs. "This isn't right," T muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "No deer walks like this." The reality of our situation was setting in fast. We were dealing with something unknown, something that didn't adhere to the natural order of things. With a shared look of determination mixed with fear, we agreed it was time to leave. We needed to get our horses and get out before anything else happened. The drive back to the reservation was tense. Each of us was lost in our own thoughts. the previous night's events replaying in our minds over and over. When we arrived, the first thing we noticed was how the horses hadn't touched their feed or water from the night before. They were anxious, pacing and nickering as we approached. "We need to hurry," I said, and everyone nodded in agreement. We quickly loaded the horses into the trailer, not even bothering to clean up our gear properly. As we drove over the bridge one last time, I couldn't help but look back towards the tree line where I had seen the glowing eyes. And there it was again, that massive, sickly-looking buck staring back at me. Its skin hung loosely, and it looked as if it were both rotting and alive at the same time. Its legs were wrong, bending in unnatural angles, and when our eyes met, it smiled. That smile, with those sharp, pointed yellow teeth, will haunt me forever. We didn't stop until we were far away from the reservation. The ride home was silent, each of us processing the fear and relief of leaving that place behind. But even as we arrived back at our house, the memory of that smile, that unnatural, terrifying grin, lingered in my mind, a grim reminder of the unknown that still lurked out there, somewhere on the reservation. The sun is a relentless overlord. Its fiery gaze scorches the earth beneath my boots as I lead my team through the jagged maw of the canyon. Every step I take is an act of defiance against the unforgiving terrain of the American Southwest. The canyons around us are like the ribs of some ancient slumbering beast, and we, mere mortals, dare to tread upon its bones. "Keep close," I call out, my voice barely carrying over the sound of our synchronized footsteps that reverberate against the oppressive walls. The echo serves as a haunting reminder that in this place, nature does not yield, it dominates. My fingers brush against the worn leather of my satchel. It's heavy with the tools of our trade, but it's my resolve that truly weighs on me. As we venture deeper, the silence is absolute, save for the occasional clatter of a loose stone kicked down the path by one of us. Each echo feels like a taunt, as if the canyon itself is mocking our pursuit of knowledge, our hunger to unearth secrets long buried within its sinewy depths. I squint against the glare of the sun, which seems to aim its blistering rays with malicious intent. Even the air we breathe is tinged with the taste of dust and desolation, a stark reminder of how inhospitable this ancient land is to those who dare to unveil its mysteries. The heat wraps around us like a shroud, suffocating and unyielding. Our journey today is driven by whispers of the past, tales of petroglyphs etched into the canyon's flesh, holding truths untold. With each step, the anticipation builds within me, a gnawing curiosity that has become my constant companion. It's that very curiosity that has led me here, where the lines between academic pursuit and obsession blur. The landscape is a canvas of desolation, painted with hues of red and orange that bleed into one another under the harsh gaze of the sun. In the distance, the outline of the canyon walls rise up like the jagged teeth of some primordial creature, ready to snap shut at any moment. And yet, amidst the stark brutality of this place, there is a beauty, an undeniable rawness, that fuels my passion. "Sam, watch your step," comes a cautious voice from behind me, reminding me that even in my fervor, I am not alone. We are a team, bound together by a shared thirst for discovery and the thrill of the unknown. Our destination lies ahead, veiled in shadow and silence, beckoning us to uncover what lies beyond the realm of the living. The sun may be merciless, the silence overwhelming, but my heart races with the promise of discovery. For within these ancient walls lie stories waiting to be told, horrors to be faced, and truths to be revealed. And I, Dr. Sam Jameson, will stop at nothing to bring them into the light. "Pass me the brush, will you?" I called out, my voice a stark contrast to the sibilant whispers of sand skittering across rock. My fingers itched for the tool as I hovered over a promising fissure that cleaved through the earth at my feet. "Here," grunted Mark, the team's geologist, his hand extending a worn brush with bristles frayed from use. His skeptical eye never failed to question my hunches, yet here he was, indulging my instincts. Our relationship was a dance of respect and rivalry, each step measured, each turn sharp with silent challenges. "Thanks," I muttered, focusing on the task. The excavation was delicate work. Every stroke had to be precise, like a surgeon wielding a scalpel. The others watched, a circle of guardians against the encroaching dread of the canyons. "Think we'll find anything, Sam?" asked Jenna, her tone light but her eyes betraying a glimmer of the same hunger that drove us all. She was the youngest of us, eager and bright, her presence a balm to the raw edges of our group's dynamics. "Something calls to us from these stones," I replied, more to myself than to her. "I can feel it." The sun bore down, an unyielding overseer, as we worked in tense silence. Time slipped by unnoticed, measured only by the shadows that began their slow crawl across the canyon floor. And then, my brush caught on something. A line, no, several lines etched into the rock. With each careful sweep, a form emerged, grooves deepened by ancient hands revealing a petroglyph so old it seemed to pulse with the weight of eons. "Look at this," I breathed, my heart pounding with triumph. The image sprawled before us was both mesmerizing and malevolent. A creature with limbs too many to count, a body twisted in shapes unnatural, its eyes hollow pits that seemed to stare back from the abyss of time. "Impossible." Mark's voice trailed off, his usual skepticism swallowed by the sight. The depiction was a grotesque mockery of life. Limbs contorted, fangs bared in a silent snarl, claws that suggested not just predation, but an intelligence behind the hunt. "Sam, what is that?" Jenna's voice quivered, the notes of excitement now edged with fear. "Shh," I hushed her, my gaze locked onto the carving. Was it my imagination, or did the air around us grow colder? "An omen?" Mark ventured, his face unreadable. "Or a warning?" "Neither," I said, the scientist within me refusing superstition. "It's a piece of history, a chapter of a story long forgotten." But even as I spoke, the unsettling sense of being watched crept over me, a prickle on the skin that defied reason. We stood together, a fellowship circled around an ancient horror, bound by the thrill of discovery, and a dawning realization that some secrets might have been meant to stay buried in the unforgiving embrace of the canyons. As the sun dipped below the jagged horizon, its last rays bled out across the crimson sand, casting long, monstrous shadows from the twisted petroglyphs. The chill of twilight crept over us, a stark contrast to the day's scorching heat. It felt as though we were not merely watching night fall, but rather witnessing the awakening of something ancient and sinister. We gathered our equipment slowly, the weight of dread growing heavier with each passing moment. "Let's move back to camp," I suggested, my voice low, almost swallowed by the growing darkness. The others nodded, their faces etched with unease. We knew the dangers of navigating the canyon at night, but the oppressive atmosphere around the petroglyphs urged us to leave. The trek back was tense, each of us jumping at the slightest sound. A distant rock slide, the eerie call of a nightbird, or the rustling of the wind through the sparse desert brush. The normal noises of the wilderness seemed distorted, as if mocking our fragile sense of security. Halfway to camp, Jenna suddenly stopped, her hand shooting out to grip my arm. "Do you hear that?" she whispered urgently. I strained my ears and there it was, a soft, rhythmic thumping like footsteps padding through the sand. But these were not the footsteps of any desert creature known to us. They were heavier, deliberate, filled with an intent that sent shivers down my spine. "It's following us," Mark breathed, his eyes darting around the shadowy landscape. We increased our pace, the sounds of our own hurried steps mingling with the continuing thuds behind us. As we pushed forward, the unmistakable sensation of being hunted settled over us. The thing behind us wasn't just mirroring our movements, it was herding us. "Towards the cliffside," I directed, hoping the open space would give us an advantage, any advantage. Our lights flickered across the rugged terrain, revealing nothing but the endless dance of shadows. When we reached the cliff, the vast emptiness of the desert stretched out before us, the moonlight casting a pale, haunting glow over everything. The thumping stopped abruptly, replaced by a stifling silence. We huddled together, backs to the cliff, facing outwards into the darkness. "Where is it?" Lisa's voice trembled. I scanned the horizon with my flashlight, catching nothing but the eerie stillness of the desert night. Then, without warning, a gust of cold wind swept across us, and with it came a low, guttural growl, an ancient, terrifying sound that seemed to rise from the very earth beneath our feet. The ground trembled, and a fissure cracked open near the petroglyph site, throwing clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, a grotesque shape began to emerge, a creature of nightmares, its body a horrific amalgamation of the figures we'd seen carved into the stone. It was as if the petroglyphs had breathed life into this abomination. Its limbs were twisted, too numerous and malformed, ending in sharp, jagged points that scraped the ground. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with a malevolent red light, piercing the darkness and locking onto us. We were frozen, terror rooting us to the spot as the creature advanced. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, as if every step was guided by the chaotic will of the cursed petroglyphs. "Run!" I finally managed to scream, the spell of fear momentarily broken. We scattered, scrambling desperately along the cliff's edge, but the creature was swift, its form blurring into a horrifying speed that no living being should possess. One by one, screams filled the air, cut abruptly short. I darted into a narrow crevice, my breath ragged, heart pounding violently against my ribs. The creature's growls echoed in the canyon, a sound so terrifying it seemed to shake the stars themselves. Crouched in the darkness, I heard the faint whispers of my team, pleas, prayers, cries cut short by the night. Then, silence. I was alone. The chilling realization dawned on me that this creature, this ancient guardian of the canyon's secrets, had been unleashed by our own curiosity. And now, it was my turn. The last thing I saw was a flash of red eyes and a mass of twisted limbs as it descended upon me. The petroglyph's final gruesome story coming to life. As darkness consumed me, the canyon walls seemed to whisper, a morbid satisfaction in their tone, as if they had waited eons for this night. The sun, our relentless overlord, had set, and with it any hope of escaping the canyon's ancient, unforgiving grip. I want to start out by saying I'm not a cop, I'm not a park ranger, and I'm not some Bigfoot hunter who would just run off into the woods for nothing. I don't live in a farmhouse with a shotgun under my bed for the coyote sounds some people decide are skinwalkers. I've been hiking for as long as I could walk. My dad taught me what specific birds looked like, and then what they sounded like. Even now, there's a shelf 5 feet high in my living room stocked with nature books. I knew the differences between local species of woodpeckers before I was 8. I've been a wildlife researcher in Wyoming for maybe 7 years now. I'm a young guy, kind of baby-faced, so I get odd looks a lot when I'm out with all the equipment. It's rural here, mostly livestock. Quiet, apart from when everyone drives up to Cheyenne for the rodeo every year. I can't go anymore. Saw a horse break its leg during the wild horse race, and I never really got over it. Sorry, I am kind of distracted. I had to fill up jerry cans for my truck the other day, and my mind is so all over the place, even the station's cashier noticed. It feels really far away, what happened to me. 5 days ago. I went into a private swathe of forest on the edge of a lake, all owned by some group of enterprising millionaires wanting to build some of those stupid cabins you see on TV with the marble counters despite the rustic goal. Distracted again. Anyway, I was out there because they found 6 dead elk within 1 week. 1 week. This property is big, but it's not that big. There are wolves in Yellowstone, not here, and they obviously wanted to know if there was some big bear starting to kill for sport. Some of the rich hunters that rented weeks during the season would be angry too, if bulls they'd been following on trail cams got eaten before they could be stuck up above the fireplace. The first carcass they marked was 3/4 of a mile in. I'm an alright navigator. I sometimes have trouble getting places, but I'm good at following markers on my way out. I'm pretty visual. It was late morning, maybe 10. I wasn't going to be an idiot and let it get dark. The first body told me it wasn't a bear, I didn't know what my opinion really was yet, or if I ever had one. I don't know if you've ever seen an elk, or someone posing with a dead one, but they're big. This one had an almost cartoonish impact imprint in the pine needles, like those craters asteroids leave in movies, like it had been tossed diagonally toward the ground really hard. It was a cow, on her side, split from where her jawbone ended at her neck all the way down. Between both front legs, down her gut, stopping after her back legs. I noticed almost immediately when, what do? Examine, poke it with a stick. I put my gloves on and took a closer look, and whatever it was had almost cleaved her in half, maybe 6 inches to spare. The cut was sharp. I've never seen anything like it. Right through her sternum, the smoothest I'd seen anything like that. With the shoulder-high gloves on, I examined her internally, propping the upper of her front legs up. Her heart and her liver were missing. It scared me. I think I was trying to rationalize it. I got there and saw her. No blood on the ground with 2 missing organs, and guts all neatly in place like they'd been put back when... Yeah, I just told myself it was poachers. When I got to the second carcass, a bull elk, it started to change my mind. I don't know if you've ever been around something decaying, or had a mouse die in your house. It doesn't take a lot of flesh to make something stink. You can empty your pool filter too close to the house and still smell the bugs. Neither of them stunk. At all. At the bull, I noticed what I hadn't at the cow. There were no flies. His liver was missing like hers, and though I had trouble leveraging his leg up and got kind of frustrated, I found his heart was missing too. The injuries were the same. Dead, stone cold dead. I've been around a lot of animals that have died in some way or another. Nothing had ever chilled me to my goddamn bones like this did. I was on the way to the third one when I was attacked. I never got to see the third one or the remaining 3 because I ended up having to drive to the clinic after. I'm going to try to give this as much detail as I can remember because I swear I'm not crazy. There were these 2 rocks with a hiking trail between them, the path worn by both animals and people. The rocks went up maybe 10 feet on either side, each about the width of how my truck is long with a couple of feet between them and the path. I remember thinking I needed to try spikes for my boots because the pine needles this time of year got pretty slippery in places where they were thick. I didn't hear anything really notable. I crushed a pine cone under my boot, and then it was on me. It looked like something I'd imagine would crawl out of a cave, in the body, slim, bipedal, but with digitigrade hind legs. It came out of nowhere, and it was so quiet. You're going to ask me how I even noticed all of that, and it's because it jumped down from the rocks to land in front of me. I was almost out, and there was a lot of ground behind me to cover. One step back, and it pushed its back foot at me. Not all that fast, not a blow, just the way someone would reach for a handshake. It had hooves, and I smelled burnt hair. I remember now those videos from that martial arts style where you can do 1-inch punches, and yeah, it felt like a car hit me in the chest, like I'd taken a hit from a bighorn ram. It crushed the breath out of me, and I flew backward. The forest floor broke my fall, and by the time I gasped in air and focused, it was staring me directly in the eyes. Its skin wasn't white, not really, translucent. I could see its veins and arteries, pulsing beneath, in the rhythm of a heartbeat pushing so quickly. It was maybe shock, maybe fear that kept me still with it down on all 4s like that. I don't think it was breathing. We were so close that I could see the blood vessels in its eyes. It was larger than me, larger than an elk, moose-sized, as big as a full-size van. Its head was a foot wide, maybe more, gaunt and shaped like a bison skull. The skin was stretched over it so tight it looked like it'd rip. Its nostrils long slits that went maybe halfway up its head. The eyes that looked into mine were large with no fleshy eyelid, and when it finally blinked, 2 clear lids came in from the outer edges of its eyes. Its scleras, besides the blood vessels, red, like us, were so white. Everything's got a little color in its eyes, but this was the whitest white I'd ever seen. There wasn't an iris, and its pupil was just clear, like when they take a photo of the back of your eye at the eye doctor. It felt like I was seeing the inside of its skull, and it... Damn, sorry. I'm trying to be rational and not get all shivery and supernatural with it. It just stared. I'd worked with dogs when I started my career with animals. It was instinct, maybe. Wanting it to be done quickly or trying to calm it like I'd talk to dogs with my body language. I tilted my head up and to the side, went limp, closed my eyes. It felt like 2 hours before it moved. It probably was 5 minutes. I opened my eyes when I heard it rustle, but didn't move. It brought up its front foot arm, I guess, stood up a little higher, and that's when I understood. It looked like it had scythes on its hands, a palm shaped like ours, 1 finger joint, then these claws a foot long, 3 of them, and a thumb that had no claw at all. I thought I almost knew it had cut me in half, and I'd be gone. But it moved so slowly. It brought that hand up, took 1 of its 4 fingers, and dragged that claw down from my collarbone. I was wearing a canvas coat with a sweatshirt and thermals underneath. It started to split me. I moved my head, like watching a car crash, as it sliced through all of my clothing and down into my skin like air. Not like butter, like air. It cut maybe a ½ inch into me. Adrenaline is a drug, I'll tell you that. It stopped 2 inches below my belly button, and then it turned and started to walk away like nothing had happened at all, just moseying, as I sat up a little and started to really feel it. It had turned away from me, stood up tall. The horns it had reminded me of 5 pronghorns spliced, not quite antlers, and now I saw it had floppy bald ears like a pig. I could see where every vertebra in its body pushed up against the skin, the definition of every muscle like a shaved horse on every steroid. With its skin that clear, it almost blended and reflected the colors around it. I lay there and watched it go until I couldn't see it anymore, toward the lake. I think I heard a boat motor. I didn't even care. When I managed to get on my feet, I ran. There was paracord in my truck, and I put my jacket on backward and tied it around me to put on some pressure while I drove to the tiny medical clinic. My brain gets a little spotty right before that. Quiet town, nobody kicked by a horse today, so I got in, and the doctor, Jen, I've known her since I moved here, older lady, got to me immediately. I remember that she took the jacket off and went kind of pale, looking at... There wasn't any blood. I could see my flesh split perfectly down the middle. In the mirror on the wall above the sink in the exam room, I saw how well it was centered between the bumps of my collarbones. She told me they'd bandage it, and I just basically sat there in some kind of shock and let them move me around. I don't even remember the drive there, or home. It reminded me of autopsy cuts in TV shows with 2 fewer lines and higher. Jen's an old soul. Her family's been in this state longer than any I can think of. She's 30 but graying at the temples, down to earth. She's sweet and very logical, and is tired as hell of telling people Bigfoot doesn't live out here when they find out she's a local and ask. It terrified me when in that empty waiting room, escorting me out, she told me in a low voice that I'd better go out see the Joneses, because their livestock guardian dog had died. She had this look on her face when she said it, patting my back, and just said, a bear. It reminded me of that tone someone uses when someone else says something they don't believe. Patronizing. Oh, it was a bear. Sure. Just like that. I wanted to throw up. I don't know if she knew. I just left. I feel like I'm being pulled into something terrifying. I've been looking at apartments in Portland all night. I've been trying to draw the thing like I used to with animals back home, but I just can't get it right. I feel like Jen is trying to get me to look into this. I barely know her, but she looked at me like she knew everything about me. Help, I guess. What do I do? As the days passed, the encounter haunted me like a specter lurking just beyond the edge of my consciousness. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that every shadow held the silhouette of that monstrous creature, waiting to strike again. Sleep became elusive, my nights consumed by vivid nightmares that echoed the chilling reality of that fateful encounter. Despite my best efforts to rationalize what had happened, to convince myself that it was just a hallucination brought on by stress or fatigue, the evidence refused to be ignored. The wounds on my body, the absence of blood, the sheer terror etched into my memory. All were undeniable reminders of the truth I desperately wished to deny. But denial could only shield me for so long. Reality, cruel and unforgiving, crashed down upon me with the force of a tidal wave. It started with whispers, murmurs exchanged in hushed tones among the townsfolk, their gazes filled with a mixture of fear and suspicion whenever they thought I wasn't looking. Then came the disappearances, pets vanishing without a trace, livestock slaughtered in the dead of night, their mutilated corpses left as grisly warnings for those who dared to venture too far into the wilderness. Rumors spread like wildfire, tales of a creature beyond comprehension, a being of darkness and death that prowled the forests, hungry for blood. I tried to leave, to escape the nightmares that haunted my every waking moment, but the tendrils of fear had already ensnared me, binding me to this cursed land. Every road led back to the same inevitable conclusion. There was no escape, no sanctuary to be found in this world or the next. And then, one fateful night, it came for me. I heard it first, a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine, followed by the sound of rustling leaves and snapping twigs as it drew closer, its presence a suffocating weight pressing down upon me. I scrambled to lock the doors, to seal myself away from the darkness that threatened to consume me whole, but it was already too late. With a deafening crash, it burst through the flimsy barrier of wood and glass, filling the room with its noxious scent and the sound of its labored breathing. I cowered in the corner, my heart pounding in my chest like a drumbeat of impending doom, as it loomed over me, its eyes burning with a hunger that chilled me to the very core of my being. And then, with a single swipe of its razor-sharp claws, it ended my torment, snuffing out the last flicker of life within me with merciless precision. As my vision faded and darkness closed in around me, I knew that I had become just another victim of the creature that haunted these woods, another nameless soul lost to the eternal abyss. And as the echoes of my screams faded into the night, I could only pray that my fate would serve as a warning to those who dared to tread where no mortal should ever roam. For in the heart of darkness, there are no heroes, only monsters waiting to claim their next victim. The old Ford Ranger rattled and hummed as we rolled onto the familiar dirt path that led to our favorite spot on Vancouver Island. I glanced at Danny, her face lit by the late afternoon sun slipping through the pines, her eyes reflecting a peace I felt swelling in my own chest. "Back again," I said, the words mingling with the scent of salt and spruce that streamed through our open windows. "Yeah," she replied, her smile broadening. "Feels like coming home." We'd been making these trips for years, each time weaving our way farther from the hum of civilization into the quiet embrace of nature. This island, with its seamless blend of rugged beaches and dense forests, had become our sanctuary, a place where the world couldn't quite reach us. Setting up camp was second nature to us. We worked in comfortable silence, pitching the tent with practiced ease near the lapping waves, our movements synchronized. As I hammered the last stake into the soft earth, I paused to take in the sweeping view of the cove, untouched, expansive, with the kind of beauty that made you forget about emails, meetings, or news. Late afternoon faded into early evening, and I began gathering driftwood for the fire. The air was crisp, a hint of pine resin mingling with the briny tang of the sea. With a fire crackling and the sky painted in strokes of orange and purple, we settled into our canvas chairs, the day's fatigue easing out of our bones. It was then we noticed another camper, a lone figure meandering along the shoreline. I raised my hand in greeting, and he veered off his path towards us. His name was Leon, from New Zealand, with a rucksack slung over one shoulder and a warm grin that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Mind if I join you for a bit?" he asked, his accent rounding out his words. "Not at all," Danny said, waving him over. "We've got plenty of fire and stories to share." Leon settled down with us, pulling a bottle of wine from his bag, an offering that was gratefully received. We exchanged tales of travels and trails as the bottle made its rounds, each sip loosening our tongues and laughter mingling with the crackle of the fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the beach was bathed in twilight, the fire casting dancing shadows on our faces. It was perfect, serene, until a faint rustling from the bushes caught our ears. "Did you hear that?" Danny's voice was low, her eyes narrowing toward the dark line of forest behind us. "Probably just a deer," I suggested, though a sliver of unease wedged itself in my mind. The island was mostly peaceful, but the wild was still the wild, unpredictable. Leon, looking between us, shrugged. "Could be. Or maybe other hikers. Sound carries in strange ways out here." We listened, but there was nothing more, just the crackle of fire, the distant crash of waves. Reassured, we let ourselves relax again, the unsettling moment passing as quickly as it had come. Yet, as I gazed at the flickering flames, the ghost of that rustling lingered in my mind, a reminder that in the vast whispering wilds around us, anything was possible, and not all possibilities were welcome. As night embraced the island, the flames of our campfire seemed to burn brighter against the encroaching darkness. Danny pulled her jacket tighter around her shoulders, her eyes occasionally darting to the thick line of trees that bordered the beach. I threw another log onto the fire, sending a cascade of sparks into the night sky, a futile attempt to ward off the growing chill that wasn't entirely from the cold. "It's getting darker," Danny murmured, more to herself than to me. Her voice carried a slight tremor that she tried to mask with a sip of her wine. "Yeah, but it's peaceful, isn't it?" I tried to keep my tone light, though I couldn't ignore the tightness in my own chest, a primal alertness waking within me. The last echoes of laughter from our earlier conversation with Leon lingered in the air, a stark contrast to the silence that now settled over us. He had left just as the sun dipped below the horizon, aiming to get back to his van before night fully set in. I remembered the firmness of his handshake, the easy smile, and the slight concern in his eyes when he glanced back at the forest. It wasn't long after his departure that we first heard it, soft at first, like whispers carried on the breeze. Voices, unmistakably female, drifted from the woods. I stood, straining to hear more clearly. The sounds were too rhythmic for the wind, too deliberate. "Ethan, do you hear that?" Danny stood beside me now, her body tense. "I hear it," I replied, scanning the tree line with our flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, but revealed nothing. Could be other campers, maybe. Voices carry in weird ways out here. But as the night deepened, the voices grew neither louder nor clearer. They wove in and out of the wind's sighs, a soft murmur that seemed both near and far. The forest remained impassively dark, its secrets cloaked beneath layers of shadow and sighing leaves. We maintained our vigil by the fire, each crack and pop from the burning logs punctuating the stillness. Danny kept close to my side, her unease palpable. Our conversation dwindled to nothing, our senses heightened, tuned to the natural amphitheater around us. Hours passed, marked only by the gradual decline of our fire. The voices continued, a ghostly chorus that seemed to mock our growing dread. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, they stopped. The silence that followed was oppressive, heavy with unspoken fears. "We should try to get some sleep," I finally said, though the suggestion felt hollow even to my ears. Danny nodded, though I could tell she was far from reassured. We doused the fire, plunging our camp into darkness, save for the pale glow of the moon reflected on the water. We retreated to our tent, the fabric walls a thin barrier against the night. Inside, we lay in our sleeping bags, listening to the sound of our own breathing and the distant wash of waves. But sleep was elusive, chased away by the memory of those whispering voices. What had they been? Who had they been? The questions circled in my mind, restless and unyielding. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, the outlines of the tent seemed to close in around us. Every sound was magnified, a rustle of fabric, a sigh of wind, a distant crash of waves. But beneath them all, waiting, was the deeper silence where those voices had once been, now hauntingly empty. The fabric of our tent seemed too thin, too fragile a barrier between us and the vast, unknowable dark outside. Lying in the stark silence that followed the eerie whispers, Every small noise seemed amplified, as if the night itself was holding its breath. Danny's hand found mine, her grip tight, her silence speaking volumes. We lay there, our eyes wide open, staring up at the tent's ceiling as if it could offer some protection, some answers. Time stretched, elastic and unending, marked only by the rhythm of our quiet breaths and the occasional distant crash of the surf against the shore. My mind raced, replaying the earlier sounds, trying to impose logic where there was none. It was a fruitless effort. Whatever was out there defied simple explanations. Then abruptly, the stillness shattered. Footsteps. Not the soft, familiar padding of an animal, but the unmistakable sound of human gait, crunching on the dry leaves and twigs that littered the ground just beyond our temporary home. My heart kicked against my chest, every instinct screaming that this was wrong, all wrong. "They're back," Danny whispered, her voice barely audible. I nodded, unable to speak, my throat tight with fear. The footsteps circled our tent, slow and deliberate, pausing now and then, as if whoever or whatever was out there was listening, deciding. The night air carried their voices again, this time louder, harsher, a jumble of sounds that might have been words once, but were now just a cacophony of eerie gibberish. They spoke over each other, two voices, both distinctly female, yet nothing about them was reassuring or human. It was as if the forest itself had found a voice, a twisted mimicry of conversation that chilled me to the bone. The voices grew closer, the words, if you could call them that, spinning around our tent, enveloping us in sound. I could feel Danny's body tense next to mine, her breath quickening. We were trapped, caught in a web of darkness and sound from which there seemed no escape. Then, just as suddenly as they had come, the voices stopped. The footsteps moved away, receding into the forest, leaving a silence so profound it was almost a presence in itself. We lay there, paralyzed, not daring to move, not until the first faint hints of dawn began to seep through the fabric of our tent. The light of morning felt like a reprieve, a return to normalcy, but it was a hollow victory. The fear of the night had seeped into our bones, a chill that the sun's rays couldn't quite dispel. We spoke little as we packed up our camp, each movement deliberate, our eyes constantly scanning the surrounding woods. As we loaded the last of our gear into the truck, I took one last look at the spot that had been our refuge, now tainted with the memory of unexplained terror. We drove away without a backward glance, the island's beauty marred by the shadows of the night. The decision to stay quiet, to hide in our tent, had probably saved us. Whatever had been out there hadn't found us, hadn't pushed past the thin nylon to reach us. But the questions remained, haunting us long after we left the island's shores. What had we heard? Why us? We never returned to find out. And some nights when the wind is just right, I still hear those voices, whispering their unintelligible secrets on the breeze. Before I share this story, there is something you must know. A premonition is a vision or a dream about the future. In my family, premonitions are common. Most notably, when my father was 12 years old, he had a dream about a large lady wearing a floral dress and a round-brimmed hat. He believed it was a sign from God that this person would be important in his life. Years later, in his 20s, my father moved into a house some church members ran as an Airbnb. To cut a long story short, the lady from his dream owned the house. This is also where he met my mother for the first time. Now, I am no stranger to premonitions. I've had dreams about the future that ended up coming true. I consider this to be God telling me it will be all right. However, this dream, or premonition, whatever you want to call it, was the most confusing, grisly, scary, and bone-chilling thing I've ever experienced. And I kid you not, this is 100% true through and through. This experience happened years ago, and I just found out about your channel a few months ago, so if some things don't make sense, I apologize in advance. Anyway, my dream started when I was 6 years old. My father and I were in a car I didn't recognize. I later found out the car was a custom Toyota Prado with a bull bar and a snorkel. These details will be necessary, so try to remember that. We were driving to my grandmother's house in Canberra. To get there, we would have to journey down the highway through seemingly endless bands of Australian bush and farmland surrounding us. In the dream, my phone, which I didn't even own at the time, had recently died, so I decided to look out the window to pass the time. With that, I saw a vast, gnarly-looking cat keeping pace with the car. It had piercing green eyes and a leopard print. It remained for a few seconds, then disappeared into the bush. Being naive and a young kid, I woke up from my dream thinking of how cool it was that I could have dreams like that. Fast forward 10 years, and my family was taking a trip to see my grandmother in Canberra. At the time, my dad had recently purchased a new car, and would you believe it? It was precisely the exact same car from my dream, snorkel, bull bar, and all. This was the first trip we had gone on in this specific car. We were driving down the highway with the same endless expanse of bush, just like in my dream. It was picture perfect, as if the tiniest details were accurate in the dreamscape. It was at sunrise that we noticed exactly where we were driving. My phone had recently died on the trip. Being a biology fanatic, I decided to look out the car's windows to survey the land and enjoy the surrounding wildlife. I did this for about 5, maybe 10 minutes. I was about to look away when something caught my eye. I diverted my attention back from the Australian bush. There, just 20 meters away from the car, was the shape of a large cat running through the trees. I rubbed my eyes to make sure what I was seeing was actually true. The shape soon emerged from the tree line for just a brief second. It was now 10 meters from the car and closing. This cat was speedy, with a leopard-like pattern and piercing green eyes. As it started to keep pace with the car, it ran onto the lane beside our vehicle on the left. As I got closer, my jaw almost ripped out of my mouth from how fast it dropped to the floor. There, just mere meters from the car, was what I can only describe as a smilodon. For those who do not know, a smilodon is the official scientific taxon for the commonly used umbrella term, saber-toothed cat. From memory, the smilodon was at least lengthwise the size of the car and as tall as the average man. It also had piercing green eyes and leopard patterning, sharp claws attached to powerful, muscular, sleek arms, a stub for a tail, and 2 substantial razor-sharp sabers about 30 centimeters long. It kept pace with the car for a few seconds. However, those mere seconds felt like hours. It let out a guttural, terrifying, primitive roar that shook the spine inside of me and sent ripples of dread through my freaking body. Its green eyes pierced me like sharp spears. I could feel it. It could sense my fear. When I thought it would ram the car off the road into the ditches and ravines below, it quickly disappeared into the tree line. I rubbed my eyes again, and then saw nothing. I don't remember much after that. When I awoke the next day, I was in an unfamiliar room. We had stopped at a hotel near a country town for the night. My mother was beside me, praying I'd wake up. She noticed I was awake and hugged me while thanking God in Greek. I asked my mother what happened and why we were here, and that's when she told me she found me passed out in the car and I would not wake up. I felt exhausted once again and fell back asleep. We checked out of the hotel the next day and continued the drive to Grandma's house. We spent 2 days there and came back home without issue. However, years later, I'm in bed reading some articles. Something caught my eye. I clicked on an article in the recommended section. My eyes slowly widened as I read the article. The headline read, "Biotech engineering company Colosso pumps $15 million into funding the Mammoth cloning project." I read further down the article in disbelief. The article continued. However, the mammoth isn't the only prehistoric animal Colosso is resurrecting from the dead. They also have reported on cloning several more species, such as the styline, the dodo, and the smilodon. I started to get cold sweats, and a wave of dizziness and nausea overwhelmed me, as those memories of that bone-chilling morning came rushing back. I could hear the primitive roar of the smilodon in my ears all these years later. It's like recounting a haunting that you lived through or something. It's kinda weird I still get minor premonitions, though they're minor. like a storm that happens on this date or something like that. They still have caused quite a bit of trouble in my life. I'm still scared of the capabilities my brain and the Lord have given me, but despite all this, I still have unanswered questions. Was this a vivid hallucination? Did I actually encounter the Smilodon? What do you guys think? Growing up in a small lake town in central Wisconsin was about as peaceful as you'd expect. We knew everyone, and everyone knew us. Our town had no more than 1,000 people, and serious crimes were just stories from places far away. The worst we got was a bunch of high schoolers partying too hard on the weekends. I lived on the very edge of this small town, where the houses started to get scarce, and the woods behind my house stretched for miles. Behind those woods was the lake, huge and quiet, like a giant mirror reflecting the sky. The place was so serene, sometimes it felt surreal, like living in one of those picture-perfect postcards. That Saturday started off like any other. I met up with Jake, my friend who had moved right across the street last summer. There wasn't much to do around here, so we usually ended up riding our bikes. It was our way to kill time, cruising the 5 miles into town and back, stopping at our only gas station for some soda and chips. We took the back road that afternoon, the one that runs through the woods. This road was always quiet, no sidewalks, no streetlights, just the occasional lake home hidden behind long, narrow driveways cut through the thick trees. The other side was all forest. We hardly ever saw anyone else, except maybe for an occasional walker or a runner. As we were pedaling back home, I remember the sky was a clear, cold blue. It was that kind of sharp chill you only get in the fall, right before the world turns gray and white with winter. We were just chatting about school and some video game, the usual stuff, when this old beat-up Ford truck pulled up alongside us. It was the kind of truck you'd think twice about getting into. Rusty, with a cloud of exhaust darker than the woods around us. The man driving looked rough, his face unshaven, his clothes like he had been working in a field all day. The woman next to him was even more unsettling. She looked straight ahead, not even blinking, her hair a tangled mess, her face grimy. They were strangers, which was weird because in our town, strangers stood out like sore thumbs. "Is it okay if we park here?" the man asked in a flat, monotone voice. His eyes were fixed on us, but there was something off about the way he spoke, like he wasn't really asking but just going through the motions. Jake and I exchanged a look. Sure," I said. We were kids. What did we know about where people could park? But it was strange. This road didn't have any real shoulder, just ditches filled with last fall's leaves and the spring's runoff. The fancy lake homes around here wouldn't tolerate a truck like that for long. He nodded, rolled up his window, and slowed down the truck. We didn't stick around to see if they actually parked. Something about the whole thing felt off. We pedaled faster, the uneasy feeling growing in my stomach. We got home just as the shadows started to stretch long across the road, the sun dipping low. I remember tossing my bike down in the yard, that uneasy feeling still nagging at me. There was something about that couple, something not right. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of what would become the scariest night of my life. As the sun set below the horizon, the idea of toilet papering some houses seemed more exciting than ever. It was one of those things that made total sense to a bunch of middle school kids with too much energy and not enough to do. The fact that my parents were out of town just added to the thrill. We felt like outlaws, rebels without a cause. Except our cause was toilet paper, and the targets were our neighbors. After dinner, my friends Chris, Matt, and Tyler showed up at my house, each armed with backpacks bulging with rolls of toilet paper. We all dressed in dark clothes, the unofficial uniform for a night of mischief. Our target was an acquaintance's house. His mom was known to be a bit over the top about everything, which somehow made her house the perfect candidate for our prank. We set off just before midnight. The moon was almost full, casting a silver glow that made the woods less intimidating and more like a scene from an adventure movie. We made our way through the neighborhood, avoiding streetlights and keeping our laughter to hushed chuckles. Our spirits were high, and the crisp night air only added to the excitement. The route took us down a familiar road, lined with thick trees that reached into the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The moonlight dappled through the leaves, creating patterns on the ground. We were halfway through our trek, the mood light and carefree, when everything changed. As we rounded a curve, the world suddenly snapped from playful to petrifying. Headlights flared to life about 50 yards ahead of us. The abruptness of it sent us scattering into the ditch by the roadside. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs, the sound of it almost as loud as our frantic breaths. "We have you now. You can't hide from us." The man's voice boomed through the darkness, tinged with a sinister chuckle that sent chills down my spine. He was out there, somewhere close, his presence turning the night's air thick with fear. We didn't think. We just ran. The cornfield by the side of the road offered a meager cover as we plunged through it, the dry stalks scratching at our faces and hands. I could hear him, that man, crashing through the underbrush, his taunts echoing, "I'm going to find you." It was like a nightmare, only there was no waking up. We were in it, living every terrifying second. My friend Tyler's phone started ringing suddenly, its shrill tone slicing through the silence. In a panic, I grabbed his backpack and slammed it to the ground, muffling the noise. But it was too late. The footsteps seemed to quicken, coming our way. We didn't wait around to see what would happen next. Adrenaline fueling our legs, we tore through the field, not caring about the direction, as long as it was away from that voice. The woods were thick here, but our familiarity with the area gave us an edge. We zigzagged through the dense trees, dodging branches and jumping over fallen logs, driven by sheer terror. Finally, breathless and exhausted, we spilled out onto the road that led back to my house. We didn't stop running until we were safely inside, the door bolted behind us. The laughter and excitement from earlier were gone, replaced by a heavy silence as we all tried to process what had just happened. That night, the adventure we had sought turned into a chilling ordeal, a stark reminder that sometimes the darkness holds more than just shadows. The morning light filtered through my curtains, too cheerful for the heaviness in my chest. The house was silent, a stark contrast to last night's chaos. My friends had crashed in various corners of the living room, their sleeping forms a reminder of the ordeal we barely escaped. As I sat on the edge of my bed, the terror of the previous night replayed in my mind like a horror movie stuck on loop. We had all gathered around the kitchen table late last night after our narrow escape, whispering frantically about what happened. The fear was still fresh, our hands trembling, our eyes wide with the adrenaline that hadn't quite left our systems. We tried to make sense of it all. How had a simple prank turned into a night of terror? The truck. The same beat-up Ford from earlier in the day had been at the heart of our nightmare. It wasn't just coincidence, that much was clear. The man and that emotionless woman, they had been waiting for us. Or someone like us. And it struck me then, how little we knew about the true dangers lurking in the shadows of our own hometown. Determined to unravel this mystery, we spent the morning scouring the internet for any mention of similar incidents. But the search turned up nothing. It was as if the couple in the truck had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind except the memories that haunted us. I couldn't shake the image of the woman's blank stare, or the menacing tone of the man's voice. It felt like we had stumbled into a nightmare that was meant for someone else. A script we weren't supposed to read. The realization that we might have been mere steps away from a darker fate sent shivers down my spine. Later that day, I rode my bike past the spot where the truck had first appeared. The road was empty, the eerie calm a stark contrast to last night's terror. I stopped, my gaze lingering on the ditch we had hidden in, half expecting to see the truck lurking nearby. But there was nothing, just the rustle of the wind through the trees and the distant call of a bird. The encounter left a mark on all of us. Over the next few weeks, our group was more cautious, our rides into town less frequent. The shadows seemed deeper, the nights longer, and every unexpected noise had us jumping. The fear eventually dimmed, but it never completely disappeared. Years later, after watching a movie that mirrored our own experience, the memories resurfaced with a vengeance. The similarities were uncanny. The truck, the remote setting, the palpable sense of evil. It was as if the filmmakers had plucked the images right out of my head. I couldn't help but wonder, what if? What if we hadn't run? What if one of us had been caught? These questions linger, unanswered, haunting my dreams. Sometimes I think back to that night and feel that same rush of fear, a reminder of how close we came to a different ending. It's a story I rarely share because how do you explain a night that sounds like a ghost story, except it was all too real? And so, I carry the lesson of that night always with me. Sometimes, the true stories are the ones you wish were just make-believe. It was a bit past midnight when I was jerked awake by voices, angry, loud, cutting through the quiet like a chainsaw through pine. From my bed, I could just make out the shadows flickering under the door, the distant clink of glass in the kitchen, voices rising and falling in a heated exchange. "Get the hell out of my house with this old country crap, Sylvia. I'm serious." Dad's voice, usually so calm, now thundered up the stairs with a force that made the floorboards tremble. I'd never heard him this furious, not even when the elk broke through our fence last winter. "I give children and idiots 3 warnings. That's your first," Aunt Sylvia replied, her tone ice-cold and menacing. I rarely saw her, maybe a handful of times in my life, but her voice cut through the night like a blade. Curled up against my pillow, I felt the chill creep under the covers. This wasn't just another family spat. This was something else, something darker. Mom tried to mediate, her voice a soothing balm. "Sil, he's right. This is crazy. I'm Roma. I'm proud. But your part of the family, and mine, are 2 separate things." Silence followed, a heavy, thick kind that seemed to press down from the ceiling. "So you say, but just because you ignore the other side doesn't mean the other side ignores you," Sylvia shot back. There was something in her voice, a sinister hint that made me shiver. What was she talking about? What did all this mean? The sound of a chair scraping violently against the tile dragged me out of bed. I crept to my door, heart hammering against my ribs, and pressed my ear to the cool wood. The next words froze me in place. "That's 2. Sylvia said quietly. A moment later, a loud crash echoed through the house as something heavy hit the floor. Fear clawed at my throat. I cracked the door just enough to peek through. The hallway was dark, empty, the soft glow from the staircase the only light. The arguing had stopped, replaced by a stifling silence that seemed to spread through the house like a stain. Then, a cough, weak and stifled, broke the quiet. Dad. The sound twisted something deep inside me. It wasn't right. His coughs muffled like he was struggling to breathe. "Sil, Jesus, that's my husband." Mom's voice, more offended than scared, failed to mask her fear. I could hear it, a quiver that didn't belong in the tone of the woman who'd faced down a charging moose with nothing but a broom. I wanted to shout, to run downstairs and demand it all stop, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot by an inexplicable terror, my breaths shallow and quick. The situation spiraled faster than a dust devil picking up speed across the plains. Happy now? Nicholas and I have a long drive ahead of us. He's 16. He has a license, yes. Sylvia's footsteps were heavy on the stairs, coming up. Mom was pleading now, a desperate tone threading through her usually composed demeanor. "No, he's not interested in driving. You can't take him, Sil." But it was too late. I knew it. Just as I knew the howl of the wind outside wasn't just a storm coming. It was something worse. Something that had been there all along, hidden just beneath the surface of our family's calm exterior. And now, it had come to claim me. The car's engine hummed a steady, ominous tune as the landscape blurred past us. Sylvia drove with a kind of controlled recklessness, her eyes fixed on the road, her face illuminated intermittently by the passing lights. I sat stiffly beside her, the seatbelt digging into my shoulder, feeling every bit the captive. She hadn't said much since we left the house, the silence between us heavy with unasked questions and unspoken answers. I glanced at her occasionally, trying to piece together the aunt I thought I knew from the stranger she had become tonight. She was dressed in a mix of hippie and punk rock that seemed to clash as much as it made sense, a visual metaphor for the night itself. "You understand why we're doing this, right?" she finally said, breaking the silence without taking her eyes off the road. I shook my head, my voice barely above a whisper. "No, I don't." How could I understand something so abruptly forced upon me? Sylvia sighed, a deep, weary sound that seemed to come from a place of profound frustration. "Our family, we're different, Nicholas. We deal in the unseen, the unspoken. There are things in this world that normal people shouldn't know about, things they can't handle. We handle them." I wanted to scoff, to dismiss everything as the ramblings of a madwoman, but the memory of my father's cough, the crash of the chair, and the palpable fear in my mother's voice kept me silent. "We're going to a place where you'll learn what it means to be part of our family," she continued, her tone softening slightly. "You might not understand now, but you will. You have to." The rest of the drive passed in a blur of half-sleep and restless thoughts. When we finally stopped, the sun was just beginning to hint at rising, touching the edges of the horizon with a pale light that seemed too gentle for the world Sylvia was describing. We were at an old farmhouse that looked like it had been forgotten by time. The paint was peeling, the garden overgrown, but the inside was alive with activity. People buzzed around, their movements purposeful, and their conversations filled with a language of urgency I didn't understand. "This is where it starts," Sylvia said as she led me inside. "These people, they're like us. They know the burden of the unseen." I was introduced to a few of them, their names slipping through my memory like water. They looked at me with a mix of curiosity and sympathy, as if they knew what was coming and pitied me for it. We moved through a series of back rooms until we reached a large, dimly lit space that smelled of metal and old earth. In the center, encased in a makeshift cage of bars and electronic locks, was something I couldn't quite process. A creature that seemed pulled from a nightmare. It was large, its skin a patchwork of scars and rough stitches, its eyes glinting with a kind of intelligent malevolence. "This is what we deal with," Sylvia said, her voice steady but her hands clasped tightly together. "This is why we need you." I stared at the creature, feeling a cold dread settle into my bones. How was I, a 16-year-old kid with no particular skills, supposed to deal with this? What was expected of me? "You'll learn, we all do," Sylvia said, reading my expression. "Welcome to the family, Nicholas." And with those words, any illusion I had of escaping this new, terrifying reality shattered. I was part of something much larger and much darker than I could have ever imagined. The place that Sylvia took me to wasn't a house or anything resembling a home. It was an abandoned theme restaurant that looked like it had seen better decades, with boarded-up windows and graffiti crawling up its walls like vines. The parking lot was packed, the air thick with a mixture of anticipation and something darker, almost feral. The neon sign flickered sporadically, half-lit letters spelling out Faron's Funhouse. Inside, the atmosphere shifted palpably. The interior was an eerie juxtaposition of dilapidation and meticulous organization. Hundreds of people milled around, their voices a low, continuous murmur under the buzz of old fluorescent lights. The center of the room featured a massive, clear lucite cube that seemed out of place amid the decay. It was filled with what looked like children's play equipment, ball pits, slides, and climbing frames, now repurposed into an arena of sorts. Sylvia's grip on my shoulder tightened as we approached. "This is it," she whispered, her voice tinged with a gravity that made my stomach churn. "You'll see what I mean soon." The cube was a fighting pit, and tonight, I was part of the spectacle. We watched as creatures, things I'd only ever imagined in my worst nightmares, were paraded and then forced into combat. The crowd cheered, a sound grotesque in its glee. Sylvia nudged me forward as a gate to the cube opened. "Your turn," she said, a stern push accompanying her words. I stumbled into the cube, the gate clanging shut behind me, sealing me in with a creature that looked human in shape but was monstrous in every other aspect. It towered over me, its skin a sickly shade, eyes hollow with a hunger that was palpable. The creature moved towards me, and every instinct screamed to run, to escape. But there was nowhere to go. I was trapped, with hundreds of eyes watching me, expecting me to fight, to survive, or to die for their entertainment. Time seemed to slow as the creature approached, its steps thudding heavily against the lucite floor. I could feel the crowd's excitement building, their shouts becoming a deafening cacophony. Then, out of sheer desperation, I grabbed a piece of broken playground equipment and swung with all my might. The makeshift weapon connected with a sickening thud, and for a moment the creature staggered. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, I struck again and again, each hit less about hope and more about delaying the inevitable. The creature roared, a sound so fearsome it shook the cube, and lunged. I dodged barely, and it crashed into the lucite wall, the impact reverberating through the cube. Sylvia watched, her expression unreadable. Whether she was rooting for me or for the creature, I couldn't tell. The fight drew on, each second stretching impossibly long. Finally, with a desperate, lucky thrust, I managed to wound the creature seriously enough to incapacitate it. The crowd erupted into a roar of approval. Exhausted, covered in grime and blood, I looked up to find Sylvia smiling, a grim sort of pride in her eyes. "You're one of us now, truly," she said, her voice carrying over the noise. As I was led out of the cube, the adrenaline faded, replaced by a bone-deep weariness. I had survived, yes, but at what cost? The night had changed me, stripped away any remaining innocence. I was part of Sylvia's world now, a world of monsters and men, where the lines between the two blurred indistinguishably. I was never one for the great outdoors, at least not the way Dad saw it. Vast landscapes a man could dominate if only he had the right gear and gumption. At 8, I didn't see the mountains as he did. To me, they were colossal, shadowy figures lurking in the distance, ready to swallow up little boys who'd rather be tucked away in their rooms with a good video game. But there I was, zipped up in a bright orange jacket that smelled like mothballs and plastic, sitting on the dusty seat of a bus filled with chatter and excitement, all except for mine. Jake Kerrigan was bouncing in his seat 2 rows ahead, tossing words over his shoulder like darts that didn't quite stick but stung all the same. Jake was a scout born and bred, with a badge-littered sash to prove it. His dad, Mr. Kerrigan, the camp counselor, was at the wheel, leading us to some mountain in company awfully, for what was supposed to be the adventure of our young lives. The bus trundled through the countryside, fields sprawling out like a patchwork quilt made by giants. My reflection in the window looked sullen, eyes fixed on the moving scenery, trying to ignore the growing knot in my stomach. It wasn't just the motion of the bus or the scent of packed lunches. It was dread, thick and suffocating, about stepping into those woods. "Scared, are ya?" Jake's voice cut through my thoughts like a cold draft. "Not even," I muttered without conviction, eyes glued to the passing trees that seemed to grow denser and darker as we neared our destination. The bus shuddered to a stop in a gravel parking lot that was bordered by towering pines. They stood like sentinels, guarding the secrets of the forest. As we filed out, the air hit me, crisp, with an undercurrent of something rotten. I thought of a dead fox I'd seen once by the roadside, its presence marked only by a similar stench and the halo of flies that reveled in its decay. "We're here, lads. Fresh mountain air." Mr. Kerrigan clapped his hands, his voice booming across the lot. He was a large man, his cheer as outsized as his frame, commanding immediate attention and obedience. Counselor Murphy, from the Awfully Scouts, was there to meet us. Her smile was wide but didn't quite reach her eyes as she started listing off rules and checking our gear. I hung back, tightening the straps on my backpack, trying to make myself smaller, less noticeable. Jake and his friends were already forming a plan to find the best spot by the cabin to set up their tents, their laughter easy and carefree. We'll be hiking for about 45 minutes to the cabin. Stick together, and let's enjoy the hike," Counselor Murphy announced, her voice a mix of enthusiasm and command. "Last one there has to set up the bonfire." The thought of being last appealed to me. I'd be glad for something to do, a reason to stay busy and avoid conversation. As the group began the trek, I deliberately slowed my steps, letting the others get ahead. The mountain closed around us, a tunnel of green and brown, light filtering through leaves in haphazard patterns. The deeper we walked into the woods, the heavier my heart felt. Every crunch underfoot seemed to echo too loudly, every rustle a whisper to turn back. But turning back wasn't an option, not for a scout, not for my dad's son, so I walked on, following the trail blazed by those more eager, more brave, or maybe just more naive. As I walked, the forest seemed to close in, the chatter of my troopmates fading ahead, leaving me wrapped in a cloak of silence and that inexplicable smell of decay, feeling more an intruder in this ancient land than a visitor. The others had marched off, their flashlights bobbing like fireflies in the thickening dusk. I stayed behind, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm that echoed the distant laughter and calls of the scout group fading into the woods. The cabin, with its rough timber walls and a promise of safety, stood silently behind me as I lingered near the dying embers of the bonfire. Counselor Murphy was wrapping up some gear when she noticed me standing alone, my flashlight dimming with each passing minute. "Not up for the night hike, huh?" Her voice was soft, almost understanding. I shook my head, my throat tight. "Not really." She nodded, considering me with a tilt of her head. "Well, how about a little adventure just up the road? I know a spot. Perfect for a ghost story. I'll even bring the marshmallows and hot chocolate. What do you say?" Reluctance warred with the part of me starved for a distraction. Anything to feel less alone with my fears. "Okay," I whispered, and something like relief flickered across her face. We walked in silence, our path lit only by her bright LED lantern and the weak beam from my dying flashlight. The road was steep, lined with sharp stones that crunched under our boots. Every step seemed to take us deeper into another world, one veiled in shadows and thick with the scent of pine and decay. The clearing she led me to was nothing more than a small open space surrounded by dark, towering trees. It felt isolated, far from the safety of the cabin and the laughter of my peers. Murphy sat on a rock, patting another as she invited me to join her. The lantern cast eerie shadows over her face, deepening the grooves and hollows until she looked like a part of the woods herself. "We'll just wait here for the others to loop back," she said as she opened a bag of marshmallows and handed me the thermos filled with hot chocolate. I sat, the cold seeping through my clothes, the darkness pressing in. I sipped the hot chocolate, but it did little to warm me. The sweet smell of marshmallows mixed oddly with the rotting undercurrent of the forest air, turning my stomach. Murphy began a story about mound people, ancient creatures said to roam these lands. Her voice was a low monotone, almost hypnotic. As she spoke, the lantern flickered, its light dimming to a sinister glow. My eyes darted around the clearing, heart pounding, skin prickling with the intensity of her tale and the chilling atmosphere. Then, the lantern died completely. Darkness enveloped us, thick and absolute. The smell of decay grew overwhelming. Panic clawed at my chest as I fumbled with my flashlight, desperate for any light. When the beam finally clicked on, the light revealed a horror that stole my breath. Counselor Murphy, or what I thought was Murphy, had transformed. Her body was elongated, twisted, her skin pale and mottled. Too many fingers sprouted from her hands, grasping at the air. Her mouth was too wide, teeth sharp and gleaming dimly in the flashlight's tremulous glow. I stumbled back, terror rooting me to the spot, as the creature advanced with a jerky, unnatural motion. Its eyes, too numerous, fixated on me with an intensity that promised nothing but malice. With a scream, I turned and ran, the creature's grotesque form haunting my every step. Branches whipped my face, roots threatened to trip me, but fear lent speed to my legs. I could hear it behind me, the soft thud of its strange limbs hitting the ground, the raspy breath it exhaled. I didn't stop until I burst into the clearing by the cabin, the lights from the returning scout group, a beacon in the night. I collapsed, gasping for air, my story spilling out in disjointed fragments to anyone who would listen. But even as they gathered around, their faces etched with concern and disbelief, I knew nothing would ever be the same again. I had seen the true face of the forest, and it was monstrous. Years ground by like so many cold seasons changing, each one leaving a little more weight on my shoulders. I found ways to cope, ways to ignore the shadows that lingered at the edges of my mind. Work, life, mundane routines, they all helped. But nothing ever erased that night from my memory. The fear, the stench of decay, the monstrous face of what had once been Counselor Murphy. Then, out of the blue, a message popped up on my social media. Jake Kerrigan. Just seeing his name brought a rush of old anxieties, the echoes of taunts, and the chill of dark woods. His message was unexpected. A plea for a meeting, a hint at needing to discuss that night, and an apology that seemed as deep as the hollows of those mountains we'd once camped near. Curiosity, more than forgiveness, drew me to accept. We met at an old pub, the kind where every corner is filled with whispered histories and lingering looks. It was early. The morning light barely touched the stained windows. Jake was there, already waiting with 2 pints of stout sitting heavy on the table between us. He'd changed. The years had smoothed out some of the harshness of his youth, but his eyes were still restless, searching. We exchanged pleasantries, the kind that stretch out like a thin veil over the surface of deeper, darker waters. Then, without much prompting, he brought out a camcorder. Old, battered, the sort of thing no one used anymore except to look back at times best forgotten. "Breedas," he said, his voice low. "Found it in the attic. Thought it might help make sense of things." The footage was grainy, the sound filled with the static hiss of old technology. But it was what it showed, or rather suggested, that turned my stomach. Breda, younger, laughing, then alone for a moment. The woods behind her breathed with an unseen life. A crack, a rustle, then a face, pale, too elongated, slipping between shadow and light with a grin that could haunt the bravest soul. Jake paused the footage, looked at me. She never talked about it much, but whatever it was, it scared her more than just that night. She's got kids now. Thinks it's best to leave these woods in the past. But how could we? It was there, that unspoken agreement between us, that the past wasn't done with us. Not yet. Not while those woods still stood. Not while whatever haunted them still roamed free. We need to find out, don't we? Jake's question was rhetorical. He was already there, already decided. I found myself nodding, drawn into the gravity of his resolve. He talked then, not just of the past, but of what he'd seen that night after we'd all fled back to the cabin. His words painted a picture of a creature from nightmares, not just a distorted face in a camcorder's viewfinder, but something far more terrifying. He spoke of plans, of needing to face what lurked in those woods, of needing to know if it was still there, if it was waiting. I listened, the weight of years and the chill of old fears settling around me like a cloak. This was it then, our return, not just to those dark woods, but to the very heart of our childhood terrors. We would go back, armed not just with flashlights and old brave words, but with a need to understand, to challenge the darkness with the light of truth, however dim it might be. And so we set a date, a time to meet, not just to talk, but to walk those paths once more, to find answers, or perhaps to find peace in knowing we dared to seek them. The morning was gray, the kind that blankets the earth in a hush of mist and whispered warnings. Jake and I met at the edge of the town, the mountains looming in the distance like dark specters of our past. We were older now, our steps heavier, our eyes wary, but our resolve was ironclad. Today we would confront our fears head-on. Jake's truck was loaded with more than just the usual camping gear. Ropes, salt, silver, items that sounded more at home in a supernatural thriller than our reality. Yet, after what we had seen, what we had survived, we left nothing to chance. "We ready?" Jake asked, his voice steady but his hands betraying a slight tremor as he checked over the gear one last time. As will ever be, I replied, climbing into the passenger seat. The engine roared to life, and with it, the old familiar thrill of fear mixed with anticipation surged through me. The drive was quiet, each of us lost in our thoughts, the scenery passing by a blur of greens and browns. When the cabin came into view, dilapidated and swallowed by overgrowth, a shiver ran down my spine. It looked as haunted as our memories. We didn't speak as we unloaded the gear and prepared. There was an unspoken understanding between us, a shared memory of terror that no words could bridge. Our plan was simple. Find the clearing. Find whatever evidence of those creatures we could, and if possible, confront them. The woods welcomed us with an eerie silence, the kind that feels like a breath held too long. Our steps were cautious, our eyes scanning the underbrush, our hands gripping the makeshift weapons we hoped we wouldn't need. We should have brought more people, I muttered, my voice low. And tell them what? That we're hunting monsters? Jake's reply was a whisper, his eyes never leaving the shadowed path ahead. He was right, of course. This was our burden to bear, our story to finish. Hours passed, the shadows lengthening and the air growing colder. Every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves tightened the knot of anxiety in my gut. Then, as we neared the clearing, the smell hit us, foul, rotting, unmistakable. "This is it," Jake said, his voice barely audible. We edged into the clearing, every sense strained to its limit. There was nothing at first, just the oppressive silence. Then the ground shifted, leaves and soil disturbed, as if something had just vacated the spot. My heart raced, terror and adrenaline flooding my veins. A rustle to our right, a flash of movement, then stillness. We turned, slowly, and there it was. The creature, as horrific as we remembered, its body an amalgamation of nightmares, eyes gleaming with malevolence. It didn't hesitate. The creature lunged, faster than seemed natural, its form blurring into motion. We reacted purely on instinct, Jake swinging a silver-laced club, me throwing salt. An old wives' tale turned last-ditch defense. The creature recoiled, its scream piercing the silence, a sound so unearthly it froze the blood in my veins. But it was retreating, hurt perhaps, or merely surprised by our resistance. "We did it," Jake breathed, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and triumph. "We did something," I corrected, knowing deep down that we hadn't killed it, only driven it away. We left the woods quickly after that, the darkness creeping closer with every heartbeat. We didn't speak, each lost in our own relief and dread, knowing we had faced our past, our monster, and survived. But the fight wasn't over. It might never be. As we drove away, the cabin and the woods shrinking in the rearview mirror, a grim satisfaction settled over me. We had come looking for answers, and while we hadn't found them all, we had found enough to know that some childhood nightmares never fully disappear. They only wait in the dark, biding their time. There's something about the Finger Lakes that suggests the possibility of supernatural and mysterious occurrences. Legends and stories abound of hauntings, spirit happenings, utopian communities, ancient ruins, inexplicable phenomena, extraterrestrial visits, and the occasional glimpse of even Sasquatch. Among the most intriguing stories are the numerous reported sightings in the deepest parts of the lake of an aquatic creature, a lake monster, if you will. Each of the Finger Lakes has its own personality, of course, but Seneca and Cayuga Lakes seem to fit within a different, more mysterious category. Their waters are colder, their moods are darker, and their waves are bigger. You can travel on boats to and from the sea to these two lakes, and their sheer size seems to hint at the possibility of ancient aquatic megafauna. Native Americans believed Seneca Lake to be a bottomless lake with a monster that lived within its depths, almost 40 miles long, deep, and 1 to 3 miles wide. The pitch-black depths of both lakes, hundreds of feet deeper than sunlight can penetrate, descend to depths below sea level. Reports of monsters in Cayuga Lake were numerous, perhaps even routine in the 1800s. It can be inferred from a story from January 5, 1897, in an edition of the Ithaca Journal, that a recent sighting marked the 69th consecutive year in which there was a confirmed encounter with the monster, nicknamed Old Greenie. The story went on to recount that a member of the newspaper staff had been living in daily anticipation of Old Greenie's appearance, and had refused reporting assignments that would have taken them near the lake because they were afraid of the monster. The 1897 incident was reported by an Ithaca resident who was driving along the lake's eastern shore and saw what he knew must be the large, long sea serpent. Of course, there were many people trying to debunk it as some sort of hoax or misidentification of a muskrat. Sporadic and isolated reports of the creature would continue until about 1929, when people began reporting not one, but two creatures seen together along the lake's eastern shore. The creatures were described by witnesses as being 12 to 15 feet in length. It was speculated that they might be members of the Seneca Lake sea serpent family that found their way into the local waters through a subterranean channel, which is believed to exist between the two lakes. Legends of tunnels connecting Cayuga and Seneca lakes have circulated for many years, which anyone with a rudimentary grasp of the notion of water seeking its own level knows could be possible. Occasional other reports of Old Greenie have certainly been made since then, including a 1974 attack in which a teenage boy apparently had his arm broken and bitten by a large eel-like creature, and the local 1979 encounter by a professional diver of a submerged animal 30 to 35 feet in length. Still, all the reported sightings, save one, have been by one or two persons. The incident with the greatest number of witnesses, and therefore the most credible lake monster encounter, happened on the evening of July 14, 1899, on Seneca Lake. The sidewheel steamboat, Otatiani, named to evoke the region's Iroquois past, was traveling north toward Geneva from Watkins Glen, with several dozen passengers. At about 7 p.m. sunset was at approximately 8:40, so there was plenty of daylight left, and it had been a sunny and seasonably warm day with a high of 79 degrees. Somewhere between Dresden on the west side of the lake and Willard on the east side, pilot Frederick Rose reported that approximately 400 yards ahead of the boat was what appeared to be an overturned boat. Captain Carlton Herendeen examined the object with his telescope, later describing its appearance as being 25 feet long with a very sharp bow and long, narrow stern. Passengers began to gather. It was a group with some ostensibly credible witnesses, including two commissioners of public works, a police commissioner, the manager of the Geneva Telephone Company, and a geology professor. As Captain Herendeen completed his inspection, the pilot signaled the engineer to slow down the boat. The steamboat approached to within 100 yards and lowered a boat to take a closer look. Suddenly, the object turned, began to move away, and the captain immediately ordered full speed ahead. As the thing was moving slowly, the steamboat gained on it easily. The object turned again, this time toward the steamboat, raising its head, looking in the direction of the boat, and opening its mouth, displaying 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Captain Herendeen declared that he would ram the creature and take it alive if possible. Otherwise, he would kill it and take it aboard or tow it to Geneva. This was the United States in 1899, when conservation of flora and fauna was still somewhat fringe. Out west, the bison population, perhaps 10 million in 1850, had been reduced to fewer than 1,000, and passenger pigeons, numbering in the billions in 1860, were on the brink of extinction. So the boat was turned so that it would approach the creature from the side at ramming speed. The deck of the steamboat was crowded with passengers who were ordered by the captain to put on life preservers. According to the Geneva Gazette, every eye on deck was fixed on the monster, and hardly a person was breathing normally. While the boat was yet some distance from it, the monster again looked at the boat, sank out of sight, and the boat passed over the spot where it had been. As the steamboat approached within 50 yards of the creature, the captain gave the order to turn the boat so that its paddle wheel would strike the creature midway between its head and tail. The boat went full steam ahead and struck the monster with enough impact that many of the passengers were thrown off their feet. The mortally wounded animal lay in the water next to the steamboat. It raised its head, gave a sound like a gasp, and lay quiet. Its spinal column had been broken, and it was dead. Lifeboats were immediately lowered, and lines were strung around the body. Passengers and crew tried to secure the carcass. In the end, though, it proved too heavy or unwieldy, and dropped into the water, sinking 600 feet to the bottom of Seneca Lake. The ship reached Geneva after dark, and the passengers began to tell their stories of the incident. While all agreed that a monster had been seen, different versions of the length of the monster, from 25 feet to as much as 90 feet, strained the credibility of the accounts. The Rochester Herald said that Professor George R. Elwood, the geologist on board who had been in one of the lifeboats trying to secure the body, gave what was considered the most careful and perhaps most trustworthy account. He thought it was a caddis, an extinct marine lizard from the mosasaur family that lived in what is now the United States until it disappeared from the fossil record at the end of the Cretaceous period about 66 million years ago. Now, we can't let skepticism get the better of us, considering that in December of 1938, a South African fisherman caught a coelacanth, which is a fish that was thought to have been extinct and disappeared from the fossil record at the end of the Cretaceous period, 66 million years ago. So, it is entirely possible that this thing could have existed. Professor Elwood went on to describe the creature as about 25 feet long, with a tail that tapered to within about 5 feet of the head, which then broadened out and looked much more like a whale. The creature weighed about 1,000 pounds. Its head was perhaps 4 feet long and triangular. Its mouth was very long, and it was armed with 2 rows of triangular white teeth, as sharp as those of a shark, but in the shape more like that of a sperm whale. Its body was covered with a gross substance, which was much like the carapace of a terrapin, as anything else of which I know. This gross substance was brown in color and of a greenish tinge. The belly of the creature, which I saw after the rope slipped and the carcass was going down, was cream white. Its eyes were round like those of a fish, and it did not wink. For years now, what could it have been, has been the question that is speculated around the area, and even the country, and now the world. It hardly seems likely that so many people could have imagined something so vivid if there had been nothing there. Lake sturgeon, indigenous to both big lakes, can live to be as old as 100 years, grow to 9 feet long, and weigh 300 pounds. Their skin is like that of a shark, dull gray. Eels are darker but smaller, not getting much longer than 5 feet. Muskellunge can also get over 5 feet long and weigh 70 pounds plus. They have rows of sharp teeth, but none are apt to convince a boatload of people that they were in the presence of a 25-foot monster, though it was suggested by a cynic that the whole thing was a hoax perpetuated by the passengers and crew, which is also exceedingly unlikely. Dozens of people would have had to have kept that secret for the rest of their lives, while human nature suggests that no group larger than 3 people can be trusted to reliably keep a secret for a long weekend. The Geneva Historical Society can document at least 20 separate reported sightings of the Seneca Lake monster, most recently in 2003. Cayuga's Old Greenie has a Facebook page. Clearly, the idea that big lakes harbor mysteries beyond our knowledge is one that is held stubborn and collective in our imagination. It's part of the charm of living in small towns, I would say, especially lake towns. There's a hidden lake a short walk away from my house in Parsonfield, Maine. I've been going fishing there for as long as I've lived here. It's hidden away from any roads or houses, offering perfect privacy, and I'm usually the only one out on the lake fishing. In fact, I leave my kayak in the same spot by the lake whenever I'm not using it. It's easier than lugging the thing back and forth from my house to the lake. I leave it leaning up against a huge tree every time. The kayak is heavy enough not to fall over from a windstorm or anything, and I also keep it covered to prevent critters from taking refuge inside. It was a warm summer evening. I had been out on the lake for about an hour and had already caught a few trout, which I'd thrown into the cooler. It was dusk at this point, and the little bit of light left in the sky was disappearing behind the trees. I was planning to bring it in soon, but just then, I heard sounds from the edge of the lake. I turned and saw someone standing at the edge of the water, tipping a barrel of some kind over, pouring its contents into the lake. It looked like they were polluting the lake with something. I took it upon myself to yell out, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" The person looked up at me and then ran into the woods, with the contents of the barrel still pouring into the water. I looked more closely at the liquid being poured out. It looked like a dark red liquid, though it was dark out, so I can't say with 100% certainty that it was red, but it was very dark. I felt a sense of unease creep up throughout my body. I decided I wanted to leave. As a big nature guy, seeing people littering or polluting the environment makes me sick. I genuinely couldn't resist shouting something at that person, but I didn't feel comfortable here any longer. I planned on reporting this to the Department of Environmental Protection. I paddled the kayak back to my usual spot, took all of my gear off the kayak before pulling it out of the water, and as I was putting the cover over the kayak, I heard one single snap of something not far away, like the crunch of something under a person's shoe. I turned and was about to say, "Who's there?" but I decided against it. I finished covering the kayak quicker than I ever had before. I didn't even bother standing it up to lean on the tree this time. I left it on the ground, picked up my gear and cooler, and started quickly walking out of the woods and out to the road which led to my house. It was only a couple of minutes of a walk, and I was back home. I kept looking over my shoulder the entire time though, thinking someone was behind me. I put my gear in the shed real quick, then went inside. I never locked the door so quickly. I was genuinely spooked. I rinsed off the trout and put them in the fridge, planning on cooking them tomorrow. Tonight, I just heated up some leftovers. As the food was in the microwave, there was a knock at my front door. The fear and dread that I was feeling the entire walk back to the house returned in an instant, and my suspicion that I was being followed home was basically confirmed. I mean, who else would be knocking on my door this late? My lights were on. My car was in the driveway. Whoever it was knew I was in here. I had all the shades closed though, so nobody could look inside. They knocked on the door again. The microwave beeped as the timer hit 0. I'm sure whoever was outside heard it. All the windows were cracked open. A moment later, there was a knock now on the window, and a man's voice said through the window, "Excuse me, I think you saw me at the lake earlier. I'd just like to explain myself." There was absolutely no chance I was opening the door to this person. For them to stalk me to my house told me this was a dangerous person. They repeatedly knocked on the window and kept yelling "hello" through it. I decided to acknowledge him now that he was getting more aggressive. I yelled, "Yo, leave or I'll call the police." I intended to either way, but it was still a threat to get him to leave. The man responded calmly now, saying, "Sir, if you could just open the front door, I'll explain everything to you." I repeated my threat, and I didn't hear his voice again. At this point, I shut and locked every window in the house and turned on the AC. I also made a report to the non-emergency police number, detailing both the barrel being dumped into the lake and the man coming to my house. I also made an online report with the Department of Environmental Protection. Making these 2 reports honestly made me feel a little better about going to sleep that night. But thank God I'm a light sleeper. In the middle of the night, like 2 a.m., I heard a crash from downstairs. I immediately sprang out of my bed and grabbed my Glock from the closet. I heard someone's attempt at quiet footsteps coming up the creaky wooden steps. I had my Glock loaded in hand as I stood behind my dresser, right by my closet, aiming at the door. I heard very slow creeping towards my door. My bedroom door is closest to the stairs, so it was naturally the first door that they would approach. And sure enough, I heard the doorknob slowly press down, and then the door pushed open. I saw nothing but the man's silhouette enter the room. I flicked on the lamp next to me so he could see my gun, and I screamed, "Get on the ground now!" He raised his hands in the air and seemed for a second to be motioning for me to calm down. He had a small blade in his hand. I told him to drop it, but then he said calmly, "I'm leaving," and he turned and ran for downstairs. I yelled at him to stop, but he clearly took the chance on me being too afraid to pull the trigger. I heard him leave through the front door. I ran downstairs to lock the front door right away and then called 911. My living room window was shattered. glass was all over the floor. I kept my sight on that broken window until the police officer showed up. I had to explain that I already made a non-emergency report of what happened earlier, in fear of waiting too long by morning for the barrel to be gone in the darkness. I went with 2 of the officers who showed up to my house to where I saw that man dumping the barrel into the lake, but after 20 minutes of walking around looking for it, it was gone. The man must have made sure not to leave it behind. I gave my best description of the man to the police for their report. The man was a short, bearded white man with a receding hairline and glasses, wearing a black flannel shirt and black pants. After the police left, I stayed in the living room all night with my gun next to me, watching TV. No way in hell was I going to sleep with a broken window and some nut job out there. At dawn, my brothers came over to help me fix the window. My brother Dale stayed at the house while my other brother and I went to Home Depot to get the window and parts. Dale stayed at the house with me for a few nights till things cooled down. My not-so-wild theory is that the barrel contained human remains, possibly dissolved in some kind of acid. Why else would that man follow me home and then break into my house to potentially murder me? Trust your gut if something feels wrong. I knew if I opened my... It was just another ordinary Friday, or so I thought as I lounged in our living room, the sunlight lazily stretching across the floor. Our house, nestled on the edge of dense woods, always felt like a haven, away from the bustling town. My brothers, Drew and Jake, were upstairs, lost in their world of video games, their shouts and laughter occasionally drifting down to me. Michael, the eldest, was supposedly in charge, but he was more absorbed in his phone conversation with his girlfriend than in any of us. I'm Sophie, by the way, 16 now, but was 14 at the time. With long mocha brown hair streaked with fawn highlights and deep black eyes, I'm the only girl among my brothers. That day, I was dressed casually in a white long-sleeve square shirt and dark gray sweatpants, a typical outfit for a relaxed day at home. As I scrolled through my phone, a sudden knocking sound from the sliding door leading to the porch made me look up. I frowned, peering through the glass, but saw nothing. Assuming it was just a branch or some animal, I shrugged it off and returned to my phone. But the knocking persisted, more insistent this time. Curiosity piqued, I paused, setting my phone aside. The woods were usually our playground, familiar and inviting, but something felt off that evening. The sun was beginning to dip below the trees, casting long shadows that turned the familiar into something more sinister. Probably just Drew trying to scare me, I muttered to myself as I stood up. I wasn't easily frightened, but the emptiness of the house, save for the distant noise of video games, made me feel unusually alone. Michael's voice, a muffled murmur from his room, didn't offer much comfort. Approaching the sliding door, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the handle. The knocking had stopped, and for a moment, I considered calling Michael. But pride and the residual bravery from countless afternoons playing in those woods kept me from shouting for help. I slid the door open just a crack, enough to peek outside. The cool evening breeze brushed against my face, carrying the earthy scent of the forest. I listened, holding my breath, but heard nothing over the rustling leaves. Hello? My voice was a cautious whisper, half hoping for no response. Silence greeted me, and I pushed the door a little wider, stepping onto the porch. The wood felt cold under my feet, the usual comforting creaks now sounding ominous. I scanned the tree line, my heart thumping in my ears. That's when I saw it. A figure, partly obscured by an old, gnarled tree. It was just standing there, eerily still. The figure was dressed in a black hoodie and ripped blue jeans, and for a split second, I thought it might be one of my brothers playing a prank. But then the figure moved, or rather, shifted in a way that seemed unnatural in the fading light. I couldn't see a face, just the dark hollow where it should be. A chill ran down my spine, and the woods suddenly didn't seem so inviting. My mind screamed to run, to call out for Michael, but my feet were rooted in place, as if the cold had seeped into my bones. The figure took a step forward, and that broke the spell. I stumbled back, slamming the sliding door shut and locking it. My heart raced as I backed away, eyes fixed on the figure that now seemed to have disappeared. As I retreated to the safety of the couch, I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, spurred by the shadows and solitude. But the fear had settled in, a stark reminder that the woods, as much as they were our playground, held secrets in their depths. And tonight, it seemed, one of those secrets had come knocking. There I was, back on the couch, clutching my phone with shaking hands. Every nerve in my body was on edge, alert to every sound, every shadow that moved across the room. Michael's voice still drifted from upstairs, but it sounded so distant, almost like it was coming from another world. Drew and Jake's game noises had faded into a background buzz. My heart thumped painfully against my ribs as I tried to convince myself that what I'd seen was just my imagination. I couldn't sit still. The image of the figure by the tree haunted me. Pulling together every ounce of courage I had left, I decided I needed to know if it was real or just a trick of the light. "You're being ridiculous, Sophie," I whispered to myself as I stood up. The safety of the brightly lit room beckoned me to stay, but the unanswered questions pushed me towards the door again. Slowly, I edged toward the sliding door, my fingers trembling as they reached for the lock. The click of the latch seemed louder than usual in the quiet of the evening. I slid the door open, just a crack again, peering out into the twilight that had now settled over the woods. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out onto the porch. The cool air of the evening was a sharp contrast to the warm safety of the house. My eyes darted around, searching for any sign of movement. Then, out of nowhere, the figure emerged from behind the tree, closer this time. The sight of the white smiling mask sent a bolt of fear straight through me. It wasn't a brother's prank. This was something else, something sinister. Before I could process it, the figure dashed toward me with alarming speed. My breath caught in my throat, and instinctively I turned to run, but it was too late. I felt a harsh grip on my hair, pulling me back. A scream tore from my lips, loud and desperate. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the night. The grip on my hair loosened, and I stumbled forward, freed. I didn't stop to look back as I sprinted towards the house. Another gunshot rang out, echoing through the woods, followed by a pained scream from behind me. As I slammed the sliding door shut, locking it behind me, I saw Michael on the porch, shotgun in hand. He was breathing heavily, eyes scanning the dark for any more threats. "Sophie, are you okay?" he called out, his voice filled with concern. I nodded, unable to find my voice, my whole body shaking. Michael stepped back inside, his presence a comforting shield against the horror outside. He locked the door and turned to me, his expression a mix of anger and relief. "I heard you scream. I got there as fast as I could. Did he hurt you?" "No, I'm okay," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. We both knew I was shaken but physically unharmed. We didn't speak much after that. The sound of police sirens filled the air minutes later as our parents arrived home. The night turned into a blur of questions, lights, and the comforting embrace of my mom. 4 months later, the news reported the capture of the masked figure, linking him to serious crimes. As I watched the report, a chill went through me, remembering the close call. I wondered about the randomness of his choice, why he had appeared that evening, and what might have happened if Michael hadn't been there with his shotgun. The thought was chilling, and even now, I shudder to think how differently it could have ended. The pre-dawn air was crisp as I zipped up my jacket, the chilly breeze sneaking under my skin as if it was checking my resolve. Today wasn't just any fishing trip. It was another chapter in a family tradition that felt as old as the mountains surrounding our little town. My brother Matthew, our friends Rich, Jeff, and Monty and I gathered by the docks, where our boat bobbed gently in the water, eagerly awaiting its passengers. The sky was still a deep navy, stars twinkling like the last embers of a dying campfire. There was a sacred silence about the marina at this hour, broken only by the soft clunk of gear being loaded and the distant call of a waking seabird. I glanced at Matthew as he meticulously arranged the fishing rods and tackle boxes. His movements were methodical, a ritual honed by years on the water. "John, grab the cooler, will ya?" he called out without taking his eyes off his task. I hoisted the cooler into the boat, the cans inside clinking together, a sound synonymous with our trips. It wasn't long before Monty cracked open a beer, the hiss of the can opening, breaking the morning stillness. He offered a cheeky grin and a shrug. "Never too early, right?" I chuckled, shaking my head. "You'd start with coffee if it came in a can." As we set off, the engine hummed beneath us, cutting through the still waters as we left the marina behind. The eastern horizon bled into orange and pink hues, painting a promise of the day to come. Rich and Jeff were already swapping stories from last year's trip, each tale taller than the last, their laughter mingling with the rumble of the engine. Fishing had always been more than just a pastime for us. It was a lifeline, a way to reconnect with something ancient and elemental. My father had introduced me to it when I was no more than knee-high to a grasshopper, and I knew one day I'd pass these stories and skills down to my own kids. "We heading to the usual spot?" Rich asked, his voice cutting through the wind. "Yeah," I replied, nodding to Matthew, who was at the helm. "The cove should be perfect today." The journey to the cove was a ritual in itself. We traveled past familiar landmarks, each a marker on our shared memory lane. The jagged outline of Gray Peak, the swoop of the valley where we'd camped one wild summer, the secluded beaches that had witnessed our youthful escapades. As the light grew, the world came alive around us. The water shimmered under the sun's first rays, turning from black to a deep, mesmerizing blue. Gulls danced above us, their cries a soundtrack to our expedition. Matthew steered the boat with a steady hand, his eyes scanning the horizon. He had always been the cautious one, his respect for the water ingrained deeper than any of us. As the boat cut through the mist that was beginning to rise off the water, I felt a familiar thrill. This was freedom, the kind that only came with being surrounded by nature, with lines cast into the endless blue, waiting for life to tug back. We anchored in the cove, the water around us calm and inviting. The dense forests surrounding the cove stood watch like ancient guardians. I stepped off the boat, my feet finding the familiar firmness of the deck. "Here we are, boys," I announced, a wide grin spreading across my face. "Let's catch some memories." And with that, we cast our lines into the water, the day's adventure just beginning to unfold. The day wore on, the sun climbing higher, its warmth belying the cool touch of the breeze that skittered across the water. We had settled into our spots around the boat, each man lost in his own rhythm, casting, reeling. The laughter and stories continued, with Monty's early beer now a memory shadowed by several more. As the afternoon began its slow descent towards evening, Rich hooked something substantial, his rod bending in an impressive arc. "Now that's what I'm talking about," he shouted, the strain evident in his voice as he fought to bring in his catch. We rallied around him, cheering him on. The camaraderie during moments like these was what fishing was really about for us. It wasn't just the fish, it was the shared struggle, the collective triumph. Yet, as Rich finally hauled a sizable pike onto the deck, the mood began to subtly shift. The sunlight seemed to falter, a cloud passing over the sun perhaps, but then it didn't pass. The light dimmed strangely, and I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. Looking around, I noticed a dense fog rolling in from the open water, enveloping us in a thick white shroud. "Ever seen fog roll in this fast?" Jeff asked, his tone tinged with unease. Matthew, peering into the encroaching mist, shook his head. "It's not natural. This cove, maybe," he murmured, more to himself than to any of us. There was a weight to his words, a recognition perhaps of something beyond our understanding. The fog was relentless. Within minutes, it felt like we were suspended in a cloud, the shore and the surrounding waters swallowed whole by the white. The jokes died down, and a silence took their place, each of us alone with our thoughts as the visibility dropped to near nothing. "I think we should try to get a signal out. Let the families know we might be late," I said, breaking the silence. The practicality of the suggestion was a thin veil over my growing concern. If this fog didn't lift, navigating back would be more than tricky. It could be dangerous. Rich nodded, and so did Jeff, their faces taut with concern. "Let's get to shore. Maybe higher ground will give us better luck with the phones," Rich suggested. We pulled the boat closer to the shore, the motor low, almost whispering against the thick fog. I grabbed the emergency flares from under my seat, a precaution I felt in my bones we might need. We made our way to the water's edge, the boat secured as best we could. The shore was eerie, the trees looming out of the mist like specters. We used our phones as torches, the beams feeble in the oppressive fog. The ground underfoot was soggy, the air filled with the smell of earth and decay. It was a smell I associated with the forest, yet now it seemed foreboding. As we moved through the woods, the fog seemed to thicken, and an unsettling quiet enveloped us. No bird called, no insect chirped. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Then, cutting through the silence, a clicking sound started up, rhythmic and sharp. It seemed to come from all around us. We stopped, listening, the sound growing in intensity as if something, or someone, was signaling. I exchanged a glance with Rich and Jeff, the same thought mirrored in their eyes. "Turn off the lights," Rich whispered, his voice barely a breath. We clicked off our phones, standing in the dark, our hearts pounding. The clicking stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavier silence, one filled with anticipation and dread. We were not alone. In the darkness, we stood motionless, our breath shallow, barely whispering through the thick air of the forest. The silence after the clicking noises stopped was more terrifying than the sound itself. The kind of silence that isn't empty, but full, charged with the presence of whatever had been making those noises. My mind raced, every horror story I'd ever heard about these woods crawling back into my memory. Rich's hand on my shoulder was the only thing that kept me grounded. His grip was tight, a silent message that said, "We need to move, but carefully." We started back, each step deliberate, avoiding twigs and leaves that might betray our presence. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat a loud echo I feared would give us away. We hadn't gone more than a few yards when the underbrush rustled violently. A primal scream shattered the stillness, close enough to make me jump. The forest no longer felt like just a mass of trees and fog. It felt alive, hostile. "Run!" Rich hissed, the urgency clear even in his whisper. We turned and ran, the scream morphing into a cacophony of rustling and stomping, as if a whole troop was on our heels. I fired the flare gun without thinking, aiming it blindly behind us. The flare arced into the sky, its red glow casting a momentary, eerie light over the forest. The sight it revealed was something out of a nightmare. Figures, more than a dozen, clothed in what looked like tribal garb, some brandishing what appeared to be spears. Jeff stumbled, his foot catching on a root. He barely cried out, muffled as his face hit the dirt, but Rich was there in an instant, hauling him up with an arm around his waist. We didn't dare to look back again. The image of those figures was enough to fuel our desperation. The boat was our only sanctuary, and it had never seemed so far away. The forest seemed to fight against us, branches slapping our faces, roots tripping us. But fear is a potent motivator, and fear had us in its grip. We burst through the tree line, panting and disoriented. "Matthew, start the engine!" I screamed, my voice hoarse. Matthew, who'd been waiting anxiously, wasted no time. The engine roared to life just as we leaped onto the boat, pushing off from the shore with whatever we could grab. The figures emerged at the water's edge, silent now, watching as we put distance between us and them. I fired the last flare towards the shore, more to see than to scare them. As the light pierced the fog, the group at the shore stood motionless. A final image burned into my memory before the light died and darkness reclaimed them. We didn't speak much after that. What was there to say? The fog eventually lifted as the night wore on, revealing the familiar stars overhead, but the darkness inside us remained. We took turns keeping watch until the sun rose, though I doubt any of us really slept. Monty, oblivious, had missed everything, and part of me envied his ignorance. As we headed back to the marina at first light, the world looked different. Or perhaps it was us who had changed. The water lapped quietly against the hull, an ordinary sound in what now felt like an extraordinary world. The echoes of the night's terror lingered, a reminder that some places, some mysteries, are better left untouched. This story happened to me when I was 16, and the experience still gives me chills to this day. I found myself going out a lot more on my mountain bike. I was getting bored of cruising around the streets, so I wanted to go out for a trail woodland bike ride. I had never been to Lee Woods before then, and personally, I don't think I will ever go alone again. After some research into different areas, Lee Woods seemed to be the best bet. Living only a couple of miles away was a nice bike ride. Upon arriving, it looked very peaceful, and I was almost in a dreamlike state by my first look at the place. For a woodland area in England, let alone Bristol, it was amazing. Going into the woods, I remembered seeing different colors at the start of each trail, signifying difficulty for bikers and length for walkers. Don't take my word on that bit. I still have no clue what they mean, honestly. So I decided to go down the blue-colored trail to see what was down there. Finding it exciting, I decided to go down the harder trail. Now here's where it starts to get weird. I began having this weird sort of vision, looking around as if I were being swallowed by the woodland. Everything felt like it was getting bigger and further away. I brushed it off, but it turns out I lost track of time. I got lost in the trail. Keep in mind, I am very observant and aware of my surroundings. I then came to a strange opening. I could go left, in the rough direction of the way out, or right, deeper into the woods. Being me, I decided to go deeper into the woods. I came to a weird little trail that just had dodgy written all over it, metaphorically speaking. I went against my gut feeling of turning back and went down there. I came to a point where the trail continued, but it was getting very dangerous. The trail being too bumpy for me to even walk down, I then turned back. But for a few minutes before turning back, I do not know why, but I was just standing still, staring down the trail. I felt like I was being watched from all angles, even though it would be near impossible to have that many eyes surrounding me in that area. I got nervous and began walking back up the hill, as I was too tired to ride at this point. Keep in mind, my bike tires are completely solid, with no punctures, slow punctures, or even anything wrong at all. Upon getting back to the spot where I originally went onto the trail, that weird loss of time thing began. It felt as if the whole path had stretched by a half a mile, as if the woodland was moving. I began walking up the path, feeling that same eerie sensation of being watched as I did beforehand. This time, it felt a bit more sinister. It felt as if something were about to happen. Bearing in mind, I had not seen a single person now since I went down that first trail. I will explain the scenery before continuing. It is a long path, a slightly steep hill to my left, a narrow river to my right, maybe 4 feet deep and 4 feet wide, with bushes on the other side of the river, and the odd tree every now and then. Upon getting about a quarter of the way up the slowly inclining path, I heard a woman crying behind a tree up ahead. I started slowing down my walking pace to try and get a look behind the tree, but the whole time, I was thinking to myself, why would someone jump across to cry behind a tree? So I edged closer to the river to look behind to see if the person was okay. Also because many people go to Lee Woods to commit suicide, so I was hoping that maybe I could help this person. But you guessed it, there was no one there, and the crying stopped. A bit weirded out, I just slowly turned away and started walking again, a bit quicker as I was unnerved. I have had a few paranormal experiences before this, but not in a place like this, never in the woods. Usually it was in a house or some sort of building, so this was new to me. I had this sudden shiver as I was walking, maybe a minute or so later, only a couple of meters away where I heard the crying. It started again, but this time it was opposite me, across the river. I did not bother looking. I just started going again, in a bit of a jog. As I got faster, I heard the bushes rustling as if something was following me. Upon hearing this, I sped up, and the crying became more and more hysterical. Bear in mind, my bike was fine before this moment in time. I thought to myself, F this, I am gone. I tried to hop on my bike with the adrenaline that was rushing through me, and I came to an almost sudden stop. My back tire of my bike had become completely flat out of nowhere, so I had no other choice but to sprint with my bike and pray for the best, and that I do not trip or end up having to throw it and run faster. With the crying person still close to me and keeping up, I was running faster and faster, praying I just get off this path that I was on. I had that feeling of wanting to cry because I could not actually do anything to help the situation or get out of it any faster. After what felt like an hour but was probably only 5 or 10 minutes, I could see the car park. The crying had stopped following me and getting closer, and started moving back down to where I first heard it. I sprinted out into the car park. I must have been as white as a sheet of paper, and hysterical with my breathing and wheezing as multiple people in the car park turned to look at me like I was crazy. I saw the exit sign out of the car park and ran towards it, and whilst doing so, I noticed my bike was moving a lot smoother. I could not believe that my bike tire had suddenly regained all of its air. It was solid again, as it was before the unnerving crying person shenanigans. I jumped on my bike and got away from Lee Woods as fast as I could, and I've never gone back. Every person I tell this story becomes more reluctant to go there with me. The thing that makes this story so scary to me is that I have Irish heritage, and in Irish folklore, there is a demon that we call the Banshee. She is seen in woodlands next to rivers and lakes, washing blood off clothes. It is said that if you see her washing blood off clothes, the person who owns those clothes will die. Alternatively, if you hear her crying, it means death. I cannot remember the meanings exactly of the deaths, but it means either you or a loved one will die. Since 2018, I have lost my aunt, 2 of my best friends, and a dog. Lee Woods is no joke. There are many stories that have come out of Lee Woods too. You can read online about them. Search up Lee Woods. It is rated the 87th most haunted place in the UK, according to Hypop. It is a popular spot in Bristol for suicides. Or it was, at least. Even the ghost of Isambard Kingdom Brunel has been spotted there, looking over the suspension bridge which he designed. I may submit some more stories soon, as I have a couple more experiences I've had over the years. Something is following me. I swear I can hear them at night outside my tent. I embarked on this solo 7-day hike, and it wasn't until the 3rd day that I noticed something amiss. When I woke and exited my tent, my small makeshift camp looked as if it had been ransacked. My supplies were scattered, and the small fire pit I made had been destroyed, as though a large beast had stepped on it. The scariest part was the footprints left behind. They were all over my camp. They circled the tent dozens of times and seemed to come to rest at the door before heading away into the woods. I hadn't heard anything while I slept and assumed it was just some other hikers playing a trick on me. After gathering my scattered supplies, I started back down the trail. The hike I was on was remote and technically difficult, a challenge even for the most seasoned hikers, which made me confused. Why would experienced hikers do something like that to my camp? Most hikers take this sport seriously. Ruining supplies could quickly lead to death from exposure. That day, I hiked long and far, taking switchbacks and pausing for minutes at a time to watch the trail behind me. The mountain was empty. I even removed some of my footprints in the dirt, hoping to make it harder to track me. That night, I packed all my supplies into my tent and waited, certain that no one would have been able to follow me. I gripped my flashlight in one hand and lay down in my sleeping bag, waiting for a sound or noise out of the ordinary. That's when I heard it. A twig snapping, a rustle of a bush, a rock being kicked and rolling across the ground. Tension shot through my body, and I froze, unable to move. My original plan was to rip open the tent door and shine the light in my would-be stalker's face. But the sounds I heard made me lock up. These weren't the sounds of humans. I saw no lights and heard no boots. Instead, it was the shuffle of something bestial, perhaps a large bear or a wolf pack. Suddenly the sounds grew closer, and I thought it had to be more than one animal, circling the tent, pawing at the ground, breathing heavily and hoarsely. A small sound coming from the back of a throat sounded like a throaty, demented version of a laugh. Yuk yuk was the noise they made as they circled the tent, never coming close enough to touch or even graze it. Fear struck me hard and fast, and my first reaction was to curl up in my sleeping bag, as if hiding from the world was the ultimate defense, like a little kid defending himself from the monsters under the bed. Now, I was protecting myself from the monsters outside my tent. The motion outside the tent exploded as the pace increased. The demented laughing was now coming from all sides, and I covered my ears trying to block out the noise before it drove me mad. Then, like a breeze in the wind, they were gone. The sound slipped away into the night, and the torment stopped. My breath fell from my chest in what felt like minutes. I was terrified, and rightly so. Being alone on this mountain was always a bad idea. Hikers went missing here all the time. I had just assumed they were inexperienced and got lost, but now I knew it was something more, something terrifyingly real. I didn't sleep that night. I just lay awake, unable to leave the tent for fear of their return, for fear that they were waiting out there quietly for me to slip up and leave. When dawn's rays crested the hill to the east and bathed my tent in God's eternal light, I prayed for the first time in years. Normally, I'm not one for religious zealotry, but I fell to my knees in that morning light and begged with tears in my eyes for any of the gods to save me, to take me from this mountain, but nothing responded to my desperate plea. Now, I felt truly alone. The camp was a mess. The ground was torn up by dozens of odd footprints. They overlapped so much that I couldn't get an accurate shape to one, but they were deep prints, indicating weight. Larger than a dog at least, I said to myself as I traced my fingers in one of the prints. I glanced around the camp and saw the prints leading off back down the mountain, the way I had come. I was already more than halfway through the hike, and it would take longer to go back the way I had come. Once I reached the peak, I could make my way down the opposite side and to the parking lot where my truck was. By my calculation, it was around 3 more days, 2 more nights. I could make it. I hiked hard and fast that day and made great time. The mountain ended in a plateau, and I rested for only a moment. Normally, I would spend the day at the top, find a nice place to camp, and bask in the world from my seat up high. Today, I left instantly, glancing only for moments to check my path. I could see my truck far below in the parking lot. The way down was a rocky path that normally I wouldn't attempt, but this was an emergency. The sun was getting low, and I needed to find a place to camp. As I reached the edge of the woods, I paused, watching the sun as it fell faster and faster. A small clearing lay out before me, full of long grass. To my back were tall, sturdy trees with lots of branches in odd angles, as if they were protecting me from the beasts that lurked behind me. I decided to set up my tent in the clearing, a few feet from the trees, next to a fallen tree with its large mass of roots exposed to the night sky. I kept looking over my shoulder as I worked, knowing these creatures only came at night. Sweat beaded down my neck, and I took a moment when I was done to drink and eat quickly from my pack. I gathered a large amount of wood from the trees and used some of my emergency lighter fluid to start a large cooking fire outside the tent, with enough wood to burn for hours. An idea struck me while I ate and watched the trees. Taking my flashlight and gear, I made for the trees and climbed high up. Among the branches, I found a secure spot where I could sit comfortably, and better yet, where I could watch my tent. For an hour, I sat in terrified silence, my heart beating out of my chest as I tried to calm myself. Maybe they wouldn't come tonight. Maybe I had made it far enough away that they wouldn't be able to find me. That's when the noise started, a twig snapping, the rustle of a bush behind me, the careful steps of something coming closer and closer. I hugged tightly to the tree, keeping myself hidden from sight below. My eye was on my tent, making sure that whatever was doing this to me, tonight, I would see them in the firelight of my camp below. The grass below my perch was now covered in darkness, but I could hear something moving in the grass. I held my breath, hoping to avoid detection. The creatures moved past me with no hesitation. I watched as shadows moved in the darkness below, too many of them to count in the poor light. They surrounded the tent in fire, silent as they moved. When one of them made that same noise from the back of their throat, hyuk hyuk, it went, and, as if on signal, the campfire was scattered. Lit logs rolled and flew away as if something had swatted it with a giant hand. I could see bits of brown fur in the descending firelight, a large muscular paw, a hind leg, all covered in the same brown fur. Once the dark fell, they began their pacing, tearing up the ground around the camp, their back of the throat laughing, and I could hear my tent tearing. Deep growls of inhuman noise and heavy breathing for hours. They never left. They searched the same ground over and over again, as if blind until an hour before dawn. They quietly slunk away back up the mountain towards the peak. I hadn't slept at all again and was feeling exhausted. My legs felt weak, and I slid down the last few feet of the tree, landing hard on my back. I lay there, breathing heavily as the morning sun bathed me in warm, life-saving light. My tent had been shredded to pieces, and I now had no doubt in my mind that they were hunting me. Blood was on the ground beside the fire where it looked like something had happened. Maybe the creatures had a fight amongst themselves during the night. I sighed, examining my tent, dropping the piece of it I held. I turned and made my way down the rocky trail. Gone were the lush trees and long grass of the peak, and once more I plunged into the rocky and steep trail to the base. The trail was slow going as I climbed down rock faces and had to backtrack several times to find a different path down. I could not spend one more night in this place. Far below, I could see my old red pickup in the parking lot. Within my vision, but still so far away, if I had a base jumping kit, I could be down there in minutes instead of hours. At various spots, I had to anchor with ropes that had been placed by previous climbers. I praised them and their families with good fortune, as this put a large distance between me and the beasts. I traveled through the day, and resolved myself to continue through the night. With no tent or cover, I would be torn to shreds by the beasts. As the sun began to set, I doubled my pace. I knew somewhere along here was the rappel site, a place with hundreds of feet of strong rope for you to descend the final drop. After that is a short 5-minute walk to the truck. I couldn't find the rappel spot. I knew it had to be around here somewhere, but I seemed to be lost. I had seen the rappel spot from my truck, but now that I was on the mountain, I could have missed it in the dusk's light. I knew I had to backtrack slightly and made my way back up the mountain. Fear struck me again, knowing the beasts were coming. As I climbed, I saw a bright green rope hanging from a series of anchors in the rock. I attached my harness and walked backward off the rock. This is something I had done dozens of times, and I made good time. Halfway down, I rested for a moment as the sun set behind me. That's when I felt it, something pulling on the rope above. It jerked and began swinging side to side. I dropped slightly before I felt something pulling me back up the mountain. I began to rappel with increased fervor and dropped down the mountain faster than I ever had before. I reached the bottom, but noticed the rope had shortened around 20 feet and was slowly getting higher. The ground below was rocky and rough, but I had no choice. I unclipped myself from the line and dropped quickly to the ground. I landed awkwardly on a stone with my left leg and felt my ankle twist awkwardly. I screamed out in pain as my leg burned. Despite this, I smiled. I had escaped. The beasts weren't going to catch me now. I could see my red pickup truck down the hill and rose to my feet. The pain was intense, but I kept going, knowing this was my only chance. Behind me, I heard the impossible, the sound of rocks being scattered as something heavy landed. I dared not glance over my shoulder but doubled my pace. I could hear heavy breathing and movement behind me. A small glade of young trees lay directly in front of me, and I ducked into the thin branches for any sort of cover from the relentless pursuer. Hyuk hyuk came from behind me, and I froze, letting the foliage cover my body from sight. I barely dared to breathe as I heard the branches snapping around me. I could smell the foul breath of the beast as I crouched in a thin shield of branches and foliage. A poor armor indeed. Heavy breathing came closer and closer to me until it was right beside my ear. The back of the throat laugh came out right beside my ear, making fear shoot up my spine, paralyzing me to the spot. This was it, the end. Whatever this creature was, it was going to kill me. I chanced a glance in its direction and stared right into its repulsive face. It bore a resemblance to a shaved wolf with its skin pulled back, a large mouth filled with rows of dangerously sharp teeth, and a large brown nose like a dog's. Saliva dripped from its open mouth as it breathed in air in ragged breaths. The oddest part was its eyes. They were all white and filled with clouds, almost as if the creature was blind. I sat perfectly still as the creature was within feet of me. It had a hunched back, almost human, but it moved on all fours like an animal. The creature smelled at the air briefly before growling and moving away through the foliage, making the hyuk hyuk sound as it left as if it were mocking my fear of it. The creature couldn't see. I assumed it reacted to movement, sound, or smell. Perhaps all three. As the creature moved away, I quietly limped in the opposite direction towards my truck. Finally, I was in the parking lot and into my truck. I locked the doors behind me and lay down on the seat, breathing for a moment. Planning my next move, with a jerk, I started the truck, and my old faithful girl turned on in a single stroke. I flicked on my headlights as my heart stopped. In front of my truck was a dozen or so of the beasts, all crouched over, their eyes a milky pale, unseeing. As my headlights hit their eyes, the beasts changed. They covered their eyes in pain, and I put the truck into drive. As I stepped on the gas, I realized my mistake. The fire, that one night in the tree, the way they attacked it. With a smash, I felt one of them ram into my tailgate. I sped off down the road, swerving to avoid them. In my rearview mirror, I could see them chasing me down the dark mountain road, and I sped up, keeping ahead of them. My ankle throbbed painfully, but I felt nothing as my adrenaline peaked again and again, as my fear warped into new things by the moment. The last thing I saw was their pale eyes in the darkness as I turned the corner onto the highway. By the time I saw other cars and people, I knew I was safe. I drove non-stop for hours until I made it back to my place. The sun was just about to set as I locked the door behind me. I breathed a sigh of relief and poured myself a glass of scotch to calm my nerves. I fell against my bed and took a sip of my drink before I lay back in the blankets, exhausted from my flight and the creatures chasing me. I fell asleep in minutes. I woke in the middle of the night to something outside my house. It sounded like something rubbing up against my front door. My heart froze as I thought of what could be out there, a slight knocking at the door, just loud enough for me to hear, before a sound that chilled me to my bones. A deep laugh coming from the back of someone's throat. Hyuk hyuk, it went. The humidity hung like a heavy blanket over everything, clinging to my skin with a persistence that made sweat beads feel like part of my shirt. The old ceiling fan above did little more than stir the thick air in our living room, where I lay sprawled on the couch, trying to find some solace in the shadows cast by the half-closed blinds. Asher, my little brother, was rifling through the freezer again, his hopes pinned on a popsicle he wasn't supposed to have until his birthday, Wednesday, 3 days too far for an almost 11-year-old. Hey Nick, can I have some of the popsicles, please? His voice broke through the fan's lazy drone. No, we have to wait until Wednesday, I called back, not bothering to lift my eyes from the cushion. But it's my birthday, so I should be able to have one. Asher's tone carried that mix of entitlement and annoyance that only younger siblings mastered. Not your birthday till Wednesday, dude. Plus Mom and Dad said, I replied, my voice rising just enough to match his irritation. It was just the two of us, alone until Sunday morning, while our parents were away on a business trip. At 14, I was deemed responsible enough to look after things, including Asher, which at times like these felt more like a punishment than a sign of trust. Asher slammed the freezer door and slumped onto the couch, causing it to creak under his sudden weight. I'm bored, he moaned, his body melting into mine as he collapsed entirely. Yeah, okay, I literally don't care. I shoved him off, needing my space, trying to catch some elusive cool air. He stood and wandered over to the glass sliding door, gazing out with that look he got when he was plotting his next move. Can we go look for snakes outside? He asked, hopeful. You can, I'm tired. I closed my eyes, envisioning a quiet house, just a few moments without the constant noise and chaos of Asher's schemes. You're always tired, he shot back, before a sudden knock at the front door jolted us both. Don't answer it, I muttered half into the couch. Why? 'Cause it could be a serial killer waiting to make you his next victim, I said dryly, though the banging persisted, louder this time. This is the FBI. Open up, you're all under arrest. The muffled shout could only belong to one person, Jacob. Okay, open it, I sighed, resigned to the interruption. Asher flung the door open, and in barreled Jacob, followed by Trevor, our closest friends and fellow conspirators in most of our childhood escapades. They looked like they'd run the whole way here, their faces flushed and sweating as they burst into our living room. Nick, you'll never guess what we found in the woods. Trevor's eyes were wide, his excitement palpable. We found an abandoned treehouse, Jacob added, the words tumbling out between gasps for air. That got my attention. I sat up, despite the heat that made every movement feel like wading through soup. Where at? I asked, a spark of curiosity flickering despite the oppressive heat. It's further past the quarry, Jacob explained, his hands on his knees as he tried to catch his breath, like a 15-minute walk past it. I want to go. Please, Nick, let's go check it out. Asher's voice was now filled with a giddy excitement, the earlier annoyance forgotten. I looked at them, their faces eager and expectant, then at the clock. 3:16 p.m. Nothing but time stretched out before us. With a reluctant shrug, I conceded, yeah, all right, I guess. Yes, Trevor whooped. All right, let's go quick. They were out the door before I even stood up, their energy a stark contrast to my languid pace. But as I followed them out, the promise of an adventure, even a small one, began to cut through the haze of the summer heat. Maybe this was exactly what we needed. A distraction, a mystery, something to break the monotony of another sweltering day. The ride was a slog. Each pedal stroke sent a hot breeze swirling around my legs, a small reprieve from the suffocating heat. We cut through the back trails, the forest a blur of greens and browns, a stark contrast to the lethargic pace of our small-town life. My muscles ached with the effort, yet there was something freeing about pushing forward, away from the stagnant air of the house. Jacob and Trevor led the way, their bikes crunching over the dirt and gravel, laughter trailing behind them like a banner. Asher pedaled furiously to keep up, his earlier sulkiness replaced by a wide-eyed excitement that only the promise of an adventure could bring. I trailed a bit, my mind wandering, already dreading the return trip under the even harsher angles of the late afternoon sun. We reached the quarry, a gaping mouth of exposed stone and echoes, and paused. The place always felt like the edge of the world, a stark drop into nothingness, but today it was just a landmark, a signpost on the way to something potentially better. The treehouse isn't on the trail, Jacob said, wiping sweat from his brow as he gestured towards a denser part of the woods. His statement was an unnecessary reminder of our detachment from the safety of familiar paths. How the hell did you guys even find it? I asked, curiosity piqued despite my efforts to remain aloof. We were looking for new spots to catch water snakes, Trevor chimed in, already hopping off his bike and heading into the brush. His enthusiasm was contagious, even if the thought of stumbling across snakes made my skin crawl. We followed, the forest closing in around us like a living thing. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in narrow beams, spotlighting the rich, damp earth and the debris of the forest floor. It was cooler here, the air thick with the scent of moss and decay, a living, breathing world unto itself. After what felt like an eternity of ducking under low branches and stepping over roots, the trees opened up into a small clearing. There, like a vision conjured up from a boyhood dream, stood the treehouse. It was perched high in an old oak, the wood of the structure bleached by the sun to a weathered gray, making it almost part of the tree itself. The craftsmanship was undeniable. The treehouse had not just been built, it had been crafted, each board and nail a testament to someone's dedication. Dude, this is freaking amazing. I couldn't keep the awe out of my voice as we stood there, necks craned, eyes wide. Haven't gone up yet, Trevor said, a grin splitting his face. Wanted to get you guys first. The ladder to the treehouse was a simple thing, nailed directly to the trunk, the rungs rough and inviting. It looked sturdy, but as I placed my hand on the bark to steady myself, a wave of unease washed over me. The tree felt off, the texture not quite right, like the hide of an animal rather than the rough skin of a tree. I pulled my hand back, trying to shake the feeling, but it lingered, a whisper in the back of my mind that something was not as it seemed. I glanced at Asher, who was already bouncing on his toes, eager for his turn to climb. Quit being such a baby, I muttered when he whined about being tired, my voice harsher than I intended. He was just a kid, excited and oblivious to the nagging doubts that tugged at my instincts. But we were here, and curiosity, that reckless driver, nudged us forward. We'd come too far not to see the inside. With a collective breath,
Good evening all, and welcome. I hope you're ready for our stories in the deep woods tonight. Get inside your tents, turn out those fires, and get comfortable in those sleeping bags, because it's time to let the darkness take control. I have had guns held on me. I've been in car wrecks, got stuck out in the middle of the mountains with a dislocated knee in winter, and this is easily the most frightened I have ever been. Which is weird, because I didn't really have any real reason to be scared. It was in the deep woods, in Vermont, maybe at 11 at night. I'm in my hammock, just sorta chilling. I'm reading by my headlamp, when I hear a noise. I kill my lamp and listen. It sounds like something is moving about 100 yards away. I squeeze my eyes shut. I have pretty good night eyes, but I'd just been reading, so I couldn't see much. And I listened. I didn't hear anything else, but I was uneasy. I slid out of my hammock and snuck over. There's a large flat rock with two stumps on either side, like chairs. Laid out on the rock was dinner for one. Plate, flatware, a big-ass sandwich, and a dark brown bottle. I was confused and a little creeped out, but not unduly scared. I reached for the bottle, not to drink it, just curious, and when I picked it up, it was ice cold. This was the middle of summer. There was no way it had been sitting out there for more than 20 minutes. As soon as I realized that, I got that horrible ripple down my spine, and the feeling of eyes on the back of my neck. I put the bottle down real slow, and put my hand on my pistol, as I always carry a .45 in the woods. I looked around and didn't see anything, but I still felt like somebody was eyeballing me. I walked back to camp, and my head was spinning like a top. I was ready to piss myself. I made it back to camp, but the feeling inside me persisted. If anything, it was worse. It reminded me of all the times I had to go down into my grandpa's basement as a kid and walk past his old stuffed deer head. That feeling of terror and the knowledge that if I ran, it was going to get me. It was just like that. I was scared out of my mind, but by the time I got back to camp, I was sure that if I ran, something was going to pounce out of the trees. I left all my shit and walked maybe another 20 yards through the trees to one of the mini craggy cliffs you get out there, white-knucking my pistol as those shivers rippled from the back to my neck. Every horror movie I'd ever read, every scary story I ever told, it was all bouncing around my head. I put my back to the rock, and I stayed there. I had that feeling of being watched by something that had no love for me until about 3 in the morning. When the sun came up, I packed my shit and booked it. I didn't go back to the table. I just got my gear and hoofed out of there as quickly as I could. I had to sleep another night in the woods before I was out. And while I didn't feel anything, I still hardly slept a wink. Now, I'm fairly certain there was some kind of explanation for the food, and I'm sure the feeling I got was that I was just scaring myself. That said, while I love to camp in the Green Mountain State, I haven't been within 50 miles of that spot again, and I still have nightmares about it. In the early 80s, when I was 8, my family was visiting my uncle, who lived in backwoods Missouri. He lived on a lot of land, and the only other people who really even lived on the street were relatives, so no one else ever just happened to be out there. This meant no one ever locked their doors, because random family members were always coming by for this and that. One night, while we were there, my parents and aunt and uncle decided to go to a nearby town to go bowling, because bowling. And my brothers, who were 11 and 12, and my female cousins of 6 and 14, and myself, also a female, stayed home. It was still daylight when the adults left, but it started raining pretty hard and got dark fairly quickly. We used to play this game that was essentially hide and seek in the dark, but we cleverly called it Vampire. There was a thin little mattress on the living room floor that some of the kids would sleep on at night. So the person who was on it would lie on the mattress and fold it over themselves like a coffin and count down to midnight. When they got to midnight, they went looking for you, with all the lights off in the house, and you had to try and make it back to the coffin before you were caught. Because the house was in the country, it was pitch black at night. You have to remember that we are very literally situated in the middle of the deep, deep woods, and you could not see your hand in front of your face. What this meant for the game is that, 1, you couldn't tell where the vampire was looking, so you just had to make a break for it And two, if you were extremely lazy, and I'm sure by now you can guess which one of us met those standards, you could just hide in the living room with the coffin and get to base quickly. Ben, my 11-year-old brother, was it, and was doing the standard countdown. I was hiding maybe 6 feet from him. As he's counting, there's a flash of light. I don't know if I was already looking at the living room window, or if the lightning made me look. But with the backlight of the lightning, I see a man with his face against the window. He had his hands on each side of his face, as if he were trying to peer in, and looks exactly like the stereotypical creepster. Heavy set, scraggly beard. I could feel every hair on my body standing on end. Immediately, I began trying to convince myself that I didn't see what I saw. But then Ben sternly whispered, "If anyone is hiding in here, stay still." I sort of croaked out, "I'm here," right as there was another flash of lightning. The creepster was still there, but was no longer trying to look in the window. Instead, he was now looking towards the front door. Ben and I immediately knew what was coming next. From where he was standing, the creepster was probably only 5 feet from the front door. Ben was the same distance, but there was a couch between him and the door, and Ben leapt over the couch and locked the door right as the creepster was trying the handle. At this point, I guess Ben decided it was best to let the creeper know that people were home and that we knew he was there, because he flipped on the porch light and then started turning on the lights in the house. This is going to sound weird, but I was too terrified to panic. Having said that, I was relying completely on Ben to know and tell me what to do. He told me to go and lock the other doors, and was yelling for everyone to come out and lock all the windows. Honestly, the next few minutes are a haze in my mind. I remember everything up until this point extremely clearly. Then I remember the end very clearly, but I'm less clear about the middle. I know that I locked all the side doors and then the sliding glass door on the back of the house. When we've talked about it over the years, some people remember us seeing him out the back door as well. I don't think I remember that. What I clearly recall is locking the sliding glass door and standing there frozen, hearing Ben in a very calm but firm voice say, "Close the curtain. Listen to me, okay? Close the curtain." So I did. Ben can't even remember that part, and I just remember my fear in Ben's voice. We tried to call the police, but my aunt and uncle had a stupid party line, and it wouldn't work. Whether from the storm or from neighbours leaving it off the hook or whatever. For the record, they are the only people I've ever known with a party line, so this wasn't normal to me either. But for those of you who don't know what that is, in rural areas, multiple people on the same street would actually share a phone line. It would have different rings for different households, but you could pick up the phone and listen to your neighbour's conversation. We also tried to summon help on my uncle's CB radio, but it couldn't reach anyone. My uncle was a hunter, so he had a gun rack full of rifles in his room, but my older cousin was on an out-of-town hunting trip and took them with him. All we could find was a BB gun that looked like a real rifle. I vividly remember Ben trying to put me on phone duty, and Scott, my older brother, on CB duty. while he stood, watch at the little window at the front door with a BB gun. Maybe 30 minutes later, Ben said, "He's back! He's coming up the driveway," and the rest of us froze in fear. But Ben opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, pointed the gun and said, "Get out of here, right now." Then we hear our cousin Kyle, who lived down the road, say, "You know that's a BB gun, right?" Even though Kyle was only 15, I remember that we felt like we'd been saved when he showed up. Kyle seemed really skeptical of our story, like we were playing a trick on him, even though we had no idea that he was coming, but he stayed up with us until our parents arrived home. Honestly, I don't even remember if we even told our parents what happened when they got home. There was definitely no police involvement though. We just went on with our trip, but never played vampire again without some mention of that night. My brother is 7 years older than me. So when I was around 9 or 10, he was in high school and had to hide from our parents that he smoked and dipped tobacco. As a result, most days of the week after he got home from school, as I was homeschooled, we'd go out into the woods for an hour or two. We lived way out in the country, in an already rural part of East Texas, so there were plenty of woods to explore. The land south of our house was all owned by a mining company, and my parents didn't want us going out there. So we always crossed a fence to the north of our house and explored the woods out there. Very likely someone's local property that we had no business being on. But when you live out in the country, you figure you'll have plenty of sign before you accidentally walk into someone's backyard. After a few months of venturing out in this area, we never traveled more than an hour's distance from our house, and always in daylight. We decided one day we'd just keep walking and walking. My brother smoked and spat into a Dr. Pepper bottle. We entered big pastures and drove back into even deeper woods. Whenever we talked about it, we've always said that we must have traveled at least a mile, but we usually say far more. Eventually, we came across a circular pond. I distinctly remember having a much higher rim on one side, and my brother explained that was because a tractor had dug it out and piled up more dirt on one side than the other. We kept on going past the pond and entered another patch of wood, and we came out and saw that the tree line curved around sharply to the right, and the clearing we now stood in opened up far wider. We went in that direction, and while my memory of getting there is a little hazy, I know that we suddenly came across a very large white building surrounded by a high fence. There was a gate large enough for vehicles to move in and out, and a dirt road leading away from the facility. We could hear the sounds of activity and could see people walking around the outside of the fence near the gate. I'm afraid any other details I could give at this point might be coloured by false memory or exaggerations from an imaginative young brain. At that moment, we both felt the spine-tingling terror, alerting the body that something about this was very wrong, and that we were not supposed to be here. We were at least going to get in very serious trouble. We were standing in the middle of a clearing, gawking at a facility of some kind, on what was obviously someone else's property. We were seeing something deep out in the woods that we had never known was here. All this time we'd spent walking around these woods. If we had just gone a little ways further, we would have stumbled across this. I remember standing there for a moment longer, asking my brother what this could possibly be. He told me something along the lines of, "I have no clue, but we really should get out of there." The tone of his voice truly freaked me out, as I remember running back hard the way we came, crossing the same pond and cutting a path as close as possible to the route we had travelled. When we finally stopped, out of breath, my brother told me that there was no way, shape or form that we could utter a word of this to our parents. They were spankers and awful grounders, and he knew the trouble he'd be in for taking his little brother into what was quite possibly danger. After that day, we kept going out in those woods, but never that far. Eventually, my brother got caught with a can of Skowal, and my dad made him eat the whole can and puke it up on the porch. Being an easily intimidated little kid, it wasn't hard to get more information out of me than my brother's smoking and dipping habits. But I never brought up the facility we found. Over the years, my brother and I had brought it up many times. Our parents had gotten way laxer since we'd all grown up, and we even told them the story, to my mother's retroactive shock. We've added a lot of other weird ones to our arsenal in the time, as our family has always lived by huge areas of land for us to wander around. But this one would always be our favourite. It's always, remember the time we almost got killed by those government researchers? Remember the time we found that crazy building in the woods with people walking around it? But for the past few days, this event has been really bugging me. I had told my wife about it in detail, and she was pretty amused. I thought I'd look around in Google Maps a bit. Something I'm honestly surprised I'd never done before. And what I found, or haven't found, is really bizarre. Moving north from my old house, which has since burnt down and left an ugly scar on the satellite image, I can clearly make out the woods we spent our time in. When I go further north, I see several large clearings, followed by more wooded area. Eventually, I even found the circular pond, and I'm positive I can make out the higher end of the pond that we stood on as my brother explained how it had been made. When I drag the map further up, I see what looks to be the clearing and the sharp curve of the tree line to where we saw this facility. But there's nothing there. No trace of a building, no evidence of a dirt road leading away from an old structure. It's just pastures and more trees. In fact, when I zoom out and look at the whole area, it doesn't seem possible for there to have been an operation of that scale that we saw. Just a little ways further north, the land becomes nothing more but a pasture, with houses pressed up against a country road. For people to have come and gone from this area, they would have had to have made roads of some kind, as well as power lines stretching out to the building. But there's nothing like that on Google. In fact, there really is no, here it was, spot on the map. It's like it was never there to begin with. It's been a few years since I've talked about it. So I texted my brother earlier today, asking him if he still remembered what happened. He called me immediately after and said, "Hell yeah, that was a really weird day. You know how good I used to be in those woods, but that shit really freaked me out, and we had to get out of there. The whole event feels more like something that we walked into that we shouldn't have seen. I still remember the feeling of dread upon finding the place, and knowing that something bad would happen if we stuck around. I've decided I'm going to message my brother and see if maybe he's up for one last walk in the woods to see if we can get to the bottom of this once and for all." I work summers as a camp counselor in the northern parts of Ontario, Canada. On the summer this particular incident occurred, I was camping with a group of 10-year-old boys on the same lake the summer camp was based on. So, like a routine camping trip, we canoe out to the site and set up our tents. Me and my co-counselor Mike take turns supervising the kids while they swim, build forts, and play games. We cook some food over the fire, sit around and tell stories, cook s'mores, the typical Canadian camping experience. Around 9:30, I tell the kids that it is time for bed, and they head into their tents, which were positioned a small walk away from the shoreline, but still in line of sight from where we had the fire pit. So the kids have gone to bed, and Mike and I are shooting the shit by the water, just smoking a cigarette. We basically were hanging out before we decided to head into our tent and call it a night. What happened next still troubles me to this day, and remains my go-to scary campfire story. We were both gazing into the pitch-black night water when we saw a small light approach us slowly and slightly above water level. We speculated what it could possibly be for a few minutes, before it came close enough for us to see that it was mounted on the front of a kayak, and that someone was approaching our campsite. Now, it is important to note that as a camp counselor, part of our training goes over how to deal with stranger encounters in an environment where we are responsible for a group of children on public property. I was prepared to give the mystery paddler the typical speech about how we are camping with a group from a recognized organization, and that we respectfully ask that they find another campsite. However, this person's appearance shook me to the bone. As the light drew nearer, paddling this kayak was a woman who looked to be in her 60s. She had incredibly long wisps of grey hair that were trailing in the water. Her skin looked like old leather, and her dead-looking eyes were tough to spot under all her wrinkles. She looked directly at me, and when she spoke, I realized she was missing most of her teeth. "Are your children safe in bed?" she asked me, pointing in the direction of the tents. Not really knowing how to respond, and, quite frankly, shitting myself, I responded by telling her that we were fine, and she had to leave. "That's good, just as expected for this time," she said with a smile, then turned her kayak and paddled off into the night. At this point in time, Mike and myself were legitimately very creeped out, not only by the appearance of this mysterious woman, who resembled a freaking corpse, but also her inquiry on the whereabouts and safety of the kids we had brought on the trip. Not knowing what else to do, we grabbed our hunting knives and sat by the fire after checking on the kids. Half an hour later is where shit started to get really creepy. Across the lake, a female counselor was leading another trip for kids of the same age group. She sent me a text which read something along the lines of, "Hey Sean, stop screwing with us. This isn't funny. My kids are really creeped out." I instantly called her and let her know I had just seen someone near my campsite that seemed eerie, and that I was not trying to play a joke. Apparently, one of their kids had opened their tent door to take a piss, and had seen a woman with long hair standing with her arms open towards them near the shoreline. My boyfriend and I are a young couple in their mid-college years. We decided that we wanted to get away from working and our studies for the weekend. So we took a trip to the nearest hiking trail that is part of the Appalachian Trail. We decided to leave on a Friday once I got off work, and backpack up the trail in order to camp there over the weekend. You see, I work in a restaurant, and it is very difficult to have a set time of when I am going to leave work. I ended up leaving work around 4, but we said that no matter what, we would be going on this trip. We finally left for the trail, and we began hiking at around 5:30. My boyfriend was an Eagle Scout, so we had all of the necessary supplies for a successful camping trip. A tent, sleeping bags, sleeping pads, pots, pans, stove, clothes, food, and of course, necessary substances to free our minds after the long hike. The first part of the hike was absolutely exhausting. It was all uphill, and we were both carrying at least 40 pounds in our metal-framed backpacks. An hour later, we finally passed the first shelter. If not, many of you know, a shelter on this trail is a 10-foot by 15-foot log cabin that only has 3 walls, as it is open to the outside. It is specifically used as a shelter to sleep in or hide from the rain. Midway through the hike, it began to pour dramatically in the forest, and sooner or later, we were both soaked from head to toe. The fog grew quickly, as it had been a hot and humid Friday. The trail became very slippery, and our pace slowed down tremendously. We had hoped that we were getting closer to the campsite, but it turned dark very, very quickly. We took a rest in the dark as it poured on us, in hopes that we would find our headlamps. Once we managed to find them, we placed them on our heads, still struggling to balance ourselves on top of the rocky and muddy path. I thought that by that point, we would never make it to the shelter. We walked, never giving up, although I wanted to, as my socks and shoes were wet. I was tired, hungry, drenched, and cold. The temperature had dropped more than 25 degrees Fahrenheit as we made our way up. It was around 8:30 when we finally made it through to the second shelter and campgrounds. There was a split in the path. Either you could walk straight to continue to the top of the view, which was about 1.5 miles, or you could turn slightly and walk to the right, to the campgrounds. Or you could take a 90-degree turn to the right and walk to the shelter. At that point, we were drenched from head to toe and needed to dry off. It was still raining to beat the band, so it would have been nearly impossible to set up our tent in our camp. We had decided we would stay put in the shelter until the rain had calmed down. We didn't hear anyone at the shelter, so I was extremely excited to have the place to ourselves and take a few tokes, if you know what I mean. After our hike, I was dead set on it. Once we walked down the shelter and got to the opening, there was a man and a woman in their 60s. We instantly thought to ourselves that they were an older married couple who wanted to get away for the weekend too. We told them that we wouldn't be bothering them for long, so we wet our backpacks down and attempted to dry off. The couple were very welcoming, with a lantern and an absorbing towel for me to dry off. My boyfriend and I both took our shirts off since they were both carrying a lot of water weight. The couple seemed to be very normal, and the man brought a cute dog with him that I enjoyed playing with. We began introducing ourselves with our names, where we were from, and what we were doing. They both said that they were in their 60s. Their names were Joe and Maya, and they were just messing around for the weekend. In between sentences, they were taking large gulps of what looked to be alcohol in their water packs. They said they were just having fun and met online, which veered off into dropping hints that they were on the trail having an affair. The older woman, who says that she comes from West Virginia, struck me as very off. It began with her looks, having scraggly shoulder-length grey hair, with circular glasses resting on her face. Her teeth were very dark, nearly covered with a brown film, as if she had used hardcore drugs in the past. She wore a pullover, hiking boots, and jean shorts that nearly exposed everything. Joe, on the other hand, was just your average white male, who had grey hair and a tad overweight. They spoke about their past employments and what they had done in life. Maya said she was a writer, which I did admire. Information about ourselves was exchanged too, since they seemed very friendly. I was in a bad mood though, and very irritable until I smoked some. My boyfriend and I periodically showed each other our phones in order to communicate, as we didn't have a bit of service in the shelter. We agreed that it was okay if we started smoking, since they were becoming drunk. They said they didn't mind, but would like to join. I thought it was absolutely insane that they wanted to smoke too. The man only took 2 hits, but the woman took many. She was struggling a lot to even flick the lighter. The guys began their own conversation, and the woman and I veered off into our own as well. The woman began with asking me to tell her a story. As she inched closer and closer to me, she would ask me to tell her a story. She grew more and more demanding, saying, "Tell me a story." My boyfriend and I met online, just as they did. So I was going to tell her the story about how we met. I began the story with, "So you met him online, right?" The woman nearly cuts me off and angrily says, "What? Why would you say that?" I said to her, "You all met online, right?" She nearly cuts me off again, and more aggressively says, "What? Why would you say that?" I said again, "Earlier, Joe said that you all met online, didn't you?" And then she nearly shouts and growls, "Why would you say that?" I wanted to jump away from that conversation so quickly, so I asked her, "Well, you're a writer, you said, right? So why don't you tell me one of your best stories?" The woman becomes happy and giggly, and while swirling her hands around her head in the air, she says, "Well, I am a writer, in my mind." I was extremely confused and creeped out. I didn't know what to say. I'm the type of person to laugh it off, so that's what I did. She just said she enjoyed being a writer in her mind. I look over at my boyfriend and Joe's conversation, and it seemed to be as normal as could be. There was absolutely nothing wrong about it. But Maya nearly gave me the chills as she got my attention, getting closer into my face, asking me what I was saying. The problem was that I wasn't saying anything. I was absolutely silent, ignoring her. As she began talking to herself, she would make very in-depth hand gestures as she spoke to herself, then would ask me what I was saying to her. I wasn't saying a word, and she would wonder what I was telling her. She would abruptly say, "Yes, no, maybe, no way, yeah, it can wait, huh?" As she would rock back and forth, waving her arms around. She began crossing her legs, holding her arms up in the air above her head, and started to shout, "Coming out! I'm calling out, all of you come out!" She was nearly talking gibberish. The older man's attention was caught, and he asked her what in the world she was doing. She said, "I'm calling out, it's witchcraft." I was nearly high, and was terrified of all my surroundings. It stormed loudly in the background, and was pitch black all around us. A small lamp rested on a beam above our heads in the middle of the wooden shelter. It was wet and very vulnerable. Everything slowly began to get worse that night. Maya kept slurring her words, and the man demanded she get into her sleeping bag and sleep. I sat against the wall next to my boyfriend very closely as the man crawled into his sleeping bag, and Maya attempted to put her legs in the sleeping bag but couldn't. She moved about for a very long time, and finally curled up next to Joe, on top of her sleeping bag. She was probably freezing. It was about 35 degrees by 9:30, and only a few minutes passed, and we heard Maya whisper, "What did you give me?" She growled again, "What did you give me?" The man finally woke up and demanded, "What?" Maya hits him on the back and yells, "What did you give me?" She jumps up immediately facing us, her eyes nearly all black, and her pupils were so enlarged she looked nearly sadistic, and yells at us, "What did you give me?" My boyfriend and I both tensed up nearly losing our shit, and she screams asking the same question, even louder again, as her voice stretched into my eardrums. She once again turned around to the man, laying down behind him, and she whispered slowly into his ear, "Did you give me acid?" It began to run through my mind that he had drugged her, or she was having a flashback of a bad trip. Joe attempted to calm her down, but she was still restless. She lay down for 5 minutes, but Maya immediately sat up. She faced us with her legs crossed, and she stared at us without breaking contact for at least 5 minutes. She did this every so often, sitting up, staring at us, and then lying back down. She would do this over and over again, so we decided to leave immediately. We finally made our way out, as she stared at us one last time. We pitched camp as far away as possible, but I remained sleepless that night, in fear that Maya would find our tent and crawl into it. My father and I are avid campers. Not professionals, but my dad used to be a wilderness guide for kids. We typically prefer the eastern western Sierras, as they have great car camping spots next to lakes and a lot of great trails. Last summer, we decided to go up for a 2-night stay and do some day hiking. The campground was pretty full, not unusual for the summer, but we were lucky enough to find a pretty secluded site where we set up our tents. The first night was normal, little bear activity, but we're used to that. The second night, I crawl into my backpacking tent and I pass out cold until about 3 a.m. when I wake up to the sounds of footsteps. My dad is a diabetic and needs to get up to pee around 3 to 4 times a night, and the sounds are definitely footprints, but they're coming from the wrong direction. We were located next to the bathrooms, so the footsteps should be moving in that direction, but they're coming closer to my tent. They stop about a yard short, and the breathing gets really heavy. I first brush it off as my dad, maybe lost without a flashlight. The breathing goes away, and I fall back asleep, only to be awoken a few minutes later to breathing right above my tent. You know that terror? The rush that goes up your spine. I had that. This wasn't my dad. I laid perfectly still, but the footprints continued to circle the tent. I had the rain fly on, so I couldn't see through the roof, and it was a new moon and pitch black. Now I convinced myself that as a heavy sleeper, I am just dreaming. Just as that thought runs through my head, I feel a single finger run the length of my foot through the tent. Really slow and methodical. Now I figure I have to be dreaming, because my foot is in my sleeping bag and couldn't possibly feel that. But the comfort disappeared quickly when I realized, using the small ambient light available, that my foot was bare and out of the bag. I lay frozen as whatever it was stroked my foot for a minute or two, gave a few more laboured breaths, and then just stood above my tent for what felt like an eternity before disappearing. I stayed up all night. In the morning, I heard my dad get out of his tent. I bolted up and met him by the fire. He looked me in the eye and asked if I had gotten up the night before. I asked him the same, and he said he had around 2 a.m. because he thought someone was going through our stuff. As I told him my story, we noticed our gear had been rearranged on the table. Every item, nothing taken. Footprints in a perfect circle around my tent. We still can't even talk about it without getting seriously skeeved out. Last summer, my boyfriend and I went camping in some nature preserve in Pennsylvania. I can't remember its name. It was pretty primitive camping. No cell service, and we saw 2 other people the entire time we were there. It was huge, so it was pretty empty. My boyfriend pretty much immediately said these 2 people seemed off to him right away. I don't know if they had anything to do with what happened that night, but I will describe them. The first person was a woman who had her truck parked off the trail, then the hood open. I don't really notice these type of things, but my boyfriend said it looked to him like she was waiting for someone to pull off besides her and offer to help with her trunk. Normally, my boyfriend is the type to at least offer to call someone, but he said she skeeved him out enough, so he didn't want to draw her attention more than necessary. The next person we drove by several times whilst we were setting up. He just kept driving by slowly and looking at us. I didn't even notice though, until my boyfriend had already pointed out that he'd done it twice before. Whether these 2 people had anything sinister going or not, the real story had to do with what woke us at around 3 a.m. It was incredibly loud and sudden. I couldn't describe it, or even compare it to anything, but my boyfriend said it sounded to him similar to a chain gun revving up, or someone using a large metal tool to scrape gravel. My boyfriend jumped up and looked out the little window of the tent. The sound happened again and again, and was getting noticeably closer each time. I was about to piss myself, but my boyfriend told me it was probably miles off. I didn't question this, because loud noises can be heard from miles off, right? Well, later, my boyfriend told me that's because he didn't want to scare me. It really sounded like it was coming from right down the little dirt road. At one point, he said he suspected it was right in front of our campsite. The only reason he didn't tell me to get out and dart for the car was because he was afraid it could be someone trying to scare us out the tent for some dreadful reason. He whispered. I should have noticed he was whispering and knew something was wrong, since otherwise he'd just speak normally, right? For me to go back to sleep. However, I couldn't, because every sound I heard made me think someone was sneaking up to the tent. Eventually, my boyfriend told me to get out and help him pack up. It was maybe 20 minutes after the sound stopped. He held our only weapon, a machete, in front of him. It was a full moon, or close to it, and we didn't need a light. While we were packing quickly, I noticed an empty beer can close to our dead campfire. It wasn't there when we were asleep around 10 p.m, and neither of us had bought any beer. Thankfully, we got out of there, and for the rest of the trip, we either camped in areas well populated by the campers, or got a hotel room. I was hiking and camping in the Okefenokee swamp. My girlfriend and I were far from being the only ones there. But when we woke up one morning, we took a canoe out in the swamp to explore. It was early, and there was a thick layer of fog resting just atop the water. The whole swamp was completely still. No animals in sight at all. We paddled down the waterway for a while and saw nothing else. Not a single person. Not a bird. Not anything. We did not hear a single sound. We had just cornered a bend in the swamp, and we hear it. The loudest guttural bellow I have ever heard in my life. I could feel it echo through my chest, a true dinosaur sound. We ceased our paddling to look up at each other, a little bit creeped out. We knew it was an alligator, but we had never heard one that loud. We both looked behind the canoe, and behind us, the backs and eyes of at least 20 alligators had risen. They had just surfaced out of nowhere. We slowly start paddling forwards, and we hear more bellows. They came from all around us, in front, behind, to the sides. Sounds emanating from the bush-covered banks. Each glance behind us, we saw more eyes appear. More scaled mounds breaking the water's surface. From the banks in front, we could catch tails sliding in the water. Ripples of the huge reptiles broke the water all around us. We looked back again as we paddled faster. Easily 40 alligators behind us now, and we began to see them appear in front. 10 to 15 huge lizards seemingly blocking our path. Then, one of the largest alligators I had ever seen surfaces right where my paddle was going down. I hit the beast on the back of the head, and the thrash he made was incredible. When his massive head hit the side of the small canoe, I thought we were going to go into the water. Water came into the canoe as the side dipped down. The beast disappeared below the boat, and we held steady. We paddled forward as fast as we could, right into the dotted landscape of scales and eyes. Behind us, the same guttural roar echoed through my body. As we cut through the field of eyes and backs, we started to see a path clear. The huge monster that had almost capsized us bellowed one last time. We turned as we made it past the last of the animals, and we could see the monster staring at us, watching us leave. All the other alligators began to sink to the water's floor. The big guy stayed there watching until he was satisfied we had gone. Then he disappeared without a sound, back into the black murky depths of the swamp. We banked the canoe further up, got out, and just sat around for a while talking about what had just happened. So I was in Zimbabwe, on a hike with 2 adults and about 12 teenagers. We were not following a path and just using a map on a 3-day trip to these waterfalls, as the car was there to pick us up. We come to a dam with about a 20 to 30 area of beach sand. This is very unnatural and caused a lot of discussion. Where the beach stopped, there were granite boulders and large rocks. It was very attractive, and we decided to set up camp early. 1 hour later, someone finds this cave. The mouth was small, and we had to go down on all fours to get in. But once inside, wow, 3-meter high ceilings and 10 meters long. It was amazing. There was a crack in the ceiling allowing a beam of light to come streaming through. Naturally, the majority of us wanted to sleep in there. At 1 a.m, he is telling everyone to get out, as there is a leopard outside, and this is his lair. They often chose caves to reside in. I'm not too fazed, as this guy was always scheming up practical jokes. So I rolled over and pretended to sleep. Next thing I know, my sleeping bag is being pulled off me, and I am being ordered to get out now, or I am responsible for myself. I then realized he was not kidding, so I scurried out. We all then sat as close as we could to the fire, as we watched the eyes of the leopard, pacing up and down in the darkness, less than a stone's throw away, but has the water to our backs, so we were stuck. Fortunately, the leopard did not like the activity and moved off. However, they hunt at night, and we were pretty much sitting ducks, so I didn't sleep much that night. Every sound was a threat, and every moving bush was one step closer to the end of my life. Looking at the tracks next morning that circled the campsite, we were pretty freaking lucky. I live in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains in northeast Georgia. It's a beautiful area with hundreds of miles of national forest, some great state parks, and a ton of fantastic camping places. Unfortunately, my hometown is also relatively poor. While there are some out-of-town residents from Atlanta and other places, a lot of people where I live are really poor. I do freelance work as a technical writer, so I can do most of my work online. If I didn't have that going for me, well, I'd have to move somewhere else. It's just one of those small towns that will rob you of your ability to accomplish anything in life, if you stay there too long, without anything else going for you at least. Except a handful of doctors and lawyers and Georgia Power Company employees. The only employment in the area is at Walmart, fast food, and a couple of grocery stores. To the east of my town, there is a massive national forest. It's loaded with great camping sites and lots of relatively unused hiking trails. I really enjoy hiking on them with my dog, but it can be a bit of an unnerving experience sometimes. It's about a 10-mile drive from town, and there's no cell phone service or homes for miles. In the past, there have been a lot of vehicle break-ins at the trailheads. The gravel parking lots at some of them glitter with bits of broken glass from what I'm guessing were car windows. Sometimes there are really shifty people hanging around these trailheads, or just driving around on the forest roads. They are really rough roads. And you'll see these beat-up $500 cars just barreling along roads meant for 4x4. Some of the people you see in the cars look like the guy that got crushed by an ATM in Breaking Bad. All that being said, it is still a great place to camp. However, you just have to be careful. So a few years ago, 2 of my friends and I decided to go play paintball in the National Forest. I know, it probably isn't legal. We decided to turn the paintball expedition into a camping trip, so that we could play the next morning too. After a pretty uneventful day of shooting paintballs at each other, we drove a couple of miles to one of the more popular camping spots. But unfortunately, a church group or something had taken up all the spots in the area. This was really the only camping spot that we were familiar with, and it was getting pretty late. We decide to keep on looking, so we drive for about an hour further and further into the woods. By this time, it's getting a bit dark, and we're getting a bit worried about finding a spot. We all had GPS on our smartphones, but none of us had any service. We turn off onto an unfamiliar road that isn't in very good shape. In fact, it looks like the Forest Service rangers used a backhoe to block off the road with a mound of dirt. The broken metal barrier lay in the woods nearby. That said, it looked like the 4x4 vehicles had been going over the mound, so it was pretty worn down. Our F-150 had pretty high clearance, so we decided to go over the mound. There was an old gravel road on the other side, and the road was pretty much clear of debris. We drove a few miles down this road and came across an opening next to a small creek. There were some blue tarps hanging over a plywood table nailed to a tree, which seemed kind of odd. That said, it was pretty much dark at this point, and we didn't want to keep driving around all night looking for a camping spot. We left the truck light running, and we set up the tent. As we began setting up the tent, I started to notice that there was a lot of trash in the woods surrounding the site. I see a green bottle laying on the ground. I take a look at the bottle, and I see it's a bottle of home and garden insecticide. I was really tired at the time, and just thought that someone had been dumping their home garbage out there. None of us thought it was weird that someone would be dumping garbage in an area that is more than an hour from the nearest home. We set up our camp. We had some beers and made chili from scratch. It was delicious. By this time, it was probably around 11 p.m. As we're eating, we notice a faint glow from the other side of nearby hills. At first, we thought it was moonlight filtering its way through the trees. However, the angles didn't make sense. It didn't seem to be a bright light, and it wasn't moving. It was kind of like that glow you see over a bright city. We couldn't see the light source itself, though. Since there were no other access roads in the area, we decided it wasn't other campers. The hill was about a quarter mile from our campsite, so we decided to investigate. Under normal circumstances, I know I wouldn't have done so. However, we all had a few rum and cokes in our stomachs, and two of us, Jacob and I, decided to take a look. My other friend Isaac decides to stay behind and pop some popcorn over the fire. We start walking towards the light source, and the situation gets even stranger. All the trees in the area have their bark knocked off in a circle around their trunks. We thought it could have been the work of beavers that lived in the creek, but it seemed strange that a beaver would just go around all these trees and knock off the bark in a circle. Jacob and I are talking about the ghost beaver in pretty loud voices. This is probably due to our drunkenness, as we're almost at the top of the hill, and Jacob tripped and yelled, "Oh shit." A few seconds after he yelled, the light, whatever it was, went out. We looked at each other and decided that maybe we didn't need to see what the light was after all. We walked back in silence and kept looking back every few seconds. We decided to turn off our flashlight and just use the moonlight to get back to the campsite. When we get a couple of 100 feet from the campsite, I can see my other friend Isaac walking around the campsite. He was wearing a hooded coat that I hadn't seen him wearing before. For some reason, he's carrying his paintball gun around his hand. That seemed a little odd, we said to each other. The fire had started to die down, so we couldn't see our campsite very well. At this point, we'd been gone for almost an hour, and from the distance, it looked like Isaac was looking for something. He kept walking around the site and was peering in the tent. When we were almost back at camp, we saw Isaac walk up the road we came in on. We figured that he was going to use the bathroom and didn't want to wander through the woods like us. When we got back, we sat next to the fire and waited for Isaac to return. All of a sudden, we see him lurch out of a tent. He stumbles a few feet and vomits. After we left, he had a few more rum and cokes, he mumbles. We ask him why he kept wandering around the campsite with a paintball gun, and he gets a strange look on his face. They're locked up in the cab of the truck. Did you unlock it? We go and check the truck, enter the door code, and see that all our paintball equipment was just as we had left it. The keys to the truck were still hidden in a magnetic fob underneath. I get a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. Isaac, what were you doing after we left? I ask. I was watching a movie on my phone. Then I fell asleep, I guess. But you were walking around with a paintball gun, right? Did you just change jackets? Isaac said he had been in the tent since we left, and that he had been wearing the same unhooded fleece all night. Someone had been walking around our campsite, and it wasn't Isaac. At this point, all of us are way too drunk to drive, but we decide to go ahead and pack up and go back to my house for the night. We don't bother packing up the tent. We just fold it down with the sleeping bags and everything in it. We jump into the F-150 and I start to drive out. When we get to the dirt hump, we see something grey blocking our path. The metal barrier that had been lying in the woods earlier is now back on its stand, right on top of the hump. By this point, all of us had sobered up to the situation, and no one wants to get out of the cart and try and move the barrier. I had a metal guard on the front of the F-150, so I drive forward slowly, tapping the metal barrier with the front of my truck. It falls right off. I assume it just must have been balanced there, and we drove over it, slowly. We were terrified that it would pop one of the truck's tires as we drove, but fortunately, it did not. As we drive down the road, we see a vehicle following us with its lights off. It's probably 1,000 feet behind us, but we keep catching glimpses of it as the moon reflects light off it. I start to drive as fast as I can on the Forest Service Road, and the other vehicle keeps pace. It doesn't get any closer though. It just stays 1 or 2 turns behind us. We can only see it when the road straightens out. And after about 45 minutes of speeding along gravel roads, we make it back to the main paved road. I start to drive everyone back to my house, but I decide to go a different way just to be safe. I didn't get pulled over for a DUI, luckily. Camping can be fun, but very rural camping can be dangerous. I've driven past that metal barrier since that time, but it's always been in place. I would never go down that road again though. A mate of mine and his cousin decided to go on a motorbike trip around their native country of Australia. Unfortunately, on the second day, the cousin's wallet falls out of his back pocket, and it was only hundreds of kilometers later that he noticed. A note to everyone: never put your wallet in your back pocket. Anyway, now the two of them were forced to rely on only my mate's money, since all of the bank branches refused to give my cousin any money without ID, which was of course in his wallet. Matters were complicated later when they filled up with non-sniffable Opel petrol, which buggered up their engines and required them to pay a mechanic to fix. The end result was that they had almost no money, and any money left had to be rationed for petrol. They were eating 2-minute noodles for every meal and sleeping rough. In some towns in the middle of nowhere, they would go to local pubs just for warmth and company, but could not afford to buy beer. One night, they stopped at a town that consisted of a handful of houses, a caravan park, and a hotel. When they went into the hotel, they met all the locals, including the local cop and owner of the caravan park. Mr. Caravan Park started talking with them and was getting pretty chummy because he knew that he was the only place offering accommodation, and camping in the area was illegal due to the presence of crocs, the reptile, not the equally scary footwear. Realizing that if they revealed that they were planning on illegally camping, Mr. Caravan Park could tip off the local cop. They sneaked off without anyone realizing and headed out of town. They were hoping to find some shelter, but it was featureless red dirt as far as the eye can see. After about 20 minutes, they came to a bridge and hid their bikes under it and set up camp. Even though they were in the middle of nowhere, road trains would come by regularly, which would be loud even from a distance, since the sound travelled so far and was deafeningly loud as they went over the bridge. The next morning, they all went back to the pub to get water and noticed some old photos on the wall. One of them featured a very, very large crocodile. In the background was the bridge that they had just slept under. I worked at a summer camp for the past few months, and I was alone with a group of 9 to 10-year-olds. The week started typically with a homesick camper. So the story goes that George can't sleep. I gave him the typical fun things at camp spiel. George calms down and lays back in bed. I lay there for a while longer until I'm confident he's asleep, because I'm not allowed to be asleep while campers are awake. When I started going to sleep, I hear humming. This frustrates me because I'm tired. It begins growing louder and more distant. It's really bloody creepy, and it even wakes the other kids up. I'm concerned, so I walk to him, and he just stares at me blankly in the eyes, smiling, and says, "Sweet dreams, everyone." He didn't have any recollection of it the next morning. No incidences until later in the week. It was around 11 o'clock, so all the kids are finally asleep. So I pass out until I'm woken by a crying kid. I ask what's wrong, and he says that George is scaring him and a few other boys. I see George sitting in the middle of the room, humming that tune with his head hung down. Kids around him are crying and trying to get his attention. I tell them to lay down. It'll be okay. I sit next to George and try talking him out of it, but he won't budge. I start tapping on him, trying to shake him, but he won't stop. He's just getting louder. All of a sudden, he jets up and looks around and just chuckles, walks to bed, and silently lays down. I convinced the other kids he was just sleepwalking or some shit. They calm down and fall asleep. But I can't sleep. I felt like he was staring at me all night. I went camping on a 5-mile hike off main routes here in the local woods. Just packs, food, drinks, and fire starting gear. There were 4 of us. It was around 11 p.m. when a friend of mine said he was going to walk alone back to the cars, take his, and go get more drinks. The only place open that we knew would sell them would have been 15 to 20 miles away. We all agreed don't bother because of how late it was, but he left anyway. I gave him my good mag light, and he went off. About 30 to 60 minutes after he left, the noises started. Sounds like a cross between an injured bear and a person imitating a Bigfoot. We figured it must have been said friend, and we all called him out. No response. No more noises. Another 15 minutes pass, and we figure he either really left or passed out in the woods. So the remaining 3 of us go to check on the cars to make sure he made it to them. All we had was one bad lantern and a phone light to guide us. And after about a mile or so, we heard the noises again. Called out. No response. But we heard the sounds of branches snapping and rustling towards our camp. We decided that one person will head to the cars and the other two will return to camp. I ended up being one of the two to head back. Friend 2 took the lantern and we walked back just using a bit of moonlight on the phone. We walked for a mile but didn't see our campfire, but we could smell the smoke. After about 10 minutes, we found the ashes. It didn't burn out. It was smothered with water, but not by us. Enough to say we were freaked out, not being able to see anyone else out there. We couldn't start a new fire, so we decided to cut and run, loaded our stuff, except for 1 or 2 items, and hiked for about a mile, until we roughly hit the spot where we separated from friend 2, and heard the noises again. This time, much closer, and right behind us. Time to dash, we thought, for about 2 miles anyhow. I couldn't handle more than that. I'm a bigger guy. Pure fear got to me 2 miles in. We only went back to walking when we hit a trail, not just cutting through forest. We felt safe. Well, ish. Knowing that the cars would be in sight any moment now. We got to where the cars were parked, and something seemed weird. 2 of the 3 cars were missing. Friend 2 had left in his car, and we had no idea why. We loaded up and hopped into my car and went to leave, but noticed the car was leaning. Got out and checked the tires, and noticed there was a knife dug into one of them. My knife. I pulled it out, realizing it was mine, checked, and noticed mine was gone. Shit. We started walking down the highway, still in the deep woods towards town. Friend 1 saw us, picked us up, and we left. We came back next day for the car. Finally, we got everyone together and discussed the night. Friend 1 left and got drinks, flirted with the cashier, and picked us up. And the second friend's story is the one that freaked us out. He said he heard the noises after we split, and he went back to the cars, turned, and in the distance saw a human outline standing there watching him, holding a small knife. They stared at one another for 30 seconds before the figure started to dash at him. He pops into his car and bolts. Don't know who to believe, except for what I've seen, but I haven't camped in those woods yet. Who knows how many times we got within feet of this supposed 5th person. I am an alpine rock climber, and I have one memory that is quite unique. My climbing partner and I are doing an easy one-day climb. We have to be at the trailhead at 2:30 a.m. and it's early alpine season. It's pretty chilly and quiet since we're the first car. I love that time of the morning. The stars are out and there is enough moonlight to see by, and it's cold. Different than winter cold. It's that windy mountain cold of early alpine season. Anyway, we carry on to get to this pass 3 miles in. It's not quite sunny when we go over the pass into the valley beyond. And when we make it back to the tree line, it's probably 5:30 to 6 a.m. and the sunrise is just hitting the peaks, and it's absolutely majestic. The valley stretches as far as the eye can see, filled with a pink fog lit by the sunrise. I'm soaking in what is one of the better sunrise sights I've seen, when I see this naked guy run through the trees about 100 feet below us, just trotting at a very determined pace. I think he's running for the trail, so we agreed to start going down after him. But the guy leaped over the trail and continued on into the woods. We started after him, called out and got no response. We continued on, and there weren't really campsites beyond where our destination was. The closest trailhead on the other side of the divide was 23 miles away. We were probably 6 miles in when we saw him, and were almost surely the earliest people on the trail. We didn't see any other lights, and none of the campsites we passed had sign of any recent activity. I am originally from a major city in southern Ohio, and outside of town, there are a number of smaller townships. One of these is known as the more country bumpkin or redneck part of town. It's not even in the same county, but is part of the general area my city is thought of as. In the woods, there is this legend of Hell's Church, an old church that burnt down where Satanists do rituals now, or a Satanist church that burned down by a ritual, depending on who you ask. There are a number of Hell's Churches myths in Ohio, in many different places, but this one was closest to us, and a number of my guy friends decided they wanted to be ghost hunters and check out haunted places around where we lived. We were all juniors in high school, and while all of us obviously thought this was just stupid bullshit, we thought it was funny to go out and scare ourselves. Plus, most people had cars or driving licenses by now, so we were enjoying this new burst of freedom. I'm a scaredy cat about most stuff like this, but I was the most tomboyish girl in the group, and always kind of wanted to be able to hang out with the guys. Plus, some of the girls in the group, who I was closer to, were going, so I didn't want to look like a loser nor a pussy. So one day in November, we decide we are going to go out one night and try to find this church. We had actually been to this location once before that fall, but one of my friends had a curfew. So after exploring an old barn and the railroad tracks on a nearby bridge, we left. We hadn't found the church, supposedly just a chimney at this point, to our disappointment and my mild relief. We took 2 cars out there, going past more populous parts of our city, and back to this woodsy area. I can't honestly tell you how we got there, but I know it's off a state highway. Then, an abandoned access road past some old warehouse, and then down a dirt road. Once you get down the dirt road, there's a kind of thicker part of the road early on where we parked cars off the shoulder. We did this because the road thins out and becomes impossible to drive down. And also, someone clearly owns this land, and later down the road, there is some no trespassing signage. I'm sure tons of kids come back here, so it didn't seem odd to me that they wanted to block this place off. I barely thought twice about it. We get out of our cars and start walking to the dirt road, wandering off the path from time to time to check out barns or clearings where we thought the chimney might be. At first, it was just scary because it was dark and old or whatever. But then the barns started to get weirder. Like, they were filled with weird spray painting symbols and bullshit. But that's not what bothered us. We figured whoever was there before us did it, which I still 100% believe. But also other stuff, like dead owls that looked like they had been opened up, though they were dried out and decomposed by the time we got there, and other bits that looked like they may have come from animals. I was grossed out, but we all kind of agreed that these probably came from the teenagers that were trying to fake a satanic ritual, or the animals that got trapped in the falling apart barn and died there to be picked apart by other animals. My friends are now hardcore trying to find this stupid chimney, so they keep taking off through the trees into the clearing. Myself and the two other girls, who were there kind of hanging back on the tree line for most part of it, getting a bit more nervous and a little irritated each time we came up empty. As we kept going, we find a bike on the tree line. It's a bike that perhaps a 12-year-old would ride. That's a little creepy, but fine. Whatever. It probably belonged to someone who owned the land, and we decided that we were just going to go up a bit further, and soon enough, we find another bike. This one is older, a little rusted, but still undersized. We didn't talk too much about the other bike, just kind of mumbling that it's probably still nothing. One or two of the four guys, who were the kind who were trying to trump it, said, "These kids probably got murdered," or stuff like that. But no one is really having it. By this point, we've already been here for 2 hours, and it's getting very late. Plus, I think we're all a little more creeped out than we want to admit. We decide to head back to the cars, and I'm feeling relieved. Happy to be heading back to my house and getting the hell out of there. But things never work out that way, do they? By the cars, we see a road that goes straight up a hill through the trees. At the start of it, there's a big metal gate that has a road closed sign on it, which we had seen before, but for some reason had never occurred to us to try and go up the road. We had a small debate at the gate, about an evenish split on who wanted to venture up and who didn't. I absolutely didn't, but eventually we decide we'll go up just to see. Both the drivers wanted to go, so there's not a lot we can do about it. We climb over the gate and start up the hill, where an old pavement road is cracked and crumbled under our feet, though it was for sure a real asphalt road at some point. In addition to the road condition and the brush being an obstacle, someone had felled a bunch of trees over the path, purposefully blocking off the road from any cars. Some of us started seriously questioning if we should be doing this, arguing that someone obviously wanted to keep us out of there, but we were getting teased for being afraid and kept going. I couldn't see where the road would end, because it was so dark. We had a few flashlights, but it wouldn't do us much good, and the tree made it hard to see. Plus the road was super steep, so all you could really see was up, with a little moonlight peeking through the trees. All of a sudden though, we reached the end. the trees just open, and we have come off the incline to a flat field. And holy shit, what a sight it was. It's the flat field with a tall prairie grass on either side, probably 2 to 3 feet high and pretty uniform. The path we are on splits the large clearing we are in down the center and leads through the grass to a cul-de-sac with 3 buildings. 2 look like they are farmhouses, with 1 barnish building. They were wood, and while they may have been painted at one point, they looked like they had mostly weathered and had been stripped by time. I see this and I am done. I want to leave. But of course, some of my friends say that we have to check out the buildings. At this point, I finally put my foot down, as do the other 2 girls, and one of the 4 guy friends who decided it was enough for him. He was our valedictorian, so maybe he was just smarter. So the 3 guys who wanted to go to the building tell us to just wait there. And while we don't want to be in this field out in the open, we decide we can't just leave them. At this point, we've turned off our flashlights because the moonlight is so strong. The 3 of them take down this little path, and the 4 of us who remained stand together, bitching about how stupid our friends are and making small talk. None of us say it, but we are looking at the grass every now and then, worried something is going to jump out. It's just so creepy, this abandoned little settlement. It feels like our friends are gone forever. We see them get to a building and go inside. It was unlocked, I guess. We can see the flicker of their flashlights in the windows, and I just remember feeling so tense. It was like watching a horror movie in real life. After perhaps maybe 10 minutes, though it could have been just a tense 5, we see our guy friends coming towards us, lightly jogging, looking afraid for the first time of the night. "You idiots went inside?" I said, pissed off at them. One of my friends just looks at us, and I'll never forget it. It was full of bikes. Just bikes chained to the walls. We didn't believe them. We kept waiting for them to say that they were kidding. But they insisted. Said it was like they were just storing a bunch of bikes there. Most of them smaller. They looked afraid, and as much as I didn't want to believe them, I did. These aren't the type of guys that pull pranks on us for long. By then, we all agree that we need to leave, and we start down the hill, hurrying the best we can. All of a sudden, about halfway down the field, we can see a car's headlights down the hill, about where our cars are. We see them pass slowly, and we know someone is down there looking for us. Because it's so far off the beaten path, we figure it's one of 2 things. The cops. And we are going to be screwed for trespassing. 2. The people who own this land, or these houses or something, and they're going to either call the cops or murder us. We know the road isn't long, so they'll probably be turning around, circling back soon enough. And because our cars are there, they'll probably wait for us. We are all whispering about this as we pick up the pace, sprinting down the hill as fast as we can. I'm not a good runner, but I was hauling ass, getting down as fast as I could, basically hurdling over the fallen trees. Once we get down the hill, We don't see any headlights, but we know they can't be far off. One of our friends yells for us to jump in the cars, and we're fumbling with the doors like a horror flick, too nervous to get into them. We get in, and just as we start the cars up, we see the headlights speeding down the road. A giant black truck roaring up behind us. The truck seemed larger than life, raised up off the ground. The whole thing was terrifying, but extra terrifying was that we couldn't see who was driving in the dark, and with the headlights behind us. We peel out of there, totally pedal to the metal. The truck is still following, bearing down on us as our two cars race out of there. The car is also getting very close, threateningly close, almost as if it were trying to run us off the road. We're all screaming, looking back at the truck, fighting for some distance. Once we get to the highway, we're switching lanes trying to escape. Luckily, we were in sedans, so it was a lot easier for us to weave in and out of cars. But the truck is persistent and still chasing us. We are in two different lanes, but don't want to get too separated from our friends. Both passengers of both cars are texting back and forth, trying to make a plan. It took about 15 minutes to lose the truck. I'm not sure if the distance was too much, or if they turned around. But once we got to a big shopping centre, we docked off the road and into a Sonic parking lot. We all sat in our cars for a little bit, watching to make sure we weren't going to be snuck up on, before getting out of our cars and getting some food and talking. Everyone, even the guys who had tried to act tough the whole time, were pretty shaken up. It took us a while to settle down, enough to head home. As much as we talked it over, we just couldn't figure out what happened. Eventually, we all did go home, during what was a pretty silent car ride. We didn't talk about it again for a long while, and we never called the police, which honestly, as an adult now, I feel like we should have. I don't think about it often, only during the fall really, but when I do think about it, I ask myself, who chased us? Why was that mini township abandoned? Who owned those bikes? And where are they now? I worked on a hotshot crew at the time for the Forest Service. So we spent 2 to 3 weeks at a time out in remote areas. We covered a large amount of ground on foot, generally no way near trails or common backcountry traffic. We found plenty of strange things, like stashes of guns, creepy old trapping cabins, and even had to shoot a bear once that was way too interested in our spike camp. We took bear matters extremely seriously. After a crew member was attacked by a bear in 2008 while performing a burnout operation. Bears are no joke. They are seriously dangerous. Well, one day, my buddy Greg and his saw partner were following the fire, cutting line. Suddenly, Greg noticed a pair of Carhartts, half buried in the ground. "Ooh, Carhartts," Greg said with enthusiasm, plopping chew spit out. Greg's saw partner knew something must be up, as he noticed from a distance that Greg pulled out his chew and flicked it on the ground. Greg always saved his chew for a 2-use cycle of consumption, and his partner gave him that chew an hour ago. As Greg picked up the incredibly heavy pants, they still had legs and parts of the vertebrae inside them. The upper half of the body totally missing. Turns out, some poor guy got torn apart by a bear. Literally torn apart. They found the rest of his body a quarter of a mile away. Must have happened a few years ago, because the remains were all bones. The Carhartts were completely intact. We thought it would make a great Carhartt commercial. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. So I wanted to give all of you a little bit of an update with what's been going on with my internet. For those of you who are wondering why I hadn't actually been putting pictures into the videos lately, this is why. Essentially, I've had some really big problems with my internet. It's been really slow, it's been very hard to upload, it cuts out sporadically, all of which is making working life very, very challenging. So today, we were supposed to receive a second engineer that was allegedly going to fix the issues we had. He was scheduled to come in between midday and 3, and he didn't show up, so I had to give him a call, and he said he'd be an hour, and at 5 o'clock he still didn't show up. And after leaving him a voicemail, he didn't ever get back to me, and about 6:30 I got a message from the company saying, "We're so sorry we couldn't reach you. We'll try and reach out to you ASAP," which is obviously really unhelpful, because now I have no idea what's going to happen. So, for the meantime anyway, we're going to have to just get used to the blank picture, so I hope that doesn't upset anyone. I know a few in the comment section have mentioned it, and I've tried to address your concerns, but that just is why. I'm hoping to get it fixed as soon as possible, and even though the company themselves are relatively useless when it comes to fixing things, I'm starting to think that it's perhaps the building that we live in that might have an issue. So, I don't know. That's just mere speculation. We'll have to wait and see. This is also the reason why today was a compilation. It's because I spent all day waiting and preparing, and I couldn't record thinking that he was going to turn up at any given moment. And then, of course, when I got the text message, it was a little bit too late really to start everything off, unfortunately. So I hope you all didn't mind. These are some fun stories as well, so they're always fun to listen to. But certainly going to have a new topic for you tomorrow, and I hope that everyone's good. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to drop a like, leave a comment, and press the little subscription button and bell icon to be notified every time I upload. If there's a story that you wish to share, feel free to send it to my email. I'll try and get back to it as quickly as I can, even though the internet is really, really bad. But yeah, go ahead and send it over. Just please try and paragraph it. Use plenty of punctuation, as that does help me read it and you guys listen when I read it out. But anyway, for now guys, I'm going to sign off. And I'm sorry if you found the rant uninteresting. I just wanted to vent how frustrating it is trying to deal with this and getting no help from the provider. But anyway, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.
My name's Kevin, and I've got a story that'll send shivers down your spine. I'm just an average guy living in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened to me until that one fateful night. I want to share it with you, not to scare you, but to make you aware of the dangers that could be lurking right in your own backyard. It was a typical Tuesday evening, and my parents had gone out of town for a few days, leaving me home alone. I was used to being by myself, so I didn't think much of it. The house was quiet, and the only company I had was my loyal pup, Milo. I was lounging on the couch, engrossed in a movie, when I heard a faint sound coming from the backyard. Milo's ears perked up, and he let out a low growl. I dismissed it as the wind rustling the trees, but something didn't sit right with me. As the night crept on, I decided to check the house, making sure all the doors and windows were locked. I found everything secure, but that unsettling feeling lingered. Just as I was about to head back to the living room, I noticed a small detail: the back door was unlocked. My heart skipped a beat. I was sure I had locked it earlier. The hairs on my neck stood on end, and I couldn't shake off the sensation that something was off. Trying to brush off my unease, I returned to the living room, hoping to lose myself in another movie. But as I settled in, I heard a creak upstairs. Milo's head shot up, and he let out a low growl. I knew I had to investigate. Quietly, I made my way up, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound led me to the spare room, and as I slowly pushed the door, my blood ran cold. There, standing in the dim light, was a figure I didn't recognize. I was frozen in fear as the stranger turned to face me. His eyes held a chilling intensity, and I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. He was taller than me, and his presence exuded a sinister aura. Without a word, he lunged towards me, and instinct kicked in. I bolted down the stairs, Milo hot on my heels. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear the intruder's heavy footsteps behind me. I made a beeline for the front door, fumbling with the lock in my panic. With a final desperate twist, it gave way, and I burst out into the cool night air. Milo raced out beside me, barking furiously. I didn't stop until I reached a neighbor's house, pounding on the door until they answered. I must have looked like a madman, but they let me in and called the police. The authorities arrived swiftly, but by then, the intruder was long gone. They searched the house, finding signs of a forced entry and evidence that the man had been watching our home. It sent chills down my spine to think that someone had been lurking so close to me, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Since that night, I've made sure to take extra precautions to secure my home. I've installed security cameras, reinforced the locks, and Milo has become even more vigilant. I've also been more mindful of my surroundings, never underestimating the importance of being aware and prepared. So, folks, that's my story. It's a chilling reminder that danger can sometimes be closer than we think. I hope my experience serves as a cautionary tale, urging you to stay vigilant and safe, no matter how secure your surroundings may seem. Take care and stay safe out there.
My name is Davis, a regular guy with a regular life. I never thought much about my night shift job at the Maplewood Industrial Complex until that one unlucky night. Working as a security guard had its perks: quiet hours, a bit more pay, and the quiet aloneness of the empty facility. Little did I know that the stillness of the night would soon give way to a struggle that would haunt me forever. Maplewood was a huge warehouse complex located on the outer areas of town, surrounded by dense woods. My shift started at midnight, and I spent the first few hours patrolling the empty halls, checking doors, and making sure everything was secure. I had been doing this job for years, and the routine had become second nature to me. One chilly night, as I made my rounds, I heard a faint noise, a distant shuffling, like someone dragging their feet. I dismissed it at first, attributing it to the creaks and groans of an old building. However, the noise persisted, growing louder and more clear. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in the building with me. My footsteps quickened as I approached the source of the sound, a dimly lit storage room at the far end of the complex. The heavy metal door was a little open, swinging a little in the chilly breeze. I waited, my hand on the doorknob, heart pounding in my chest. I pushed the door open slowly, showing the dark, wide area of the room. The weak light from my flashlight barely reached the corners. My eyes strained to pierce the shadows, searching for any sign of movement. That's when I saw the silhouette, lurking in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I called out, "Hey! Who's there?" The figure remained silent, not upset by my presence. Panic set in as I was alone with a stranger in the dead of night. My gut feelings kicked in, and I fumbled for my radio to call for backup. As I spoke into the radio, the figure began to move towards me, slow and deliberate. The only sound in the room was the echoing of its footsteps. Panic turned to fear as I understood the figure was not alone. There were more of them newly appearing from the shadows. I retreated, my flashlight shaking with fear in my hand as I tripped while walking backward. Fear started rising as the intruders closed in, their faces hidden by darkness. I tried to talk to them, pleading for them to leave, but my words fell on deaf ears. They were relentless, advancing with an unsettling determination. With my back against the stack of crates, I reached for the metal at my side, my only line of defense. The air grew thick with tension as I swung without being able to see at the figures, the metallic thud of the metal connecting with something solid filling the room. In the noise and confusion, I managed to escape, running through the dark hallways, the echo of pursuit ringing in my ears. I accidentally came upon an old maintenance room, physically blocking myself inside, my heart pounding in my ears. The intruders stayed around outside, their quiet whispers sending shakes from fear down my spine. Hours passed like on forever as I shrank away in fear in that dimly lit room, praying for the dawn to break. When the first light of dawn finally walked slowly through the dusty windows, the intruders disappeared without a trace. I carefully came out from the place I was hiding, the events of the night etched into my memory. I reported the event to the people in charge, but the intruders were never found, and the security video showed nothing but shadows. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that they are still out there, waiting in the darkness. The night shift that once seemed ordinary and boring had changed into a nightmare, a chilling reminder that the true terrors of the night can be all too human.
My name is Emily, and I've always been the kind of person who enjoys her own company. Living alone in a cozy apartment in a quiet neighborhood suited me just fine. It was one of those places where you'd hear the rustling of leaves and distant traffic, a perfect symphony of suburban tranquility. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that my cherished solitude would turn into a nightmare. You see, my job kept me occupied during the day, and my evenings were spent relishing the simplicity of life. Movie nights, reading books, and the occasional attempt at cooking, that was my routine. But there was this one night that shattered the illusion of security I had built around myself. It was a Friday evening, and I had decided to treat myself to some takeout after a particularly long week. With my favorite comfort food in hand, I settled onto the couch, ready to indulge in a night of relaxation. The TV played some mindless sitcom, the laughter providing a pleasant backdrop to my evening. As the night wore on, I decided to call it an early one. I locked the doors, checked the windows, and made my way to bed. Sometime in the dead of night, a noise pulled me from my dreams. A soft shuffling sound, like the cautious steps of someone trying not to be heard. I lay there, my senses on high alert, straining to understand if I had imagined it. Just as I was about to dismiss it as a product of my sleepy imagination, the shuffling resumed. My heart quickened its pace as I listened intently. Was it just the neighbors? A raccoon outside, perhaps? But no, it was closer, within the confines of my own space. I sat up in bed, my ears now fully tuned to the eerie sounds emanating from my living room. Fear gnawed at me, the kind that sends a chill down your spine. I wished I had someone to call, someone who could reassure me that everything was okay. But it was just me, alone in the quiet, with the unknown lurking beyond my bedroom door. With bated breath, I slid out of bed, tiptoeing towards the bedroom door. The soft glow of the streetlight seeped through the curtains, casting a dim illumination on my path. As I reached the hallway, I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of someone moving around in my living room. Every instinct told me to retreat, to lock myself in the bedroom and dial the police, but an inexplicable curiosity pushed me forward. I needed to see, to understand what was happening. The living room door was ajar, and I approached it with cautious steps, my breath held like a secret I feared would escape. Peering into the living room, I saw him, a silhouette against the darkness, a stranger in my home. Panic gripped me, but I forced myself to stay silent, to observe. He moved with an unsettling familiarity, as though he had been in my apartment countless times before. I could see his outline, a man of average build, wearing a hooded jacket that obscured his face. His attention was fixed on my belongings, methodically going through drawers and cabinets. It wasn't the actions of a clumsy burglar, but someone who knew exactly what he was looking for. Fear rendered me motionless, a spectator to the violation of my personal space. I needed a plan, a way to escape and call for help. Slowly, I retreated back into the hallway, my mind racing. The phone, it was in the bedroom, my lifeline to the outside world. As I stepped into the bedroom, a creak echoed from the living room. He knew I was there. Panic surged, and I grabbed my phone, dialing 911 with trembling fingers. As I whispered my situation to the dispatcher, a wave of relief washed over me. Help was on the way. The dispatcher instructed me to stay in the bedroom, to lock the door and wait for the police to arrive. My heart pounded as I followed the instructions, the silence of the apartment now replaced by the distant wailing of sirens. I strained to hear any movements from the living room, but the intruder seemed to have vanished into the shadows. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, the anxiety escalating with each passing second. When the police finally arrived, they searched every inch of my apartment. But there was no sign of the intruder. He had melted away into the night, leaving behind only the lingering fear that my sanctuary had been breached. The police assured me that they would increase patrols in the area and advised me to stay vigilant. As they left, I couldn't shake the feeling that the intruder wasn't just a common thief. There was a deliberate intent, a knowledge of my personal space that chilled me to the bone. Days turned into weeks, and the incident faded into a haunting memory.
My name is Alex Turner, and I used to work the night shift at a small gas station on the outskirts of town. It was a lonely job, but the extra pay was hard to resist. The only company I had during those long nights was the low hum of the fluorescent lights and the occasional distant howl of a lone wolf. I was a college student trying to make ends meet, studying computer science during the day and manning the gas station counter at night. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. My routine was simple: greet the occasional late-night customer, restock shelves, and try to stay awake. One chilly night, as I was engrossed in a textbook, a man entered the store. He was tall, wearing a worn-out leather jacket and a hat that cast a shadow over his face. The dim light in the store made it hard to see his features clearly. He shuffled in, his footsteps echoing through the empty aisles. "Hey, how can I help you?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He didn't respond immediately, just wandered down one of the aisles, seemingly aimless. I continued with my studies, keeping an eye on him. Eventually, he picked up a bag of chips and a soda, heading towards the counter. As I rang up his items, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Something about the way he looked at me sent shivers down my spine. He paid in cash, his fingers stained with what looked like motor oil. Long night? I tried to make small talk, attempting to break the awkward silence. He nodded, his eyes never leaving mine. Real long. After he left, I couldn't shake the feeling that he might return. Hours passed, and the store was enveloped in silence again. My eyelids grew heavy, and I decided to take a short break to stretch my legs. As I stepped outside, I noticed the man from earlier sitting in an old pickup truck across the parking lot. He stared straight ahead, as if waiting for something. Unease settled in my stomach. I quickly retreated back inside, locking the door behind me. The next few hours dragged on, and my anxiety grew. I kept glancing at the security cameras, half expecting the man to reappear. Then the power went out. I fumbled for my phone, using its weak flashlight to navigate the darkened store. Suddenly, a tapping sound echoed from the back of the store. My heart raced as I cautiously approached. The tapping continued, growing louder with each step. I reached the storage room, and to my horror, the door creaked open. There he was, the man from earlier, standing in the dim light of the storage room. His eyes bored into mine, and he had a sinister grin on his face. My mind raced, and I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911 as I retreated. The operator assured me that help was on the way, but I knew I couldn't wait. I made a dash for the back exit, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The night air hit me like a slap as I burst out into the parking lot. As I sprinted towards the safety of the main road, I glanced back to see the man emerging from the store. He was chasing me. Panic set in, and I pushed my legs harder, praying I would make it to the road before he caught up. I stumbled onto the road just as the distant wail of sirens reached my ears. The man halted, glared at me one last time, and vanished into the darkness. The police arrived shortly after, but the man was nowhere to be found. I quit my night shift job at the gas station, haunted by the memory of that night. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that the man is out there, waiting in the shadows. It's a chilling reminder that real-life horrors often wear human faces. I was cruising down a lonesome stretch of road, surrounded by nothing but darkness. Up ahead I saw a car pulled over, hazard lights blinking. The driver, a bald guy with a scruffy beard, was poking around under the hood. I pulled over, keeping my engine running. You never know who you're gonna meet out here. I rolled down my window and called out, "Hey, everything okay?" The guy wiped his hands on a rag and walked over.
"Nah, just some starting trouble,"
he said, his eyes looking tired. I offered to help, and he pointed to a toolbox in the back of his car.
"Could you grab me the wrench in there? It's near the back."
I nodded and headed towards the car. As I opened the toolbox, something caught my eye. A knife with dark stains, maybe blood. My gut twisted and I asked, "What's with the knife, man?" The guy chuckled nervously.
"Oh, that? Just cut up some roadkill for dinner, forgot to clean it. You know, survival on the road."
I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, handing him the wrench. He thanked me and then asked if I had any water in my car. Seemed like a normal request, so I said I'd get him some. As I walked back to my car, a chill ran down my spine. I had this weird sense that the guy wasn't being straight with me. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw him at the back of the car, taking a knife from a hidden spot. Instinct kicked in, and I yanked open the car door, slamming it shut behind me. I raced the pedals, the engine roaring to life as I sped away. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw the guy, knife in hand, staring after me. The road stretched on, the guy's menacing silhouette fading in the distance. Fear gripped me as I tried to process what had just happened. I took every turn I could, praying to put as much distance as possible between me and that guy. But as I glanced in the rearview mirror again, my heart sank. The guy was still there, following at a distance. Panic set in, and I pushed my car even harder, weaving through the darkened streets. Finally, as the city lights glowed ahead, I took one last turn, and when I looked back, the guy was gone. Disappeared into thin air. I felt a shiver down my spine, wondering how someone could vanish like that. I drove through the well-lit streets, the glow of city lights casting away the darkness. The encounter left me shaken, the image of that guy with the knife etched in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something sinister. As I continued my journey, the city lights providing a sense of safety, I couldn't help but wonder what kind of messed up stuff happens on those lonely roads at night. It was a cold and rainy evening in November when I stumbled across a seemingly innocent job ad on Craigslist. Little did I know that this simple click would haunt me for months to come. The ad was for a part-time job that promised quick money for minimal effort, just the kind of opportunity a struggling college student like me couldn't resist. The advertiser, who called himself Brian, was looking for someone to help him do odd jobs around his house. The pay was generous and the tasks were described as mundane: house cleaning, organizing, and occasional outings. After exchanging a few emails, Brian gave out his address and suggested we meet at his house the following Saturday. A certain suspicion gnawed at my excitement, but I dismissed it as typical caution. I was sure I'd be out of there in no time with the money in my pocket. The day came, and as I drove through the quiet suburban streets, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that something wasn't right. Brian's house, an abandoned building at the end of a desolate dead end, sent shivers down my spine. A feeling of dread came over me, but I kept walking, telling myself it was just my nerves. Brian opened the door with a forced smile that barely hid the strange intensity in his eyes. The air in the room was thick with an unsettling energy. Despite the dim lighting, I could see that the house was cluttered with odd trinkets and outdated furniture. A sense of foreboding hung over every corner. He wasted no time in handing me a list of tasks and explaining the details. As I set to work, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The creaking floorboards seemed to echo with mysterious footsteps, and the occasional hushed whisper sent shivers down my spine. The hours passed, and by the time I had completed the last task, Brian seemed more excited than satisfied. He insisted on paying me in cash and counted each bill with a nervous twitch. My unease grew, and I couldn't wait to escape the eerie atmosphere of his house. As I made my way to the door, Brian grabbed my arm with an unsettling force. His eyes bored into mine, and in a low tone he murmured,
You're different and special. I have another job for you, a secret one. You'll be paid handsomely, but you must never speak of it to anyone.
Fear gripped me as I hurried away from him, stammering excuses about previous commitments. I fled his house, heart pounding, vowing never to return. Little did I know that this escape would be the beginning of an unrelenting nightmare. In the days that followed, mysterious packages arrived on my doorstep, anonymous letters with cryptic messages and terrifying threats. The sender seemed to know my every move and described in detail the places I visited and the people I dealt with. Paranoia overcame me as I questioned everyone around me, wondering who could be behind this campaign of terror. Sleep was out of the question as I constantly looked over my shoulder and felt like I was being watched. The news escalated, revealing personal details that sent shockwaves through my life. It was as if the walls had ears and my every secret was being exposed. The turning point came on a stormy night. Echoing the day, I heard a knock on my window which sent a shiver down my spine. As I peered into the darkness, I saw him, Brian, the mysterious tormentor lurking outside. Panic set in as I reached for my phone and dialed 911, while Brian frantically tried to break into my house. The dispatcher's voice was my lifeline as I hid in the back room and waited for the police. The minutes dragged on like hours, and the menacing beats of Brian's burglary attempts created a symphony of fear. When the police finally arrived, their flashing lights illuminated the chaos. Brian has disappeared into the night, leaving me shaken and frightened. The aftermath was a blur, a police report, assurances from the officers, but no sign of Brian. The Craigslist nightmare had left its mark, a reminder that the online world can spill over into reality, with terrifying consequences.
Hey, I'm Alex. I've never been big on fancy stuff. For the past 5 years, I've been flipping burgers at this place nobody really cares about. It's the kind of spot where people just end up, and as long as the food is decent, it works. My life story in 36 years. Well, let's just say I wasn't the academic superstar. Barely scraped through high school, did a bit at junior college, and got the boot for slacking off. Family probably thinks I'm a disappointment, but hey, my only real interest is the internet. A simple job lets me do my thing without sweating it. But recently, I messed up. Got tangled up in the dark web, that sketchy side of the internet. Lesson learned, stay away from there. No good comes from it. If you want drugs, find a local dealer. The dark web is a mess, and I got caught in it. Years back, my buddy Gail introduced me to the dark web. We were clueless kids, joking about the endless crazy stuff you could find. Gail moved on to a regular job, but the dark web stuck with me. I never got into the dark side of it, just liked observing, a modern exploration of the weird stuff people are into. Then one night, while poking around, I found this mysterious page, secrets.onion. Looked like a prank, but something about it got me. Responded to a message, and that's when things got weird. Lost track of time, felt sick, and had to unplug my computer to snap out of it. Next day, things went south. My inbox blew up with emails, turns out I sent some video to everyone I know. Panic mode. At work, colleagues, especially Morgan, were talking about secrets.onion. I got fired by the boss, who thought I was pushing some dodgy website. Situation went nuts. Conversations I never had were on record, discussing the dark web. I checked into a motel, but the messages kept coming. I shared my mess on Reddit, hoping for help. This virus thing spread like crazy, turning my life into chaos. Now, I'm stuck in this generic motel room, scared of what's next. My interest in the dark web turned into a nightmare. Terrified, alone, and hoping someone out there can help me sort out this crazy mess.
My name is Chris, a regular guy leading an unremarkable life in a quiet suburban neighborhood. I've always been someone who relished the peace and quiet of my own company. Living alone in a modest house seemed like the perfect setup for someone like me. No roommates, no pets, just the right amount of solitude. Now, don't get me wrong, I never thought I'd be sharing a Home Alone horror story. But life has a funny way of turning ordinary moments into something you'd only expect in a thriller movie. It was just another Wednesday evening when things took a turn for the eerie, and my comfortable routine became a tangled web of paranoia and fear. My day had been like any other mundane workday. I came home, microwaved a frozen dinner, and settled into my worn-out couch for a night of mind-numbing television. The neighborhood outside was quiet, with the occasional distant bark of a dog or the low hum of a passing car. I liked it that way, the kind of peace that becomes the soundtrack of your life. As I sat there, absorbed in the glow of the TV, I heard a faint tapping on my living room window. I initially brushed it off as a tree branch swaying in the wind or some random noise from the outside. But as the tapping persisted, I couldn't ignore it any longer. I muted the TV, and the room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the soft taps on the glass. With a curious yet cautious mindset, I approached the window, pulling the curtain aside to peer into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, just the dimly lit street and the familiar outlines of neighboring houses. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I caught a glimpse of a figure standing just beyond the reach of the streetlight's glow. It was too dark to make out any details, just a shadowy silhouette. My initial thought was that it might be one of my neighbors needing help or perhaps lost. I cracked the window open and called out, "Hey, can I help you with something?" There was no response. The figure remained still, almost blending into the darkness. A shiver ran down my spine, a subtle warning that maybe I should back away and call the police. But curiosity got the better of me, and I stepped outside, my senses on high alert. As I approached, the figure became clearer, and that's when a wave of unease washed over me. It wasn't a neighbor, and it certainly wasn't someone seeking assistance. It was a man, tall and clad in a dark hoodie, his face obscured by the shadows of the hood. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them, cold and piercing, fixed on me. "Can I help you with something?" I repeated, my attempt at assertiveness sounding more like a shaky plea. He finally spoke, his voice low and steady.
You have something of mine, and I need it back.
I racked my brain, trying to figure out what he could be talking about. I wasn't involved in anything shady, and I certainly hadn't stolen from anyone. But as he stepped into the dim light, I noticed the glint of something metallic in his hand, a knife. Panic surged through me, and instinct kicked in. I stumbled backward, fumbling for my phone in my pocket. As I dialed 911, he advanced, the knife gleaming ominously. The dispatcher on the other end assured me that help was on the way, but every second felt like an eternity as I retreated into my house. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands trembling as I pressed my weight against it. The man stood on the porch, his face now visible under the weak porch light. It was a face etched with determination, devoid of any emotion. He knew I had called for help, and that only seemed to fuel his resolve. As I waited for the police, he continued to taunt me from the other side of the door, demanding that I give him what he wanted. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the glint of the knife through the window was enough to convince me that this wasn't some petty dispute. Minutes later, which felt like hours, the wail of sirens cut through the tension. The man on my porch hesitated, casting one last chilling glare in my direction before disappearing into the night. The police arrived, and I gave them a shaky account of what had transpired. They searched the neighborhood but found no trace of the man. They assured me they'd increase patrols in the area and advised me to stay vigilant. I installed security cameras, upgraded my locks, and tried to convince myself that it was just a random act of violence. I share this story not to instill fear but as a cautionary tale. Sometimes danger doesn't announce itself with a loud bang or a sinister presence. It can come knocking softly, tapping on your window in the dead of night, demanding something you didn't even know you had. Experiencing being alone at home for the first time was a significant event for me at the age of 13. A blend of excitement and nervousness filled me as my guardians informed me they needed to attend an urgent event and would return late. They emphasized the importance of securing all doors, avoiding opening them for strangers, and instructed me to contact Mrs. Anderson, our neighbor, if any issues arose. I assured them I would be fine, dismissing the thought that anything unusual might happen. The evening began on a positive note. I prepared some snacks, watched my preferred shows, and indulged in video games without anyone dictating bedtime. However, as the night progressed, the house underwent a transformation. It felt too quiet, too expansive, and too deserted. Around 11 p.m., I first heard it, a persistent scratching noise emanating from the back door. Initially, I speculated it might be a stray animal seeking shelter. Yet, the sound was too rhythmic, too purposeful for an animal. A sense of unease crept over me as I considered the possibility of someone attempting to gain entry. Intrigued yet fearful, I cautiously approached the back door. The scratching persisted, steady and resolute. Peering through the window, I discerned a shadowy figure hunched over our lock. The sight sent shivers down my spine. This was no stray animal. Someone was endeavoring to pick the lock and invade our residence. Panic seized me. I was alone, and an intruder was attempting to break in. Recalling my parents' guidance, I hastily retreated from the door, seeking refuge in a hiding spot. My hands trembled as I messaged Mrs. Anderson, hoping she was still awake. I waited anxiously, holding my breath, praying for a swift response. The house now seemed even more haunting, every shadow a potential hiding place, every creak a conceivable threat. The scratching at the door ceased, replaced by a soft, methodical clicking sound, the noise of the lock being tampered with. I heard the faint ping of a text message and nearly cried with relief. Mrs. Anderson responded, stating she had notified the police and was on her way. However, relief swiftly transformed into dread as I heard the back door slowly creak open. The intruder was inside the house. Their footsteps echoed, cautious but growing louder as they traversed the rooms, conducting a thorough search. I squeezed into my hiding place, attempting to minimize my presence. My heart pounded, and I clutched my phone, awaiting any sign of help. The house, once a haven of safety and comfort, had become a landscape of fear. Alone, hiding from a shadowy figure that had violated my sanctuary, I clung to the slender hope that assistance would arrive in time. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity as I lay in my hiding spot, the intruder's footsteps drawing nearer. I could hear them moving through the house, manipulating doors as they conducted their search. My heart throbbed so loudly, I feared it would betray my location. I clutched my phone tightly, checking incessantly for updates from Mrs. Anderson or any indication that the police were in proximity. Fear intensified with each new door opening, the suspense of not knowing the intruder's location at any given moment nearly unbearable. Then, I heard footsteps approaching the room where I was concealed. I held my breath, striving to be as inconspicuous and silent as possible. The door creaked open, revealing the shadowy outline of the intruder a few feet away from me, separated only by a slender piece of furniture. They paused, and for a moment, I thought they had detected me. Panic overwhelmed me. Thoughts of screaming or fleeing raced through my mind, but fear immobilized me. The intruder moved again, fortunately away from me, continuing their search elsewhere in the house. Minutes passed, each one stretching endlessly. Then, a different sound reached my ears, the distant wail of police sirens. Relief washed over me, succeeded by a fresh wave of fear. What if the intruder decided to take a hostage? I braced myself, prepared to scream or fight if they re-entered the room. The front door burst open, and I heard shouts, "Police! come out with your hands up." The intruder remained silent, but the scuffle sounds followed. I stayed hidden, unwilling to emerge until I was certain it was safe. Finally, Mrs. Anderson's voice called out to me.
"It's okay, they got him."
I emerged from my hiding place, my legs shaky and weak. The police had the intruder in handcuffs, a young man not much older than me, wearing a defeated and desperate expression. Subsequently, the police informed us that he was wanted for a series of burglaries in the area. The rest of the night was a blur. My parents returned, and there were hugs, tears, and countless questions. Mrs. Anderson stayed with us, her presence a comforting reminder of the kindness still present in the world. As I lay in bed that night, the events replayed in my mind. The house no longer felt like the secure haven it once was. The shadows appeared darker, the silence weightier. Yet, amid the fear and turmoil, a sense of resilience blossomed within me, a newfound strength forged from confronting one of my deepest fears.
My name is Stephen, and for the past 5 years, I've been working the night shift at St. Joseph's Hospital. The hallways echo with the soft hum of fluorescent lights, and the scent of germ-killing drugs stays around in the air. It's a routine job, but there's something about the stillness of the night that makes even the ordinary and boring tasks disturbing. I come from a small town, where everyone knew each other, and doors are left unlocked without a second thought. Moving to the city for this job was a big change for me. The hospital sits in the heart of the city, surrounded by huge buildings that seem to swallow the night. My fellow workers and I exchange nods and small talk, but beyond the professional facade, there's an unspoken understanding that we're all just trying to make it through the night. One Tuesday evening, things took an unexpected turn. It was around 3 a.m., and the hospital was quieter than usual. I was making my rounds, checking on patients and making sure of everything was in order. As I approached the end of the dimly lit hallway on the 4th floor, I saw a flickering light coming from the supply room. Assuming it was just a faulty bulb, I waited for a moment before deciding to find out what's going on. The door creaked open, showing a figure hunched over a box of medical supplies. Surprised, the person turned to face me, a man in his mid-30s with sloppy and dirty hair and a very upset look in his eyes.
"I am sorry, I didn't mean to scare you."
He talked unclearly, trying to regain calmness. "What are you doing here?" I asked, my heart pounding. He explained that his brother was a patient on the 3rd floor and needed a particular medicine. The night staff, he claimed, had refused to help, leaving him no choice but to find it himself. I felt a twinge of sympathy but reminded him that unauthorized access to medical supplies was against hospital policy. He pleaded with me, explaining the extreme importance of his brother's condition. I waited, torn between my duty and a desire to help someone in need. Eventually, I agreed to go with him to the 3rd floor, where he claimed his brother was waiting. The scariness of the silent hospital got worse as we went through the hallways. We reached the 3rd floor, and he led me to an unoccupied room at the far end of the hallway. I began to grow uneasy, sensing that something was wrongly. As I entered the room, the man suddenly lunged at me with a syringe in hand. Deeply, I avoided his attack and rushed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind me. Fear ran through my veins as I understood the seriousness of the situation. This wasn't just a desperate brother seeking medication. It was a calculated ploy to isolate and harm me. I ran to the nearest nurse's station and warned security. They quickly detained the man, who was later told to have a history of violence and an angry feeling against the hospital for perceived irresponsibility in his brother's care. To this day, I continue to work the night shift, but the memory of that stressful and terrible night serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes, The most very scary experiences are not found in the supernatural, but in the darkness that lives within how humans are.
Hey there, I'm Jake Miller, just your regular guy working at the local grocery store. Most of the time, it's a bit dull, counting inventory, sitting in the back office, you know the drill. To pass the time, I usually dive into my distance learning courses or watch some YouTube videos. But recently, a buddy introduced me to the dark web, or as some folks call it, the deep web. Now, I'm no computer whiz, I'm just a high school grade with a curiosity for exploring new things. So, when I installed the Tor browser and started delving into the deep web, it was pretty exciting. Found all sorts of websites, from standard ones to seriously messed up ones. There was even a site with the last words of death row inmates. Stuff like that stayed in my head for days. Came across meth and drug dealers, arms dealers too, but I wasn't into that. I just loved exploring the creepy side of the deep web. Meanwhile, my job at the grocery store was dragging. The town was on edge with girls going missing, and it wasn't limited to our town, even the neighboring one felt the fear. No one knew who was behind it, and no bodies were ever found. Cops were clueless, so everyone was on high alert. My routine included dropping my younger sister at school, making sure my folks picked her up, and then heading to work. Last evening, while browsing on the Tor browser, I stumbled upon an Onion website, a murder-on-demand site. Yeah, you heard that right. I was about to bail, but curiosity got the better of me. The site's design was creepy, only 3 pages with an ominous homepage, an about page claiming the killer was an artist by profession, and a chilling portfolio page with images of mutilated bodies. Faces were always blurred, and the killer never revealed themselves. It was gut-wrenching, and I felt sick. Couldn't sleep that night or even eat dinner. Just laid there, thinking about the horror those poor ladies faced. The next morning, I couldn't resist revisiting the site. Meanwhile, my boss asked me to manage the cash counters due to understaffing. As I dealt with customers, my mind was racing back to the gruesome images. A customer, an old senior from school and now a famous painter, brought me back to reality. He shared his latest projects, and I checked him out, waving him goodbye. Back in my office, I continued scrolling through the disturbing images during lunch. Suddenly, I noticed something familiar, paintings in the background. Paintings that I had seen in the local painter's portfolio just hours ago. I had stumbled onto something big, a connection between the murders and a famous painter in our town. Fearful of dealing with a serial killer, I played it safe. I took screenshots, copied them to a pen drive, and left an envelope at the police station with a note saying, "Check the painter's basement." The next morning, the news broke, cops raided the painter's house, rescued 3 girls, and discovered more bodies buried on his property. Justice was served, and the dark web murder site was shut down. No one knew who tipped off the cops, and life slowly returned to normal. But the impact of those events, the darkness lurking beneath our seemingly quiet town, will forever stay with me.
My name is Thomas, an average guy in his mid-30s navigating the turbulent waters of life. I've a 9-to-5 job, live alone in a modest apartment, and like every other person, I use the internet for various purposes. One night, while looking on Craigslist for some used furniture for my apartment, I came across an ad that turned my normal life into a scary story. The ad offered an old leather couch that would fit perfectly in my living room. The asking price was incredibly low, but the catch was that the couch had to be picked up in a remote area on the outskirts of town. Desperate for a good deal, I decided to contact the seller, a man called Henry. Henry responded quickly and offered to meet me halfway between my apartment and his. Despite the odd location, this seemed like a reasonable arrangement. We agreed to meet at an abandoned gas station on a desolate country road. As I drove to the meeting point, I was all excited at the prospect of a great find and the prospect of a good story to tell my friends. When I arrived at the gas station, I saw a rusty pickup truck parked in the shade. Henry, a stocky man with a scruffy beard and piercing eyes, greeted me with a nod. He seemed friendly, but I couldn't quite shake off an uneasy feeling. I ignored my instincts and handed him the money, whereupon Henry instructed me to follow him down a narrow dirt path. As we advanced further into the darkness, the surrounding trees seemed to get closer and closer to us. My initial excitement turned into a growing sense of unease. Henry's car finally stopped in front of a dilapidated house that was barely recognizable in the dim glow of a flickering porch light. He motioned for me to enter and explained that the couch was in the basement. Reluctantly, I descended the creaky wooden stairs, my senses on high alert. The basement was dimly lit, with only a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. There was an unsettling silence in the air, and the musty smell of old furniture filled my nostrils. At that moment, I noticed something strange. The cellar seemed much bigger than the house above. As I examined the couch, Henry's expression changed. He locked the cellar door behind me and a sinister smile crept onto his face. Panic spread through me as I realized I was trapped, alone with a stranger in this creepy basement. Henry's intentions became clear. This was no ordinary Craigslist deal. He revealed a hidden compartment in the couch that contained a stash of stolen goods, jewelry, electronics, and personal items from who knows how many unsuspecting victims. Henry wasn't only a furniture salesman, but also a predator who preyed on naive people and used Craigslist as a hunting ground for potential victims. Fear gripped me at that moment, but I knew I had to think fast. I pretended to admire the stolen items and engaged Henry in conversation, desperately looking for an opportunity to escape. In my mind, I hatched a plan to outwit him. With careful persuasion, I convinced Henry that I needed to go to the toilet, and promised him I would not escape. Surprisingly, he handed me a rusty key and pointed to a door in the corner. As I cautiously approached, I noticed a small window. It was my ticket to freedom. I gathered all my courage, unlocked the door, and jumped through the narrow opening. I sprinted through the darkness as the echo of Henry's angry shouts faded behind me. I stumbled through the woods until I reached the main road, where a passing motorist offered to take me to safety. I reported the incident to the authorities and led them to Henry's makeshift hideout. The stolen items were recovered, and Henry was arrested and charged for his sinister Craigslist scam. The incident left me shaken and reminded me that danger can lurk in the most unexpected places, even in the virtual world of online classifieds. The night was pitch black, and the rain was slamming against my car like it had a vendetta. I was on some godforsaken backroads in the middle of nowhere, regretting not filling up the tank when I had the chance. The only light came from my flickering headlights, and the only sound was the drumroll of raindrops on the roof. It was past midnight, and I was starting to wonder if I'd ever stumble upon a gas station. Just when I was about to give up hope, the headlights caught a figure on the side of the road. A hitchhiker, I guessed. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. The person got in, all soaked and hooded, giving off a dank smell. No words were exchanged as we drove through the dark, the tension in the car thick enough to cut with a knife. I tried to make small talk, asking where the stranger was headed, but it was like talking to a brick wall. just silence and that unsettling feeling. We kept on, and the atmosphere inside the car got weirder by the minute. The woods surrounding the road seemed to close in, and the shadows played tricks on my eyes. I took a quick glance at the passenger, trying to figure them out, but their face stayed hidden. Out of the blue, the stranger spoke up, their voice sending shivers down my spine.
Turn left here.
I hesitated, looking at the creepy path they pointed to, deeper into the dark woods. My gut screamed at me to say no, but something irrational made me turn left. As we went further down the trail, things got even more unsettling. The stranger's directions got crazier, leading us into the heart of nowhere. Finally, they told me to stop in the middle of the damn woods. The rain was still relentless, and an eerie stillness took over. I demanded an explanation, and that's when the stranger lifted their head, revealing a face that looked like it had seen hell. Scars, a twisted grin. It was like a horror movie come to life. Fear hit me like a sledgehammer as I fumbled to start the car. The engine roared just in time for the stranger to try and pounce on me. I hit the gas, leaving that nightmare behind. The road blurred under my tires as I raced away. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, and I didn't stop until the first light of dawn. Only then did I realize I'd dodged something way worse than running out of gas. As the sun came up, I couldn't shake the feeling that something truly messed up had happened. That stranger wasn't just some random person. They were a walking nightmare. I kept driving, haunted by the memory of that messed up night and the twisted soul I left behind in the dark. My name is William, a normal guy in his mid-20s just trying to make ends meet in the hustle and bustle of the city. I've always been wary of online transactions, but my recent experience on Craigslist has shaken me to the core. It all started innocently enough, with a simple search for a used laptop. I came across an offer that was too good to be true, a high-end laptop at a fraction of the retail price. The seller, who went by the name of Mark, stated that he was moving out of town and needed to sell the laptop quickly. I was intrigued by the offer and decided to contact him. Mark replied promptly, describing the laptop in detail and telling me that he preferred cash deals. We arranged to meet the next evening at a local cafe. The conversation remained casual, with Mark explaining that he urgently needed the money for his move. When I arrived at the cafe the next evening, there he was, a seemingly normal man in his late 30s dressed casually. We exchanged pleasantries and I checked the laptop. Everything was in order, and I handed him the money. Little did I know that this seemingly routine transaction was the beginning of a nightmarish ordeal. As I left the cafe, Mark casually mentioned that he had forgotten to take the charging cable with him, and insisted that I follow him to his nearby apartment to get it. This should have set alarm bells ringing, but I brushed the uneasy feeling aside and put it down to the stress of move. We arrived at a rundown apartment building and Mark led me to his apartment. The apartment was dimly lit, untidy, and had an unsettling air about it. I felt a pang of regret, but hesitated to voice my concerns. As I entered the apartment, Mark closed the door behind us, and at that moment things took a sinister turn. Out of nowhere, two masked men armed with baseball bats appeared. My heart raced as Mark's friendly demeanor disappeared and gave way to a cold and calculating stare. I realized that this was an elaborate trap. I was paralyzed with fear as they demanded my wallet, phone, and any valuables I had on me. The room felt suffocating and the only sounds were their menacing whispers. As I handed over my belongings, I realized I was at the mercy of criminals who had lured unsuspecting victims with a simple Craigslist ad. The stolen laptop was merely bait for their sinister plan. They left me in the apartment, shaking and scared, while they made their getaway. It took me a moment to regain my composure, and when I thought I was safe, I rushed out and called the police. Subsequent investigations revealed a series of similar incidents orchestrated by a criminal gang that preyed on innocent people looking for deals on online marketplaces. In hindsight, I couldn't shake off the trauma. The incident had taken away my sense of security and made me paranoid and suspicious.
I'm a 16-year-old living in the UK, and what I'm about to share with you happened just about 30 minutes ago. Now, I often listen to scary stories on YouTube, you know, those spine-chilling tales that make you wonder whether they're real or just another work of fiction. But let me assure you, the story I'm about to tell you is as real as it gets. The whole thing started when my curiosity got the best of me. I've always been that kid at a party who observes rather than partakes in risky business. A few months ago, a friend sent a link to what we thought was an innocent Instagram post in our group chat. When I clicked on it, something unusual happened. It asked for some sort of permission, and being the cautious type, I decided to lock my phone and carry on with my day. Fast forward a week, I found myself at my friend's house, and I couldn't shake off the curiosity about that peculiar link. So, I asked him about it, and he had this sly grin on his face. "Let me show you something," he said, "but you can't tell anyone." Intrigued, I followed him to his room where he booted up a throwaway laptop, giving me a heads up about the potential legality issues of what he was about to show me. As the computer came to life, he asked me a question that had always piqued my interest.
Have you ever been on the dark web?
My response was a hesitant no, coupled with concerns about getting into trouble. He reassured me and opened a browser that I would later learn was Tor. He then explained that the link I had asked about was an IP grabbing link, designed to obtain the IP address of the device that opened it. He pointed out that the number of rows of data roughly matched the number of people in our group chat. Those rows contained the IP addresses of our devices. He then took one of the rows, entered the numbers into a website, and a screen appeared, displaying detailed information about the corresponding device, iPhone 8, iOS, network provider, and even whether the screen was on. The chilling part was the location, pinpointing our small hometown. At this point, a mixture of shock and worry overcame me. I couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck, dude? Why did you want this information?" However, my friend quickly hushed me, reminding me of the potential consequences if his mom were to find out. He explained that, thanks to encryption, only he could access these IP addresses, emphasizing it was an experiment to test the reliability of this method. Feeling a bit numb from the revelation, my friend decided to lighten the mood by showing me the more entertaining side of the dark web. We explored various websites selling everything from cars to drugs I hadn't even heard of before. Silk Road, a popular selling website, showcased colossal bricks of cocaine and cartons of weed the size of armchairs. It was all so intriguing and exciting that I couldn't stop thinking about it in my free time. Now, fast forward to this week. I got a throwaway device and, after some conversation with my friend, installed the necessary software to browse the dark web. After a few pages of Silk Road and such, I decided I was done. Closed everything up, disabled VPNs, and tried to forget about it. I made sure not to delve into any dark corners, avoiding red rooms or anything illegal. At least, that's what I thought. So, there I am, watching PC videos when I receive an email from an unfamiliar address and domain. The email title, a string of seemingly random numbers, caught me off guard. Opening it, I found the subject to be victim information, and it proceeded to list all my banking details, my address, and even my mother's surname. Panic set in as I realized the gravity of the situation. This person wasn't just after profit, they went out of their way to let me know they had messed with me. In a state of sheer panic, I immediately contacted my bank and reported the case of bank information fraud. Fortunately, I was connected to a real person, a kind lady who swiftly froze my card and account, ensuring the safety of my funds. The relief washed over me, and as we ended the call, I collapsed onto my bed, utterly exhausted. Now, technically, I'm all good, but the question remains, why did this person go the extra mile to find my email, which I never used for the dark web, just to let me know they messed with me? It's not just about profit, it's downright messed up, as if they wanted to play mind games with me. Take it from me, folks. No matter how bored you get, never venture onto the dark web. It's a place where you're never truly safe.
It was a wild night, and I found myself driving down this deserted highway, surrounded by thick woods. My car's headlights battled the pitch-black darkness, casting strange shadows on the trees lining the road. I thought taking this route would save time, but now I was having second thoughts, especially with the creepy silence and isolation. It had to be past midnight, and all I could hear was the hum of my engine and the thumping of my own heart. The road stretched on forever, and the unsettling quiet had me on edge. Checking the dashboard clock, I realized how late it was, and the isolation only intensified. As I focused on the road, I saw movement in the rearview mirror. Headlights were approaching fast, and the driver behind me seemed in a rush. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just another late-night driver, but the aggressive tailgating and relentless pursuit were freaking me out. The car behind me was right on my tail, and their blinding high beams made it hard to see. I tried to shake off the fear, thinking maybe it was just some road rage or a thrill seeker. But the way they were following me, matching my every move, erased any doubt this wasn't a random thing. Desperation kicked in as I tried to navigate the desolate road. No signs of life, just woods on both sides. I pressed on, hoping to reach a more populated area. But the driver behind me was relentless, a shadow in the night that wouldn't go away. I called the cops, my voice shaky as I tried to explain the bizarre pursuit. The dispatcher assured me help was on the way, but the fear lingered. The person behind the wheel had a mask on, and their actions felt deliberate, like I was being targeted. Minutes dragged on, and the pursuit got more intense. The masked driver knew every move I made, navigating the winding road like they had a playbook. Panic set in, and it hit me. This was no ordinary road rage. It was something else. Finally, the lights of a small town appeared, and I thought I'd be safe there. But the driver behind me didn't let up, chasing me through the deserted streets. Fear gripped me as I hit a dead-end street. The masked driver closed in, blocking my way out. I hit the brakes, the tires screeching. The masked person stepped out, and their silhouette against the dim light sent chills down my spine. Trapped and vulnerable, I reversed, trying to break free. The pursuing car followed, but in the distance, sirens wailed. The masked driver hesitated, frustration showing in his face. They retreated to their car, disappearing into the shadows just as the police arrived. Officers surrounded me, and they nabbed the masked driver. As they were taken away, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling of not knowing who this person was and why they targeted me. Days turned into weeks, and the incident became a haunting memory. The investigation uncovered the masked driver's troubled past, personal issues spiraling into an obsession with scaring unsuspecting folks on lonely roads. Life eventually got back to normal, but that night stayed with me. The once-thought shortcut became a symbol of vulnerability, a stark reminder of how close we can get to the unknown. The masked driver, now behind bars, served as a chilling reminder that sometimes, the scariest things aren't supernatural but the messed up stuff that goes on in people's heads.
A couple of months ago, my buddy in the Coast Guard received orders to relocate to Florida. She initially attempted to find a tenant for her house without success. Faced with this challenge, she asked me to stay at her place rent-free and assist in securing a renter to manage the property. Interestingly, she had to leave one of her cats behind due to space constraints at her new location. While I found it somewhat neglectful, it wasn't my call, and being a cat enthusiast, I gladly took on the responsibility. I was excited about the prospect of living in her house for free, a welcome change from the cramped quarters of the barracks where I usually stayed with other service members. Upon my arrival at her residence, however, my excitement gave way to disappointment. The house, despite its size, was in disarray. Clutter was strewn about, dust covered everything, and fleas seemed to have taken up residence. This surprised me because my friend had always appeared to be someone who maintained a tidy living space. Despite the initial shock, I rallied my friends to help clean up the mess, hoping to transform the place into a more habitable environment. I assisted my friend in completing her packing, and during a sit-down conversation, she opened up about her ex. A fellow Army member in a different unit, he had initially seemed like a good match but turned out to be unsuitable for her. Following their breakup, he exhibited childish and annoying behavior, hitting her boots, scaring the cats, and making a mess of the place. He even blocked her car, causing a scene when she tried to leave. After her departure, I mostly stayed away from the house until I scheduled a cleanup day with my buddies. I visited daily to tend to the cat's needs, but one evening, after dinner with a friend, I decided to bring her along to feed the cat. I thought it would be beneficial for her to see the place and discuss the necessary next steps. As we approached the house and got out of the car, a loud noise emanated from nearby trees. Initially dismissing it as an animal, looking back, I realized it might have been my imagination playing tricks on me. Upon reaching the door, an uneasy feeling settled over me. Something felt off, as if I shouldn't be there. Ignoring the sensation, I attempted to open the door and found it puzzling when it opened easily. I recalled having to turn the lock multiple times during previous visits. However, this time, it opened on the first try. I brushed it off as luck, though a nagging doubt lingered about whether I had forgotten to lock the door initially. Once inside, my nerves heightened as I ascended the stairs to feed the cat. However, when I tried to turn on the hallway lights, only one worked. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a water puddle, realizing that the light was filled with water leaking onto the floor. Simultaneously, a noise, initially mistaken for the AC, resonated from above. I assumed there was an issue with the AC causing the leak. Concerned about additional problems, I requested my friend to survey the supplies we might need while I proceeded upstairs to tend to the cat. Before reaching the halfway point on the stairs, my friend called me down. In the kitchen, by the back door leading to the porch, shattered glass covered the floor. She asked if it was like that when I left. I had been to the house only a couple of times since my friend departed, and I was confident I would have noticed a broken window. Examining the scattered glass, it seemed the breakage occurred from the outside. Unsure if someone was still inside, I advised my friend to wait while I checked upstairs. Lacking any weapons, I opted for one of my friend's sword collections, conveniently stored downstairs. Armed with a sword, I cautiously ascended the stairs, relieved to find the house empty. However, to be safe, we waited outside and promptly called the police. After alerting the authorities, I informed the owner of the break-in. The peculiar aspect was that nothing appeared to be stolen, and the house wasn't in worse condition than before. The broken window and the locked back door with shattered glass left us puzzled. Suspecting my friend's ex as the culprit, the police initiated an investigation. He likely believed no one was keeping an eye on the property while the owner was away, providing an opportunity to cause mischief. Despite the unsettling incident, I continued my responsibility of feeding the cat, visiting the house as the police searched for the suspected intruder. The insurance company also got involved to assess the damage. Although apprehensive, I entered the house a couple of days later. The musty, moldy smell engulfed me as I noticed the water leak had worsened. The hardwood floors near the entrance warped and the ceiling sagged. Curiosity overcame fear as I explored further. Ascending the stairs with a sword in hand, I reached the main bedroom. A storage closet along the way revealed water, situated directly above the entrance. The AC and water heater were located in the closet's rear, contributing to the leakage. In the main bedroom, the roaring sound intensified, resembling running water. A door at the back, unnoticed before, led to a small bathroom with a running faucet. The carpet was drenched and the door was locked. Suspecting foul play, I refrained from breaking down the door and instead called the police for assistance. An officer unscrewed the knob and opened the door, revealing an empty room with an overflowing bathtub. The conclusion was evident: the troublemaker, likely my friend's ex, had broken in on the night of our visit. Whether the noise I heard was him breaking in or a figment of my imagination, he had entered through the shattered window and exited through the front door. Subsequently, he had gone upstairs, initiated a water leak, and tampered with the locked door. His intent wasn't theft but rather to flood the house, capitalizing on the owner's absence and the difficulty of dealing with water damage. Though we never learned whether the police apprehended him, I handed the key to the insurance company, and I chose never to return to that unsettling place. The last update I received indicated that new tenants had moved in, and the property had been restored to its former state, free from further disturbances. I want to share a harrowing experience I had while looking after someone's cat. This was not the first time I had taken on pet-sitting duties, but it turned out to be the most unsettling. I began cat-sitting when I was 15, earning a bit of extra cash by posting my services on various social media platforms. One day, I received a message on Instagram. Let's call the person Mrs. Green for privacy. She explained that she and her husband were planning a week-long trip to Japan and needed someone to take care of their cat, Whiskers, from the 8th to the 15th of the month. Mrs. Green gave me the option to either stay at their house or take care of Whiskers at my place. After a detailed conversation with Mrs. Green, I agreed to take on the responsibility and informed her that I would stay at their house during the specified period. We discussed Whiskers' routine, the layout of their home, and any special instructions. When I arrived at their house, Mrs. Green introduced me to Whiskers, a sleek black cat with vibrant green eyes. She provided me with a tour of their residence, a cozy cottage nestled in a wooded area with no immediate neighbors. Mrs. Green and her husband outlined a few rules and shared some information about a friendly but occasionally confused elderly neighbor named Mrs. Thompson. According to them, Mrs. Thompson might mistakenly visit their property and sometimes even confuse Mrs. Green for her own daughter who had passed away. Having lost a sibling in a tragic accident, I felt a twinge of empathy for Mrs. Thompson. Mrs. Green assured me that Mrs. Thompson meant no harm, but if she appeared, I should kindly guide her back to her own home, and she would leave without any issues. Once the Greens departed, I settled in for a quiet evening with Whiskers. The initial 2 days went smoothly without any hitches. However, on the third day, I encountered a situation with Mrs. Thompson. She drove into the driveway, and I approached her as she exited the car. Upon seeing me, she hastily returned to her vehicle and drove away. I assumed she realized her mistake and went back inside. Later that night, I received a call from Mrs. Green, inquiring about the situation. I recounted the encounter and explained that Mrs. Thompson had likely misconstrued the situation, thinking there was a burglar. Mrs. Green chuckled, dismissing it as a simple misunderstanding. I assured her that I would address any confusion the following day. However, the night took an unexpected turn. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by faint scratching sounds outside the window, akin to tapping. Initially, I attributed it to some nocturnal creature but found it increasingly difficult to ignore. Determined to shoo away any potential intruders, I decided to investigate. Upon lifting the blinds, I let out a scream as I spotted Mrs. Thompson attempting to pry open the window with a set of pliers. Alarmed, I instructed Whiskers to follow me, grabbed my phone, and hurriedly retreated to the bathroom. Locking the door as a precaution, I dialed 911, providing the best description of the address I could remember. The operator assured me that the police would arrive within 10 minutes. I hushed the dogs, securing them in the closet adjacent to the bathroom to minimize noise. Struggling to maintain composure, I could still hear Mrs. Thompson persistently striking the window with the pliers. The operator offered words of reassurance as I anxiously awaited police intervention. Suddenly, a glass shattered, intensifying my fear of potential harm at the hands of someone in a confused state. Approximately 4 tense minutes later, I heard footsteps, accompanied by visible feet beneath the door. Mrs. Thompson knelt, peering underneath, and upon noticing me, she resumed assaulting the door with the pliers. Tears streamed down my face as I implored the operator for updates on the police's arrival. He assured me they were minutes away, though each passing moment felt interminable. In a distressing turn of events, Mrs. Thompson began screaming,
You shouldn't be here.
I responded, pleading for her to leave. The sound of approaching police sirens provided a semblance of relief. Within minutes, officers attempted to breach the door, successfully gaining entry. I signaled my presence, though it was evident they had the situation under control. Mrs. Thompson continued her assault until handcuffed, adamantly insisting she had done nothing wrong. After providing a statement at the police station, I sought refuge at my parents' home, too shaken to remain alone. The following day, I informed Mrs. Green of the unsettling episode. Remarkably, she honored our agreement, and I received full payment despite expressing my inability to return to her house.
Hello cats and dogs. As it is spooky Halloween season, I figured that I would make another horror story compilation from some of my past true scary story narrations. I hope you enjoy. Also, most people who watch my channel don't actually subscribe to it, and I post new horror story narrations all the time. So if you're into that sort of content, hit that subscribe button. It's completely free, it only takes 2 seconds, and you can always change your mind if you don't like the content in the future. Okay, now onto the video. I work at a restaurant in a small town, and I have been locking up at the end of the night for over a year now. It's nice, easy money, and I usually get paid an extra hour while doing simple tasks like cleaning or rolling silverware. It's actually calming after a hectic night in the kitchen. I never check bathrooms or anything before locking up. Usually, the restaurant is empty well before I'm finished, and I have a lot of time to myself. There is something so eerie about being in a restaurant alone after closing. What was once a bustling place full of people is now empty and silent. The sounds of the machinery kicking on can be heard across the restaurant. The sound of the ice machine dumping ice usually makes me jump. With the layout of the restaurant, the main light switches are on the opposite side of the restaurant from the door with the alarm. So, I usually lock the back and front doors, and then turn off all of the lights. Then, I make my way through the dark restaurant to the side door, which has the keypad. In order to arm the system, all doors need to be closed, and there needs to be no movement in the restaurant. If there is an error, it will tell me the door that is open, or infrared detected, and the area where there is movement. When I first started looking up, I needed the flashlight on my phone to navigate to the door, but now I know the layout, so I just walk in the darkness. For some reason, it is less scary to just speedwalk through the dark than to have a dimly lit phone light casting shadows and reflecting off surfaces. I hate to say it as a grown man, but the dark creeps me out. Tonight, the restaurant had been closed for almost 2 hours. I mopped the kitchen, cleaned a bit, and rolled some silverware for the morning crew. I locked the doors, turned off the lights, and then made my way through the dark restaurant to the door. I typed in the code and got an error. Error, infrared detected, dining room. I felt my stomach sink. I know I've been alone in this restaurant for 2 hours. I know I had just walked through that pitch-black dining room. Just then, I heard footsteps pounding on the tile, coming towards me from the dining room. I've gotten chills down my spine before when something creeps me out, but this was different. It felt like my entire nervous system was overloaded. I didn't even turn around. I just opened the door and bolted out into the parking lot. I didn't hear any footsteps behind me. I got in my car and peeled out. I drove down the street and called 911, and then I called my boss. I waited until they arrived before I went back to the restaurant. The door was wide open. There was no sign of anyone. Nothing was stolen, nothing was broken. I gave a report of what happened, and that was it. The only interior camera, which is pointed at the cash registers, doesn't see into a majority of the dining room, but the exterior camera recorded something that scared the shit out of me, and that I will think about for the rest of my life. It captures me running out of the building and around the corner to my car. Shortly after I exited, you could barely see the elongated shadow of someone standing by the door beneath the camera, watching me run away. The person casting it was just out of frame before turning the opposite direction and disappearing. Just seeing my terrified self running away, and that shadow watching me do so, I've never felt so vulnerable. I'm not really a believer in the paranormal, but I just don't know what kind of sick person would wait in a restaurant for 2 hours after close, not steal anything, and just scare the employee locking up. I know for a fact it wasn't any of my co-workers. Obviously, there wasn't much that could be done to find out who it was. Nothing shows anyone entering the building after close. And from what we could tell, everyone who entered that day had left. This event still has me questioning myself on whether it was a sick prank, someone mentally ill, or something supernatural. Recently, I had the most disturbing experience of my life. For context, I will give a little backstory. My husband had remained close to his childhood friend, who I will call John, well into adulthood. They had met in elementary school and became inseparable ever since. When I was dating my husband and met John, I thought he was such a nice guy. He had a really docile nature and wholesome character. Everyone felt comfortable around him. John was the type of person that could get along with anyone. He was trustworthy, dependable, and genuinely kind. I was happy that my husband was able to keep such a good friend in this day and age, when true friendships are so hard to find. Both me and my husband are estranged from our families, so we were very lucky to have someone like John in our lives. We considered him our family. John was a nerd like us, so we had many of the same interests. We would meet up every once in a while to grab something to eat, catch a movie, or just hang out at the house playing retro board games and discussing tech. We all three had a love of computers, so my husband and John often shared with each other small programs that they would write. My husband and I built computers for a time, and John would come by to give his opinion and advise us on our projects. I suppose the only curious thing about John was that he never had a girlfriend. In all the years we knew him, he had always been single. He never even dated. I didn't understand why such a nice guy hadn't found someone yet. Our lives seemed to evolve and change, but John sort of just stayed where he had always been, living with his family and never becoming involved with anyone romantically. For a while, we started thinking that maybe he was just gay, and simply scared to reveal it because he had a pretty traditional family, who he was very close to. Though we wondered amongst ourselves, we never brought it up to him, as it seemed inappropriate. It would be like we were invading his privacy or meddling in his life. We figured that he would eventually find someone when he was ready. John suddenly moved away to a city that was 3 hours away. When he told us, we thought at first that he had decided to finally move on his own, but we were wrong. He had actually moved into a home that his older sister had bought for her retirement. Since she wasn't ready to retire just yet, she was letting him stay there for the time being. And that's when things began to change. John sort of fell off the map. He wouldn't call, he wouldn't visit or ask us to come visit him. My husband and I figured that it was because of the distance. Also, he was probably settling into his new place and getting accustomed to a new city. But time continued passing, and I could tell my husband was really missing his friend. I had to admit that I was too. We had such good times together, and it was so unlike John to disconnect like that. It was so difficult to get in contact with him on the phone, and he wasn't very active on his social media either. I started to worry about John. I also didn't want my husband to continue distancing himself from his best friend, as it could become permanent. So I made it my mission to reignite our friendship. I called John and arranged for us to go visit him. Surprisingly, he didn't seem to even acknowledge the fact that it had been about 2 years since we had last seen each other. When we arrived at his place, I was taken a little aback, as I hadn't been expecting what I saw. The house was in a pretty secluded neighborhood, in the middle of nowhere actually. I didn't know how he could get used to it here, coming from a big city and all. Also, and I hate to say this, but the house seemed dirty and messy. John told us that he had transferred his job to this new city, and even though they offered him a promotion, he had declined it. He didn't want to work the extra hours. I looked around and thought that this made sense, since it seemed like John didn't like leaving the house very much. I chuckled to myself as I thought the house looked more like a bunker than a home. To my dismay, I saw that John had his own room, as if he was still a teenager. In fact, it was decorated as if that is what he still was. It was a mess in there. Computers and computer equipment on the floor, wires everywhere, clothes thrown around all over the place. John said his sister came to stay every other weekend, so she had the main bedroom for herself. He expressed how he hated for his privacy to be interrupted when she stayed over, but what could he do? I thought to myself that he could just get his own place, but I didn't say it out loud. We all decided to go to dinner and browse some of the stores in the area. I couldn't help myself any longer and asked John why we had lost contact. It had become so difficult to get a hold of him lately. He kind of shrugged it off and said that he had been so busy with the move that he must have lost track of time. He didn't ever want to lose contact like that with us again. He appeared genuine, but something felt off to me. His answers appeared too short and generic, as if they had been scripted or practiced somehow. My husband told him that he thought he would have had his own place by now since he moved all the way out here. John said that it was just financially easier this way. Again, another short and generic reply. I asked him if he was seeing anyone. He said that he wasn't in a position to do so right now, as he really wanted to get his finances in order first. I thought that every reply he gave made sense and was perfectly reasonable. But I also knew he was lying. Rather, he was hiding. I just didn't know what. It was just this nagging feeling that I couldn't shake off. John just didn't seem like the person we had known once. My husband and I drove back home kind of confused, but glad that we had spent some time with our friend. It had been a long time coming. John certainly had answered all the questions we had been curious about. We believed that now we had resumed contact, we would see more of him, but that didn't happen. John continued to be distant. His social media continued to not be updated. But I did notice something strange. Since I have him as a friend, I could see whatever he did that was public. I noticed he was liking Nickelodeon programs, and would sometimes make comments on their posts. The comments would just mention how good a show's last episode was, or how he couldn't wait to find out what would happen next. I found this odd. His comments almost seemed to be written by someone much younger, and not a man in his late 30s. Who still watched kids' programs at that age? Oh well. I chalked it up to John always being sort of innocent. Besides, some adults still watch cartoons, right? I suppose there isn't anything too weird then, with an adult liking children's sitcoms. I didn't mention it to my husband. I'm not sure why. I just felt like I was invading John's privacy somehow. After all, it's not like I had purposefully searched for this information. Besides, what would be the point of even mentioning it? It was just TV shows. Over the next couple of years, John visited us one time. Once again, I had to make a monumental effort to get him to meet with us, even though he travelled our way to visit his mother often. I got the uncanny feeling that John was avoiding us. Again, as if he was hiding. But hiding what? My husband had pretty much accepted the fact that this friendship had somehow grown apart and things would never be as they were before. No point in continuing to force the situation. I resigned myself to that fact as well. It happens. I figured it happened more commonly with childhood friends, since people do tend to go in different directions in adulthood. Some more time passed, and my husband mentioned John to me. He told me that he wondered what he had been up to and how it seemed how hard he tried. He kept losing contact with him. I could tell my husband was annoyed and wouldn't call John because he was upset. I decided to give him a call myself. I hoped he still had his same number, and luckily, he did. John informed me that he had recently moved back in with his mother. She needed him to be close to her due to her ailing health. I told him it was good that he was back, because we were planning on visiting my father, so we could swing by and see him as well. For the first time, John actually sounded strained and evasive. For the first time, John actually sounded strained and evasive. He didn't sound like himself at all. He told me that he really hadn't been expecting to move back, so he was having trouble getting settled in. For this reason, he said that he would not be able to meet with us this soon. We would have to meet the following month. That struck me as strange, since his mother's house was the house he grew up in. He had his own bedroom there, so why would it be so difficult to settle in? I accepted his wishes though, and told him that the following month we would plan on hanging out for sure. Nothing could have prepared me and my husband for what happened next. As the month we were supposed to meet approached, my husband called me to come downstairs and look at the TV. He then said to hurry. I thought he was just being dramatic, since he sometimes did so to come and see what he was watching. So I reluctantly went downstairs. I immediately noticed he was as white as a sheet. Now he had my attention. I asked him what in the world was wrong now. He told me to look at this as he held the remote in his hand, pointing it to the TV. I sat down next to him, and he started playing a news segment that showed a courtroom. Suddenly, John is led in by a bailiff, wearing an orange suit with his hands and feet shackled. I literally did a double take, as I couldn't at first believe it was the same person. I thought my husband was joking and was playing a video showing a John look-alike, but there was no denying it was really him. His full name was right on the screen. The newscaster said that yet another man, John, had just been arrested in connection to one of the largest child trafficking rings that had been dismantled in recent history. John was just one of the many individuals who had been caught when the police successfully obtained their information from a website on the dark web that had been shut down for featuring and spreading child pornography. The investigation had been going on for a few years. Both of our mouths were wide open as we stared at the TV in disbelief. My husband told me that he had been searching for a local TV show when he came across this. He told me he just couldn't believe it. He must have watched it over 20 times before he called me downstairs to see for myself. I was speechless. Sometime later, when the initial shock subsided, my husband went online to search for more information, and it appears that John's mother's home and sister's home had both been raided, and they found hundreds of child sexual abuse content on his computer. John must have been collecting them since his youth. There had also been a DNA match. There wasn't much more information than that, and I was thankful for it, because none of us wanted to know what that meant exactly. John is going to be in prison for the next 30 plus years. He will be an old man by the time he makes it to his first parole hearing, and would have to wear an ankle monitor for his remaining years if he was ever to be released. We saw that his sister removed his name from the house she had bought. She also removed every mention of him from her social media. For his family to have disowned him, the details of what John did must be truly horrific, and it's obvious that his family has no doubt of his guilt. I feel so sorry for his poor mother. She was such a sweet lady. She had already lost 2 sons, and now she lost a 3rd one. My husband and I removed John from our contact list and any trace of him from our social media as well. We severed all ties. We decided to not even contact his family. We will not be visiting him in prison either, though we have so many unanswered questions. This event broke my husband somehow. He has become very paranoid and distrustful of other people. He has refused to make any new friends. I can understand him. It's life-changing when you realize you never truly know anyone, regardless of how close you are to them. Not really. The sweet, humble guy that had slept in our home and shared so many great times with us had been an illusion. A very good magic trick. It's as if he had never really existed, except in our own minds. John had been hiding something after all. He had been hiding that he was really a monster. Before we get going, I just want to get one thing out of the way. This is not my story. It actually belongs to my best friend's little brother. He gave me permission to use it so long as I didn't use the real names of the people involved, with the exception of the guilty party in question. So, my best friend and her younger brother, who I will call Rebecca and Alex for the sake of the story, moved across the country from Connecticut to California because their father had a stroke, and he needed help with recovery and household tasks. At the time, Alex was in a long-term relationship with his then-girlfriend, and he knew she wasn't going to handle the news well. Keep in mind, the 2 of them had been together since middle school, and on more than one occasion she had mentioned that she wasn't the long-distance relationship type. So, he was bracing himself for the eventual breakup, and as he suspected, it happened. Just not in the way he thought it would. He expected her to be just as upset as him, but instead, she was eerily calm, almost relieved even. She breathed a sigh of relief before dropping the bombshell that she'd been planning on breaking up anyway because, for over a year, she had been having a secret affair with his cousin. Rebecca found this out and she hit the roof, ending up telling me the whole thing over one of our weekly video chats. She confronted him over the whole thing, and he had almost the same reaction, owning up to everything. So now, Alex was dealing with the heartbreak of losing his long-term girlfriend, and the cousin who he always thought had his back, and the stark realization that this entire time, that cousin and the girl he thought loved him unconditionally were really looking for a place to bury the proverbial dagger. As you would imagine, he took it about as well as any of us. He barely said anything the entire cross-country trip with his sister, and she practically had to beg him to eat while they were on the road. He fell into a pretty deep depression. A couple of weeks go by, and once they've settled in, I get that long-awaited video chat notification from Rebecca. We maybe chat for 2 or 3 minutes when she asks me if I would have any issues talking to Alex. Of course, I didn't mind. If we're being honest, I've been a part of that kid's life since the day he was born. Though not by blood, he was always more of a little brother to me as well. So I figured maybe some guy talk would do him a bit of good. That is, as long as he was up for it. Thankfully, it seemed as if he was willing to talk, even if just for a few minutes. So his sister left the room and Alex sat in the computer chair. The very first thing out of my mouth was, "How are you holding up?" He was quiet for a minute, but then I saw his lower lip trembling and a tear roll out of his eye. Before I could get another word in edgewise, he absolutely lost it. I was as supportive as I could be. I told him to let it out, told him it was okay, told him that I had been where he was before in my younger years. And I remembered how bad it hurt. I'd been cheated on in the past, and at the very least, in my case, a family member wasn't involved. But I had lost people I considered friends due to this, and in that sense, I did understand the sense of dual betrayal. After a few minutes, he collected himself and told me everything that had been going through his head, everything he neglected to tell his sister. I won't get into too many details because it was rather personal, and I promised him I wouldn't, but let's just say things got a bit dark. Before I signed off with him and continued an admittedly short conversation with his sister, I let him know that he could come to me for any reason whatsoever, because as far as I was concerned, he was family. Always would be. I also assured him that he would weather this. He was only 20 after all, and a fairly good-looking guy. Not to mention he had a good heart and just needed to give himself some time to heal. He gave me a slight smile and a nod, and I had a feeling that that was the first time he had smiled in a bit. Rebecca and I finished off our short catching-up session, and I went to bed for the night. The time zone difference basically made it so I was getting off of the call a little after 11 p.m, my time. I had to be at work the next morning. For a little over a month, the conversation alternated between Rebecca and Alex, and they would tell me everything that they were experiencing out in California, the status of their father's health, fun activities they got to do in the rare instances that they had downtime, and eventually, Alex told me he was thinking about dating. I wasn't one of those individuals that was going to harp on him about his inexperience or the fact that it was too soon. I just told him to be careful. He openly admitted to me that he wasn't looking for anything more than a rebound because he hadn't been with anybody other than his ex, so he wasn't looking to get into anything serious. I asked if he'd met anyone just yet. After all, he was still new to the area, so I was curious. He told me no. Mentioned he attempted to talk to a girl at a Starbucks, not too far up the road, but she seemed disinterested, so he didn't pursue it any further. At this point, he was relying on some of the more well-known dating apps, such as Tinder and Coffee Meets Bagel, but hadn't had much luck, so now he was trying out an app called Meet Me. I asked him what made it so different from all the other apps he'd been trying out, and he told me that it wasn't just a typical dating app. It actually gave him a series of places and events where he could potentially meet somebody and at the very least have a good time. Personally, it sounded like a good idea to me. He was new to the area, after all, and by his own admission, the furthest he had been since moving to his dad's was to the Starbucks and the little convenience store about 2 miles away. So he was going into it with the mindset of, even if a date doesn't come out of this, at least I might find something I enjoy. For the next 3 weeks or so, our conversations continued as per usual. No real update from Alex in regards to the dating situation, but about a month later, he greeted me on the other end of the chat instead of his sister, and he was beaming. He told me he met a woman by the name of Lena on the app. They chatted for a little over a week, and he realized that they clicked. He didn't mind that she was a little bit older, and by a little bit, I mean 16 years his senior. But throughout the few conversations, he found they have a bit in common. She would eventually talk him into meeting up at a music appreciation club meeting at a rec center not too far away from him. He held up his phone to the camera, and I waited for the picture to focus a bit more. But from what I could see, she was quite pretty. She didn't look her age. If anything, she could have passed for being in her mid-20s. She had a kind of punk rock aesthetic to her look. Slender, with a Monroe piercing, a black pixie-cut hairstyle, and a little dimple in her chin. She was rocking an AFI t-shirt and had a smile that gave off the impression that she was fun. I could understand why he gave her a shot. If I were in the same position, I probably would have done the same thing, especially since that was my type when I was his age. He went on to tell me that he started to bond with her within the first couple of hours of their initial meetup. They chatted about their mutual love of the albums Black Sails in the Sunset, Answer That, and Stay Fashionable, and The Art of Drowning. They talked about all of the music that helped them through tough situations and became their overall life soundtrack. He knew that he had found a kindred soul, at least in this sense, when she started naming off some of the more obscure bands like Domin and Calabrese. I advised him to be careful at first and not to fall too hard. Told him it was a good idea to get to know her a bit better, especially since he was just getting out of a rough breakup. When I gave him this advice, I realized it kind of came across as unwanted, because he gave me a look like I was insulting his intelligence, but after a few seconds, he just thanked me and told me he would keep me posted. He stuck to his word, because every chance he had, he would talk about Lena and tell me about how she would take him on day trips when she found out he wasn't from the area. They went everywhere from the Sunset Strip to Venice Beach. She even took him to go out and see Alcatraz. It would be 4 to 5 months of these conversations before one day he told me that she finally admitted to having feelings for him. He wasn't sure how to process this information at first, mostly due to the fact that he was under the impression that they were just friends. But after talking to her and finally telling her everything he had gone through with his previous breakup, he admitted that he would be willing to give it a shot because he really liked her company. Upon hearing this, she gave him a passionate kiss. As he blushed, he told me that one thing led to another, and, well, you know, he didn't have to go into too much detail past that point. I could see the sheepish look on his face combined with a boyish grin. Still, I asked him if he was sure he was making the right move. He told me I was overthinking things and he was just going to see where it went from there. It wasn't like he was going to be proposing to her anytime soon. I just said okay, and in a way, I gave him my blessing before ending my conversation with him and speaking with Rebecca. She waited for him to leave the room before chatting with me, and once she realized he was out of earshot, she said with more than a slight hint of uneasiness in her voice that she couldn't shake the feeling that this was going to end badly. When I asked her what she meant, she told me she found the whole situation creepy. She even pointed out that if somebody like me or her father were doing the same thing, it wouldn't be treated the same way. Though she acknowledged the obvious and very real double standard, I reminded her that Alex seemed smitten with Lena, and that he was technically an adult. She said yeah, in an almost defeated way, and let me know that she would see how things played out, hoping her gut instinct was wrong. Sadly, it wasn't. As the conversations continued, Alex would tell me how Lena finally came over and met the family in person. His dad seemed okay with everything and was honestly relieved that his son was dating someone with much more life experience. Rebecca was more standoffish, but did her best to hold her tongue. As much as she wanted to confront Lena that night, she didn't, for her brother's sake. Alex would talk to me, and in some of those instances, especially when he looked tired, he would allude to the fact that Lena was keeping him up at night without getting into too much detail. Apparently, it was quite often, and in some instances, way more adventurous than he could have imagined. One night, he told me that they were planning a day trip to San Francisco, just so they could take some rides on the trolley cars and check out places like Hyde and Ashbury. He seemed really jazzed about the whole thing. The usual routine of bidding him good night and wishing him well before talking to his sister went on as per usual, and the conversation was relatively normal. So when I didn't hear back from them for close to a couple of weeks, I started to worry. This was highly unusual because these weekly video chats were almost on a schedule. I started to wonder if their dad had another health crisis. I sent a few messages on WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger to try to get down to the bottom of things. After my third or fourth attempt, Rebecca finally answered back with, "Sorry, had a lot going on as of late. I'll fill you in later." That evening, my computer screen signed in with that all too familiar tone once again. I still remember, I was in the middle of microwaving a few slices of pizza from the night before, and I darted into my computer room, deciding to forego eating until I had an understanding of what exactly had kept them from speaking to me for what felt like an extended period. The first thing out of my mouth when Rebecca came up on my screen was, "Is your dad okay?" She assured me that he was doing okay as far as his health was concerned, but then she said he was just as pissed as she was. I'm pretty sure I looked confused at that statement because she launched into a tirade about Lena. It was all over the place. She punched the desk a couple of times, and she was so furious I could barely make out what she was saying. I asked her to take a breath for a minute and start over, but instead of doing so, she just told me it would have been easier to just have Alex explain it. So she got up from her chair and walked out of the room for a moment, coming back with Alex in tow. He was wearing a hoodie, the hood pulled up, and trying his best not to look at the camera, but when he sat down, my heart sank. The hoodie did little to cover his face. There were signs of healing bruises around his throat and face. His left eye was absolutely bloodshot, and there were signs of freshly healed stitches across his chin, directly under his lower lip. The bridge of his nose was terribly swollen, and when he waved at me, I could see he was wearing a couple of finger braces and a tightly wrapped ace bandage on his right hand. "What in the blue hell happened to you?" I asked, not even thinking about the words coming out of my mouth. He told me that he didn't want to talk about it, but Rebecca forced him to do so. For the next 20 minutes, he told me the story of the San Francisco trip. Everything was going great at first. We grabbed some tie-dyes from a shop run by a couple of old hippies, rode the trolley around town, and did everything we wanted to do by lunch. By that time, we were getting really hungry, so we stopped at a little cafe with an outdoor patio. He swallowed hard, and as he did, I could tell it caused him a bit of physical pain. He started to cry a little bit. As he took a moment to collect himself and choke back the tears, he continued, "The big reason we were doing this was because it was my 21st birthday, and she wanted to celebrate with me. So, we're having a couple of sangrias and waiting for a light lunch when I start noticing her acting kind of funny. She starts looking at the ground, trying to cover her face with her hand, and telling me not to look. I have no clue what she's talking about, but then I hear this guy who didn't sound like he was too far from the restaurant, and his voice is getting closer. He starts screaming tramp and slut, and Lena just jumped out of the chair and grabbed my arm in a panic. She was screaming for us to go, and I looked over my shoulder to see this guy who looked like a walking billboard for HGH. He was steadily screaming at her, and when I asked who he was, she just blurted out, "My husband." I'll tell you, man, my feet were suddenly stuck to the ground. I couldn't move thanks to the shock of hearing that. And then the next thing I knew, I'm being pulled over the wall and pinned to the ground by my neck while this guy repeatedly punches me in the face and screams at her. If one of the girls at the restaurant hadn't had pepper spray at the time, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you right now. I just sat there in utter shock. Rebecca told me she had a gut feeling about Lena, and I had dismissed it like she was being an overprotective sister. Now Alex was sitting there on camera with obvious signs that he had taken the pummeling of his life, because the woman he was dating was lying to him the entire time. He went on to tell me that, thanks to the restaurant's security cameras, they were able to positively ID his assailant. Lena went completely radio silent after that day. She wasn't at the music appreciation club. He didn't see her around town, and he began to suspect that her husband may have done something to her. That fear was put to rest when they were visited by the police officers handling his case, and they informed him that she had skipped town and ended up going to her parents' place in Oildale. She was subpoenaed to show up in court in order to give an account of what had happened. Rebecca and her dad kept me in the loop with everything that happened from that point forward. Her husband was charged with assault and battery and stalking. I don't quite remember how long he was sentenced, but a good portion of it was suspended with the condition that he take an anger management class and undergo court-ordered counseling. During the proceedings, Alex and the rest of the family would find out that she had a habit of doing this kind of thing, and that he wasn't the first young buck that she had run around with behind her husband's back. Her husband had served her with divorce papers, but she refused to sign them. She continued on with this behavior, and by the time he realized she was doing it again, he began tailing her and biding his time. He'd seen them during one of their day trips and put two and two together. He made the decision to continue following her after one of her and Alex's hotel room sessions. He openly admitted to losing his temper and attacking the wrong person that fateful day in San Francisco. Rebecca still feels as if the judge went a little easier on him than he should have because he admitted wrongdoing, but the fact remains that he more or less admitted in court that he should have attacked his wife without actually saying it. Alex and I would talk quite a bit more, this time just one-on-one after the court proceedings. He went on to tell me that somewhere in between being choked out on a San Francisco sidewalk and having the bridge of his nose reset in the emergency room, he has come to the decision that maybe online dating wasn't for him. It's been a couple of years since all of this went down, and thankfully, he's healed well both physically and mentally. He continued going to the Music Appreciation Club because it brought him a sense of peace, despite being where him and Lena initially met. He made a few good friends during his time there, and a few of them introduced him to other activities in the area. He started taking a cooking class, and that's where he befriended the girl he is dating now. She too is older than him, but thankfully only by a year. They don't have a whole lot in common, other than a few movies and some nerdy interests. But she is upfront and honest with him about a lot of things. She insisted they take their time and seems to have her head on straight. I just hope if things get serious, they go far better for Alex. He didn't deserve what happened to him, especially since it could have been avoided if Lena hadn't lied to him from the start. It was one of those cool autumn nights that felt like the season had finally settled in. The air had a bite to it, and the sky was that deep, inky blue that you only get this time of year. We had just finished watching the big game at our high school. The stands were still packed, but most of the kids were gone now, heading off to some house party or whatever. Not us. Me, Jake, Sam and Tyler decided to hang out on the empty football pitch after everyone had cleared out. The floodlights lit up the field, casting these long shadows behind us as we tossed around the ball. We had no plans, just 4 bored guys trying to avoid going home to deal with parents. I should have known something felt off when Sam kept looking back towards the parking lot, but I shrugged it off. "Dude, relax," Jake said, catching the ball and spinning it on his finger. "Ain't nobody left?" Sam shrugged. "I don't know, man. I thought I saw a car pull in." Tyler laughed, smacking Sam on the back. "You scared of a couple headlights?" We all chuckled, but I noticed it too. Off near the edge of the lot, there was a car. A beat-up old sedan. It was just sitting there, engine off. No big deal, right? Except the way that it was parked made it look like it was angled at us, watching. "You're right," I said, pointing. "That car's weird though. Why would it still be here?" Tyler scoffed and threw the ball at me. "Probably waiting for someone to finish cleaning up or something, who cares?" But Sam wasn't convinced. It wasn't there before, I swear. We started walking towards the edge of the field, heading back to the parking lot where Jake had his truck. That's when we heard the engine roar to life behind us. The car's headlights flicked on, high beams glaring in our direction. We froze. "Bro, they're looking at us," I whispered. Jake turned around slowly. "Alright, let's not freak out, it could be coincidence, right?" Just as he said that, the car revved its engine, jerking forward a little before stopping. My gut twisted. They were messing with us. "Let's just walk back to the truck, no running," Jake said, trying to stay cool. But Tyler was already speeding up, his hands jammed into his pockets. Sam, wide-eyed, followed, his breath picking up pace. The car's engine roared again, and this time, it shot forward a good 30 feet, headlights blazing, tires crunching over the gravel. "Hey!" a voice from inside the car yelled. "Where you boys going? Thought I'd have a little fun." The voice was rough, slurred like the guy was drunk or something. We all looked at each other, panic setting in now. "Just ignore them, man," Jake muttered under his breath. "Keep walking." But the car sped up again, now closing the gap between us and them. They were right behind us. The windows were down, and I caught a glimpse of the guy in the passenger's seat. Bald, pale skin, and these sunken eyes that locked onto me. There was another guy in the driver's seat as well, grinning like a maniac. He had a lit cigarette hanging out of his mouth, blowing smoke in our direction as the car crept closer. "Yo, you kids scared?" the bald guy called out, laughing. Jake broke. "Run!" We bolted. We cut across the field, not even looking back. The car peeled out, tires screeching as it followed, the engine roaring louder than it had any right to. I heard the car's doors open for a second, like they were about to get out, but then they just gunned it again, right towards us.
"What the hell, man?"
Sam screamed, his voice cracking. I could feel the panic clawing at my chest, my legs burning as we sprinted. We weren't fast enough. There was no way we could outrun a car, and we all knew it. Tyler, always the fastest, made it to the trees at the end of the field first. He dove behind one, panting and yelling for us to follow. I was right behind him, but I glanced back. Jake and Sam were still running, but the car was swerving now, cutting them off, the headlights blinding them. The bald guy leaned out of the window, something glinting in his hand. A bat.
"Run faster, boys!"
He yelled, laughing again. I don't know how, but Jake managed to dive out of the way just before the car reached him. Sam wasn't so lucky. The car clipped him, knocking him to the ground. He let out this horrible scream as he rolled onto the grass, clutching his leg.
"No, Sam!"
I shouted, running toward him without thinking. The car screeched to a stop, and I saw the door fly open. The bald guy got out, swinging the bat lazily, like he was just warming up.
"Looks like we got ourselves a couple of tough guys,"
he sneered, walking towards Sam. I froze, my heart pounding so hard it drowned out everything else. Jake ran up, grabbing Sam by the arm and trying to drag him away, but Sam couldn't move fast enough. The bald guy grinned, raising the bat.
"Time for a little lesson, huh?"
That's when Tyler came out of nowhere, throwing a rock at the guy's head. It hit him square in the forehead, and he stumbled back, cursing loudly.
"Go! Go, now!"
Tyler shouted. Jake and I grabbed Sam and ran, dragging him as fast as we could towards the trees. The bald guy was still shouting, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. We just kept running until the sound of the car finally faded, and we were swallowed by the dark woods. We didn't stop until we made it to the road on the other side. By then, we were all gasping for air, Sam barely able to stand.
"What the hell was that, man?"
Jake muttered, looking back towards the field.
"Who were they?"
I didn't have an answer. None of us did. All I knew is that we barely made it out of there, and every time I think about that night, I can still hear the sound of that car engine roaring behind us and those guys laughing like it was all some sick game. I still can't go to fall festivals without feeling that cold pit in my stomach. The one that reminds me of the night that everything almost changed forever. I was 9, and like most kids my age, I loved everything about fall. The cool air, the pumpkins, the smell of cinnamon and bonfires. That year, my mum took me to one of those local fall festivals. You know, the kind with hay rides, caramel apples, and games that no one ever really wins. It started out normal. We had just gotten there, and I remember holding on to my mum's hand while we walked through the stalls. People were everywhere, and the air smelt like fried dough and roasted corn. The sun had just started to dip behind the trees, casting everything in its warm, golden light. Mum was chatting with a vendor about some homemade candles when I noticed a booth nearby that had these giant stuffed animals hanging from the ceiling. They were huge, almost bigger than me, and I couldn't resist.
"I'll be right back,"
I told her, thinking that it would be a quick detour.
"Stay where I can see you,"
she said, barely glancing up. But of course, I didn't listen. I darted through the crowd, making a beeline for the stuffed animals. I squeezed between two people, and before I knew it, I was standing in front of the booth. staring up at this massive plush bear. I felt like I was in a different world, surrounded by flashing lights and the noise of people laughing, shouting, music blaring from the speakers. When I turned back around, Mum wasn't there. I couldn't even see her anymore. I called out, but the sound of the festival swallowed my voice. The crowd seemed to thicken around me, and that's when I realized how small I really was. Faces blurred together, and no one seemed familiar. That's when she appeared, a woman, maybe in her late 30s, with long dark hair pulled back into a messy ponytail. Came up to me. She was smiling, but something about the way her eyes looked didn't feel right. They were too wide and too eager. I didn't answer right away. My throat tightened, and I started to feel my chest constrict as if someone had wrapped a fist around my lungs. I looked around again, searching the sea of people, but my mum was gone. The crowd swallowed her whole. The woman's fingers brushed against my arm, just enough for me to feel the coldness of her skin. I stepped back, but she grabbed me. Her grip wasn't soft anymore. She held on tightly, fingers digging into my arm. Before I knew what was happening, she yanked me towards the edge of the festival grounds. I didn't even have time to scream. The sounds of the festival, the music, the laughter grew distant as she dragged me through the crowd. My feet scrambled to keep up, but her grip on me was unyielding. I tried pulling away, but her fingers only tightened. My mind went blank, all my thoughts wiped away by raw, animal instinct that screamed at me to run. We'd broken free from the crowd, the lights from the festival now a soft glow in the distance. That's when I saw it. Parked just beyond the last row of booths was a van, its engine idling, headlights dim. There was a man behind the wheel, staring straight at us. He was grinning, and the passenger door was already open. My whole body felt numb as the woman kept pulling me toward the van, her pace quickening. My feet barely touched the ground, my shoes dragging through the dirt. The man in the van never stopped smiling, his face illuminated by the dashboard lights. There was something on the seat next to him. Rope. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might tear itself apart. I knew what was going to happen if I got into that van. I didn't know how I knew, but I did. Every part of my body screamed at me to run, to fight, to do something, anything, but I couldn't. My limbs felt like lead, heavy and useless. We were just steps away from the van when everything seemed to slow down. I heard footsteps, loud and urgent, coming from behind me. Someone was shouting, but it was loud, distant, like I was underwater. The woman froze, her hands still locked around my arm. I could feel her fingers tremble as she hesitated. Then, suddenly, the weight on my arm vanished. I was yanked backward, away from her, away from the van, and I fell to the ground. The next few minutes were a blur.
Flashing lights, shouting voices, and rough hands pulling the woman away.
I saw her face as they took her, contorted with anger, eyes wild. She was screaming something, but I couldn't make out the words. All I could do was sit there, watching her disappear into the crowd. The van peeled away, its tires screeching on the pavement, but it didn't get far. More flashing lights, more shouting. They caught him too. I don't remember much after that, just the feeling of my mum's arms around me, holding me tight. I was shaking, but she didn't let go. Not until I finally stopped crying. Even now, as an adult, I can still feel that woman's grip on my arm, her nails biting into my skin. And I can still see that van in my nightmares, the way the man behind the wheel smiled at me, like I was already his. I don't go to fall festivals anymore. I can't. Not after that night. It was the perfect fall day, crisp air, the sky clear blue, and the leaves blazing in colours. Me and my girlfriend Kelly were headed to the local apple orchard, a spot that I had visited every year to pick apples for my mum's famous pies. Today, though, felt a little off. The orchard was nearly empty. The parking lot, usually packed, had only one old beat-up truck parked far away. I didn't let it bother me though, and we headed towards the trees with our basket. The orchard looked beautiful, but the silence was strange. We walked amongst the rows of apple trees, picking fruit and talking about how great the pie would be. But then I heard it, a whisper, barely audible, saying my name. I turned around, expecting to see someone, but there was no one in sight. I told myself it was probably just the wind, but the whispers kept coming, more frequently. Every time I heard my name, it was clearer and more urgent, like someone was right behind me. I tried to ignore it and focused on the apples, but the eerie feeling just wouldn't go away. Kelly suddenly stopped and stared at something in the distance. I looked and saw her, an old woman standing at the end of the row, her back hunched and her face hidden under a dark hat. She was standing motionless, just staring at us. The sight was disturbing. Her presence felt completely out of place. We kept moving, but the creepy feeling only got worse. The whispers grew louder, now clearly calling our names, echoing around us. It felt like the shadows were getting darker, the air colder. I could almost feel eyes on us watching from the trees. Kelly squeezed my hand as we quickened our pace. The orchard, which had always been a familiar place, now seemed alien and threatening. We grabbed a few apples, not caring about the amount, and hurried to the car. The engine roared to life, and we sped away from the orchard. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the old woman following us, but she was nowhere in sight. We made it home with just a few apples and a feeling of relief. I never went back to that orchard. Some places are better left alone. It started in my sophomore year. I wasn't exactly the most popular guy, but I had a solid group of friends. We messed around after school, played some basketball, hit up parties on weekends, typical high school stuff. I wasn't interested in drama or popularity contests, but I'll admit, I noticed when people outside my circle gave me attention. That's where Emily came in. She wasn't popular. Hell, I'm not even sure she had any real friends. She sat by herself at lunch, always in the back of the classroom, never really talking. She just watched. I didn't think much of her at all, to be honest. Just another quiet girl keeping to herself. One afternoon after class, she approached me out of nowhere.
Hey, can I get your Snapchat?
I was thrown off. I mean, it wasn't like we ever talked before. But she looked kind of nervous, and I didn't want to be rude. So, without thinking much about it, I gave it to her. I figured she'd add me, maybe send a couple of streaks, and that would be it. I was wrong. The messages started almost immediately. At first, it was casual. Hey, or what's up, stuff like that. I'd respond out of politeness, but then it escalated. Every time I opened my phone, there was a message from Emily. Not one or two, but like 20. And they weren't just random snaps. They were needy.
Why aren't you answering? Do you hate me? What did I do wrong?
I'd reply once in a while to keep her from flipping out, but no matter what I said, it was never enough. She'd send videos of herself, staring into the camera, not saying anything, just staring with this weird half smile. It freaked me out. She even started sending snaps at night. 1, 2, sometimes 3 a.m. I stopped replying altogether, thinking that she'd eventually get the hint. But that's when things got weird. One night, I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, trying to ignore the flood of notifications. Suddenly, I got a snap from her that sent a chill down my spine. It was a picture of my house. Not just some random house that she found online. My house. The caption said,
I see you.
I sat up, my heart racing. Was she outside? How did she know where I lived? I quickly opened my blinds and looked out the window, but there was no one there. I snapped back, WTF, Emily, where are you? But no reply, just more pictures of my house. Different angles, different times of day, all sent in a row. I blocked her. I had to. The next morning, she wasn't in school. I figured maybe she had finally gotten the message and backed off. But that night, I got a text from an unknown number.
Why did you block me? You can't get rid of me that easily.
I stared at the message, my stomach sinking. How did she get my number? I ignored it, but the messages kept coming. Every night, new pictures of my house. Then, it escalated. Photos of me walking home from school, hanging with my friends, even one of me in my bedroom, taken from outside. I told my friends, but they laughed it off, saying that she was just some lonely girl with a crush. But this wasn't a crush. This was something darker, something dangerous. One night, I woke up to the sound of tapping on my window. My heart practically stopped. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I slowly pulled back the curtain, and there she was, Emily, standing in my backyard, staring up at me with that same creepy smile. Her phone was in her hand, pointing right at me, taking another picture. I shut the curtain and called the police. By the time they arrived, she was gone. But they found her phone on the ground near my window. When they went through it, they found hundreds of photos of me, most of them taken without me even knowing. She had been watching me for weeks. Emily didn't come back to school after that. I heard rumors that she was sent to some kind of institution, but no one really knew for sure. I deleted Snapchat, changed my number, and did everything that I could do to forget about her. So Emily, I hope to never see you again. It was a typical Friday night at the bar. My buddy Hayden and I were hanging out, throwing back a few beers and catching up. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary, just another night out. I could have had no idea how weird things were going to get. After we left the bar, I got home and immediately crashed on the couch. It wasn't until I went to grab my phone to set an alarm that I realized it wasn't there. I checked my pockets, flipped over the cushions, even looked in the fridge, but no luck. I figured I must have left it at the bar. I'll deal with it in the morning. I muttered to myself, too tired to care. I'll call the bar tomorrow, I thought, and I passed out. The next morning, Hayden swung by my place, looking all serious. Dude, he started. Why were we acting so weird last night? I gave him a confused look. What are you talking about, bro? After I got home, I don't remember a thing. Hayden shook his head. Nah, mate, on Snapchat. You were messaging me all night. But it wasn't like you. You kept asking if I could, remind you of my address and if I was home alone. That hit me like a punch in the gut. I hadn't touched Snapchat since before I left the bar. I shot Hayden a look. Dude, that was not me. I lost my phone last night. Someone else must have it. Hayden pulled out his phone, showing me the creepy messages. Where do you live again? Are you home alone right now? A cold shiver ran down my spine. Whoever had my phone wasn't just messing around. They were trying to find out where my best friend lived. Snap maps, I said, pulling out my laptop to track the phone's location. We logged in, and there it was. My phone was still online, but the location wasn't the bar. It was in a wooden area on the outskirts of town. We looked at each other, silent for a while. It didn't make any sense. Why would someone take my phone and head into the middle of nowhere? Without thinking much, we grabbed our jackets and headed out. Curiosity, or maybe stupidity, pushed us to maybe see who had it. We drove in silence, the GPS leading us down dirt roads and through increasingly dense forest. Eventually, we had to park and continue on foot. The snap map showed it was just a little ways ahead, but the closer we got, the more off everything felt. It was pitch black, and the trees pressed in around us like they were watching. When we finally got close, Hayden stopped dead in his tracks. "Look!" he whispered, pointing ahead. There was a faint light flickering through the trees. We moved quietly, creeping closer until we saw it. The light was coming from my phone screen. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The phone was propped up on a log, and just as we stepped closer, the screen lit up with the flash of a photo. It took me a second to realize what had just happened. Someone had just taken a picture of us. The flash revealed 3 figures, standing a few feet away, their faces shadowed by hoods. They were just standing there, completely still, watching us. My heart dropped into my stomach.
Run!
Hayden hissed, and we bolted. I didn't look back. I didn't care who those guys were, or what they wanted. All I knew is that we had to get out of there. We didn't stop until we were back in the car, panting and wide-eyed.
What the hell was that?
Hayden gasped, his voice shaking. I didn't have an answer. All I knew is that someone, or some group, had been watching us. Maybe for longer than we realized. We got back to my place, locked the doors, and called the police. But there wasn't much they could do. My phone was gone, and so were the people who had it. I got a new phone the next day, but I couldn't shake the feeling that those guys knew where we lived now. I still wonder what they wanted, what they planned to do if we hadn't run. But one thing's for sure, I'll never leave my phone behind at a bar again.
It was almost midnight, and Alyssa and I were sprawled out on my bed, phones in hand, the blue light of our screens the only thing illuminating the room. The house was completely silent. We'd spent most of the night watching dumb TikToks and laughing at random Snapchats, just enjoying the usual sleepover vibe. I was about to put my phone down when I saw it, a friend request on Snapchat from someone I didn't know. The username was Jake2003, just some random guy, and his Bitmoji was the default avatar. I didn't recognize him, but sometimes people from school added me even if we'd never talk, so I accepted it without thinking much of it. Not long after, I got a snap from him. When I opened it, the screen was completely black, except for a message.
Hey, what's up?
I stared at it for a moment, feeling something off about the whole thing. No photo, no context, just a blank message. Still, I left him on read and went back to scrolling, figuring he was just some random guy bored on a Friday night. A couple of minutes later, my phone buzzed again. Another snap from him. This time, it was a picture of a ceiling fan, with the message,
You live nearby?
I sat up straighter, feeling a creeping unease in my chest. Without replying, I opened Snap Maps and checked his location. My stomach sank when I saw his Bitmoji hovering just a few streets away. He was close, too close. I showed the screen to Alyssa. Look at this, I whispered, my voice shaky. She frowned when she saw how close he was. That's weird. You should block him. I nodded, but before I could do anything, another snap came through. This one froze the blood in my veins. The message read,
Cute house.
My heart started pounding in my chest. He had to be talking about my house. I hadn't posted anything to give him that information, and I certainly hadn't shared my location with him. But then I remembered Snap Maps had been on when I accepted his friend request. Before I could block him, A soft tapping sound echoed through the room. It was coming from the window. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Alyssa sat up, wide-eyed, as we both stared at the window, the curtains drawn, but not completely. A small sliver of the outside world peeked through the gap, and the tapping continued. Light, almost polite, but insistent. I picked up my phone with shaking hands and turned on the flashlight. The beam hit the glass, and for a moment, nothing moved. But then, a face appeared, pressed right up against the window. I gasped and dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, the flashlight flickering out as I backed away from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. Alyssa was next to me, her breathing shallow and fast, both of us too terrified to move. I couldn't see him clearly, but the outline of his face, the way his breath fogged up the glass, made my stomach churn. He was standing right there, staring in at us like he belonged, like he was waiting for something. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The chime echoed through the silent house, long and slow, dragging the moment out. Whoever this guy was, he wasn't in a hurry. I grabbed my phone, fumbling to dial 911, my hands trembling so much I could barely hold it. When the operator picked up, I whispered as quietly as I could.
"There's someone outside my house. He found me on Snapchat."
The operator was calm, but my panic made it hard to focus on what she was saying. I could hear the sound of footsteps now, slow and deliberate, moving around the side of the house. He wasn't done. He was looking for another way in. The doorknob rattled downstairs. Alyssa clutched my arm and we both froze. He was trying to get inside. Time felt like it was stretching forever as we waited, terrified, listening to the soft shuffle of footsteps, the occasional thud as he tested the doors and windows. My pulse was racing, and I could barely catch my breath. It felt like any second he would break through, like the thin walls of my house weren't enough to keep him out. Then, finally, I heard them. Sirens. They started off faint, but grew louder, closer, until the flashing red and blue lights appeared outside. There was a knock at the front door. This time, the police. Alyssa and I raced downstairs, opening the door with shaking hands. The officers were there, and I felt a wave of relief crash over me, but it wasn't enough to completely erase the fear. I told them about the guy who found me through Snapchat, how he had been right outside trying to get in. They searched the yard and the area around the house, but there was no trace of him. No footprints, no signs of anyone. It was like he had vanished into thin air. But I'll never forget the way his face looked pressed against the glass, watching us. And after that night, I've never turned Snap Maps back on.
I live in a small town, so some things that happen here may not happen in bigger places. This happened about 7 years ago. I had ordered 2 desks for my sons. My ex, their dad, had promised to come out to help them put the desks together. When the delivery man was scheduled to come, I let my ex know. He had taken the boys on a short walk and would be back any minute. My neighbour, who lives behind me, breeds and trains dogs to become guide dogs. I love those dogs. They patrol my yard and often come to me for treats and petting. Anyway, I have a rack where my boys can put their man-sized boots. The delivery man came, and I asked him if he could put the desk kits inside my home. I got a weird vibe from him. I had learned a long time ago to never ignore my instincts. He started making small talk, then asked a question that I knew wasn't appropriate. "So, do you live alone?" Instantly, my guard went up. I answered, "I wish. I have my teen sons. They often have friends coming over. Like, every day. Family members also visit often. Some live next door. I swear my place often feels like a revolving door of friends, neighbors, and family members constantly coming over. My boys and their dad will be here any minute." Then, he got this weird look on his face and asked if I was seeing anyone. I became extremely uncomfortable, and my instincts were screaming danger. It was hard to keep a polite face and pretend nothing was wrong. He had finished putting the desk kits in my living room, and wasn't leaving. I was wondering how to be truthful, but not revealing. Right as I started to say something, my boys and my ex came up. The kids ran up to tell me that their dad had taken them to the store and showed me what they got, before getting really excited about their desk kits. My neighbor's dogs came over and started growling at the delivery man when he walked out. My ex-husband got the same vibe that I had. My ex is a skilled fighter with excellent instincts, and he was on instant alert. The delivery man finally left. I was getting my phone to report it just as my ex asked me if I was going to report it. Now here's where small town living comes in. I reported it to a woman who gossips a lot, and if someone wants information, they go to her, as well as to spread an invitation to a party. She also happened to be a manager at the furniture store where the delivery man came from. I found out through her that I wasn't the only woman that had called to report or complain. He was fired. A few days later, I got a call from a couple of old busybodies who wanted more information, which I gave them since I figured that this was important enough to let others know. But holy cow, that was extremely scary for me. I grew up in a small town in Australia. My twin brother and I would frequently ride our bikes around the neighborhood when we were growing up, around the late 2000s and early 2010s. There was this one house we'd pass that always left us uneasy. A weird and deranged looking man would sit on a camping chair and drink on the side of the road outside his house. All the grass in and around his yard was extremely overgrown and unkempt. We thought nothing of it, but we always felt the same sense of dread whenever we rode past. Several years later, around 2017, there was a news article about two men who had gotten into a fight, resulting in one being stabbed to death. The mugshot that came up on the news showed the man we had always found creepy. It happened in that same household that we'd frequently ride past, just a block or two away from mine. It might not seem like much, but it has always made my skin crawl, knowing that I came face to face with that deranged psychopath on multiple occasions, and that I only lived a short walk away. I still live there, and I've heard nothing more about it. I hope he is locked up for life. In around 2018/2019, I, 25F, at the time was 18/19, was living in Nebraska, where I grew up. I lived in the largest city in Nebraska, but it was still essentially surrounded by corn and wheat fields. The city was expanding, so rich folks started building huge houses with giant properties on the edge of town as things proceeded to grow. All of that being said, I had a good friend whose parents' house was one of those big ones, right on the blurring line between the fields and the city. My friends and I were constantly hanging out at his place because it was fun. They had tons of property to ride 4x4s on, a hot tub, a huge living room for us to watch sports and have reality TV binge sessions, etc. Plus, his parents were super cool, and we could drink out there as long as we stayed at the house. It was tons of fun, even though I was and am still quite scared of the dark. So I would just not go outside after a certain time because there was little lighting, and the nearest neighbor was about a mile away. I always felt a weird energy driving to and from his place if it was late at night, but I never had anything happen until one night. The drive out there was a long, winding two-way road that had big trees on both sides, and you passed one of the city's biggest cemeteries on the way. Barely any lighting, of course, besides the street lamps every once in a while, and very little traffic. It's all inherently a bit creepy, and I'll admit to having sped through this section of road many times to get through it as quickly as possible. This specific night was perfect spring weather, so I was driving with my windows down, listening to music, and it was around 10 PM. I was coming around one of the curves in the road when I had to essentially slam my brakes. Right in front of me, in the middle of the road, maybe 50 yards away, was what looked like a family. Again, picture a completely pitch-black road with thick forest on both sides, and only my headlights to show what's in front of me. This was a family of 3, or 4. A tall, slim woman, an average height man, and a child. Short hair, but I couldn't tell the gender based on the clothing, and couldn't see their face, maybe around 8 years old. The mother was pushing a freaking stroller. Their clothes looked normal, not tattered, but not nice. They were also not carrying any kind of light source, meaning before I arrived behind them in my car, they had been walking in the pitch black. They were all facing away from me, walking completely silent in the middle of the street, in the same direction I was heading. I turned my music down to hear if they were speaking, had music playing, etc. They didn't. The hairs on my arms immediately stood up. I came to a stop in the road behind them, obviously, and just sat there for a moment to let them move. They seemed to be completely unaffected by me and didn't even turn their heads slightly, nor did they attempt to move out of my way. I literally thought I was going insane, or that I was dreaming. It was so surreal. Before I had time to fully process and register what I was seeing and how truly strange it was, they all at the same time stopped walking and very slowly turned to face my car. This scared the absolute shit out of me. I honestly didn't even give myself enough time to look at their faces as they turned. I immediately threw my car in reverse and sent it backward for probably a full 20 seconds before flipping a U-turn, nearly running myself off the road and booking it in the other direction. The only thing I remember noticing is that the stroller looked completely empty. This is the part that sticks in my mind the most. I've never felt terror like that in my life. I checked my rearview mirror probably 1,000 times before getting to a main road, and never saw a glimpse of them. In fact, I never saw a glimpse of them ever again. I tried asking my friend and his family about it, only to essentially feel like I was insane because of the way they looked at me. Every time I tell this story, I get one of 3 reactions. They either immediately think I'm freaking cuckoo, think I'm lying, or have had something sort of similar happen to them. I really don't care if no one believes me, honestly. It was, and still is, the creepiest thing to ever happen to me. I think about it all the time. It was either some weird-ass family trying to scare the shit out of someone, a distraction for an attempted robbery / assault / etc., or it was something more sinister. I'm going to tell myself, probably for the rest of my life, that it was the first option. This happened back in the fall of 2016. I live in a very small and rural community where everyone knows everyone. The state I live in allows for rifle mule deer buck hunting in the first week of October. Sustenance hunting is very important in the culture of my area. This fall, I was lucky enough to have drawn a buck tag. I had made plans to hunt on my grandmother's farm on this evening. Given that I am a smaller woman, I had asked my husband to go with me in case I killed something, so that he could help me pack it out. He could not go, however, due to work obligations. Fine, no problem. I have hunted this farm many times by myself. I know it like the back of my hand. I strapped on my boots, grabbed my rifle and binoculars, tucked my cell phone into my pocket, and made my way to my Jeep. My grandmother's farm consists of corn, bordering an alfalfa field along a river. Between the river and the farm are lines of old-growth trees. This is the perfect place to fill a buck tag. I parked my Jeep about a mile upriver from the fields, then began walking along the tree line toward the area where the deer had mostly been feeding. At the opposite end of the field, there is a large haystack where all the harvested alfalfa is stored. As I saw it coming into my field of view, I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I kneeled down and viewed the area through my binoculars. I could see a very tall, large man walking briskly towards me from behind the haystack. I knew for a fact that I was supposed to be the only one hunting this farm on this night, as I had just spoken to my grandmother. Something inside me told me that I needed to get out of the area as fast as I could. I initially tried to turn around and walk back down the trees to my Jeep, But given I have such short legs, the sky was quickly closing the gap. He was still several hundred yards from me, so I decided to try to cross the river instead. I found that the river was too muddy and deep for me to safely cross. I thought my only option was attempt to get a signal on my cell phone. When he walked across a small ditch and disappeared from my line of sight, I quickly darted into the corn and kept quiet. I could hear him walking closer and closer. I desperately tried to call my husband. Back then, the closest cell towers were over 30 miles away, and cell service was extremely spotty. I could not connect to my husband or 911. By this point, the man was within 100 yards of me. I could hear him ripping corn out, stomping around, and loudly cussing.
Where the f*** did you go?
Another issue is, it was getting dark quickly. I definitely did not want to be in the dark, alone with this man. I watched him for a few minutes, and was able to determine that he did not have a gun. After weighing my options, I decided to step out, and see if I could de-escalate the situation, as I work in healthcare and work with mentally unstable people all the time. I stepped out of the corn. "Hi, I'm sorry if I interrupted your hunt or something. I didn't mean to cause you any harm," I said with a sweet smile on my face. I made sure there was at least 80 yards of distance between us. His eyes locked with mine, and it was obvious that there was something wrong with this man. He stood about 6'5" tall. His clothes were absolutely filthy, stained with what appeared to be his own waste and sweat. His shirt was torn and had dried blood on it. His face was crooked, as if he had a stroke prior, and he slurred his words.
"There you are!"
he yelled. He reached down and grabbed a massive stick. I'm talking a stick at least 5 feet long. He could have easily killed me with this stick. I stood my ground, grabbed my rifle from my bag, and pointed it at him. He stopped holding the stick. We looked at each other for a second. Then he began yelling.
"Do you know whose farm you're on?"
I stated, yes, this is my grandmother's farm. I've hunted it my whole life. The veins began to pop out of his head.
"No, this is not. My wife is hunting in this cornfield and you ruined it. Because of you, she missed a huge buck, you stupid bitch."
He became so enraged he started making strange growling sounds and started spitting everywhere. I was running through the options in my head at this point when he suddenly started to lunge at me. I turned the safety off my rifle and loudly stated,
"Stop! I will shoot you if I have to."
He froze in his tracks and just stared at me for about 30 seconds before dropping the stick. He grunted loudly, with his eyes darting around. "Listen, I don't want to have to do something that we will both regret. I am very sorry that I ruined your hunt. If you turn around and walk away from me, I will leave," I calmly explained. I could see him thinking hard about what to do next when he mumbled,
"Fine."
Then he turned around, stomping towards the haystack. My heart was about to beat out of my chest. I was not about to turn my back on this man, though. I watched until he walked a distance away, and then I darted back into the corn. I thought back on how he said I spooked a buck and ruined his wife's hunt, but that did not make any sense. I had a good view of the whole field, and there were no deer present. I decided to observe him through my binoculars. I watched him climb up to the haystack and get into a small 2-door white car. He quickly peeled out of the haystack lot. I was able to catch that the car had California license plates, but nothing more. I live nowhere near California. He took off down the road, and he was alone. No one else was in their vehicle. I ran back to my Jeep and locked myself in it. I sped home as fast as I could and told my husband what happened. I had never seen this man in my life, and neither had my husband based on my description. We live in a community of about 200 people. Born and raised here, we know everyone. I called our local sheriff, and they came out and took a statement. I took them to the haystack where he was parked, and we found a knife lying on the ground. Of course, nothing was able to be done, as I wasn't able to get a plate number or name from the man. To this day, I still have no idea what the man's intentions were, even though I could guess on a few. It's been 8 years, and I have never seen this man again. I also decided that I'd be hunting with a buddy from then on. I grew up attending a Christian church from birth. It was very small and family-like, and we loved it as kids. In 2008, when I was about 9 years old, we found out that someone had taken their own life in our church. It was super strange and unexpected for the congregation. A few months later, we learned that the pastor's wife had passed away. He had beaten her and tried to stage a car accident. When she died, our pastor held a memorial service for her at the church. That Sunday, my family and I showed up to support him and her family. You know how at funerals people stand in line and you usually walk up and hug them? It was the same thing here. We walked up to offer our respects, and I hugged him. He got away with it for over a year before people started questioning the whole situation. During that time, he continued preaching at our church and went on with his life as usual. Fast forward a little, and they realized that my pastor had killed his wife. But then some people began questioning the death of his first wife from 1999. This man had killed 2 wives. He got away with one and almost got away with the second. As for the person who took their own life, we later found out that he did it because the pastor was having an affair with another married member of the church, presumably the man's wife. I was not only close to this man, but I had slept in the same house as him during our Bible retreats. It's super creepy and has given me a lot of trust issues. I am a 19-year-old Muslim girl, and this is my story. I visited my homeland for my brother's wedding in 2013. I was 7 years old at the time. The house my family and I were staying in, which is also our own house, is located near the cemetery area, surrounded by trees, abandoned houses that people haven't lived in for years, and very few lights. One night, I was walking from my house to my uncle's house, which was at the end of the street, about a 5-minute walk. To get there, you have to cross in front of the cemetery, or take another road, which would take a lot longer. As I had been living there for quite some time, I was used to it. This night was also my birthday, and I was on my way to my party. I went alone, as everyone else was already at my uncle's house. As I passed the cemetery, I saw a shadow that looked like a little boy. From what I could see, he looked younger than me, with no shirt, just black shorts. All I saw was his back, and he was just standing there, facing the wall in a corner. I didn't think much of it at the time. I assumed it must have just been a kid playing while their father or grandfather was praying at the mosque in the middle of the cemetery. So I called out to see if it was someone that I knew, but he didn't react. He just stayed there. I watched for a moment, but then my mum called me to come inside quickly to cut the cake. I only looked away for a few seconds, and when I looked back, he was gone. I thought maybe he ran away, so I didn't think much of it and went on with my day. A few days passed. There were still a few days left before leaving the island and returning to the capital city where I live. During this time, I kept having strange dreams about being followed or chased by something or someone. It wasn't clear at first, but it started getting worse. I began seeing the little boy in my dreams. That's when I knew something wasn't normal. I told my mum about it, and she suggested I pray and do zikr to help. It stopped happening for a while, but after we returned to the capital, I grew distant from my prayers and zikr. The dreams started again, and I still didn't continue my prayers. I just let it happen. The dreams didn't stop. I started getting paranoid and even began seeing the boy inside my house when I was alone. He couldn't get close to me, but he was there. I saw him, and I felt his presence. Every time it happened, it felt like he was taking my soul from my body. It felt like the whole house was shaking. Now that I think about it, I realized he had no face at all. After a month of this, the physical reactions got worse, and I decided to tell my parents about it. They brought a man to perform ruqya, on me. That day, while he was reciting the Quran, I felt comfortable and thought I had fallen asleep, but my mum explained to me that while he was reciting, I was laughing, my eyes were shaking, and I was stiff the whole time. When he finished, I woke up as if nothing had happened. Now, I'm safe from it, but I still have ruqya done on me occasionally, just in case. But to this day, all of it still scares me. My parents got married while still in high school. I wouldn't recommend this. The 12th grade to be exact. They were legal adults. I came just a year later when my mum was 19 and my dad was 20. We lived in a one-bedroom upstairs apartment in a crappy complex. I slept in my crib until I started climbing out of it and finding my way into my parents' bed or into trouble. When I was 4, my parents decided that I needed my own room, so they upgraded to a 2-bedroom downstairs apartment in the same complex. They fought horribly all the time, but outside of that, everything was pretty normal. I made a few friends with other children around the complex, and a cousin with her 3 kids also lived in the complex. Everything was fine until a new neighbor moved in next door when I was 6. Immediately, this lady didn't like me, and she didn't hide it. I was at school when she moved in, but on the weekends when I went out to ride my big wheel bike and play, she stood in her door and glared at me with the most hateful look a person could give a child. To be honest, I didn't like her either. Something about her bothered my spirit greatly. Though at the time, I didn't understand why. It was like she could sense my presence outside and would literally spawn outdoors just to stare daggers at me and mutter things under her breath. I felt an evil presence around her and started making a cross with my fingers whenever I saw her. This enraged her, and she lied and told my mum that I gave her the middle finger. My mum believed me instead. Strange things started happening in my room at night. I had a rocking horse. It was beautiful, and I enjoyed playing on it. However, it started rocking on its own whenever I tried to sleep. My parents heard this as the springs made a distinctive noise. I also had one of those dolls whose eyes open and close depending on if it's lying down or sitting up. The doll's eyes would sometimes remain open while lying down, or it would blink, scaring the crap out of me. There were strange knocking noises in my walls. My parents heard this as well, and they allowed me to sleep with them in bed. One day, my mum and I got locked out of our apartment. This was before everyone had cell phones, the 90s, and our cousin wasn't home. Against my pleas, my mum knocked on the neighbour's door to use her phone. She let us in, glaring at me the entire time. I never let go of my mum's hand or came from behind her legs. In her house, on her wall, were multiple upside-down crosses, strange-looking masks, some with horns. There were candles everywhere and small colourful bottles with powder in them. My mum looked around like, what the heck? But kept her composure. She held my hand tighter, made the phone call to my dad at his job to hurry back, and we quickly exited the apartment after thanking the woman. She watched me as we left. My mum told my dad everything, and he told his father, my grandfather, who was a pastor. He immediately brought us a bottle of prayed-over olive oil, holy oil, to anoint our house. My mum also told her side of the family, who were very strict Christians, and they were, for lack of a better word, flabbergasted, and started a prayer meeting. A few days later, we noticed at our back door a white powder substance across the threshold. My mum poured some of the oil on it, and it absorbed it and disappeared. The woman later tried to offer me some candy, which I declined, even though I loved sweets. My nickname was Sugar because I loved junk food so much. I had made friends with a little girl in the complex who lived on the other side. One day, she had some soft chews and offered me one. Like an idiot, I accepted and ate it. It didn't take long before I fell violently ill. Fever, sweating, Skin darkened, dark circles around my eyes. Nothing given to me at the doctor's helped. I couldn't keep anything down. On intuition, my mum asked if I had accepted or eaten anything from anyone, and I confessed to accepting candy from a friend. She asked around and found out that the girl was the granddaughter of our next-door neighbour. My dad called my grandfather, and my mum called her family. They anointed me with holy oil and made a prayer circle around me and started speaking in tongues. I was in and out of consciousness. My grandfather lifted me up and made me drink some of the oil. I remember it burning my throat. Suddenly, I had to throw up. I leaped from the couch where I was lying and sprinted to the bathroom, where I started throwing up thick black sludge. A lot came out. My mum was shaking and on the verge of tears. Everyone continued praying in tongues. I threw up for a while until it was all out. I suddenly felt a lot better. I was fussed at from accepting food from strangers, even friends. The adults talked while I rested. After a few days, the woman saw that I was fine. This time, I glared back at her because I was angry. I was young, but I understood that she had tried to poison me for no reason. I made the cross sign again with my fingers, and she went back into her house and slammed the door. Sometime after that, she moved out. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and my childhood friend Joe and I were outside whenever we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning, and would stay in the woods all weekend, would only come out for school. We loved pretending we were frontiersmen, would build shelters, set traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we'd walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from and camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous, and would likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges no one went to. We fished, and we hid from trains. At night, we camped in the woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun that we did it multiple times. We never had a problem. After high school, Joe and I went our separate ways. We both left home but always stayed in touch and tried to coordinate visits, so we'd see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We'd do stuff with family during the day, and at night we'd either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, Joe and I got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a hell of a mix. Soon we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night, and walk home. The day came, and we started out early in the morning. We had my wife drop us off at our usual spot that we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we'd go in the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well. We had a map, so I gave her what the hell, and off we went. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge, sat on the edge, smoked a joint, and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thickly forested area, with the trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We'd walk around a little bit to make sure some guy's house wasn't just over a hill, and that we weren't actually camping in someone's yard. We walked maybe 100 feet into the woods and up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from the top of this short hill, we'd be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something, because there didn't appear to be a clear road leading to it. From where we were, it didn't look like anyone was inside either. All was quiet, no movement, no lights. We decided to walk a little closer, just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw that it wasn't a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It had looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on the top of the place, also withered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews and a built-up section in the front for a preacher to stand. We didn't go all the way in. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to the spot we had picked to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness of seeing a church in the middle of the woods. Besides, at this point, it was dusk, and we just decided to rig up our hammocks, go to sleep, and move on early in the morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks and shot the breeze, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation went a little like this. "Do you hear that? What the f*** is that? It sounds like people singing." And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could figure out where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods, just like in the old days. The moon was barely out, but it provided just enough light so you wouldn't walk into a tree. It was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got to the top, we saw light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this shit?" The light looked like candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We were about a football field's length away, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice scared the shit out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher that you'd see in movies, but again, it was like he was speaking in a different language, because we couldn't understand a single word. Eventually, the single male voice would say something, and a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I actually covered my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just getting ready to say, "Let's get the f*** out of here," when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, "They're coming out!" We were far enough away that we couldn't make them out very well, but what we could see was a line of figures walking out of the open doorway, all holding hands in single file. Some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights started to move toward us in the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our stuff, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction that we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. Eventually, we stopped seeing the lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew that a town was about 15 minutes down the road, so we walked there, got to a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come get us. My wife and other friends all just thought it was kids messing around, but I heard those voices, and they sure as hell didn't sound like kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that ever happened to me, out in the woods. I've never had a lot of friends, but that never really bothered me. I'm the kind of guy who does things alone anyway. A lot of people think that's weird, but whatever. One of the few things that interests me is urban exploration, checking out abandoned places, seeing what's left behind, taking a few pictures. So, when I heard about the Danvers State Hospital in Massachusetts, I figured I'd make the drive and check it out. I'd read a little about the place. It used to be a massive mental hospital back in the day, the kind where they did lobotomies and electroshock therapy, classic horror movie stuff. It closed down in the 90s, but parts of it was still standing, and that's what I wanted to see. Of course, most of it had been torn down or turned into apartments, but I'd heard there were still a few original buildings hidden in the back, deep in the woods. It took me a while to find a way in, but after wandering around the perimeter, I found a hole in the fence. I squeezed through and made my way up the overgrown path. The building loomed in front of me, windows shattered, doors barely hanging on their hinges. It looked like a skeleton of its former self. Inside, it was cold and damp. Even though it was a pretty warm day outside, the air smelled like mold and old wood, and the walls were covered in graffiti. It was dead silent, except for the occasional drip of water from a leaky ceiling. I walked slowly, taking it all in. The place was a maze of long, dark hallways, all leading to empty rooms where patients used to live. I was halfway down one of these hallways when I heard it, a faint shuffling sound, like someone was dragging their feet. I stopped, holding my breath, listening. It was coming from one of the rooms up ahead. I told myself it was probably just an animal or maybe the wind pushing debris around. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I walked a little closer, and the noise stopped. I was standing right outside one of the rooms now. The door was half open, creaking softly in the draft. I don't know why, but I pushed it open, just to see what was inside. At first, it looked like an ordinary room, peeling wallpaper, broken bed frame, the usual. But then I saw her. There, leaning against the far wall, was an old woman. She was dressed in this faded, old-fashioned dress, the kind you'd expect to see in a black and white photo. She was hunched over, staring at the floor, her grey hair hanging in front of her face. I stood there, frozen. I didn't know what to do. My brain was racing, trying to make sense of it. There was no way anyone was still living here, especially not an old woman like her. But she was real. I could hear her breathing. She didn't move at first. Then, slowly, she lifted her head and looked right at me. Her eyes were sunken and dark, like she hadn't slept in years. And then she smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. It was this wide, unnatural grin that stretched way too far across her face. That was enough for me. I didn't wait to see what she was going to do next. I bolted, slamming the door behind me and sprinting back down the hallway. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I was out of the building and back through the hole in the fence. When I finally got back to my car, I sat there for a while, trying to calm down. I kept telling myself it was just some squatter or maybe my mind playing tricks on me, but deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Haha, I have stolen Misfit Horror's voice. Subscribe so I don't also take his soul. You can always unsubscribe later, so there's nothing to lose. Plus, it's free. Ha 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 ha. It's up to you, viewer. Now enjoy the rest of these scary, true urban exploration stories. Ha 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 ha. I never liked working alone. My job at the old factory complex was usually pretty boring. sitting in the booth, doing rounds, making sure no one got inside. But the place was huge, and it was easy to get paranoid when it was just me. The company was cheap though, and any time my co-worker called in sick, they'd stick me on solo shifts. Just one guy patrolling a massive abandoned factory. Not exactly the best deterrent, but it's what they did. The factory had been shut down for years, since before I started working there. It used to manufacture God knows what, but now it was just a decaying maze of empty buildings, rusted machinery, and old loading docks. The lights barely worked, and half the time it felt like I was walking through a ghost town. That night, I was doing my usual routine, sitting in the security booth, watching the cameras, and every hour or so, walking around to check for any signs of trouble. Usually, the biggest issue was keeping out kids who wanted to explore or tag the place with graffiti. The area was fenced off, but determined people could always find a way in. I was just finishing up around when I noticed something odd on one of the camera feeds. It was the back entrance, the side closest to the woods. A group of people, maybe 6 or 7 of them, were walking straight towards the factory. At first, I thought they were just more thrill seekers, maybe a bunch of teens looking to mess around in the old building. But as I zoomed in on the feed, I noticed something was off. They weren't dressed like normal explorers. They were wearing long, dark robes, hoods pulled up to cover their faces, and they weren't just casually walking either. They were moving in a straight line, almost in unison, like they had a purpose. My first thought was some weird prank. Maybe they were trying to film a horror video for YouTube, but as they reached the entrance, they all stopped at the same time, turning to look at each other. Then, without a word, they entered the building. Now, I'm not easily spooked, but I wasn't exactly eager to approach a group of people dressed like a cult, wandering into an abandoned factory. Still, it was my job to check it out. I grabbed my flashlight and radio and started towards the back of the building. My hand was already hovering over my phone, ready to call the cops if things got weird. When I reached the back entrance, I stepped inside and immediately heard soft murmuring, like chanting. My heart started racing as I moved quietly down the hall, following the sounds. It was coming from one of the large production rooms, the ones that would hardly ever check, because no one could easily get to them without being noticed. But these people, whoever they were, had made it there without me even seeing them in person. As I approached the room, I could see them now. They had formed a circle in the middle of the floor, each of them standing perfectly still, heads bowed. In the center of the circle, there was some kind of symbol, something large, maybe drawn in chalk or paint. I couldn't make it out from where I was standing, but the whole thing felt wrong. I called out,
"Hey, security! You need to get out of here!"
My voice echoed through the factory, but none of them moved. The chanting, though, stopped. Dead silence. Then, slowly, they all turned to face me at once. I couldn't see their faces beneath the hoods, but I could feel their eyes locked on me. For a second, no one moved. We just stood there, staring at each other. And then, without warning, they all sprinted toward me. I didn't think, didn't wait. I turned and ran. My flashlight bounced in my hand as I sprinted down the hallway, the sound of their footsteps pounding behind me. I've never run so fast in my life. I could hear them getting closer, their breath heavy, their feet slapping against the concrete. I made it out of the building and saw my car in the distance, parked just outside the booth. My legs burned as I pushed myself harder, not daring to look back. I could feel them closing in, their presence right behind me. I slammed into my car, fumbling for my keys, and barely managed to get the door open before I threw myself inside. I slammed the door shut just as the first fist hit the window, then another. The entire group was there, surrounding the car, banging on the windows, kicking at the doors. The glass started to crack under the force of their hits. I jammed the key into the ignition, turned it, and floored the gas. As I peeled out of the parking lot, one of them darted in front of me. I didn't have time to stop. There was a sickening thud as the car bounced, but I didn't slow down. I just kept driving, my heart pounding in my chest, my hands shaking on the wheel. I didn't stop until I reached the police station. I stumbled out of the car and ran inside, breathless and rambling about the group at the factory. The cops didn't really know what to make of it, but they sent a few officers to check it out. I sat there in the station for what felt like hours, trying to calm down. Finally, one of the officers came back. He said they didn't find anyone at the factory, no sign of the group I'd seen. But they did find something. In the exact spot where I'd seen the group standing, there was a pentagram drawn on the floor, surrounded by strange markings. The officer told me it looked like some kind of ritual site, but there was no trace of anyone being there. I never went back to that factory after that. I quit the next day. It was Mike's idea to check out our old elementary school. We hadn't been there in years, not since they shut it down a few months ago. Sunland Park Elementary used to be the center of our little town in El Paso, Texas. But budget cuts and declining enrollment turned it into just another forgotten place. The last time we saw it, they boarded up the windows, put up a chain-link fence, and left it to rot. We were bored, hanging out at Mike's place when he suggested we head over there. I wasn't really in the mood, but I didn't want to seem like a pussy either. "Come on, man," he said, grabbing his flashlight. "How often is it that we get to explore a place that we actually know?" I agreed. The idea of walking through our old school, the place where we spent years playing on the jungle gym and messing around in class, sounded kind of cool. But it wasn't exactly the same place anymore. Now, it was just another abandoned building, probably crawling with rats and worse. When we got there, the place looked even worse than I imagined. The fence was still up, but parts of it had been cut open, letting in anyone who wanted to sneak through. We crawled through the gap and stood in front of the entrance. The windows were smashed, and graffiti covered the walls. I remembered how it used to look, with bright colours and kids running everywhere. Now, it was just dead. We got inside pretty easily. The front doors were unlocked, probably from someone else breaking in earlier. Once we stepped in, it hit me how weird it felt. It was like the whole building was frozen in time, but with everything covered in dust and decay. There were still old desks and chairs scattered around, like the teachers left in a hurry and never came back. We wandered down the hallway, our footsteps echoing off the tile floors. Everything looked smaller than I remember, probably because we'd grown so much since we were last there. I couldn't shake this eerie feeling though, like the place was watching us. Every creak or random noise had me on edge, but I didn't want to let Mike see that. We passed by the old gym, where the door was barely hanging on its hinges. Mike wanted to check it out, but I was more interested in our old classrooms. Room 204 was where we had Mrs. Jensen for 3rd grade, and I was curious to see if anything was still there. I nudged Mike, and we headed that way. As we were walking, I noticed something. Footsteps that weren't ours. They were faint, coming from further down the hall, but they definitely weren't the sounds we were making. I glanced at Mike, and he heard it too. We abruptly stopped, straining to listen. "Hello?" Mike called out, but his voice cracked a little, and I could tell he was freaked. We didn't hear anything in response, but the footsteps kept coming. I turned my flashlight down the hall, and that's when we saw him. A guy standing near the end of the hallway, half hidden in the shadows. He was tall, probably in his mid-30s, and wore this ragged hoodie with the hood pulled up. His face was partially obscured, but I could tell he was staring right at us. My stomach twisted in knots. For a second, I thought about bolting towards the entrance, but I felt like I couldn't move. The guy took a step toward us, and Mike whispered, "Run!" But before we could take off, the guy raised his hands, like he was showing he wasn't a threat. He didn't say anything at first, just kept his hands up, walking toward us slowly. "You guys shouldn't be here," he finally said. His voice was rough, like he hadn't spoken in a while. "I ain't gonna hurt you, but trust me, this ain't the kind of place you want to be hanging out." We didn't respond right away, mostly because we were both still freaking out. But something about the way he talked calmed me down a little. He wasn't rushing us, wasn't trying to scare us anymore. Mike spoke first. Do you live here?" The guy shrugged, looking away for a second before nodding. "Yeah, I guess you could say that. Don't got nowhere else to go. He stepped closer. Now I could see him better. He looked rough, like life had chewed him up and spat him out. His eyes were tired, his face gaunt. We relaxed a bit, realizing he wasn't some psycho or anything. Just a guy down on his luck, probably just using the school as a place to crash. He leaned against the wall, running a hand over his face. I've seen kids like you come in here before, thinking it's some kind of playground. But it ain't safe here, man. You don't know what kind of people you run into around here. He chuckled dryly. Lucky for you, I'm the harmless kind. Mike and I stood there, unsure of what to say. It was weird, standing in the hallway of our old school, talking to this random dude who'd probably been living in the place for months. It was awkward, but it didn't feel dangerous anymore. Just sad. Well, thanks for the heads up, Mike said, finally breaking the silence. Yeah, the guy replied, giving us a half smile. Just take care of yourselves. This place ain't what it used to be. We nodded, and without another word, we headed back the way we came. I didn't want to push it by asking more questions, and honestly, I just wanted to get out of there. As I walked back to the entrance, I glanced over my shoulder. The guy was still leaning against the wall, watching us leave, but he didn't follow. When we got outside, the fresh air hit me, and I realized I had been holding my breath for way too long. Mike and I didn't talk much on the way home. I think we were both trying to process what just happened. Sunland was our childhood, but seeing what it's become, I don't think we'll go back anytime soon. It all started during the pandemic. I think it was the year 2021 or something. My little sister and I moved into my mum's house due to reasons of my dad moving away for work. The house was okay for most, nothing out of the ordinary. That was until strange things started happening. Doors started opening and closing on their own, people walking around the house despite me being alone, and hearing your name being called even though no one was there. But it wasn't something I couldn't handle, so I just shrugged it off. And this particular night, I couldn't fall asleep, which is weird because usually around this time of night, I would be blacked out. I felt a presence watching me. Now I normally don't get scared easily, but this time, I felt like crapping my pants. So in an attempt to distract myself, I scrolled aimlessly on my phone. Maybe I was just imagining things. Soon I drifted into my night slumber. At around 2:47 AM, I woke up with the urge of using the restroom. I walked down and out of my room, but went into an immediate halt when I saw a lady. What was she doing standing against my bedroom door's frame? Sure, it was creepy, but I pushed those thoughts aside and went to the restroom. I walked back. She was still there, aimlessly staring at me with her dead eyes and eerily creepy smile. I rubbed my eyes. I blinked twice. She was still there. I jumped on my bed and hid inside the blankets. I dared not to look at her. I went into a silent prayer. She was still there. I wanted to cry so badly. She was drawing nearer by the second. I continued on with my silent prayer, praying for her to leave me alone. She loomed over me and started to choke me. I couldn't breathe. I was screaming at the top of my lungs, kicking and squirming my arms and legs. Next thing I know it, my mum came in to check on me, and she disappeared. She said it was probably a nightmare. I knew it was more than that. I haven't heard or seen her since, but I still know she's lurking in the depths of this house, preying on me and getting ready to pounce at any moment. I just wanted to share a story that happened to me. I wanted to share this story to spread an awareness and to see if anyone else has had this happen to them. It was a very disturbing and chilling event. I was with my older brother in my basement. I was about 16, 17 or so, probably 2020 era, around midnight. I remember this happening during the COVID-19 lockdown. so probably just after the fall because it was a winter night. I was with my older brother playing some Nintendo Switch when someone called my brother with a 1-800 number, which is a long distance from where we live, Canada. I told him to answer the phone. After some hesitation, I told him to answer it and put it on speaker. We thought it would be a voice-recorded message or a scammer trying to get something out of us. We answered the phone and greeted the person on the other line. And there was nothing heard. About 5 seconds later, a distressed and panicked voice of a woman was heard. I remember her saying these exact words.
Hello? Is someone there? Please help me. Please help me.
And she started hysterically crying and sobbing on the other end. She started hyperventilating, and almost like a manic screaming started. I had absolutely no idea what to do, because I was so frozen in fear. We declined the call, and I've never answered an unknown caller again. I don't know. Is this some kind of sick troll? Was she genuinely in danger? Was she going through an episode, or did she have some kind of mental health disorder? I don't know, and I never will. But it still freaks me out. Earlier in the year, I had a weird experience. Before I tell my story, let me just say, it takes me nearly 2 hours to fall asleep each night. Trust me, I was still awake. I don't have any sleeping issues/conditions. Besides, it takes me a long time to fall asleep. As we all know, once we turn off all the lights in our bedroom, it's total darkness. Then after 5 to 10 minutes, our eyes adjust and it's no longer total darkness. When my experience occurred, it wasn't total darkness. Here's my story. As I'm laying down, staring at the ceiling, my vision suddenly changed. I saw total darkness, the darkest black you could possibly see, and special white lights. The lights were white, the same color as a flashlight torch. The best way I can describe it is, it was like looking up in the dark sky and watching fireworks go off, except the lights were white. Honestly, it was a beautiful sight that lasted about 5 seconds. After about 2 seconds of witnessing this, out loud I said, "WTF?" Then in my head, I asked myself, what just happened? I honestly was not scared, just confused. I could attempt to draw what I saw to show you guys, but it would come out looking horrible. I desperately want to tell this story to someone who is extremely experienced, so I can get an answer on what this means. I'm no stranger to unexplained/paranormal experiences. I have another interesting story that I will share tomorrow regarding a small ball of electricity, a ball that was about half the size of a tennis ball. Although short, I hope you guys enjoyed my story. I want to share a real experience that I had about 7 years ago. This might not be as interesting as it could be, because it's real. I'm not trying to make things up for the sake of entertainment. I just want to get this off my chest, as it was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life. Around the age of 19, I was disqualified from the military due to a medical disqualification. I wasn't too sure what to do with my life since this was a lifelong dream. I felt very lost. I did a lot of soul searching during this time, studied many religions and philosophies. At some point I got into occultism, law of attraction, meditation, and finally astral projection. To keep it short, I started meditating to attract into my life the things that I wanted, and I also started to practice astral projection. After a few weeks, my aunt started to come into my room, scared, and began to question what I was doing. I told her that I was meditating quite frequently, sometimes up to 3 hours a day. Why was she asking? She told me that something very weird had just happened in the house. In fact, for a few days now, several weird things had been happening. She told me while they were watching TV, the front door of the house unlocked itself, and the door had just been slammed open. They told me things had just been falling off counters, and my uncle had been seeing things from the corner of his eyes. She didn't tell me to stop. She actually seemed intrigued. My aunt is into crystals and all kinds of groovy-doo stuff. I kept this going. I wasn't able to astral project yet, but I was able to get parts of my body to leave. As weird as that sounds. I was able to remove my arm from my arm. It's a very odd feeling to describe. It feels like your arms are paralyzed. Yet another one you can fully manipulate and feel it coming out of it. I was also able to do this with my right leg. For those of you who are not understanding what astral projection is, it means leaving your body. I'm not sure if your soul leaves your body or you project it mentally. All I know is that it's very real, but it's a thing. Supposedly, you are able to soul travel by doing this. In any case, a couple weeks go by and my uncle and aunt need to be gone for a couple days, and I have the house to myself. So what do? Have a girl over like any other normal dude would? No, I meditate and try to leave my body. At this point, I'm obsessed. For the first time, I fall asleep while meditating, and what proceeds to happen is one of the most traumatic and terrifying things to ever happen to me. Who am I kidding? It's by far the most terrifying experience of my life, and it haunts me to this day. This is the part of the story I don't like telling anyone, because they dismiss it as a nightmare, or it's just sleep paralysis, bro. I don't care what you decide what to call what I'm about to tell you. If you want to label it as fake, it was more real than life to me. I have astral projected a few times. I never saw anything very interesting other than my own home, freaking out my dogs, and mostly what I do is fly over lakes, factories, and cities at night. I can never do it for very long. I have not mastered it, and nowadays I avoid the practice altogether, although it happens involuntarily from time to time. What I experienced in this instance was different. It felt more physical, it felt more real, and I was attacked by God knows what. I wake up, laying flat on my bed, facing up, arms wide open and legs spread apart. The TV is on. The show Ink Master is running. It's night, but the room has a natural light to it, almost like a full moon. I see a shadow in the corner of the room. I try to get up, but I can't move. I'm paralyzed. I start being able to move, but I feel heavy, like trying to swim underwater. The shadow gets closer to me, and then crawls on top of my body. This is embarrassing to say, and I usually leave this part out of the story. This thing proceeds to put its hands between my legs and press and squeeze, you know. I feel immense physical pain. There is actually something groping my body and really hurting me. I try to scream, but I can't. I start saying, "The power of Christ compels you," over and over, but it does nothing. My back starts to bend in an arch, and I'm slightly levitating over my bed. Everything is happening very silently, which allows me to hear very loud footsteps coming from the kitchen. While this is all happening, a man walks from the kitchen into my room. I can barely see or look, but he is a middle-aged man wearing a suit. Looks very old-fashioned. After several attempts of asking, my words finally come out. "Who are you?" The man standing in the corner of the room states, "My name is Luca." I then asked, concerned, "Lucifer?" He then states, "No, Luca." The painful back arching and floating continues for a while, when suddenly it stops. I fall on my bed, and it's suddenly daylight. Ink Master is still on, and I can hear birds chirping. I never woke up from this, like waking up from a dream. It simply stopped, and I was still awake. I spent the entire day looking things up online, trying to make sense of what happened. When it came night again, the same thing happens again. The same entity, or whatever it is, grips me the same way and hurts me. You've got to understand, the pain is very physical and excruciating. I can feel its hands and fingers, and this time I'm very pissed off. For one reason or another, this time I'm not afraid, and I start trying to strangle it. I start asking it, "Get me out of my body so I can murder it." And suddenly, it all stops, just like that. After this second episode, that never happened again. From time to time, I am still attacked by an entity that looks like me, and am forced to fight it. But these are more like vivid nightmares. Nothing like the situation I just described. I quit meditating, I quit trying to astral project, and this situation never happened again. I still involuntarily astral project in my sleep sometimes, but it's very uneventful. I don't see other entities or have bad or good things happen. I just float over a lake near my house and enjoy the view for the most part. Maybe there's more I could share, but I think I have shared enough. Thanks for getting this far.
My name is Nathan, and I'm here for some help and advice. I haven't left my house in nearly a week, and I'm at risk of losing my job and possibly my life. Most of you will discount what I'm about to say, and to be honest, so would I. Well, that was before last week. Truth is often stranger than fiction, and in this case, it certainly is. This is some messed up story time. So, please, listen to what I'm about to tell you, and if someone out there has any answers, reach out to me before it's too late. Last Friday, I joined some colleagues for a quiz night at a local bar. Honestly, we did more shots than we got correct answers. At 10:30 p.m, I decided to leave. I wasn't drunk, just slightly tipsy. I didn't live far, so I started to wander back home. Around 5 minutes into my 10-minute journey, it started to rain. There had been a storm forecast, but it hit earlier than expected. I held my jacket over me while seeking a shortcut through an alleyway up ahead. As I was about to go through, my pace slowed as I realized someone had crossed the road further down the street. It was an older woman, possibly in her late 40s or 50s. She seemed as eager as me to get home, running down the road in my direction. She then began to cry out, her voice echoing in the rainy night, while her head glanced back over her shoulder. It looked as though she was being chased, but I couldn't see anyone behind her. Should I help her or hide? I thought to myself, but the small possibility of danger entered my mind. I cautiously slipped into the alley, peeking slowly around the corner. I noticed in the illuminated rays of the streetlights a dark silhouette carved into the rain. The looming figure was moving in on her. I closed my eyes briefly, my breath caught in my throat, while the rhythmic sound of raindrops sounded out around me. I quickly reopened my eyes just as the woman toppled and crashed to the waterlogged ground below, with a shriek and a splattering thud. Time seemed to slow as the thin layer of water leading up to the helpless woman began dancing upwards in a pulsing rhythm. The flickering water drew closer as she attempted to scramble to her feet. Then the splashing footsteps stopped. She moved her head from side to side, trying to locate the stalking predator. But nothing. Just an eerie silence filled the empty street. Only the blanket noise of raindrops could be heard. She stumbled forward, legs trembling. Now stood underneath one of the streetlights. The glowing beam exposed her bloodied face. The figure reappeared out of nothing, like a light-absorbing vortex, distorted by the rain. It was stood right behind her. A dripping blade made from water began to form at the end of a shadowy arm. She must have sensed it by the way her body jerked quickly around, now face to face with that thing. The watery blade plunged deep into her gasping mouth. Her horrific screams turned into a gargle in an instant. Her eyes widened as she looked straight at me, the life draining from her now limp body. The woman then dropped to the glistening concrete in a heap as water settled around her. I turned. My right foot slipped as I tried to sprint off through the narrow, stone-enclosed alleyway. I had no idea what that thing was or how it killed that poor woman, but I wasn't going to hang around to find out. I didn't stop running till I reached my front door. I dipped my hand frantically into my left jeans pocket, pulled out my set of keys. They fumbled in my hand as I concentrated on finding the right key. Why I had all of these keys on there, when I only know what half of them are for, I really don't know. Once I had found the right one, the next challenge was trying to get my arm to stop shaking so I could get in. I forced the key in, unlocked it, and burst through the door. I slammed it so hard behind me the surrounding wall trembled. I was stood, hunched over, hands on my knees and head down. My breath deep and quivering as my eyes watered in fear. I felt sick in that moment, like I had just been punched in the stomach. After 5 minutes, I had started to regain some normal breathing again, enough to lift myself up and walk to the living room. I sat, exhausted on the chair, just as a bang came from the wall. It was obviously my neighbor, probably moving something around, but I jumped out of my skin regardless. For the rest of the night I had all of the lights on, and TV on full volume. I couldn't sleep. The image of that woman, losing her life right in front of me, was playing on repeat in my mind. I must have finally managed to fall asleep around 4 or 5 a.m. I woke up in a confused state, positioned awkwardly on my sofa. The sunlight streamed through a gap in my blinds, hitting half of my face. Eyes squinted, I looked for the TV remote. It must have turned itself off overnight. Once I had found it, I switched it on. A banner ran across the bottom of the news channel on the screen. It read, "Woman found dead in street of small town." I have not disclosed the town in question out of respect for the woman's family. I pulled out my phone to search on the internet for the article. The information was vague at the moment, but a quick search on social media gave me more details. As the weekend went on, the story settled into a probable cause of death. The woman had passed out and landed face first into a large puddle where she unfortunately drowned. Only I knew what really happened. I couldn't go to the police. Who would have believed me? If anything, I would have been classed as a suspect. Sunday evening had set in, and I looked curiously at the week's weather forecast. It seemed that Friday's downpour was just the start. A great storm was supposed to hit tomorrow and last the full week. I had convinced myself that I couldn't have seen that figure in the rain. It was probably me hallucinating in my tipsy state, but seeing that forecast made me feel anxious and dread the morning. I tossed and turned until I eventually drifted off to sleep. My night was long and full of nightmares. I must have woken up 7 or 8 times gasping for air, covered in my own sweat. Morning finally came, and as I was getting ready for work, raindrops cascaded down my bedroom window. I opened my front door to leave around 7 a.m. The sun was only just starting to rise in the miserable dawn twilight. I put my jacket hood over my head and hurried to the car, the wind whipping mists of rain into my face. I took a deep breath to compose myself before setting off. I drove the 10-minute journey to the office, the wind and rain battering my windscreen. I felt relieved when I pulled into the office car park. I got out of the car and pulled the hood back over my head. As I walked towards the glass door of the office, I heard a small splash behind me. Naturally, I thought it was a colleague, but I couldn't see around my hood. I turned my body round to look, but the car park was empty. I couldn't see anyone in their cars either. I continued walking towards the door, and the splattering started again. It was like someone walking behind, following me. It was clear these were footsteps. I walked faster into a jog as the splashes mirrored my pace. I finally reached the building, and I got through the door just in time. The glass behind me was cloaked in a wave of water that dripped into a small puddle below. My day at work was probably the quickest I had experienced in my life. Time appeared to fast forward. 5 o'clock came. A nervous lump formed at the back of my throat. I walked outside with a few of my co-workers. Luckily, the rain had stopped. As I headed back home, there was nothing out of the ordinary. I even started to feel calm. I got back home, put the TV on, and stuck some pasta in the microwave. Later that evening, while I drifted off to sleep, I started to hear running water from my kitchen. I leapt up and tentatively walked towards the kitchen doorway. Every step into the darkness felt like a descent into the unknown. I felt for the switch and flicked it on. Water flowed into my sink of its own accord. I rushed over to turn it off, all of my senses now heightened. I turned back towards the door and crept to the bottom of my staircase. Paranoia was now clearly getting the better of me. I peered up, seeing if anyone was up there, and I called up, "Hello, is someone up there?" Of course, nothing answered me. I knew deep down I was alone in the house. Maybe my lack of sleep was catching up with me, I thought. I turned the TV and lights off, then headed upstairs to go to sleep. I brushed my teeth and began to get into bed. The wind rattled the half a dozen trees outside my bedroom window as rain began to patter on the glass. Just the sound of rain was causing me anxiety, so I put on my headphones and listened to music to try to mask the ongoing storm. I laid down, eyes wide, my brain on overload, thinking about every tiny detail of the last few days. I cursed to myself as I remembered that I hadn't locked the front door. I went down the stairs and double-locked it. Just as I turned to walk back to bed, a crash of water hit the door. Small water droplets began to run down the inside of the door frame. I sprinted upstairs, pulled open my curtains to look out onto the street below. I expected to see flooding or a water mains leak, but nothing. It was barely even raining at this point. I really thought I was losing the plot. I shuffled back to my bedroom when I heard my shower running in the ensuite. Panic set in. My heart rate grew faster and my breath deeper. As steam seeped out of the cracks between the frame and the door, I put my quivering hand on the handle. I slowly pushed it down and pulled the door towards me. The hinges creaked as I was hit by a warm mist coming from the darkness. I pulled on the light cord. The bright spotlights lit the room. Through the steam, I could see a figure stood in the shower cubicle. A chill ran through my body. I froze in shock. I physically couldn't move. I used all of my strength to approach the cubicle and yank the door open. No one was there. Well, not that I could see. I slowly backed away, as within the cascades of water, a silhouette began to emerge. The faint sounds of water droplets hitting an unseen body splattered towards me. Its water-lined arm started to raise as liquid rushed towards the end of it. I picked up a glass and threw it at the evil entity, trying to get it to leave. The glass shattered on the tiled wall behind, sending shards flying throughout the shower. I had to get out of there. I ran out the door, closed it behind me, and pushed my drawer unit in front. I burst out of my room and down the stairs, my hurried feet slipping as I went down. As I got into the kitchen, the water began to flow from the tap again. I flung open the cupboard underneath and twisted the water shut-off valve. A gurgling noise proceeded as the water above me started to reduce into a slow drip. I sat trying to regain my breath on the cold tiled floor. I didn't see any way out of this for me. I couldn't and still can't make sense of what was stalking me. This ominous man-like figure using water as a weapon. After what seemed like hours, I got myself off the floor and sat in my living room. I can't lie, dark thoughts ran through my messed up head. How I wasn't going to let that thing take me out, even if I had to take myself out of this dire situation. Morning came sooner than I thought. I had been sat up all night. My head racked with fear. I didn't dare go back upstairs. I called in sick for work, as I just couldn't move, knowing the rain was still battering down outside. Every so often, I would hear a large splash of water on one of my windows. First, it would be the living room one. Then, the kitchen window was drenched in a wave of water. About 11 o'clock, I decided I was going to go upstairs. I nervously walked up each step. I was anticipating the worst from what I had experienced the night before. I pushed the bedroom door open, holding my breath, trying to listen for any slight noise. As I neared the ensuite bathroom, I could see that the drawer unit was pushed out at an angle, and the door was now open. This was the same door I had slammed shut and blocked 12 hours prior. Goosebumps suddenly covered my body, as my heart frantically lashed at my ribcage. My breath was forced out in short bursts as I prepared myself to enter the bathroom. One large exhale later, I burst the door open. It was empty. The shower was still wet, and the shards of glass still covered the bottom. As I looked down at the tiled floor, 5 large watery footprints led towards the door. The hairs on the back of my neck began to stand on end as I slowly looked around. The curtains were soaked in water, and the window was ajar. It looked like it had made it out of the house. I fell to the bed in relief, hoping this was the last I would see of it. I have since only been out once in the last 4 days, to get food and stock up on small bottles of water. I have still not had the courage to turn the water back on. I have no plans to do so until I get some answers. The storms keep passing through, and I venture outside between the downpours. I constantly feel like I'm being watched, and the pipes have been making strange noises ever since that awful night. I am now desperate for some suggestions or solutions to all of this. I don't know how long I can put up with all this. I just hope somebody will take this seriously. I hope to update you all soon. Wish me luck. When I was fresh out of high school, I was in a bit of family drama. I needed a temporary place to stay and had to find a quick job to support myself. I had the ambition to push myself through college and ended up in a bad spot. I barely slept, I had no social life, and I couldn't find the time to do the most basic stuff. I didn't have time to cook, so I basically lived on takeout. The only place I could find within my price range was a refurbished storage space. It was basically just a bed and a couple of shelves with partial access to a bathroom. It wasn't really meant as a living space, but the landlord didn't care. There wasn't even wallpaper, unless you consider some actual vines in the corner to be wallpaper. But this is where I get to teach you something. Storage spaces are built very differently from ordinary living spaces and apartments. They're not isolated the same way, and this space was lined with something nasty. My immune system was crashing hard from months of vitamin deficiency and unhealthy habits, and in combination with an awful living situation, I got a bad infection. Like, really bad. My throat got so swollen that it looked like I'd swallowed a whole apple. I could barely breathe. I got one of the worst fevers of my life, and I had no insurance. I ended up crawling back to my parents. It was humiliating. We'd had our falling out, but when they could see how bad things had gotten, they helped me out. I was immediately taken to a doctor and put on antibiotics, but the swelling had gotten so bad that they suspected permanent nerve damage. Once the swelling died down, it turned out the doctor was right. Trying to speak was like touching a live wire. It was so painful that it could make me black out. It eventually got a bit better. I could start to make noises without immediate pain, like laughing and coughing, but trying to form words tickled something in my throat. Moving my vocal cords too much caused the pain to flare back up. My doctor said it would probably never heal completely, but in a couple of months, at most a year or two, I'd get part of my voice back. Maybe. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, I was mute. It was difficult to cope with at first. I began to carry a laminated card, basically saying I'm mute. It is easy to forget the many ways we use verbal communication in our day-to-day. Ordering at the fast food place, answering questions in class, turning down salesmen at the door. It's usually the things you don't think too much about. But having that barrier, no matter how small, can really turn the mundane into a chore. It just becomes too bothersome to explain the same thing several times a day. I started to socially isolate myself more. It was hard to be around other people. Forget about going to a party. There's no one patient enough to wait for you to type stuff out on your phone. My parents helped me find a better place to live in, and I managed to find a job closer to my new home. Nothing fancy, just stocking groceries at one of the corner shops. A couple of months passed, and I started to get used to a new life and routine. I knew there'd come a day when my voice returned. But for now, even attempting to speak made me nauseous. A loud yawn could send me spiraling if I wasn't cautious. Then one morning I got a phone call. I'd been up late the previous night and didn't think too much about it. Out of reflex, I pushed to answer the call, held it up to my ear, and opened my mouth to speak. In the last possible moment, I stopped myself, only pushing out a hoarse breath. If I'd tried to actually say something, I'd have ruined the rest of the day. So imagine my surprise when another voice came out of me. "Good morning," it said. I dropped my phone and slammed my hands over my mouth in shock. I saw the call end and just sat there in silence, trying to calm down. That wasn't my voice. Those weren't my words. What the hell? I took some time to collect myself. Checking my phone, turns out that was just a robocall. Some automated crap trying to make me answer a survey. I stood in front of my bathroom mirror for a good 10 minutes, opening and closing my mouth, trying to see if I could make that voice come out again. I thought it might have been some kind of trick or a sign of recovery. Maybe I just didn't recognize my own voice. No matter what I tried, as soon as I even tried to formulate a word, my throat burned like I'd been cut by something sharp. There was just no way I could have said anything without noticing it. Even pretending to speak and testing my limits caused a burning sensation, forcing me to put on a bit of eucalyptus balm. I went on with my day, but that moment kept coming back to me. It wasn't imagined, but it wasn't me either. At one point I thought it might have come from the phone, but that didn't make sense to me. The simple fact was that it came from me. Somehow. I got back home from my shift, had a hot shower, and parked myself in front of a Netflix show. That show about social media people tricking one another. I have a soft spot for reality shows. It was this big dramatical reveal of a member of the team getting kicked off at the end of the episode, and I audibly gasped, almost choking on my takeout ramen. Then it happened again. A light tickle at the bottom of my throat, and the voice came back. "Scandalous," it muttered, all without my lips moving. I felt it much clearer now. It wasn't me forming those words. They were coming up from my throat on their own. My mouth was wide open. I wasn't shaping any vowels or consonants. I just sat there for a moment, my heart skipping a beat. I was scared to move, as if that might prompt it to reappear. I remember wondering over and over what the hell it was. And finally, I mouthed a silent question. "Are you still there?" And to that, a vocal answer crept back up, slithering out of me. "Yes." I stood up and wandered about the room. 100 questions went through my mind, but none of them were answered. My thoughts had to linger on that final yes and the implications. There was me, and there was a you. Something different from me, using me. Even then and there, in the comfort of my own space, I felt watched. As I went to bed that night, I had trouble relaxing. I had this recurring thought that whatever was resting inside of me was just waiting for a chance to do something. It felt sinister, a presence forced upon me. I probably scrolled through my socials for at least an hour and a half before I fell asleep with the screen still facing me. Somewhere in the black of the night, I woke up. It wasn't sudden, just my eyes slowly opening. The sun hadn't broken through my window yet, and I could tell I'd only been asleep for a couple hours. There were no cars going by on the streets outside, and no neighbors stomping around. But there was a noise. It took me a couple of seconds to realize that it was coming from me. A hushed voice, whispering into the dark. It was barely audible, but it was coming from my mouth. I tried to look down, but all I could see was my shivering upper lip. "You have been given so many gifts," I caught it saying. "To spoil and squander and wither, idle children feasting on crumbs of gold. Mother, unbirth me, find me unwanting, undeserving, unsullied." When I finally realized what was going on, I shot out of bed and sprinted to the bathroom. I was frustrated and scared to the point that I wanted to scream and cry. But all that came out were these weird hulking noises. And with every awkward breath, I could hear something in the space between. No. Awful. Grim. Finally, I just snapped. I forced myself to scream. Even at my greatest effort, it wasn't loud, but it was enough. Little specks of blood spattered on the wall. The scream triggered such an intense shock of pain that it left me squirming on the bathroom floor, gasping for air. I have no idea how long it took for me to regain my composure. Wiping my tears, I bent over the toilet seat and spat up a glob of blood and dislodged scar tissue. I stayed in the shower for over half an hour, just waiting for the bleeding to stop. I'd set my recovery back weeks, maybe months. But hey, at least the voice was gone. Perhaps it needed some part of me to speak, a part that I'd damaged. I had a few spots of blood on my pillow the next day. I'd barely slept. Still, I dragged myself to work. I tried my best to keep out of the spotlight, get a quick nap on my lunch hour, and keep to myself. I didn't want to try and explain what I was experiencing. I had tried to type out a message for my parents, but there was no way they wouldn't overreact. They would probably think I was on drugs or suffering some kind of schizophrenia. They always assumed I was at fault for whatever ailed me. That was their go-to response. They couldn't accept that sometimes things were just out of my control. I gave up after the 6th draft. I couldn't find the right words. As my shift ended, I made my way home. My favorite takeout place was packed with people from some kind of work outing, so I had to shoulder my way forward to the counter. Maggots. The word just fell out of me, whispered into the ear of some random passerby. I saw them turn around to look my way, but they didn't say anything. The look he gave me was the first actual proof that this wasn't just my imagination. This was a real, physical thing. And the look he gave me was nothing short of disgust and confusion. I forced my mouth shut, but it didn't help. I could feel the air push out of my nose as another sentence reverberated in my mouth. Damn them all. I stopped a few feet from the counter as I took notice of people turning my way. I tried to hold it back, holding my breath, but little puffs of air made my cheeks expand like a chipmunk. When I finally let go, it was just a non-stop barrage of word salad pouring out of me. Not loud, but not quiet. Just enough to make me look like a blathering madman. I turned to leave. A worried 40-something office worker tried to touch my shoulder and ask if I was okay, but the voice in me snapped back. "I'll suck the skin off your knuckles," it hissed. As I left, I looked back one final time. About half a dozen worried faces looked back at me. Faces turned from curious to wide-eyed bewilderment. As I stepped away into the dark, the voice made itself known one last time. Yes, leave. Make us lonesome. Coming back home, I positioned myself in front of my mirror. I didn't even take my coat off. I just took out my phone, held it up, and opened my mouth. I wasn't going to let it use me. I wanted it on camera. I needed something to prove I wasn't delusional. I tried to coax it, to ask it questions in my head. I tried to make it come forward, but nothing seemed to work. I must have stood there for a good half hour until my jaw started hurting. Not a single peep or noise. It was just me staring at my own teeth in silence. I was so goddamn frustrated. I wanted to scream and shout, but I couldn't. I ended up throwing the mug with my toothbrush across the room, shattering it against the hallway wall. All I managed to get out was a couple of grunts, and even that burned my throat like I was licking a welding torch. Leaving the bathroom, I kneeled to scoop up the mug pieces. As soon as my knees touched the floor, a gleeful little whisper escaped me. "I won't dance to your tune, puppet," it chuckled. "Stay on your knees." I bit my tongue. I was so frustrated I could cry. That night, as I lay down to sleep, I could feel the voice just inches away. There was a little push in my stomach every time it was about to speak, and I felt that push all night long. It was always just a breath away, but the words didn't come. But as I finally closed my eyes and yawned, it returned. "You need to submit." I gently shook my head, rustling my hair against the pillow. "You have to." And again, I shook my head. The tension in my chest remained, but nothing more came out. I hugged a pillow, made myself comfortable, and tried not to think about it. Moments later, it came back with a vengeance. My lungs pushed themselves empty, and a cramp crept up my spine. I rolled onto my back and felt my stomach force itself upward. My mouth opened, and I had this dreadful feeling. It felt like being trapped under ice, desperate for air. For a moment, nothing happened. I just hung there, my body tense and out of control. Then a scream. It resembled a woman being murdered. Scream after scream after scream, begging for help, squealing in pain, crying. I couldn't stop it. I forced myself to roll over to try and block it with a pillow, but it didn't help. It was so loud that my ears rung. I scrambled out of bed, still feeling this constant flow of screams pushing its way out of me. Trying to hold my breath just built up this unbearable pressure, like my lungs were going to explode. I didn't even know what I was looking for. I dug through kitchen drawers, spilling forks and knives onto the floor. I tried stuffing a dish towel into my mouth just to dampen the noise, but it was useless. There was nothing I could do or say. It was going to continue no matter what. Finally, there was a knock on the door. A few final pleas for help escaped me as 2 police officers burst through the door. In that moment, the voice stopped. They had a hard time believing that those screams came from me. First of all, I'm a man. The voice was clearly female. Second of all, I couldn't talk. They found the laminated "I'm mute" note in the hallway. There was no way they could believe a mute man could make that kind of noise. Then again, they couldn't find a victim either. Confused, they had me get dressed and took me down to the station. The process was surprisingly quick. Rushed even. They said they were holding me until they could find out what the hell had happened, but they refused to get me something to type on. Not even my phone. There was no way for me to explain what was going on, and as a result, I just had to wait it out. I spent the night in a holding cell, expecting every breath to taunt me. I shared that cell with another person. I have no idea what he was in for, but he had the look of someone who wasn't afraid to get violent. Something about his eyes said he was itching for a fight. He was easily 6'4", and his leg kept twitching. I tried to avoid eye contact, but as the hours passed, he was getting antsy. When he finally locked eyes on me, I knew it was going down. "Stop staring at me," he said. "I'll rip your fucking eyes out." I looked away, but he didn't care. He was pacing back and forth, trying to provoke me, goading me into a reaction, calling me all kinds of awful names, accusing me of being something I wasn't and doing something I didn't. "Little bitch," he'd say. "You like sitting there checking me out, huh? Think you can take me?" I couldn't say anything, and that tingle inside me didn't either. I just sat there. But as he escalated, it quickly got physical. As he grabbed me by the collar and pulled me to my feet, I could feel his sour breath on my face. "Who's to say I don't put you the fuck down, huh?" he said. "Get you before you get me." Maybe it needed me alive. Maybe it didn't want to see me beaten and bruised. Maybe it was a matter of control. Two alpha creatures clashing, trying to outmaneuver one another. Either way, as I stared into this man's eyes, I felt something move. The words flowed out of me like venomous silk. A new voice, but from the same source as every other cursed word that I'd had forced upon me, nestled deep in the core of my stomach. "Why'd your brother stop crying, Simon?" He immediately let go, and his eyes went wide. His mouth hung open, like he'd forgotten how to breathe. "Simon," it continued. "Simon, where is your brother?" He backed away, his lips shivering. His hands retreated to his chest, like he was subconsciously hugging himself. "Simon, you're scaring me," the voice pleaded. "Simon, please." I've never seen a man this terrified before. There was no way to tell what he was going to do as he was forced into this primal flight or fight reaction. He pushed himself against the door and just started bawling. Slowly, it escalated into a horrified scream, this shrieking, childlike primate scream. He was unraveling in front of me, clawing to get away. A chuckle escaped me, and it grew into a laugh. I tried shaking my head, pointing at my throat, but nothing helped. For all intents and purposes, it was me doing it. There was no comfort in saying it wasn't. Not that I could if I wanted to. He was taken to another holding cell, and I spent the rest of my night alone, curled up in a corner. Quiet. Somewhere, in the space between sleep and dream, I heard it again. I can't remember the exact words, but I remember what it tried to tell me. That it could be a friend, a great ally. It just needed me to acknowledge my position. I was a vessel, an honored and appreciated vessel, but no less, an object. Something likened to a king's crown or a bejeweled scepter. But I was to make no mistake. This thing, this being, could do perfectly fine without me. It could thrive. And it could make my life a living hell, for as long as it wanted to, for as long as it needed to. I drifted in and out of sleep, tossing between struggling to keep my eyes closed, to deep in a fever-like dream state. At one point, I remember forcing my eyes open to get out of a nightmare, only to see the entire room half flooded with water. Dead flower petals bobbing up and down beneath the cold black waves, reaching all the way up to the edge of my sleep-paralyzed lips. On the other side of the room was a person wrapped in black algae, shivering. It didn't speak, but I knew what it sounded like. It knew that I knew, and that made it smile. Early the next morning I was released. There was no reason to hold me, as there was no victim. They didn't have an explanation, and I couldn't give them one. They concluded that it simply couldn't have been me, and if somehow it was, there was no victim. There was no crime. Walking home, I was in a daze. I was exhausted and broken. I didn't even notice the voice still talking to me. The whispers were kinder. Little wishes reaching my ears. Small, sensible things. To go home and change, to have a proper breakfast, to brush my teeth. Things I would have done anyway. But doing what it asked, well, it felt right. Good, even. I couldn't be bothered to care anymore. I couldn't stop it. I couldn't fight it. There was no strength left in me, and I didn't want to live in that world of pain and constant conflict. It was so much easier to just say yes. And for some time, that's what I did. I barely remember what I did. I'd do absurd internet searches for obscure articles relating to anything from large investment groups to agricultural practices of growing sunflowers. I'd spend hours scrolling through profiles and pictures, making little notes with numbers that I didn't know the meaning of. It all felt like an improvised dance, making little movements just for the sake of a stray thought. It wasn't inherently malicious. But every now and then, there'd be something I didn't want to do. To follow a stranger home and make note of where they lived. To note which bus someone would take on their way home from work. To ask someone's name, only to look it up online later. Something in me was forcing me to map out people, their actions, and their routines. Not just any people, but specific ones. They seemed to have little in common, but the voice was adamant. And every time I hesitated or said no, I knew I was in for a world of hurt. It wouldn't take much for me to change my mind. A little chuckle. A sigh. A knowing purr. One night, I found myself staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I was wearing a black cap and sunglasses, and I came to the realization that I had no idea what I was doing. When had I even bought that cap? Did I have a new jacket? Something had snapped me out of my daze, and I didn't even realize what or why. I looked down at my leather-clad gloves. I had some kind of rope in my pocket. I was about to go out and do something, but I didn't know what. I'd shaved my head and trimmed my eyebrows. I had these heavy bags under my eyes, as if I hadn't slept for days. I'd lost a lot of weight, and my cheeks had lost a bit of their rosy vigor. On the side of the bathroom mirror was a tiny speck of dry blood. It occurred to me that it was from that very first night when I had challenged the voice, when I had forced it quiet with a scream of my own. It was a stark reminder of just how much pain it took to shut that thing up, even temporarily. But looking at myself as I was starting to come to terms with just what it would take for me to resume a normal life, and to stop whatever the hell I was about to do. "I can hear your doubt," it whispered. "Tools don't doubt." The words brushed against my lips, escaping into the room. It left some condensation on the bathroom mirror. I wiped away the speck of blood, looking at it on the top of my finger. "We have work to do," the voice continued. "Come now." I shook my head. I knew I was going to regret it, but I didn't want to do this anymore. I didn't know what it was making me do, and the realization that I had no idea where my life even was anymore felt like ice running up my spine. I'd lost control. I'd handed over the reins. How long had it been? Weeks? Months? What had it made me do? I shook my head again, mouthing a quiet no. My body tensed as my jaw was forced open. I could hear a laughter bubbling up from inside. It was pleased. It wanted me in distress, and it made no secret of it. I thought back on that first night. I'd screamed so bad that I damaged my throat. But no matter how painful it was, it had accomplished one thing. It had made that damn thing shut up. I grunted. I could feel an uncomfortable poke at the vocal cords, but that was it. I grunted again, louder. I forced a groan through my throat, and this time it started to burn, like swallowing boiling water. "No," it whispered. "This will not do." With a twitch of a neck muscle, it slammed my head into the bathroom mirror. It felt like blinking, but when my eyes opened, I was standing on an unfamiliar street. It had moved me. Something warm was running down my forehead, partially dry. I was clutching a knife, slowly making my way through an alleyway. This time, I forced myself to growl, rattling my vocal cords. It felt like being slowly chainsawed, but I could tell it wasn't just me that it hurt. My knees buckled, and I fell forward, dropping the knife. When I got up, I had moved again. I was somewhere off the highway, walking towards a car that had pulled over for me. Maybe they'd mistaken me for a hitchhiker. I turned the other way, trying to wave them off, as I steeled myself for my greatest effort yet. I knew it was going to be painful, maybe the most pain I'd felt so far. The thought of it made my eyes tear up, but maybe it'd be enough for that thing to finally shut up for good. I got down on all fours by the side of the road and just screamed. I screamed repeatedly, and I could feel the pain tearing through me like a hot knife. A stray thought cried out that maybe this was for nothing, but I couldn't bear it. I had to believe that this was going to work. I kept screaming over and over. The coughs bubbled up, and as I spat my blood on the asphalt, I could feel something tickling my throat. Pointless, it whispered. Useless. It was playing on my doubts, but I could hear that it was weaker. It was lying, convincing itself. Finally, I could feel something come loose, something tangible and physical. I spat out what looked like a small vine covered in tiny petals. It was probably blue, but the blood made it look black. With every cough, I lost more control, but I could feel more and more dislodge. Vines, petals, some kind of shelled seed, and even a blooming flower. Something resembling a twisted organic sunflower with little Z-shaped petals. No bigger than a thumb. It was still moving, raw and bloodied like a newborn mouse. I was just lying there, on the side of the road. The bleeding wouldn't stop. I could feel my pulse all the way up to my teeth. I was desperately crying for help, but there were no words, no screams, nothing. But at least there was no voice left in the back of my throat. I only have vague memories of what happened next. The blood loss was pretty severe. They had to perform some kind of surgery. The next thing I can clearly remember is looking up at the hospital ceiling, feeling a comforting warmth in my left hand. My father, holding my hand, patiently waiting for me to wake up. The doctor explained how I would probably never talk again. That it would take several screenings and checkups over the course of several months just to keep my throat from rupturing. That I wouldn't be able to eat solid food for a long time. There were technical terms, projections, hopes and fears. But the greatest problem to me was already solved. That thing was gone. Whatever had lived in me had been ripped out by the roots, and I was in control. I was finally back in total, actual control. Now, this was a couple of years ago, and I don't like to look back on it. Even mentioning it makes people look at me funny. Most of my immediate family think it was a psychotic episode. I've become that family member that you have to be a bit careful around, it seems. I'm hoping it will fade in time. I'm not sure where that thing came from. I think it might have lived in that storage space as some kind of spore. Maybe it was something I ate. Whatever it wasn't just this metaphysical manifestation. It was an actual physical obstacle. I think the longer it had time to dig its roots in, the worse the loss of control got. I think that thing was bad enough to touch nerves that I didn't even know I had. Thinking back on that night, where I finally ripped it out, makes me cold. Yes, it was an amazing relief, but the pain was otherworldly. But as far as things go, I'm me. I may not have a voice anymore, but actions speak louder than words anyway. I figured that, by writing this down, I could stop myself from forgetting that this really happened. Looking back at it feels almost like another life, like something that happened to someone else. But it was as real gets, and I don't want to imagine what would have happened if I hadn't done as I did. But sometimes I wonder, if my voice were to fully recover, who's to say that it won't come back? What if there's some kernel of it living deep in the pit of my stomach? Who's to say I'm not still whispering things in the dead of night? I thought I'd seen everything, but I had no idea what I was going to see in this body. In my work, the rule is always to be meticulous and to study every organ, every inch of the body. An oversight, and you could miss something crucial to understanding the cause of death. When Detective Mike Dalen called me in the middle of the night to perform an autopsy on this body, I thought it would be just another procedure, but I was terribly wrong. Mike, was it really necessary to wake me up in the middle of the night for this? It's 2 a.m. The body's not going anywhere. I told him as we entered the autopsy room, where he was already with the body. Sorry, Jack. Chief's orders, he said, massaging the back of his neck. I looked at the body lying on the table. A man, white, in his 30s, bald, about 5.9 feet tall. I could see several fresh bullet wounds on his torso. I couldn't figure out why, but something was bothering me at the sight of these wounds. He was shot just a few hours ago by 2 of our guys, but I'll fill you in later. The most important thing is that you examine the body for now, Mike told me. I remained thoughtful for a few seconds. The wind and rain were pounding hard against the windows, and the light was flickering from the growing storm outside. Mike, come on. I can feel that there is something weird here. You never would have called me in the middle of the night if there wasn't something going on. He seemed to hesitate. Look, take care of the body. It may be nothing. I hope so anyway. He sighed. If you notice anything or need me, I'm right here in the hall. What? You're going to stay there throughout the autopsy? I asked with surprise. Yeah, just a precautionary measure. The chief wants a report as soon as possible, he said, while staring at the body. I was puzzled, but there was a body on my autopsy table, and I saw nothing else to do but get to work and discover the answers myself. The storm outside had picked up, but the lighting remained steady enough to examine it. I donned my equipment and set to work. The first thing to do was to drain the body of its blood. Problem? Either there wasn't a single drop left, or my equipment wasn't working. After checking, I thought he had indeed bled to death somehow and decided to make the incision in his torso to work him over completely. As I stood over the body, scalpel in hand, I felt something strange. As if I were about to commit a transgression, a fault. As if something was waiting for me inside that body, and once I'd opened it, I'd never be able to go back. As I stared at the man's belly, I thought I saw him blink. I immediately snapped out of my torpor and stared at his face, my heart rate jumping all at once. "What are you hiding from me?" I whispered. It might sound odd, but speaking aloud would sometimes ease the tension in the room when I came across a particularly banged-up body. But conversely, this one seemed in a very good state. Precisely, A little too good when I thought about it. Although the colour of the body was strangely dull, and as I observed the colour of his skin, I swore I saw out of the corner of my eye his gaze turn to me, and instantly return to its place. I gasped again and pulled away. I took a deep breath. It was past midnight. I'd been awakened after a long day at work, and I hadn't even had time for a cup of coffee. That, coupled with the storm and Mike's strange behaviour, was probably putting my imagination into overdrive. "You've got to get a grip, man. You've been doing this too long to believe in the undead now." I stepped back in front of the body and raised the scalpel in front of me. I closed my eyes for a second and made the Y incision. I reached the end of its lower abdomen and finished opening the body with the necessary tools. Every passing second seemed surreal. I could feel that something was wrong. And when I looked inside his body, I understood why. There was nothing there. Not nothing in the sense of nothing wrong. Nothing in the sense that the body was entirely empty. The light bulb above my head flickered. What the hell? Still dubious, I grabbed a flashlight and shone it inside. I got my face as close as I could and shone the light in all directions. There was absolutely nothing, no organs, not even a trace of blood. I straightened up and stormed out of the autopsy room. "Mike, is this a joke?" He gasped in surprise as I yelled at him, "Wow, Jake, what's going on?" "Come see what's going on." He followed me inside, and I indicated the body with my hand. He looked inside, and unspeakable fear crossed his face. Then he began to stare inside and seemed lost in thought, as if looking for an answer to a question I didn't know. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. After a moment, he looked up at me. "I'm sorry, Jake. I didn't tell you everything." I joined him over the reclining body. "Now's a good time, then. What the hell is this? A cop joke? How did you even manage to pull this off seriously?" "It's no joke, Jake." He took a long breath to calm himself. "I didn't lie to you about the apparent cause of death. 2 of our guys shot him after he tried to attack them last night. They responded to a call from a woman who seemed in absolute panic and was talking about a man or something, chasing her to the edge of the woods." Mike stared at the floor with a defeated expression on his face. They managed to intervene, but too late. He had already ripped the poor woman open and seemed to be digging inside her with his hands when they found him. He tried to attack them, and they opened fire. He looked at me again. The thing is, when the paramedics arrived, they saw right away that there was something wrong with the body. They said it felt like they'd lifted a dummy instead of a man. It seemed hollow, and on that last word he stared at the body again. "Holy shit, Mike. And you didn't think it was a good thing to tell me about this before?" "I didn't want to influence you. After all, they could have made a mistake too." I looked silently at the body on the autopsy table. It definitely gave off something artificial, as if animated by something other than common human biology. "Wait," I said suddenly, staring at the body as if I were actually seeing it for the first time. "You're telling me that thing was shot by bullets?" "Yeah." I turned my head toward Mike. "This thing isn't bleeding, and it doesn't have any internal organs. So how can you be sure it's dead?" And with that, as if it had been listening to us since we walked into the room, the body on the table began to shake. We were both in a state of stupefaction, watching this body come back to life before our very eyes. This empty body without organs, without anything that should make it live. A moment later, The thing calmly straightened up and sat down on the autopsy table, torso still open. Its eyes fell on me, then on Mike. The light kept flickering above us, and in an artificial voice, devoid of any emotion, it said those words I'd never forget. Thank you very much. Now, I'm certain of what I was missing. It leapt forward, and Mike stepped between it and me. He didn't have time to draw his gun, and a struggle ensued, but it was a lose-lose for Mike. This thing was incredibly strong and agile, contrary to what its empty shell suggested. In less than a minute, Mike was inert on the ground, his lifeless eyes darting in my direction. The body straightened up and began to lean towards me. I closed my eyes and put my arms in front of me to protect myself. I waited for a few seconds that seemed like an eternity, and when I finally opened my eyes, expecting to come face to face with this thing, I realized that I was alone in the room. Mike's body had disappeared with it, leaving a pool of blood as the only evidence of what had happened. Droplets splashed on my face, and I noticed the window was open. It had fled with Mike's body. I stood there for a few minutes, trying to process what had just happened. I closed the window and called the police about what had happened just a few minutes ago. But I think it's my responsibility to warn you. I don't know what it is, but that thing is out there, and now it has everything it needs to look just like us. "20 years is a long time to live with an awful secret. And it's worse when it's a secret you can't share with anyone else. Not only because you're afraid of how they will judge you, but because they'll probably think you're insane. I know if someone else experienced what I experienced when I was 14 and told me, I'd think they were nuts. That is, if I hadn't experienced it myself. I never told anyone. Not the police, not my family, not the families of Dylan and Greg and Zach and Terry. Not even the therapist I see regularly, to deal with the lingering guilt and trauma. I think she suspects I'm holding back, that I know more than I'm letting on, and she prods me, encouraging me to get it out. She tells me that it'd be beneficial to come clean and put it out in the open. But I just can't. No human being in their right mind would believe such a story. But I want to get it out there somehow, to someone. I want to unload the burden I've been carrying all these years. That's why I'm posting it here anonymously, on Reddit No Sleep. I want to tell others the truth about what happened, to me and my friends on Halloween 2003. I don't care what you think of me after you read it. Judge me or call me crazy all you want. I just want an impersonal audience to know the truth and give me their opinion. I think that would make me feel better. Me and my best friends Dylan and Greg were in 8th grade that fall. We had been friends since we were 7. Middle school is that awkward transitional stage between grade school and high school, where you start to shift away from being a kid and start to mature towards adulthood. Even though we would be starting high school in just another year, in many ways we were closer to 12-year-olds rather than teenagers in terms of maturity. I'm telling you that so you have some understanding of why we did what we did that night. Terry was the new kid in school, a shy, geeky kid who, even by middle school standards, was pretty awkward. He was desperate to fit in, to make friends and be accepted by his peers. I guess that's why we took advantage of him. Please, try to understand. We didn't consider ourselves to be bullies. We never intended for anyone to get hurt. We just wanted to scare him, that's all. We weren't intentionally trying to be cruel. It was just supposed to be a dumb prank. We were stupid kids, and stupid kids do stupid things. It was mostly Dylan's idea, but me and Greg went along with it. In hindsight, I wish to God we hadn't, but how the fuck were we supposed to know? How could anyone know that what we did that night was going to result in so much horror and bloodshed? Dylan told Terry that if he wanted to hang out with us, he had to pass an initiation first. To become part of our group, first he had to spend a night in the old Magruder house, alone. And being late October and Halloween fast approaching, that was the perfect night for Terry to take the dare. The old Magruder house in question was an abandoned old wreck that stood at the edge of a cornfield on the outskirts of town. A rotting, decrepit two-story house that had been deserted for as long as anyone could remember. We didn't even know who the original owner had been. Magruder was just a name Dylan made up for dramatic effect. The three of us had explored the house before, and even though its outward appearance was admittedly pretty creepy, peeling paint, broken windows, sagging roof, inside it was truthfully rather nondescript and unthreatening. Just empty rooms, with tattered wallpaper and dusty old furniture. I could tell Terry was apprehensive, maybe even a bit scared, but he swallowed his reservations and accepted Dylan's challenge. He just wanted to make friends that badly. That's one of the things that haunts me the most. October 31st was a chilly, windy night when the four of us, me, Dylan, Greg and Terry, rode our bikes out to the old house. We met at Greg's house, telling our parents we were spending the night to watch horror movies. Greg's parents both worked nights and wouldn't notice we weren't there. When we arrived at the abandoned house, we dismounted our bikes and just stood for a few moments, staring. None of us had ever been out here at night, and it looked 10 times creepier than it did during the day. The decayed facade almost resembled a face. The dark windows, empty eye sockets. The front doorway, a gaping black mouth. A cold autumn breeze rustled through the bare trees that surrounded the house, rattling their skeletal branches. I shivered and pulled up the zipper on my jacket. I glanced at Terry and saw him gulp nervously as he took in the sight. He was trembling slightly, and not just from the breeze. He was scared. We hadn't even entered yet, and the poor kid already looked like he was about to jump out of his skin. I felt a flash of guilt because I knew what Dylan had planned. Dylan took off the backpack he had brought along, rummaged inside, and brought out 3 flashlights and a battery-powered lantern. He kept the latter for himself and passed out the former to me, Greg, and Terry. Without a word, he gestured for us to follow him, then started towards the house. I exchanged a slightly uneasy glance with Greg. I think he was also feeling bad, knowing what we had in store for Terry. Then we went after Dylan, Terry trailing hesitantly behind us. Dylan stepped through the doorway and disappeared from view, but we could see the glow of his lantern inside. Me and Greg paused for a second just outside the doorway, Terry behind us. We exchanged another nervous look, then passed through the threshold, into the abandoned house. Dylan was standing in the middle of what had once been the living room, waiting for us, lantern in hand. Me, Greg, and Terry looked around the place, shining our flashlights around. There was a huge stone fireplace in the room, some old splintered chairs, and the remains of what had probably once been a sofa or a couch, but was now only a heap of crumbling, termite-eaten wood and rotted, mildewed upholstery. Apart from a thick coating of dust and a heap of dried leaves that had blown in through the front door, the living room was empty. Dylan sat down on the floor and motioned for us to do the same. We did, sitting in a semicircle like kids at a campfire gathered to hear a ghost story, which was exactly what happened next. Dylan proceeded to tell us the lurid, blood-curdling history of the house and its prior residents, the Magruders. According to Dylan, back in the 1950s, the house had been owned by a widowed old man named Magruder, who lived there with his adult daughter. Magruder was an outcast who was seldom seen, only coming into town once a month to buy supplies. He was rumored to be an evil man who cruelly mistreated his daughter, who he never allowed to leave the house. Because he never attended church, there were even rumors he was a devil worshipper and practiced satanic rites. Several young children disappeared from the town. They suspected Magruder was somehow responsible, but with no evidence they couldn't arrest him. After a while, people noticed that Magruder hadn't made his regular once-a-month trip to the general store to stock up on groceries. In fact, no one in town had seen Magruder in well over a month. A group of townspeople went to his house to investigate. There, they made a gruesome discovery. Old man Magruder and his daughter were both dead, their bodies torn to pieces and scattered throughout the house. The sheriff later said it looked like they had been torn apart by wild animals. Their bodies were covered with claw marks, and they had been partially eaten. Supposedly, when they went down into the basement, they had found a pentagram drawn on the floor with blood, old witchcraft books, and a pile of charred bones belonging to the missing children. They never solved the murders, but the town suspected that Magruder must have been performing a satanic ritual, and somehow something had gone wrong. Perhaps he had summoned a demon that had killed him and his daughter. The house stood empty for more than 5 years, but then a new family moved into town and bought it because it was so cheap. The townspeople tried to warn them about the house and its horrifying past, but they just laughed them off. They were from the city, and they didn't believe in stupid superstitions. They had scored a great deal on the place, and they weren't going to be scared off by a bunch of ignorant hicks. A month passed uneventfully, but then the family just disappeared. They weren't murdered, there were no bodies, they were just gone. Vanished without a trace, no signs of foul play. All their possessions were still in the house, and their car was still parked outside. It was as if they had just disappeared off the face of the earth. After that, no one would dare live in the house. It just stood vacant for decades, slowly falling into ruin. I need to stress that Dylan's whole story was total bullshit. Everything he told us was pulled straight from his arse, made up specifically for Terry's benefit, and it had the desired effect. As Dylan told his story, Terry's eyes got wider and wider with fearful wonder and dread. He bought it hook, line, and sinker. Poor guy was just too trusting. Me and Greg both knew Dylan's story was fake, but we played along, pretending to be equally freaked out. Dylan fell silent, a grim, thoughtful look on his face. He glanced at his watch and announced that it was 20 minutes till midnight. He handed Terry his lantern and told him he had to remain inside the house until dawn. By himself. The three of us would be waiting outside to make sure he didn't try to cheat and sneak away. If he lasted until 7 a.m., he could consider himself to be part of the group. We stood up, wished him good luck, then left the house, one by one. I was the last to leave. I looked back at Terry just once. He stood there, trembling, scared shitless, but with a look of almost pitiful determination on his face. I remember him like that, frightened but resolved to prove his bravery to us, because it was the last time I ever saw him alive. I joined Dylan and Greg outside, and we returned to where we'd parked our bikes. As soon as we were far enough away, Dylan and Greg's grave expressions broke, and they both began to snicker. Dylan fished around in his jacket pocket and removed a small battery-powered receiver. It belonged to a baby monitor Dylan had bought at the local mall a couple days back. The transmitter was hidden inside the old house. You see, what we had neglected to tell Terry was that we had managed to rope Greg's older brother Zach, who was 16, into dressing up in a pretty impressive demon costume, complete with a realistic latex mask, and hiding in one of the abandoned house's upstairs rooms an hour before we had shown up. He was waiting up there now. In exactly 20 minutes, at midnight, Zach was going to start making some scary noises. Subtle at first, shuffling footsteps and creaking floorboards. If Terry was brave enough to go up and investigate, Zach would jump out and ambush him there. If he wasn't, then in another 10 minutes, at 12:10, Zach was going to move up to making terrifying groaning sounds and demonic growls. There he was going to gradually descend the stairs to confront Terry in the living room. We would hear Terry's horrified reaction over the receiver, just before he fled the house in a panic, probably screaming at the top of his lungs as he did so. Yeah, it was a mean prank, but we were just teenagers, and to make it up to Terry, we had agreed we would let him be friends with us afterwards, if he was still interested. We waited there, listening to the receiver as the minutes slowly crept by. We could hear slight shuffling sounds, probably Terry moving around in the living room. Maybe he was pacing to kill time, waiting for dawn to come. Then he started humming what I think was an Avril Lavigne song. This caused Dylan and Greg to snicker again. I looked at my watch. 11:55. 5 more minutes. We listened. Suddenly we heard Terry's voice through the receiver's speaker. "Hello?" he said uncertainly. "Is someone there?" Dylan quickly raised his finger to his lips and motioned for silence. This was it. We listened intently. "Hello?" Terry said again nervously. "Is someone down there?" I saw Dylan frown slightly, confused. Is someone down there? The noises were supposed to be coming from upstairs, where Zach was hiding. But Terry was apparently reacting to something he was hearing in the basement. "Hello," Terry said a third time. His voice was fainter, as if he had moved further away from the hidden transmitter to see what was making whatever sound he was hearing. We listened, waiting for what came next. Silence for about a minute. Then we heard a piercing scream, coming simultaneously from the receiver in Dylan's hand and the house itself. A high, warbling cry of absolute terror. It cut off abruptly. For several seconds, there was total silence. Then all three of us flinched as a hideous roar emanated from the receiver. A nerve-shattering, bestial bellow of pure, unearthly rage. It was a sound that froze the blood in my veins, primal and completely inhuman. The receiver fell silent. The three of us looked at each other, shuddering, our eyes wide with shock. We turned to face the house. We stood there, silently, waiting for Terry to appear in the doorway. He didn't. Minutes passed, but there was no sign of him, or of Greg's brother Zach. We called out their names, but there was no answer. Dread seized my heart with a cold, clutching hand. Dread and fear. Dylan was close to panicking. He wanted us to get the hell out right then and there, to get back on our bikes and ride home as fast as we could. But Greg angrily refused to leave. Terry might be hurt. Maybe there was a wild animal in there that had attacked him. And besides, his brother was still in there too. We had to help them. Greg was right too. We couldn't just leave them in there. With a great deal of reluctance, the three of us headed back to the house. We reasoned that maybe Terry had somehow found out we were setting him up for a prank. Maybe he had turned the tables and was trying to prank us in return. I'm not sure if any of us believe that, though. We entered the living room and aimed our flashlights around, calling out Terry and Zach's names. There was no sign of them. We listened, but there was nothing but silence. But I did notice something. The house smelled different. When we had been in there earlier, it had been the unpleasant, but not unusual, musty, dusty odor you'd associate with long-abandoned homes. A combination of dry rot, mildew, mold, and the dank smell of decaying wood. Those smells were still there, but now they'd been overlaid with an entirely different smell. Something that was hard to describe. The rank, feral odor, organic and savage, of something alive. It was like something you'd smell in a zoo. The smell of a predator's den. And the air felt different too. It felt heavier and oppressive. There was something here that didn't belong here. I had never been more terrified in my life as I was right then. Every nerve in my body was screaming at me to retreat, to flee. I might have done so in another few seconds, but then Dylan called out, what's that? Me and Greg looked over. He was staring through the kitchen doorway, shining his light at something on the floor. We joined him and saw what the beam of his flashlight was focused upon. On the cracked, grimy, ancient linoleum was the lantern Dylan had given to Terry. It was lying on its side, smashed to pieces. A few feet beyond it, at the other end of the kitchen, stood a black, gaping square of blackness. A doorway leading to the basement. I think all three of us were getting ready to bolt when a voice spoke from the darkness beyond the basement door. Please, please help me. It was Terry's voice, pleading in a weak, painful groan. Please help me. I'm hurt and I can't see. It's dark down here. Terry? Dylan stammered. What happened to you? There was a monster. It attacked me. I fell down the stairs. I think I broke my leg. Please, guys, help me. In spite of my horror and dismay, I felt a small measure of relief. I began to understand what must have happened. Zach had surprised Terry in his costume, and Terry had panicked and gone the wrong way trying to flee from the house. He had run into the kitchen instead of going out the front door and fallen down the basement stairs. Zach must have panicked himself when he realized what had happened and had slipped out through the rear of the house. Shit, Dylan whispered to me and Greg. We're in trouble. Then he called down to Terry. Okay, hang on, man. We're coming down to get you. Dylan pointed his flashlight down into the basement and began to descend the stairs, Greg right behind him. I started to follow them. But then I spotted something. An old refrigerator stood beside the basement door. The refrigerator door was slightly ajar, and something was leaking out of it, dripping steadily into a growing red puddle on the floor. Feeling suddenly very cold, my heart beginning to beat faster, I stepped closer, aiming my light on the red puddle below the refrigerator. Distantly, I heard Dylan's voice from down below. They must have reached the bottom of the basement stairs. Where the hell is he? Seemingly in slow motion, I reached out a numb hand and grasped the refrigerator's handle, pulling the door all the way open. Terry! Greg's voice called out from the basement. Where are you? Terry's mutilated, blood-splattered corpse was crammed grotesquely inside the refrigerator. His glazed eyes seemed to stare dully at me, accusingly. Terry? Dylan called out doubtfully. I lunged at the basement door, shouting down at my friends. "Dylan, Greg, get out! Get out of there now! It's not Terry! Before I could finish, I heard 3 piercing screams in quick succession. The first 2 short, the third longer. The first scream might have been of shock, the second was probably of terror, but the third, protracted scream was unquestionably one of agony. Dylan's dying, agonized scream died to silence, but Greg quickly picked up the chorus, screaming my name, screaming for help. Standing in the basement doorway at the top of the stairs, too scared to go to his aid, I shone my light down in the direction of Greg's screaming voice. I saw my friend backed up in the corner, trapped, his eyes bulging and wild with horror, facing something that was approaching him. I only glimpsed it, but that one brief glimpse was enough. More than enough. Enough to imprint itself like a brand upon my scarred psyche, to haunt me in untold nightmares to come for the rest of my life. It wasn't human. I don't think it ever had been. It was tall and slumped, and horribly out of proportion. Its head about 3 feet above its torso, perched on a thin, elongated neck like a giraffe's. Its long, spindly arms extended at least 6 feet from its shoulders. Its skeletal hands were tipped with long, bloody claws. It appeared to be naked, and its skin was a hideous mottled grey, like the skin of a corpse. It had its back to me, so at least I didn't see its face, which I am eternally grateful for. If I had, I don't know if I would have kept my sanity. As the thing moved in for the kill, Greg, cornered, looked up, locking eyes with me. "Help me!" he shrieked. But I didn't. Instead, I ran, like a coward, abandoning him to his fate. I ran, out of that house, back to my bike, and pedaled away as fast as I could. Greg's dying scream chased after me, until it abruptly stopped. Weeping, I rode back to Greg's house. I called 911. The police came. They went to investigate the house. Greg's older brother, Zach, was found dead in one of the bedrooms upstairs, his head torn off his shoulders. Terry was still in the refrigerator where I had discovered him. What was left of Dylan and Greg's bodies were scattered throughout the basement. They had been ripped apart. The cops questioned me, of course, demanding to know what we had been doing there in the first place. I finally admitted to the prank we had staged on poor Terry, but didn't tell them about the creature I had seen in the basement. As traumatized as I was, I knew they wouldn't believe me. I simply told them someone else had been in the house, a squatter maybe, some deranged psychopath who had attacked me and my friends, with me being the only one to escape. I told them it was dark and I hadn't gotten a good look at the assailant. They were suspicious of my story. They must have sensed that I was holding something back. It crossed my mind that they might even suspect I had killed them myself, but no one ever accused me outright. There wasn't a drop of blood on me, and I was obviously distressed and shaken over what had happened. The investigation lasted for weeks. Forensic teams scoured the house for any physical evidence, but never found anything useful, and the murders were never solved. Not long after, my parents moved me away to a new town for a fresh start. I went on with my life, trying to move past what happened that terrible Halloween night when I was 14. But I never got over the horror and the guilt. For the rest of my teens, into my early 20s, I went through a very difficult, self-destructive phase. I dropped out of school shortly after the start of my sophomore year in high school, got mixed up in drugs and alcohol, got arrested more than once, got kicked out by my parents, was homeless for a while, and finally went into rehab and got straightened out. I'm married now, with 2 children and a semi-decent job in a warehouse. Things are going pretty well for me right now. But I still dwell upon what happened that night. Everything Dylan told Terry was fake. There was no old man named Magruder, no devil-worshipping or child sacrifices or demons or murders. It was all made up. It makes me wonder. I think about the power of suggestion, the placebo effect. The story Dylan told wasn't real, but I could tell Terry believed it. Maybe belief was the key. Maybe Terry was so frightened by what he heard, he somehow unwillingly, unconsciously willed it all into reality. They say faith can move mountains. Maybe that's true, but maybe it also means fear can give nightmares flesh. Maybe all the monsters we were all scared of when we were kids were more real than we thought they were. I've been thinking about that a lot lately, especially after what I heard on the news a few days ago. You see, that old abandoned house isn't there anymore. About 10 years ago, a developer bought up all that land and built an apartment complex there. The police are investigating a brutal mass murder. The residents of the 3 lower units were all killed during the night, massacred. They have no leads. The police can't even figure out how the killer gained entry. All 3 apartments were locked from the inside. I think whatever horror we accidentally conjured that night 20 years ago is still there.
My name's Kevin, and I've got a story that'll send shivers down your spine. I'm just an average guy living in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened to me until that one fateful night. I want to share it with you, not to scare you, but to make you aware of the dangers that could be lurking right in your own backyard. It was a typical Tuesday evening, and my parents had gone out of town for a few days, leaving me home alone. I was used to being by myself, so I didn't think much of it. The house was quiet, and the only company I had was my loyal pup, Milo. I was lounging on the couch, engrossed in a movie, when I heard a faint sound coming from the backyard. Milo's ears perked up, and he let out a low growl. I dismissed it as the wind rustling the trees, but something didn't sit right with me. As the night crept on, I decided to check the house, making sure all the doors and windows were locked. I found everything secure, but that unsettling feeling lingered. Just as I was about to head back to the living room, I noticed a small detail: the back door was unlocked. My heart skipped a beat. I was sure I had locked it earlier. The hairs on my neck stood on end, and I couldn't shake off the sensation that something was off. Trying to brush off my unease, I returned to the living room, hoping to lose myself in another movie. But as I settled in, I heard a creak upstairs. Milo's head shot up, and he let out a low growl. I knew I had to investigate. Quietly, I made my way up, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound led me to the spare room, and as I slowly pushed the door, my blood ran cold. There, standing in the dim light, was a figure I didn't recognize. I was frozen in fear as the stranger turned to face me. His eyes held a chilling intensity, and I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. He was taller than me, and his presence exuded a sinister aura. Without a word, he lunged towards me, and instinct kicked in. I bolted down the stairs, Milo hot on my heels. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear the intruder's heavy footsteps behind me. I made a beeline for the front door, fumbling with the lock in my panic. With a final desperate twist, it gave way, and I burst out into the cool night air. Milo raced out beside me, barking furiously. I didn't stop until I reached a neighbor's house, pounding on the door until they answered. I must have looked like a madman, but they let me in and called the police. The authorities arrived swiftly, but by then, the intruder was long gone. They searched the house, finding signs of a forced entry and evidence that the man had been watching our home. It sent chills down my spine to think that someone had been lurking so close to me, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Since that night, I've made sure to take extra precautions to secure my home. I've installed security cameras, reinforced the locks, and Milo has become even more vigilant. I've also been more mindful of my surroundings, never underestimating the importance of being aware and prepared. So, folks, that's my story. It's a chilling reminder that danger can sometimes be closer than we think. I hope my experience serves as a cautionary tale, urging you to stay vigilant and safe, no matter how secure your surroundings may seem. Take care and stay safe out there.
My name is Davis, a regular guy with a regular life. I never thought much about my night shift job at the Maplewood Industrial Complex until that one unlucky night. Working as a security guard had its perks: quiet hours, a bit more pay, and the quiet aloneness of the empty facility. Little did I know that the stillness of the night would soon give way to a struggle that would haunt me forever. Maplewood was a huge warehouse complex located on the outer areas of town, surrounded by dense woods. My shift started at midnight, and I spent the first few hours patrolling the empty halls, checking doors, and making sure everything was secure. I had been doing this job for years, and the routine had become second nature to me. One chilly night, as I made my rounds, I heard a faint noise, a distant shuffling, like someone dragging their feet. I dismissed it at first, attributing it to the creaks and groans of an old building. However, the noise persisted, growing louder and more clear. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in the building with me. My footsteps quickened as I approached the source of the sound, a dimly lit storage room at the far end of the complex. The heavy metal door was a little open, swinging a little in the chilly breeze. I waited, my hand on the doorknob, heart pounding in my chest. I pushed the door open slowly, showing the dark, wide area of the room. The weak light from my flashlight barely reached the corners. My eyes strained to pierce the shadows, searching for any sign of movement. That's when I saw a silhouette, lurking in the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as I called out, "Hey! Who's there?" The figure remained silent, not upset by my presence. Panic set in as I was alone with a stranger in the dead of night. My gut feelings kicked in, and I fumbled for my radio to call for backup. As I spoke into the radio, the figure began to move towards me, slow and deliberate. The only sound in the room was the echoing of its footsteps. Panic turned to fear as I understood the figure was not alone. There were more of them newly appearing from the shadows. I retreated, my flashlight shaking with fear in my hand as I tripped while walking backward. Fear started rising as the intruders closed in, their faces hidden by darkness. I tried to talk to them, pleading for them to leave, but my words fell on deaf ears. They were relentless, advancing with an unsettling determination. With my back against a stack of crates, I reached for the metal at my side, my only line of defense. The air grew thick with tension as I swung without being able to see at the figures, the metallic thud of the metal connecting with something solid filling the room. In the noise and confusion, I managed to escape, running through the dark hallways, the echo of pursuit ringing in my ears. I accidentally came upon an old maintenance room, physically blocking myself inside, my heart pounding in my ears. The intruders stayed around outside, their quiet whispers sending shakes from fear down my spine. Hours passed like on forever as I shrank away in fear in that dimly lit room, praying for the dawn to break. When the first light of dawn finally walked slowly through the dusty windows, the intruders disappeared without a trace. I carefully came out from the place I was hiding, the events of the night etched into my memory. I reported the event to the people in charge, but the intruders were never found, and the security video showed nothing but shadows. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that they are still out there, waiting in the darkness. The night shift that once seemed ordinary and boring had changed into a nightmare, a chilling reminder that the true terrors of the night can be all too human.
My name is Emily, and I've always been the kind of person who enjoys her own company. Living alone in a cozy apartment in a quiet neighborhood suited me just fine. It was one of those places where you'd hear the rustling of leaves and distant traffic, a perfect symphony of suburban tranquility. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that my cherished solitude would turn into a nightmare. You see, my job kept me occupied during the day, and my evenings were spent relishing the simplicity of life. Movie nights, reading books, and the occasional attempt at cooking, that was my routine. But there was this one night that shattered the illusion of security I had built around myself. It was a Friday evening, and I had decided to treat myself to some takeout after a particularly long week. With my favorite comfort food in hand, I settled onto the couch, ready to indulge in a night of relaxation. The TV played some mindless sitcom, the laughter providing a pleasant backdrop to my evening. As the night wore on, I decided to call it an early one. I locked the doors, checked the windows, and made my way to bed. Sometime in the dead of night, a noise pulled me from my dreams. A soft shuffling sound, like the cautious steps of someone trying not to be heard. I lay there, my senses on high alert, straining to understand if I had imagined it. Just as I was about to dismiss it as a product of my sleepy imagination, the shuffling resumed. My heart quickened its pace as I listened intently. Was it just the neighbors? A raccoon outside, perhaps? But no, it was closer, within the confines of my own space. I sat up in bed, my ears now fully tuned to the eerie sounds emanating from my living room. Fear gnawed at me, the kind that sends a chill down your spine. I wished I had someone to call, someone who could reassure me that everything was okay. But it was just me, alone in the quiet, with the unknown lurking beyond my bedroom door. With bated breath, I slid out of bed, tiptoeing towards the bedroom door. The soft glow of the streetlight seeped through the curtains, casting a dim illumination on my path. As I reached the hallway, I heard it again, the unmistakable sound of someone moving around in my living room. Every instinct told me to retreat, to lock myself in the bedroom and dial the police, but an inexplicable curiosity pushed me forward. I needed to see, to understand what was happening. The living room door was ajar, and I approached it with cautious steps, my breath held like a secret I feared would escape. Peering into the living room, I saw him, a silhouette against the darkness, a stranger in my home. Panic gripped me, but I forced myself to stay silent, to observe. He moved with an unsettling familiarity, as though he had been in my apartment countless times before. I could see his outline, a man of average build, wearing a hooded jacket that obscured his face. His attention was fixed on my belongings, methodically going through drawers and cabinets. It wasn't the actions of a clumsy burglar, but someone who knew exactly what he was looking for. Fear rendered me motionless, a spectator to the violation of my personal space. I needed a plan, a way to escape and call for help. Slowly, I retreated back into the hallway, my mind racing. The phone, it was in the bedroom, my lifeline to the outside world. As I stepped into the bedroom, a creak echoed from the living room. He knew I was there. Panic surged, and I grabbed my phone, dialing 911 with trembling fingers. As I whispered my situation to the dispatcher, a wave of relief washed over me. Help was on the way. The dispatcher instructed me to stay in the bedroom, to lock the door and wait for the police to arrive. My heart pounded as I followed the instructions, the silence of the apartment now replaced by the distant wailing of sirens. I strained to hear any movements from the living room, but the intruder seemed to have vanished into the shadows. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, the anxiety escalating with each passing second. When the police finally arrived, they searched every inch of my apartment. But there was no sign of the intruder. He had melted away into the night, leaving behind only the lingering fear that my sanctuary had been breached. The police assured me that they would increase patrols in the area and advised me to stay vigilant. As they left, I couldn't shake the feeling that the intruder wasn't just a common thief. There was a deliberate intent, a knowledge of my personal space that chilled me to the bone. Days turned into weeks, and the incident faded into a haunting memory.
My name is Alex Turner, and I used to work the night shift at a small gas station on the outskirts of town. It was a lonely job, but the extra pay was hard to resist. The only company I had during those long nights was the low hum of the fluorescent lights and the occasional distant howl of a lone wolf. I was a college student trying to make ends meet, studying computer science during the day and manning the gas station counter at night. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills. My routine was simple: greet the occasional late-night customer, restock shelves, and try to stay awake. One chilly night, as I was engrossed in a textbook, a man entered the store. He was tall, wearing a worn-out leather jacket and a hat that cast a shadow over his face. The dim light in the store made it hard to see his features clearly. He shuffled in, his footsteps echoing through the empty aisles. "Hey, how can I help you?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He didn't respond immediately, just wandered down one of the aisles, seemingly aimless. I continued with my studies, keeping an eye on him. Eventually, he picked up a bag of chips and a soda, heading towards the counter. As I rang up his items, I couldn't shake an uneasy feeling. Something about the way he looked at me sent shivers down my spine. He paid in cash, his fingers stained with what looked like motor oil. "Long night?" I tried to make small talk, attempting to break the awkward silence. He nodded, his eyes never leaving mine. "Real long." After he left, I couldn't shake the feeling that he might return. Hours passed, and the store was enveloped in silence again. My eyelids grew heavy, and I decided to take a short break to stretch my legs. As I stepped outside, I noticed the man from earlier sitting in an old pickup truck across the parking lot. He stared straight ahead, as if waiting for something. Unease settled in my stomach. I quickly retreated back inside, locking the door behind me. The next few hours dragged on, and my anxiety grew. I kept glancing at the security cameras, half expecting the man to reappear. Then the power went out. I fumbled for my phone, using its weak flashlight to navigate the darkened store. Suddenly, a tapping sound echoed from the back of the store. My heart raced as I cautiously approached. The tapping continued, growing louder with each step. I reached the storage room, and to my horror, the door creaked open. There he was, the man from earlier, standing in the dim light of the storage room. His eyes bore into mine, and he had a sinister grin on his face. My mind raced, and I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911 as I retreated. The operator assured me that help was on the way, but I knew I couldn't wait. I made a dash for the back exit, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The night air hit me like a slap as I burst out into the parking lot. As I sprinted towards the safety of the main road, I glanced back to see the man emerging from the store. He was chasing me. Panic set in, and I pushed my legs harder, praying I would make it to the road before he caught up. I stumbled onto the road just as the distant wail of sirens reached my ears. The man halted, glared at me one last time, and vanished into the darkness. The police arrived shortly after, but the man was nowhere to be found. I quit my night shift job at the gas station, haunted by the memory of that night. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that the man is out there, waiting in the shadows. It's a chilling reminder that real-life horrors often wear human faces. I was cruising down a lonesome stretch of road, surrounded by nothing but darkness. Up ahead I saw a car pulled over, hazard lights blinking. The driver, a bald guy with a scruffy beard, was poking around under the hood. I pulled over, keeping my engine running. You never know who you're gonna meet out here. I rolled down my window and called out, "Hey, everything okay?" The guy wiped his hands on a rag and walked over.
"Nah, just some starting trouble,"
he said, his eyes looking tired. I offered to help, and he pointed to a toolbox in the back of his car.
"Could you grab me the wrench in there? It's near the back."
I nodded and headed towards the car. As I opened the toolbox, something caught my eye. A knife with dark stains, maybe blood. My gut twisted and I asked, "What's with the knife, man?" The guy chuckled nervously.
"Oh, that? Just cut up some roadkill for dinner, forgot to clean it. You know, survival on the road."
I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling, handing him the wrench. He thanked me and then asked if I had any water in my car. Seemed like a normal request, so I said I'd get him some. As I walked back to my car, a chill ran down my spine. I had this weird sense that the guy wasn't being straight with me. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw him at the back of the car, taking a knife from a hidden spot. Instinct kicked in, and I yanked open the car door, slamming it shut behind me. I raced the pedals, the engine roaring to life as I sped away. Glancing in the rearview mirror, I saw the guy, knife in hand, staring after me. The road stretched on, the guy's menacing silhouette fading in the distance. Fear gripped me as I tried to process what had just happened. I took every turn I could, praying to put as much distance as possible between me and that guy. But as I glanced in the rearview mirror again, my heart sank. The guy was still there, following at a distance. Panic set in, and I pushed my car even harder, weaving through the darkened streets. Finally, as the city lights glowed ahead, I took one last turn, and when I looked back, the guy was gone. Disappeared into thin air. I felt a shiver down my spine, wondering how someone could vanish like that. I drove through the well-lit streets, the glow of city lights casting away the darkness. The encounter left me shaken, the image of that guy with the knife etched in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something sinister. As I continued my journey, the city lights providing a sense of safety, I couldn't help but wonder what kind of messed up stuff happens on those lonely roads at night. It was a cold and rainy evening in November when I stumbled across a seemingly innocent job ad on Craigslist. Little did I know that this simple click would haunt me for months to come. The ad was for a part-time job that promised quick money for minimal effort, just the kind of opportunity a struggling college student like me couldn't resist. The advertiser, who called himself Brian, was looking for someone to help him do odd jobs around his house. The pay was generous and the tasks were described as mundane: house cleaning, organizing, and occasional outings. After exchanging a few emails, Brian gave out his address and suggested we meet at his house the following Saturday. A certain suspicion gnawed at my excitement, but I dismissed it as typical caution. I was sure I'd be out of there in no time with the money in my pocket. The day came, and as I drove through the quiet suburban streets, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that something wasn't right. Brian's house, an abandoned building at the end of a desolate dead end, sent shivers down my spine. A feeling of dread came over me, but I kept walking, telling myself it was just my nerves. Brian opened the door with a forced smile that barely hid the strange intensity in his eyes. The air in the room was thick with an unsettling energy. Despite the dim lighting, I could see that the house was cluttered with odd trinkets and outdated furniture. A sense of foreboding hung over every corner. He wasted no time in handing me a list of tasks and explaining the details. As I set to work, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The creaking floorboards seemed to echo with mysterious footsteps, and the occasional hushed whisper sent shivers down my spine. The hours passed, and by the time I had completed the last task, Brian seemed more excited than satisfied. He insisted on paying me in cash and counted each bill with a nervous twitch. My unease grew, and I couldn't wait to escape the eerie atmosphere of his house. As I made my way to the door, Brian grabbed my arm with an unsettling force. His eyes bored into mine, and in a low tone he murmured,
"You're different and special. I have another job for you, a secret one. You'll be paid handsomely, but you must never speak of it to anyone."
Fear gripped me as I hurried away from him, stammering excuses about previous commitments. I fled his house, heart pounding, vowing never to return. Little did I know that this escape would be the beginning of an unrelenting nightmare. In the days that followed, mysterious packages arrived on my doorstep, anonymous letters with cryptic messages and terrifying threats. The sender seemed to know my every move and described in detail the places I visited and the people I dealt with. Paranoia overcame me as I questioned everyone around me, wondering who could be behind this campaign of terror. Sleep was out of the question as I constantly looked over my shoulder and felt like I was being watched. The news escalated, revealing personal details that sent shockwaves through my life. It was as if the walls had ears and my every secret was being exposed. The turning point came on a stormy night. Echoing the day, I heard a knock on my window which sent a shiver down my spine. As I peered into the darkness, I saw him, Brian, the mysterious tormentor lurking outside. Panic set in as I reached for my phone and dialed 911, while Brian frantically tried to break into my house. The dispatcher's voice was my lifeline as I hid in the back room and waited for the police. The minutes dragged on like hours, and the menacing beats of Brian's burglary attempts created a symphony of fear. When the police finally arrived, their flashing lights illuminated the chaos. Brian has disappeared into the night, leaving me shaken and frightened. The aftermath was a blur, a police report, assurances from the officers, but no sign of Brian. The Craigslist nightmare had left its mark, a reminder that the online world can spill over into reality, with terrifying consequences.
Hey, I'm Alex. I've never been big on fancy stuff. For the past 5 years, I've been flipping burgers at this place nobody really cares about. It's the kind of spot where people just end up, and as long as the food is decent, it works. My life story in 36 years. Well, let's just say I wasn't the academic superstar. Barely scraped through high school, did a bit at junior college, and got the boot for slacking off. Family probably thinks I'm a disappointment, but hey, my only real interest is the internet. A simple job lets me do my thing without sweating it. But recently, I messed up. Got tangled up in the dark web, that sketchy side of the internet. Lesson learned, stay away from there. No good comes from it. If you want drugs, find a local dealer. The dark web is a mess, and I got caught in it. Years back, my buddy Gail introduced me to the dark web. We were clueless kids, joking about the endless crazy stuff you could find. Gail moved on to a regular job, but the dark web stuck with me. I never got into the dark side of it, just liked observing, a modern exploration of the weird stuff people are into. Then one night, while poking around, I found this mysterious page, secrets.onion. Looked like a prank, but something about it got me. Responded to a message, and that's when things got weird. Lost track of time, felt sick, and had to unplug my computer to snap out of it. Next day, things went south. My inbox blew up with emails, turns out I sent some video to everyone I know. Panic mode. At work, colleagues, especially Morgan, were talking about secrets.onion. I got fired by the boss, who thought I was pushing some dodgy website. Situation went nuts. Conversations I never had were on record, discussing the dark web. I checked into a motel, but the messages kept coming. I shared my mess on Reddit, hoping for help. This virus thing spread like crazy, turning my life into chaos. Now, I'm stuck in this generic motel room, scared of what's next. My interest in the dark web turned into a nightmare. Terrified, alone, and hoping someone out there can help me sort out this crazy mess.
My name is Chris, a regular guy leading an unremarkable life in a quiet suburban neighborhood. I've always been someone who relished the peace and quiet of my own company. Living alone in a modest house seemed like the perfect setup for someone like me. No roommates, no pets, just the right amount of solitude. Now, don't get me wrong, I never thought I'd be sharing a Home Alone horror story. But life has a funny way of turning ordinary moments into something you'd only expect in a thriller movie. It was just another Wednesday evening when things took a turn for the eerie, and my comfortable routine became a tangled web of paranoia and fear. My day had been like any other mundane workday. I came home, microwaved a frozen dinner, and settled into my worn-out couch for a night of mind-numbing television. The neighborhood outside was quiet, with the occasional distant bark of a dog or the low hum of a passing car. I liked it that way, the kind of peace that becomes the soundtrack of your life. As I sat there, absorbed in the glow of the TV, I heard a faint tapping on my living room window. I initially brushed it off as a tree branch swaying in the wind or some random noise from the outside. But as the tapping persisted, I couldn't ignore it any longer. I muted the TV, and the room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the soft taps on the glass. With a curious yet cautious mindset, I approached the window, pulling the curtain aside to peer into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing, just the dimly lit street and the familiar outlines of neighboring houses. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I caught a glimpse of a figure standing just beyond the reach of the streetlight's glow. It was too dark to make out any details, just a shadowy silhouette. My initial thought was that it might be one of my neighbors needing help or perhaps lost. I cracked the window open and called out, "Hey, can I help you with something?" There was no response. The figure remained still, almost blending into the darkness. A shiver ran down my spine, a subtle warning that maybe I should back away and call the police. But curiosity got the better of me, and I stepped outside, my senses on high alert. As I approached, the figure became clearer, and that's when a wave of unease washed over me. It wasn't a neighbor, and it certainly wasn't someone seeking assistance. It was a man, tall and clad in a dark hoodie, his face obscured by the shadows of the hood. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them, cold and piercing, fixed on me. "Can I help you with something?" I repeated, my attempt at assertiveness sounding more like a shaky plea. He finally spoke, his voice low and steady.
"You have something of mine, and I need it back."
I racked my brain, trying to figure out what he could be talking about. I wasn't involved in anything shady, and I certainly hadn't stolen from anyone. But as he stepped into the dim light, I noticed the glint of something metallic in his hand, a knife. Panic surged through me, and instinct kicked in. I stumbled backward, fumbling for my phone in my pocket. As I dialed 911, he advanced, the knife gleaming ominously. The dispatcher on the other end assured me that help was on the way, but every second felt like an eternity as I retreated into my house. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands trembling as I pressed my weight against it. The man stood on the porch, his face now visible under the weak porch light. It was a face etched with determination, devoid of any emotion. He knew I had called for help, and that only seemed to fuel his resolve. As I waited for the police, he continued to taunt me from the other side of the door, demanding that I give him what he wanted. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the glint of the knife through the window was enough to convince me that this wasn't some petty dispute. Minutes later, which felt like hours, the wail of sirens cut through the tension. The man on my porch hesitated, casting one last chilling glare in my direction before disappearing into the night. The police arrived, and I gave them a shaky account of what had transpired. They searched the neighborhood but found no trace of the man. They assured me they'd increase patrols in the area and advised me to stay vigilant. I installed security cameras, upgraded my locks, and tried to convince myself that it was just a random act of violence. I share this story not to instill fear but as a cautionary tale. Sometimes danger doesn't announce itself with a loud bang or a sinister presence. It can come knocking softly, tapping on your window in the dead of night, demanding something you didn't even know you had. Experiencing being alone at home for the first time was a significant event for me at the age of 13. A blend of excitement and nervousness filled me as my guardians informed me they needed to attend an urgent event and would return late. They emphasized the importance of securing all doors, avoiding opening them for strangers, and instructed me to contact Mrs. Anderson, our neighbor, if any issues arose. I assured them I would be fine, dismissing the thought that anything unusual might happen. The evening began on a positive note. I prepared some snacks, watched my preferred shows, and indulged in video games without anyone dictating bedtime. However, as the night progressed, the house underwent a transformation. It felt too quiet, too expansive, and too deserted. Around 11 p.m., I first heard it, a persistent scratching noise emanating from the back door. Initially, I speculated it might be a stray animal seeking shelter. Yet, the sound was too rhythmic, too purposeful for an animal. A sense of unease crept over me as I considered the possibility of someone attempting to gain entry. Intrigued yet fearful, I cautiously approached the back door. The scratching persisted, steady and resolute. Peering through the window, I discerned a shadowy figure hunched over our lock. The sight sent shivers down my spine. This was no stray animal. Someone was endeavoring to pick the lock and invade our residence. Panic seized me. I was alone, and an intruder was attempting to break in. Recalling my parents' guidance, I hastily retreated from the door, seeking refuge in a hiding spot. My hands trembled as I messaged Mrs. Anderson, hoping she was still awake. I waited anxiously, holding my breath, praying for a swift response. The house now seemed even more haunting, every shadow a potential hiding place, every creak a conceivable threat. The scratching at the door ceased, replaced by a soft, methodical clicking sound, the noise of the lock being tampered with. I heard the faint ping of a text message and nearly cried with relief. Mrs. Anderson responded, stating she had notified the police and was on her way. However, relief swiftly transformed into dread as I heard the back door slowly creak open. The intruder was inside the house. Their footsteps echoed, cautious but growing louder as they traversed the rooms, conducting a thorough search. I squeezed into my hiding place, attempting to minimize my presence. My heart pounded and I clutched my phone, awaiting any sign of help. The house, once a haven of safety and comfort, had become a landscape of fear. Alone, hiding from a shadowy figure that had violated my sanctuary, I clung to the slender hope that assistance would arrive in time. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity as I lay in my hiding spot, the intruder's footsteps drawing nearer. I could hear them moving through the house, manipulating doors as they conducted their search. My heart throbbed so loudly, I feared it would betray my location. I clutched my phone tightly, checking incessantly for updates from Mrs. Anderson or any indication that the police were in proximity. Fear intensified with each new door opening, the suspense of not knowing the intruder's location at any given moment nearly unbearable. Then, I heard footsteps approaching the room where I was concealed. I held my breath, striving to be as inconspicuous and silent as possible. The door creaked open, revealing the shadowy outline of the intruder a few feet away from me, separated only by a slender piece of furniture. They paused, and for a moment, I thought they had detected me. Panic overwhelmed me. Thoughts of screaming or fleeing raced through my mind, but fear immobilized me. The intruder moved again, fortunately away from me, continuing their search elsewhere in the house. Minutes passed, each one stretching endlessly. Then, a different sound reached my ears, the distant wail of police sirens. Relief washed over me, succeeded by a fresh wave of fear. What if the intruder decided to take a hostage? I braced myself, prepared to scream or fight if they re-entered the room. The front door burst open, and I heard shouts, "Police, come out with your hands up." The intruder remained silent, but the scuffle sounds followed. I stayed hidden, unwilling to emerge until I was certain it was safe. Finally, Mrs. Anderson's voice called out to me.
It's okay, they got him.
I emerged from my hiding place, my legs shaky and weak. The police had the intruder in handcuffs, a young man not much older than me, wearing a defeated and desperate expression. Subsequently, the police informed us that he was wanted for a series of burglaries in the area. The rest of the night was a blur. My parents returned, and there were hugs, tears, and countless questions. Mrs. Anderson stayed with us, her presence a comforting reminder of the kindness still present in the world. As I lay in bed that night, the events replayed in my mind. The house no longer felt like the secure haven it once was. The shadows appeared darker, the silence weightier. Yet, amid the fear and turmoil, a sense of resilience blossomed within me, a newfound strength forged from confronting one of my deepest fears.
My name is Stephen, and for the past 5 years, I've been working the night shift at St. Joseph's Hospital. The hallways echo with the soft hum of fluorescent lights, and the scent of germ-killing drugs stays around in the air. It's a routine job, but there's something about the stillness of the night that makes even the ordinary and boring tasks disturbing. I come from a small town, where everyone knew each other, and doors are left unlocked without a second thought. Moving to the city for this job was a big change for me. The hospital sits in the heart of the city, surrounded by huge buildings that seem to swallow the night. My fellow workers and I exchange nods and small talk, but beyond the professional facade, there's an unspoken understanding that we're all just trying to make it through the night. One Tuesday evening, things took an unexpected turn. It was around 3 a.m., and the hospital was quieter than usual. I was making my rounds, checking on patients and making sure of everything was in order. As I approached the end of the dimly lit hallway on the 4th floor, I saw a flickering light coming from the supply room. Assuming it was just a faulty bulb, I waited for a moment before deciding to find out what's going on. The door creaked open, showing a figure hunched over a box of medical supplies. Surprised, the person turned to face me, a man in his mid-30s with sloppy and dirty hair and a very upset look in his eyes.
I am sorry, I didn't meant to scare you.
He talked unclearly, trying to regain calmness. What are you doing here? I asked, my heart pounding. He explained that his brother was a patient on the 3rd floor and needed a particular medicine. The night staff, he claimed, had refused to help, leaving him no choice but to find it himself. I felt a twinge of sympathy but reminded him that unauthorized access to medical supplies was against hospital policy. He pleaded with me, explaining the extreme importance of his brother's condition. I waited, torn between my duty and a desire to help someone in need. Eventually, I agreed to go with him to the 3rd floor, where he claimed his brother was waiting. The scariness of the silent hospital got worse as we went through the hallways. We reached the 3rd floor, and he led me to an unoccupied room at the far end of the hallway. I began to grow uneasy, sensing that something was wrongly. As I entered the room, the man suddenly lunged at me with a syringe in hand. Deeply, I avoided his attack and rushed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind me. Fear ran through my veins as I understood the seriousness of the situation. This wasn't just a desperate brother seeking medication. It was a calculated ploy to isolate and harm me. I ran to the nearest nurse's station and warned security. They quickly detained the man, who was later told to have a history of violence and an angry feeling against the hospital for perceived irresponsibility in his brother's care. To this day, I continue to work the night shift, but the memory of that stressful and terrible night serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes, the most very scary experiences are not found in the supernatural, but in the darkness that lives within how humans are.
Hey there, I'm Jake Miller, just your regular guy working at the local grocery store. Most of the time, it's a bit dull, counting inventory, sitting in the back office, you know the drill. To pass the time, I usually dive into my distance learning courses or watch some YouTube videos. But recently, a buddy introduced me to the dark web, or as some folks call it, the deep web. Now, I'm no computer whiz, I'm just a high school grade with a curiosity for exploring new things. So, when I installed the Tor browser and started delving into the deep web, it was pretty exciting. Found all sorts of websites, from standard ones to seriously messed up ones. There was even a site with the last words of death row inmates. Stuff like that stayed in my head for days. Came across meth and drug dealers, arms dealers too, but I wasn't into that. I just loved exploring the creepy side of the deep web. Meanwhile, my job at the grocery store was dragging. The town was on edge with girls going missing, and it wasn't limited to our town, even the neighboring one felt the fear. No one knew who was behind it, and no bodies were ever found. Cops were clueless, so everyone was on high alert. My routine included dropping my younger sister at school, making sure my folks picked her up, and then heading to work. Last evening, while browsing on the Tor browser, I stumbled upon an Onion website, a murder-on-demand site. Yeah, you heard that right. I was about to bail, but curiosity got the better of me. The site's design was creepy, only 3 pages with an ominous homepage, an about page claiming the killer was an artist by profession, and a chilling portfolio page with images of mutilated bodies. Faces were always blurred, and the killer never revealed themselves. It was gut-wrenching, and I felt sick. Couldn't sleep that night or even eat dinner. Just laid there, thinking about the horror those poor ladies faced. The next morning, I couldn't resist revisiting the site. Meanwhile, my boss asked me to manage the cash counters due to understaffing. As I dealt with customers, my mind was racing back to the gruesome images. A customer, an old senior from school and now a famous painter, brought me back to reality. He shared his latest projects, and I checked him out, waving him goodbye. Back in my office, I continued scrolling through the disturbing images during lunch. Suddenly, I noticed something familiar: paintings in the background. Paintings that I had seen in the local painter's portfolio just hours ago. I had stumbled onto something big, a connection between the murders and a famous painter in our town. Fearful of dealing with a serial killer, I played it safe. I took screenshots, copied them to a pen drive, and left an envelope at the police station with a note saying, "Check the painter's basement." The next morning, the news broke. Cops raided the painter's house, rescued 3 girls, and discovered more bodies buried on his property. Justice was served, and the dark web murder site was shut down. No one knew who tipped off the cops, and life slowly returned to normal. But the impact of those events, the darkness lurking beneath our seemingly quiet town, will forever stay with me.
My name is Thomas, an average guy in his mid-30s navigating the turbulent waters of life. I've a 9-to-5 job, live alone in a modest apartment, and like every other person, I use the internet for various purposes. One night, while looking on Craigslist for some used furniture for my apartment, I came across an ad that turned my normal life into a scary story. The ad offered an old leather couch that would fit perfectly in my living room. The asking price was incredibly low, but the catch was that the couch had to be picked up in a remote area on the outskirts of town. Desperate for a good deal, I decided to contact the seller, a man called Henry. Henry responded quickly and offered to meet me halfway between my apartment and his. Despite the odd location, this seemed like a reasonable arrangement. We agreed to meet at an abandoned gas station on a desolate country road. As I drove to the meeting point, I was all excited at the prospect of a great find and the prospect of a good story to tell my friends. When I arrived at the gas station, I saw a rusty pickup truck parked in the shade. Henry, a stocky man with a scruffy beard and piercing eyes, greeted me with a nod. He seemed friendly, but I couldn't quite shake off an uneasy feeling. I ignored my instincts and handed him the money, whereupon Henry instructed me to follow him down a narrow dirt path. As we advanced further into the darkness, the surrounding trees seemed to get closer and closer to us. My initial excitement turned into a growing sense of unease. Henry's car finally stopped in front of a dilapidated house that was barely recognizable in the dim glow of a flickering porch light. He motioned for me to enter and explained that the couch was in the basement. Reluctantly, I descended the creaky wooden stairs, my senses on high alert. The basement was dimly lit, with only a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. There was an unsettling silence in the air, and the musty smell of old furniture filled my nostrils. At that moment, I noticed something strange. The cellar seemed much bigger than the house above. As I examined the couch, Henry's expression changed. He locked the cellar door behind me and a sinister smile crept onto his face. Panic spread through me as I realized I was trapped, alone with a stranger in this creepy basement. Henry's intentions became clear. This was no ordinary Craigslist deal. He revealed a hidden compartment in the couch that contained a stash of stolen goods, jewelry, electronics and personal items from who knows how many unsuspecting victims. Henry wasn't only a furniture salesman, but also a predator who preyed on naive people and used Craigslist as a hunting ground for potential victims. Fear gripped me at that moment, but I knew I had to think fast. I pretended to admire the stolen items and engaged Henry in conversation, desperately looking for an opportunity to escape. In my mind, I hatched a plan to outwit him. With careful persuasion, I convinced Henry that I needed to go to the toilet, and promised him I would not escape. Surprisingly, he handed me a rusty key and pointed to a door in the corner. As I cautiously approached, I noticed a small window. It was my ticket to freedom. I gathered all my courage, unlocked the door, and jumped through the narrow opening. I sprinted through the darkness as the echo of Henry's angry shouts faded behind me. I stumbled through the woods until I reached the main road, where a passing motorist offered to take me to safety. I reported the incident to the authorities and led them to Henry's makeshift hideout. The stolen items were recovered, and Henry was arrested and charged for his sinister Craigslist scam. The incident left me shaken and reminded me that danger can lurk in the most unexpected places, even in the virtual world of online classifieds. The night was pitch black, and the rain was slamming against my car like it had a vendetta. I was on some godforsaken backroads in the middle of nowhere, regretting not filling up the tank when I had the chance. The only light came from my flickering headlights, and the only sound was the drumroll of raindrops on the roof. It was past midnight, and I was starting to wonder if I'd ever stumble upon a gas station. Just when I was about to give up hope, the headlights caught a figure on the side of the road. A hitchhiker, I guessed. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. The person got in, all soaked and hooded, giving off a dank smell. No words were exchanged as we drove through the dark, the tension in the car thick enough to cut with a knife. I tried to make small talk, asking where the stranger was headed, but it was like talking to a brick wall. Just silence and that unsettling feeling. We kept on, and the atmosphere inside the car got weirder by the minute. The woods surrounding the road seemed to close in, and the shadows played tricks on my eyes. I took a quick glance at the passenger, trying to figure them out, but their face stayed hidden. Out of the blue, the stranger spoke up, their voice sending shivers down my spine.
Turn left here.
I hesitated, looking at the creepy path they pointed to, deeper into the dark woods. My gut screamed at me to say no, but something irrational made me turn left. As we went further down the trail, things got even more unsettling. The stranger's directions got crazier, leading us into the heart of nowhere. Finally, they told me to stop in the middle of the damn woods. The rain was still relentless, and an eerie stillness took over. I demanded an explanation, and that's when the stranger lifted their head, revealing a face that looked like it had seen hell. Scars, a twisted grin. It was like a horror movie come to life. Fear hit me like a sledgehammer as I fumbled to start the car. The engine roared just in time for the stranger to try and pounce on me. I hit the gas, leaving that nightmare behind. The road blurred under my tires as I raced away. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, and I didn't stop until the first light of dawn. Only then did I realize I'd dodged something way worse than running out of gas. As the sun came up, I couldn't shake the feeling that something truly messed up had happened. That stranger wasn't just some random person. They were a walking nightmare. I kept driving, haunted by the memory of that messed up night and the twisted soul I left behind in the dark. My name is William, a normal guy in his mid-20s just trying to make ends meet in the hustle and bustle of the city. I've always been wary of online transactions, but my recent experience on Craigslist has shaken me to the core. It all started innocently enough, with a simple search for a used laptop. I came across an offer that was too good to be true, a high-end laptop at a fraction of the retail price. The seller, who went by the name of Mark, stated that he was moving out of town and needed to sell the laptop quickly. I was intrigued by the offer and decided to contact him. Mark replied promptly, describing the laptop in detail and telling me that he preferred cash deals. We arranged to meet the next evening at a local cafe. The conversation remained casual, with Mark explaining that he urgently needed the money for his move. When I arrived at the cafe the next evening, there he was, a seemingly normal man in his late 30s dressed casually. We exchanged pleasantries and I checked the laptop. Everything was in order, and I handed him the money. Little did I know that this seemingly routine transaction was the beginning of a nightmarish ordeal. As I left the cafe, Mark casually mentioned that he had forgotten to take the charging cable with him, and insisted that I follow him to his nearby apartment to get it. This should have set alarm bells ringing, but I brushed the uneasy feeling aside and put it down to the stress of move. We arrived at a rundown apartment building and Mark led me to his apartment. The apartment was dimly lit, untidy, and had an unsettling air about it. I felt a pang of regret, but hesitated to voice my concerns. As I entered the apartment, Mark closed the door behind us, and at that moment things took a sinister turn. Out of nowhere, two masked men armed with baseball bats appeared. My heart raced as Mark's friendly demeanor disappeared and gave way to a cold and calculating stare. I realized that this was an elaborate trap. I was paralyzed with fear as they demanded my wallet, phone, and any valuables I had on me. The room felt suffocating and the only sounds were their menacing whispers. As I handed over my belongings, I realized I was at the mercy of criminals who had lured unsuspecting victims with a simple Craigslist ad. The stolen laptop was merely bait for their sinister plan. They left me in the apartment, shaking and scared, while they made their getaway. It took me a moment to regain my composure, and when I thought I was safe, I rushed out and called the police. Subsequent investigations revealed a series of similar incidents orchestrated by a criminal gang that preyed on innocent people looking for deals on online marketplaces. In hindsight, I couldn't shake off the trauma. The incident had taken away my sense of security and made me paranoid and suspicious.
I'm a 16-year-old living in the UK, and what I'm about to share with you happened just about 30 minutes ago. Now, I often listen to scary stories on YouTube, you know, those spine-chilling tales that make you wonder whether they're real or just another work of fiction. But let me assure you, the story I'm about to tell you is as real as it gets. The whole thing started when my curiosity got the best of me. I've always been that kid at a party who observes rather than partakes in risky business. A few months ago, a friend sent a link to what we thought was an innocent Instagram post in our group chat. When I clicked on it, something unusual happened. It asked for some sort of permission, and being the cautious type, I decided to lock my phone and carry on with my day. Fast forward a week, I found myself at my friend's house, and I couldn't shake off the curiosity about that peculiar link. So, I asked him about it, and he had this sly grin on his face. "Let me show you something," he said, "but you can't tell anyone." Intrigued, I followed him to his room where he booted up a throwaway laptop, giving me a heads up about the potential legality issues of what he was about to show me. As the computer came to life, he asked me a question that had always piqued my interest.
Have you ever been on the dark web?
My response was a hesitant no, coupled with concerns about getting into trouble. He reassured me and opened a browser that I would later learn was Tor. He then explained that the link I had asked about was an IP grabbing link, designed to obtain the IP address of the device that opened it. He pointed out that the number of rows of data roughly matched the number of people in our group chat. Those rows contained the IP addresses of our devices. He then took one of the rows, entered the numbers into a website, and a screen appeared, displaying detailed information about the corresponding device, iPhone 8, iOS, network provider, and even whether the screen was on. The chilling part was the location, pinpointing our small hometown. At this point, a mixture of shock and worry overcame me. I couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck, dude? Why did you want this information?" However, my friend quickly hushed me, reminding me of the potential consequences if his mom were to find out. He explained that, thanks to encryption, only he could access these IP addresses, emphasizing it was an experiment to test the reliability of this method. Feeling a bit numb from the revelation, my friend decided to lighten the mood by showing me the more entertaining side of the dark web. We explored various websites selling everything from cars to drugs I hadn't even heard of before. Silk Road, a popular selling website, showcased colossal bricks of cocaine and cartons of weed the size of armchairs. It was all so intriguing and exciting that I couldn't stop thinking about it in my free time. Now, fast forward to this week. I got a throwaway device and, after some conversation with my friend, installed the necessary software to browse the dark web. After a few pages of Silk Road and such, I decided I was done. Closed everything up, disabled VPNs, and tried to forget about it. I made sure not to delve into any dark corners, avoiding red rooms or anything illegal. At least, that's what I thought. So, there I am, watching PC videos when I receive an email from an unfamiliar address and domain. The email title, a string of seemingly random numbers, caught me off guard. Opening it, I found the subject to be victim information, and it proceeded to list all my banking details, my address, and even my mother's surname. Panic set in as I realized the gravity of the situation. This person wasn't just after profit, they went out of their way to let me know they had messed with me. In a state of sheer panic, I immediately contacted my bank and reported the case of bank information fraud. Fortunately, I was connected to a real person, a kind lady who swiftly froze my card and account, ensuring the safety of my funds. The relief washed over me, and as we ended the call, I collapsed onto my bed, utterly exhausted. Now, technically, I'm all good, but the question remains, why did this person go the extra mile to find my email, which I never used for the dark web, just to let me know they messed with me? It's not just about profit, it's downright messed up, as if they wanted to play mind games with me. Take it from me, folks. No matter how bored you get, never venture onto the dark web. It's a place where you're never truly safe.
It was a wild night, and I found myself driving down this deserted highway, surrounded by thick woods. My car's headlights battled the pitch-black darkness, casting strange shadows on the trees lining the road. I thought taking this route would save time, but now I was having second thoughts, especially with the creepy silence and isolation. It had to be past midnight, and all I could hear was the hum of my engine and the thumping of my own heart. The road stretched on forever, and the unsettling quiet had me on edge. Checking the dashboard clock, I realized how late it was, and the isolation only intensified. As I focused on the road, I saw movement in the rearview mirror. Headlights were approaching fast, and the driver behind me seemed in a rush. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just another late-night driver, but the aggressive tailgating and relentless pursuit were freaking me out. The car behind me was right on my tail, and their blinding high beams made it hard to see. I tried to shake off the fear, thinking maybe it was just some road rage or a thrill seeker. But the way they were following me, matching my every move, erased any doubt this wasn't a random thing. Desperation kicked in as I tried to navigate the desolate road. No signs of life, just woods on both sides. I pressed on, hoping to reach a more populated area. But the driver behind me was relentless, a shadow in the night that wouldn't go away. I called the cops, my voice shaky as I tried to explain the bizarre pursuit. The dispatcher assured me help was on the way, but the fear lingered. The person behind the wheel had a mask on, and their actions felt deliberate, like I was being targeted. Minutes dragged on, and the pursuit got more intense. The masked driver knew every move I made, navigating the winding road like they had a playbook. Panic set in, and it hit me. This was no ordinary road rage. It was something else. Finally, the lights of a small town appeared, and I thought I'd be safe there. But the driver behind me didn't let up, chasing me through the deserted streets. Fear gripped me as I hit a dead-end street. The masked driver closed in, blocking my way out. I hit the brakes, the tires screeching. The masked person stepped out, and their silhouette against the dim light sent chills down my spine. Trapped and vulnerable, I reversed, trying to break free. The pursuing car followed, but in the distance, sirens wailed. The masked driver hesitated, frustration showing in his face. They retreated to their car, disappearing into the shadows just as the police arrived. Officers surrounded me, and they nabbed the masked driver. As they were taken away, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling of not knowing who this person was and why they targeted me. Days turned into weeks, and the incident became a haunting memory. The investigation uncovered the masked driver's troubled past, personal issues spiraling into an obsession with scaring unsuspecting folks on lonely roads. Life eventually got back to normal, but that night stayed with me. The once-thought shortcut became a symbol of vulnerability, a stark reminder of how close we can get to the unknown. The masked driver, now behind bars, served as a chilling reminder that sometimes, the scariest things aren't supernatural but the messed up stuff that goes on in people's heads.
A couple of months ago, my buddy in the Coast Guard received orders to relocate to Florida. She initially attempted to find a tenant for her house without success. Faced with this challenge, she asked me to stay at her place rent-free and assist in securing a renter to manage the property. Interestingly, she had to leave one of her cats behind due to space constraints at her new location. While I found it somewhat neglectful, it wasn't my call, and being a cat enthusiast, I gladly took on the responsibility. I was excited about the prospect of living in her house for free, a welcome change from the cramped quarters of the barracks where I usually stayed with other service members. Upon my arrival at her residence, however, my excitement gave way to disappointment. The house, despite its size, was in disarray. Clutter was strewn about, dust covered everything, and fleas seemed to have taken up residence. This surprised me because my friend had always appeared to be someone who maintained a tidy living space. Despite the initial shock, I rallied my friends to help clean up the mess, hoping to transform the place into a more habitable environment. I assisted my friend in completing her packing, and during a sit-down conversation, she opened up about her ex. A fellow Army member in a different unit, he had initially seemed like a good match but turned out to be unsuitable for her. Following their breakup, he exhibited childish and annoying behavior, hitting her boots, scaring the cats, and making a mess of the place. He even blocked her car, causing a scene when she tried to leave. After her departure, I mostly stayed away from the house until I scheduled a cleanup day with my buddies. I visited daily to tend to the cat's needs, but one evening, after dinner with a friend, I decided to bring her along to feed the cat. I thought it would be beneficial for her to see the place and discuss the necessary next steps. As we approached the house and got out of the car, a loud noise emanated from nearby trees. Initially dismissing it as an animal, looking back, I realized it might have been my imagination playing tricks on me. Upon reaching the door, an uneasy feeling settled over me. Something felt off, as if I shouldn't be there. Ignoring the sensation, I attempted to open the door and found it puzzling when it opened easily. I recalled having to turn the lock multiple times during previous visits. However, this time it opened on the first try. I brushed it off as luck, though a nagging doubt lingered about whether I had forgotten to lock the door initially. Once inside, my nerves heightened as I ascended the stairs to feed the cat. However, when I tried to turn on the hallway lights, only one worked. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a water puddle, realizing that the light was filled with water leaking onto the floor. Simultaneously, a noise, initially mistaken for the AC, resonated from above. I assumed there was an issue with the AC causing the leak. Concerned about additional problems, I requested my friend to survey the supplies we might need while I proceeded upstairs to tend to the cat. Before reaching the halfway point on the stairs, my friend called me down. In the kitchen, by the back door leading to the porch, shattered glass covered the floor. She asked if it was like that when I left. I had been to the house only a couple of times since my friend departed, and I was confident I would have noticed a broken window. Examining the scattered glass, it seemed the breakage occurred from the outside. Unsure if someone was still inside, I advised my friend to wait while I checked upstairs. Lacking any weapons, I opted for one of my friend's sword collections, conveniently stored downstairs. Armed with a sword, I cautiously ascended the stairs, relieved to find the house empty. However, to be safe, we waited outside and promptly called the police. After alerting the authorities, I informed the owner of the break-in. The peculiar aspect was that nothing appeared to be stolen, and the house wasn't in worse condition than before. The broken window and the locked back door with shattered glass left us puzzled. Suspecting my friend's ex as the culprit, the police initiated an investigation. He likely believed no one was keeping an eye on the property while the owner was away, providing an opportunity to cause mischief. Despite the unsettling incident, I continued my responsibility of feeding the cat, visiting the house as the police searched for the suspected intruder. The insurance company also got involved to assess the damage. Although apprehensive, I entered the house a couple of days later. The musty, moldy smell engulfed me as I noticed the water leak had worsened. The hardwood floors near the entrance warped and the ceiling sagged. Curiosity overcame fear as I explored further. Ascending the stairs with a sword in hand, I reached the main bedroom. A storage closet along the way revealed water, situated directly above the entrance. The AC and water heater were located in the closet's rear, contributing to the leakage. In the main bedroom, the roaring sound intensified, resembling running water. A door at the back, unnoticed before, led to a small bathroom with a running faucet. The carpet was drenched and the door was locked. Suspecting foul play, I refrained from breaking down the door and instead called the police for assistance. An officer unscrewed the knob and opened the door, revealing an empty room with an overflowing bathtub. The conclusion was evident: the troublemaker, likely my friend's ex, had broken in on the night of our visit. Whether the noise I heard was him breaking in or a figment of my imagination, he had entered through the shattered window and exited through the front door. Subsequently, he had gone upstairs, initiated a water leak, and tampered with the locked door. His intent wasn't theft but rather to flood the house, capitalizing on the owner's absence and the difficulty of dealing with water damage. Though we never learned whether the police apprehended him, I handed the key to the insurance company, and I chose never to return to that unsettling place. The last update I received indicated that new tenants had moved in, and the property had been restored to its former state, free from further disturbances. I want to share a harrowing experience I had while looking after someone's cat. This was not the first time I had taken on pet-sitting duties, but it turned out to be the most unsettling. I began cat-sitting when I was 15, earning a bit of extra cash by posting my services on various social media platforms. One day, I received a message on Instagram. Let's call the person Mrs. Green for privacy. She explained that she and her husband were planning a week-long trip to Japan and needed someone to take care of their cat, Whiskers, from the 8th to the 15th of the month. Mrs. Green gave me the option to either stay at their house or take care of Whiskers at my place. After a detailed conversation with Mrs. Green, I agreed to take on the responsibility and informed her that I would stay at their house during the specified period. We discussed Whiskers' routine, the layout of their home, and any special instructions. When I arrived at their house, Mrs. Green introduced me to Whiskers, a sleek black cat with vibrant green eyes. She provided me with a tour of their residence, a cozy cottage nestled in a wooded area with no immediate neighbors. Mrs. Green and her husband outlined a few rules and shared some information about a friendly but occasionally confused elderly neighbor named Mrs. Thompson. According to them, Mrs. Thompson might mistakenly visit their property and sometimes even confuse Mrs. Green for her own daughter who had passed away. Having lost a sibling in a tragic accident, I felt a twinge of empathy for Mrs. Thompson. Mrs. Green assured me that Mrs. Thompson meant no harm, but if she appeared, I should kindly guide her back to her own home, and she would leave without any issues. Once the Greens departed, I settled in for a quiet evening with Whiskers. The initial 2 days went smoothly without any hitches. However, on the third day, I encountered a situation with Mrs. Thompson. She drove into the driveway, and I approached her as she exited.